"Father, I have finally found you." Shu Yan stumbled upon an 80-year-old little girl who, upon their first encounter, stubbornly yet sweetly declared him to be her father. However, he didn't even possess a girlfriend, let alone a daughter of such considerable age. It was only when the little girl produced a family photograph that Shu Yan was compelled to confront an undeniable truth. It appeared that she truly was his daughter. Having traversed through time, what rendered the situation even more perplexing was that the mother she spoke of was Wen Ning, the pure and ethereal school beauty with whom he had never exchanged a single word throughout their 3 years in high school. Wen Ning was to be his future wife, and now they had such an adorable daughter. Yet, at this moment, he didn't know her at all. "Father, please take me to find Mother." The little girl clung to his arm, pouting adorably. "I miss Mother so much." Years later, Shu Yan would find himself accompanied by a beautiful wife and a daughter who had blossomed into a graceful young lady. Why did we first embark on parenting before nurturing romantic love? The story begins in earnest. "Father, I have finally found you." Shu Yan never anticipated that he would one day become an accidental father. He gazed at the exquisitely delicate little girl outside the door, his expression one of astonishment. The little girl, adorned with a pink backpack and sporting 2 playful bun hairstyles, wore a charming princess dress and white shoes. Her large eyes sparkled, and her chubby cheeks still bore the remnants of baby fat, rendering her irresistibly cute and playful. "Little lady, did you get separated from your parents?" Shu Yan crouched down before her. "Would you like your older brother to take you home?" Parents nowadays truly lack responsibility. What would happen if such a beautiful little girl were to run around outside and be taken away by a trafficker? The girl's voice rang out, crisp and clear. "Father, what are you saying?" Tong Tong doesn't understand. Having already found her father, why did he still want to take her to find him? Shu Yan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. At 18 years old, he had just reached adulthood and was in his final year of high school. Yet this little girl appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old. Upon closer inspection, she bore an uncanny resemblance to him. "Do you miss your father?" Shu Yan patiently crouched down. "Shall your older brother take you to find your father?" For reasons unknown, the moment he laid eyes on this little girl, an inexplicable feeling of intimacy surged within him. It was an unnameable closeness, an uncontrollable urge to cradle her in his arms. Surely, it must be a mere illusion. Perhaps it is the innate charm of a beautiful young child that naturally elicits affection. "You are my father. You are Tong Tong's father." When the little girl realized her words were falling on deaf ears, she pouted in distress and opened her arms, attempting to leap into his embrace. Previously, when her father returned home each day, his favorite activity was to lift her high into the air in his arms. At times, he would plant several kisses on her soft cheeks. Her favorite pastime was to snuggle in her father's embrace. What could possibly be wrong with her father today? Shu Yan instinctively recoiled, causing her to fall short of her intended embrace. The little girl, who was already prone to tears, and perhaps had never faced any form of distress due to her upbringing, felt her eyes welling up with tears. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, her tiny fists clenched tightly, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. "Woo-woo. Father, do you not want Tong Tong anymore?" The little girl's pitiful demeanor startled Shu Yan into a flurry of concern. "Don't cry, little one." You, who could possibly explain to him why, as an 18-year-old high school boy, a little girl had come to call him father. As Shu Yan spoke, the little girl's sobs intensified. Her tear-streaked face resembled that of a frightened rabbit. Each hiccup resonated like a dull hammer, striking at his heart. "Previously, father always called me his precious Tong Tong." Woo. She wiped her tears vigorously, sobbing uncontrollably. "I want to find Mother. Mother said you must kneel on the floor." Shu Yan took a deep breath. "Tong Tong, I truly am not your father. I have a photograph." While crying, the little girl retrieved her backpack and hugged it tightly, beginning to rummage through its contents. A white rabbit keychain dangled from the side of the backpack, swaying back and forth. Before long, she produced a small photograph from the inner compartment of her bag. The photograph appeared worn, suggesting it had been kept in her bag for quite some time. Shu Yan feeling somewhat helpless, accepted the photograph, which depicted a small family portrait of 3. At the center of the image was none other than the little girl named Tong Tong. Though she appeared even more youthful in the picture, her smile was so radiant that her eyes nearly closed in delight. Beside her stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman. The woman wore a dress identical to that of the little girl, resembling a custom-made parent-child outfit. Her long black hair flowed loosely over her shoulders, her waist slender, and her figure tall. Her bright apricot eyes were slightly narrowed, with her red lips gently pursed, adding a touch of vitality and allure to her otherwise serene features. Even without makeup, an aura of mature elegance radiated from her. Her appearance, posture, and demeanor were all remarkable. It was evident that she must be an exceedingly happy woman. Shu Yan's gaze involuntarily lingered on the woman's cheeks for a fleeting moment. She seemed familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen her before. In Shu Yan's recollection, he had never encountered such an exquisite young woman. Yet the most significant detail was the man standing beside her. He wore the most ordinary t-shirt and trousers, his face clean and fair, with bright eyes that exuded maturity and composure. Together, this family appeared as if they were a masterpiece created by the goddess Nua. All of them were astonishingly beautiful. Shu Yan stood frozen, as if ensnared in a dream. This man appeared even more familiar. He bore a striking resemblance to Shu Yan himself, albeit with a touch less youthful exuberance. What kind of absurdity was this? Was it a prank? Father cannot pretend not to recognize Tong Tong. Now, can he? This photograph is. It was taken when Tong Tong was 5. At last, Shu Yan was compelled to scrutinize the little girl's features. Even if the situation seemed fantastical, he could not deny the little girl did indeed resemble him closely, yet her face unmistakably bore the imprint of another woman. Even the 2 pronounced dimples that formed when the Shu family members pursed their lips had been perfectly inherited by her. She could easily be an adorable darling in any online photo. Shu Yan inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumult within his heart. What is your name? Shu Miaotong. With traces of tears still on her face, the little girl stood on her tiptoes and cheerfully proclaimed, Miao from Miaotong, and Tong from Tong Tong. What are your parents' names? My father's name is Shu Yan, and my mother's name is Wen Ning. It seems that her parents indeed dote on her. As the little girl spoke these names, there was an unmistakable aura of satisfaction and pride in her demeanor. Wen Ning. Shu Yan's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he glanced once more at the photograph in his hand. The beautiful woman in the picture wore a gentle smile, and her cheeks slowly began to align with the visage he had etched in his memory. She became increasingly familiar. No wonder Shu Yan felt a sense of recognition the moment he laid eyes on her. Wen Ning, a name that echoed through the halls of high school, often uttered by the boys in his class. She was known for her signature ponytail, clad in neat, simple school attire, and possessed a temperament that leaned towards the aloof epitome of pure elegance in the realm of school beauties. Yet the question lingered. Shu Yan had never truly met her, had he? Wen Ning was a student in the elite class, destined for prestigious universities, while Shu Yan was merely an average student, neither here nor there. As high school neared its end, he had not exchanged even a single word with this enchanting figure. He had only heard whispers of her name. Shu Yan was taken aback. Are you saying that my future wife is Wen Ning, and that we have a daughter? Wait a moment. Even if this incredulous scenario were true, what was the little girl, Shu Miaotong, doing here? The child seemed perplexed, her delicate brows knitting together in confusion. Father, you seem quite strange today, and you look a bit different from the image I have of you. It felt as if he had become slightly more handsome. She couldn't quite fathom it, and simply shook her head vigorously. Father, take me to find mother. Shu Miaotong's voice was sweet and melodious, akin to cotton candy that one would hesitate to consume. Her tender, fair hands clutched at Shu Yan's sleeve, swaying back and forth. I haven't seen mother for several days. I miss her dearly. My dear daughter, 8 years old. Is this still Earth? Is this a prank? Or has she truly traversed time? Even though a faint intuition tugged at him, Shu Yan found it difficult to believe, setting aside everything else. The innate sense of closeness he felt when he encountered Shu Miaotong was irrefutable. He had never felt such a visceral connection, even when meeting his own mother. Tong Tong, how did you end up here? I don't know. Shu Miaotong nervously fiddled with the rabbit charm on her backpack. I woke up from my nap, and I was here. If this were truly time travel, Shu Yan did not expect a little girl to provide a coherent explanation. Of course, he would prefer to believe this was simply a misunderstanding. Looking on the brighter side, perhaps she was an illegitimate daughter of the Shu family. The simplest solution would be to conduct a paternity test. Yet, the cost was quite exorbitant, and, as a high school student, he felt the pinch. At that moment, Shu Miaotong's stomach suddenly gurgled. She instinctively patted her flat little belly. Father, I'm so hungry. The little one's tone turned once again to one of pitiful pleading. Shu Yan found it hard to resist her charm. Many times, he felt an overwhelming urge to scoop this little girl into his arms and ruffle her hair, but he was not a perverse, lowly enthusiast. It felt more like a pure blood bond. Tong Tong, is that right? Shu Yan slightly shifted to the side. Please, come inside. The two parents of the Shu family were often busy with work, hence he did not reside with them, choosing instead to rent a place on his own during high school. This arrangement spared him some hassle. Seeing the shift in her father's demeanor, Shu Miaotong's expression brightened. Though her eyes were still slightly red, her smile, with eyes crescent-shaped, exuded a peculiar sense of healing. Surely, father favored Tong Tong the most. Shu Yan reached for the backpack she clutched, then closed the door. Shu Miaotong removed her shoes, her little feet clad in white socks, stepping onto the smooth floor. Perhaps it was her first time in a new environment. She bounced around, surveying her surroundings, sticking closely to Shu Yan like a little tail. Her bright, wide eyes brimmed with wonder. Father, why don't you live with mother anymore? Shu Miaotong innocently inquired. You used to sleep together every night, right? In her understanding, parents were meant to be together forever. So why was father living alone? Did they have a quarrel? Shu Yan was at a loss for how to answer this question. He opened the refrigerator, deciding to prepare a simple bowl of egg noodles for the child. As a high school student living alone, he naturally did not prioritize gourmet meals. Watching Shu Miaotong swing her legs while seated at the table, clutching a bowl nearly as large as her face, Shu Yan still felt as if he were dreaming. Perhaps she was truly hungry. Her cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish. It felt as if he had indeed raised a daughter. Taking advantage of the moment, Shu Yan checked the costs of paternity testing online. It was indeed somewhat beyond his financial reach. Dad, I can't eat anymore. Having consumed about half, Shu Miaotong patted her round belly. Then she neatly arranged her chopsticks and sat obediently in her chair, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shu Yan without blinking. Shu Yan felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze and reached for a napkin. Wipe your mouth. Shu Miaotong tilted her porcelain-like face, sweetly pouting. Daddy, help me wipe. Shu Yan found it impossible to refuse this clingy little sprite, and he gently wiped her plump lips. Heh. Shu Miaotong giggled, her eyes squinting with delight. Daddy is indeed the best to Tong Tong. She leaped down from her chair and tugged at Shu Yan's pants, climbing up. Daddy, hug me. To be honest, Shu Yan was quite curious about the little girl's upbringing. An 8 or 9-year-old girl. Was she still this attached to her parents? Like a piece of chewing gum. Shu Yan recalled his own childhood, where he was often met with scolding. Tong Tong, I still need to confirm a few things. No, Daddy, hug me. Shu Miaotong's lips pouted, her arms raised high, her expression quickly shifting to one of impending tears. She was a little crybaby. Shu Yan quickly lifted her into his arms, placing her on his lap. Shu Miaotong wrapped her arms around his neck and swiftly planted a kiss on his face. Daddy, a kiss. This little girl was meeting Shu Yan for the very first time today. In a certain sense, it is akin to a stranger. Yet, despite the overly intimate gesture, Shu Yan harbors no semblance of aversion whatsoever. On the contrary, an innate sense of satisfaction wells up within him. It feels as though this occurrence has transpired countless times before. Papa, please take me to find Mama. Wen Ning. To be honest, this predicament leaves Shu Yan somewhat flustered. Were it an ordinary girl, it would be manageable. But why must it be the illustrious Wen school beauty? Wen Ning is universally acknowledged as the epitome of purity and grace, possessing a demeanor that is both self-possessed and aloof. He does not possess her contact information. Even if he did, how would he articulate his thoughts? She is your daughter. You are destined to be my wife. Surely, that would be deemed insanity. Papa. Shu Miaotong tilts her head, a single tuft of hair standing upright. Did you really argue with Mama? Shu Yan cautiously inquires. Do Papa and Mama often quarrel? If this is all genuine, then he finds himself somewhat concerned about his future. future life. No, Papa and Mama have a wonderful relationship. Shu Miaotong pokes her plump lips with her finger. They occasionally bicker, but Papa quickly makes amends, and Mama stops being angry. Shu Yan. So, it seems their marriage is indeed blissful, though perhaps a tad submissive, fearful of his wife. However, if Shu Miaotong truly has traversed from another realm, matters become considerably complicated. Locating her mother is indeed a pressing concern. After all, she is a young girl, and Shu Yan faces numerous inconveniences in daily life, bathing, sleeping, and the like. Even if he were her biological father, it would be inappropriate for him to undertake such responsibilities. Shu Yan asks, Tong, may I borrow your family portrait for a while? But remember to return it to Tong once you're done. The little girl naturally does not refuse her father's request. She clutches her backpack, nodding earnestly. This is my favorite photo. Shu Yan is not one to dither. He resolves to seek out the renowned Wen Ning, the paragon of purity. After all, upon first laying eyes on this little girl and that family portrait, he felt as though his heart had been struck. He wonders what reaction Wen Ning would have upon seeing this photograph. Mom, pop some rice. As Su Yan dons his shoes, he calls his mother, dutifully playing the role of a filial son. His family is reasonably well off, though not excessively wealthy, while his living expenses are ample. After deducting rent and sustenance, the remaining funds prove insufficient to cover the costs of a paternity test. Didn't I just send you 2,000 a couple of days ago? Lin Hui's voice carries a tone of impatience. Are you a money-devouring beast? However, she is aware that her son is not one to squander money recklessly. Yet, as a mother, it is her prerogative to inquire. Shu Miaotong stands obediently behind him, her large eyes blinking. Papa, is that Grandma? She reveals a sweet smile. I miss Grandma so much. Lin Hui instantly becomes alert. What's that noise? I hear a child's voice. Therese something, am unsure how to tell you. Shu Yan pauses for a moment. It seems you might be becoming a grandmother. Though lacking substantial evidence apart from the photograph, Shu Yan has an inkling that this matter aligns with his suspicions, or rather, upon glimpsing Shu Miaotong for the first time, he felt an overwhelming premonition. This little girl must surely share a profound connection with him, a bond between father and daughter. He can only think of it this way. On the other end of the line, silence ensues for quite some time, followed by the sound of shattering glass. You rascal, what did you just say? Lin Hui's voice trembles with palpable panic. Repeat that. Whose child are you saying you fathered? How many months along? She fears that the ancestral grave of the Shu family might very well be steaming. 8 years old. Once again, silence reigns on the other end of the call. After what feels like an eternity, Lin Hui's cool voice finally breaks the stillness. Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm not sure. Shu Yan responds earnestly. Just send the money, and then it won't seem that way. Get lost. Lin Hui, flustered, retorts. Go play somewhere else. She then hangs up the phone decisively. 8 years old. Why not say 18? Nevertheless, it is evident that Lin Hui still holds affection for her son. She promptly transfers 1,000 yuan to him as a red envelope. Fortune blooms. Next time you ask for money, find a reason that doesn't make your mother seem foolish. Tong, may I have a strand of your hair? With classes in the afternoon, Shu Yan must leave her alone at home. He gazes at the adorable little girl, still feeling a twinge of concern. If you feel bored, you can watch some television. I will return in the evening. Shu Miaotong appears somewhat displeased. Where is Papa going? To school. Can't I go to school with Papa? Not this time. I'll bring you some treats tonight. Given that matters have yet to be settled, Shu Yan is reluctant to take her to school. Shu Miaotong seems a bit aggrieved, tugging at her fingers. Yet, she still softly responds. Tong will be good. Shu Yan takes the photograph and departs from the house. As he turns back, he sees Shu Miaotong on tiptoe, peering out the window. Her half-exposed head, with her large eyes unblinking, is fixed on him. Today marks their first meeting, yet the little girl's attachment to him is entirely heartfelt. At times, it leaves Shu Yan somewhat overwhelmed. Simultaneously, he cannot help but feel a sense of apprehension. If what Shu Miaotong states is indeed true, this little girl, who has so suddenly entered his life, brings with her more complications than he could have imagined. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Shu Yan arrives arrives at the classroom. The teacher has yet to arrive, and seizing the opportunity, he finds a piece of draft paper, preparing to write something. What shall I write? Wen Ning, you are to be my future wife. We have a daughter together. It sounds almost like a confession. One high school is a prestigious institution, known for its strict ethos. The administration is particularly vigilant against early romantic entanglements. If Wen Ning were to relay this to her teacher, it would surely be social suicide. After much contemplation, Xu Yan, feeling flustered, crumples the paper into a ball. Ultimately, he decides against writing anything. Taking advantage of the brief lull in the corridor, he exits the classroom and heads to the upstairs advanced class. The classroom is bustling with students. Some are resting their heads on their desks, while others are engrossed in their studies. With less than 4 months remaining until the college entrance examination, it is indeed the time for a final sprint. Classmate, Xu Yan called out to a boy seated by the window in the back row. Is Wen Ning here? The boy glanced around and shook his head. Not here. Xu Yan fell silent for a moment. Which seat does she occupy? I have something to give her. This time, the boy's gaze towards him became somewhat peculiar. Wen Ning is the belle of no one high school, undoubtedly the dream girl in the hearts of countless boys. Her youthful ponytail and the slightly faded blue and white school uniform evoke the essence of a celestial being. She sits in the innermost seat of the 4th row. Thank you. Xu Yan chose to disregard the boy's strange look and stepped into the classroom. Wen Ning's desk was impeccably tidy, with books stacked neatly and a test paper spread open. Her handwriting was elegant and pleasing to the eye, adorned with glaringly bright notes. Beside it lay a sky blue water bottle. It was evident that she was a girl who took her studies very seriously. After all, her academic performance consistently ranked within the top 10 of her grade. In addition to her beauty, she was indeed an academic prodigy. Xu Yan placed a photo beneath the pen holder. Then, he tore off a piece of draft paper and inscribed his name and class upon it. He blatantly ignored the inexplicable gazes from the other students in the elite class. As long as I do not feel embarrassed, I am invincible. This should mark the first intersection of their lives throughout 3 years of high school, were it not for Xu Miaotong's appearance. Xu Yan believed that, even upon graduation, he and Wen Ning would remain as strangers. It seemed improbable that they would attend the same university. Thus, no matter how one contemplated it, it seemed utterly impossible. How could Wen Ning possibly be my future wife? After completing all of this, he hastily departed. During the lunch break, it was precisely the time when the wandering specters of the academic affairs office would reappear. There was a risk of being marked. The afternoon classes unfolded as usual. Swiftly arriving at 5:30, Yen, want to shoot some hoops. Chen Hao approached, cradling a basketball. The boundless energy of adolescent boys must find an outlet. Thus, they could only launch it through basketball. No, thanks. Xu Yan continued to organize his incorrect answers without lifting his head. Dog brain, don't hinder your father from getting into a prestigious university. Stop studying. It's already over. Chen Hao rolled his eyes and tossed the basketball over. His academic performance was similar to Xu Yan's. After 2.5 years, they still oscillated around the threshold of undergraduate admission, merely average students. In these last 4 months, could they still soar? Prestigious universities. Such a niche term. Xu Yan caught the ball effortlessly. I've already decided to bring my talent to a prestigious university. But in truth, he was waiting for someone. A sense of uncertainty loomed within him. After all, he had no inkling of Wen Ning's reaction upon seeing that photograph. Just then, Chen Hao beside him suddenly fell silent. Instead, he took a step back, his gaze fixated on the entrance of the classroom. Oh, Xu Yan is here. A girl who was cleaning pointed. Look, the one sitting in the innermost part of the classroom is, Yan. Someone is looking for you. Xu Yan was well liked among his classmates, possessing a pleasant disposition. Thus, both boys and girls could converse with him easily. Xu Yan lifted his head. Standing at the classroom door was a girl clad in a blue and white school uniform. Her hair was tied up in a simple, high ponytail, her cheeks radiating purity and grace, and her legs were long and slender. However, contrasting this were her eyes, which possessed a captivating allure. The corners of her eyes were slightly upturned, tinged with a hint of blush, resembling those of a fox. Thus, while exuding innocence, she also bore a beauty that seemed to carry a touch of seduction. Chen Hao's gaze instantly shifted to his good friend, filled with disbelief. Not my bro. What on earth has he consumed today? Upon witnessing Wen Ning in the flesh, Xu Yan was struck with a definitive realization. If the photograph was genuine, then she was indeed the woman depicted within it. In her youth, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Xu Miaotong. Those eyes were virtually identical. Two pairs of fox-like eyes, one large and one small. It appeared to be Wen Ning's first time seeking out a boy in another class. She was somewhat unaccustomed to the attention of her peers, her expression tense and unnatural. Xu Yan, step outside for a moment. Her voice was clear, yet devoid of warmth, laced with an undercurrent of anger. I have something to discuss with you.
Su Yan, I believe we are not acquainted, are we? At the corner of the hallway, when Ning turned her head, she took a moment to steady her emotions, her chest slightly rising and falling. Is this prank truly amusing? It was only upon closer inspection of this campus belle that Su Yan once again marveled at her beauty. With a bare face and no adornments, merely clad in a pair of white canvas shoes, her allure remained undeniable. It was no wonder that people whispered about her being the epitome of ethereal beauty. Su Yan retorted, so, you perceive it as a prank, do you? What else could it be? When Ning furrowed her brow deeply, you've gone too far. She was stunningly beautiful, yet possessed a somewhat proud demeanor. It was not that no one had ever slipped her love letters before, yet it was the first time someone had presented her with a family portrait. Upon returning to class after lunch, when Ning immediately spotted the photo hidden beneath her books, in an instant, her gaze was captured by the woman in the picture. Though the woman's features and figure were more mature, her face radiated a gentle smile that Wen Ning had never possessed. Yet, an uncontrollable thought surged within her. This is me. It was a most peculiar sensation. Then, she found herself involuntarily scrutinizing the young girl in the photo, along with the man standing beside her. The man was a stranger to Wen Ning, yet he exuded an air of comfort, resembling a kindly uncle. But why did this exquisitely beautiful girl, akin to a porcelain doll, evoke such a sense of familiarity? Was the photo digitally manipulated? Although Wen Ning felt deep down that this was a particularly cruel joke, she could not tear her thoughts away from the photograph for the entire afternoon. She drifted through 4 classes in a daze, even being called upon by the teacher twice. Su Yan, this amounts to harassment, so please elucidate. Wen Ning's voice had taken on a somber tone, her lips pressed tightly together, her expression discontented. How did you come by this photograph? In her hand, she clutched the family portrait, awaiting an explanation. Well, when Ning's reaction was anticipated, Su Yan thought. After all, he had experienced a similar response upon first seeing the photo. Though you might find it hard to believe, Su Yan pointed to the girl in the picture. But this little girl calls me dad. When Ning pondered for a moment, unable to grasp the implication. You're in high school, how could you have a daughter this age? Adopted? No, he replied, she claims to be my biological child. She even said her mother's name is Wen Ning. Wen Ning's beautiful eyes widened slightly. This pure and innocent campus belle instinctively parted her lips, her expression bewildered, a glimmer of naive innocence gracing her face. Now, she was compelled to consider another possibility. Are you under immense pressure in your senior year? How long has this been going on? Anyone with a functioning mind wouldn't utter such nonsense. You're quite polite when... Su Yan replied helplessly. But I assure you, my mental state is perfectly sound. Wen Ning was left speechless. Moreover, it was even more astonishing that she felt Su Yan was not lying. Perhaps it was the clarity in his gaze, or perhaps the 3 individuals in the photograph that stirred her concern. Upon closer examination, the man in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Yan, though the current version of him appeared more youthful, his cheeks still holding a hint of boyish charm. No, this can't be. Wen Ning snapped back to reality, shaking her head vigorously. What kind of joke is this? Such a scenario sounds utterly ludicrous. I didn't believe it at first either, but this photo was given to me by Tong Tong. Su Yan spoke patiently. Once you meet that child, perhaps you will reconsider. That bond of blood cannot be feigned. I don't believe it. When Ning gradually regained her composure, her tone becoming once more rigid. A photograph cannot prove anything. Even if it is genuine, the girl might merely bear a slight resemblance to me. Could you wait for me at school for a moment? Su Yan also felt a bit of a headache. Just a moment, whether you believe it or not, meet her once. When Ning remained somewhat disoriented, Su Yan couldn't help but steal another glance at her. Normally, one's first reaction to such news would likely be anger, yet when Ning maintained her calm demeanor, the fact that this girl came to seek him out today was enough to demonstrate that upon seeing the photograph. She too began to care about something. Without further ado, Su Yen shouldered his backpack and departed the school. Wen Ning stood there, her expression vacant, her hand instinctively resting on the railing, her ponytail swaying gently in the breeze. That boy did not seem like an unusual person. Gaining admission to the 4th high school was sufficient proof of a commendable upbringing. He did not appear to be the type to entangle others with absurd lies. Yet, Su Yen's words on April Fool's Day could certainly be considered a rather clumsy jest. Approximately 20 minutes later, Su Yen returned, holding the hand of a delicate little girl, her lustrous black hair cascading down like a porcelain doll, adorably beautiful. Such a pairing in the school setting was hard to miss. At the first sight of Su Miaodong, Wen Ning found herself suddenly at a loss. She instinctively took 2 steps back, yet her gaze remained unwilling to part from the child. Why did she feel an overwhelming urge to embrace this little girl and shower her with affection? "Mommy!" Su Miaodong's eyes sparkled with delight. She opened her arms and leaped towards Wen Ning. Mommy hasn't hugged Tong Tong in ages. In truth, as her daughter, she felt closer to her father. After all, her father never scolded her, while her mother was usually gentle but occasionally stern. Yet, Tong Tong adored her mother just the same. Both Daddy and Mommy are Tong Tong's favorite people. I am not your mother." Wen Ning attempted to retreat, but was seized by the little girl wrapping her slender legs around her. The porcelain-white, cherubic face tilted up, radiating joy as she gazed at her. "Mommy, why do you look so beautiful today?" Wen Ning froze, instinctively wanting to push the little girl away, yet unable to do so. Su Miaodong continued with innocent curiosity. "Mommy, kiss me." Wen Ning was at a loss, casting a pleading glance towards Su Yen, only to find him standing at a distance, observing. Su Yen squinted, appraising the 2 beauties, one large and one small. Wen Ning was simply dressed and understated, while Su Miaodong resembled a little princess, exquisitely charming. Together, they painted a picture of ethereal purity. It was undeniable that Su Miaodong bore many of Wen Ning's features. She appeared to be the perfect amalgamation of Su Yen and Wen Ning, inheriting the finest traits from both. "Little one." Wen Ning crouched down to meet her luminous eyes. "I am not your mother. You are my mommy." Su Miaodong did not comprehend why suddenly both her father and mother were disavowing her. From a young age, she had never endured such indignities, and now she suddenly transformed into a weeping figure, tears cascading down her cheeks. Her face flushed a vibrant red. It was a sight that could melt anyone's heart. Wen Ning, caught off guard, felt her own heartstrings tugging painfully. In a fluster, she awkwardly reached out to help the little girl wipe her face, murmuring, "Do not cry, do not cry." At that moment, she finally comprehended the essence of Su Yan's words about experiencing a different feeling upon meeting the young girl. Why did I feel such joy and contentment when she called me mama? Half an hour later, Su Yen and Wen Ning found themselves seated in a cake shop. Su Yen ordered 2 glasses of lemonade and a mango milfai for the little girl. Tong Tong beamed with delight, sitting beside Su Yen, her short legs swinging back and forth. Even the little tuft of hair atop her head seemed to sway, resembling a tiny antenna. Observing from across the table, Wen Ning felt an overwhelming urge to smooth it down. The child was utterly adorable. A young waitress approached, setting the cake before them with a curious expression. "Are you siblings?" she inquired. "She bears a resemblance to both of you." Wen Ning replied, "Yes," as Su Yen smiled and nodded in affirmation. Su Miaodong savored the sweet cake, humming an unfamiliar nursery rhyme, her voice sweet and melodic. A smudge of cream adorned her face, enhancing her cuteness. To be honest, both Wen Ning and Su Yen found themselves utterly defenseless against the charm of this delightful child. Su Yen shifted his gaze. "May I call you Wen Ning directly?" Wen Ning, grasping her glass of lemonade, endeavored to compose herself. Yes, that would be fine. Truth be told, even now she struggled to accept it all. The notion of traversing through time was too extraordinary to fathom, and anyone would dismiss it as preposterous. Yet, when Tong Tong embraced her, the fluttering sensation in her heart was undeniable. "I believe this matter ought to be resolved promptly," Su Yen suggested, taking a sip of lemonade to clear his throat. "My proposal is to conduct a paternity test with Tong Tong. It is the simplest and swiftest means to ascertain whether this is merely a farce or an occurrence that transcends ordinary understanding." Wen Ning had no objections, her gaze unwavering from Tong Tong. Witnessing the little girl relish her cake with the satisfaction of a small hamster, Wen Ning felt her heart healed. So adorable, she thought. Wen Ning hesitated a moment. What if the results turn out to be true? Today marked the first day of her acquaintance with Su Yen. If it were yesterday, she could hardly fathom discussing paternity tests with a boy in a cake shop booth. Fortunately, Su Yen did not appear to be a peculiar individual. In fact, he seemed quite amiable. Thus, when Ning's tension gradually eased, allowing her to contemplate how to address the situation, perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding, she reassured herself internally. However, her intuition suggested that the likelihood of coincidence was slim. I do not know, Su Yen replied sincerely. 2 high school students were hardly equipped to raise a child, especially considering they were both in the crucial phase of preparing for college entrance examinations. Their eyes met, and then simultaneously turned to Tong Tong. Wen Ning noticed the cream smeared on Su Miaodong's face and instinctively pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth. The little girl tilted her head back, eagerly accepting her mother's attention. Only after performing this act did Wen Ning suddenly realize, I truly resembled a doting mother just now. Mama, the little girl innocently inquired. Please do not be angry with Daddy anymore. Shall we go home together? What? Wen Ning looked at Su Yen, somewhat bewildered. She assumed your reluctance to return home was due to a quarrel with me. Su Yen explained with a hint of exasperation. I did not know how to articulate it, so I simply acquiesced. All right then, Wen Ning accepted this explanation. She pondered for a moment, her fingers tightening slightly around her glass of lemonade. Regarding the cost of the test, Su Yen placed his phone on the table. It will amount to approximately 2,000. I believe we should share the expense. After all, this is not solely my issue. There are others seeking the truth as well. I apologize, but I might face some difficulties on my end. When Ning hesitated, her voice softening. My usual living expenses are not substantial. 1,000 yuan is not a trivial amount. Shall I front the cost for now? Su Yen considered. You can reimburse me when you are able. Lin Hui just gave me 1,000, and with my remaining 2,000 in living expenses, it should suffice. There's no need to feel embarrassed. If Tong Tong truly is my daughter, then Lin Hui would also be a grandmother. Spending on a granddaughter is perfectly acceptable. Is it not? Thank you. When Ning's voice carried a hint of shyness. I will repay you as soon as possible. However, her demeanor was rather reserved, unable to express any overtly soft or delicate sentiments. The weight of parenthood was daunting, and both felt the sudden pressure it imposed. Mother speaks quite oddly, Su Miaodong remarked, tilting her head. All the money at home is managed by Mama. Why does she suddenly need to give money to Daddy? It was at that moment that both Wen Ning and Su Yen realized a question they had overlooked, or perhaps deliberately avoided addressing. It was highly plausible that they could become spouses in the future. Su Yen found his words lodged in his throat. Wen Ning turned her head, uncertain how to respond to the little girl, her ears tinged with a barely perceptible flush. The sense of reality felt fragile. She and Su Yen had no prior connection in high school. Why would they consider marriage in the future? Su Yen gazed at the pure and innocent beauty of Wen Ning, reminiscent of a delicate flower, and found it hard to envision such a scenario. Tong Tong. Do you know why Mommy and Daddy are together? Su Yen asked. Was it due to an arranged marriage or something else? Su Miaodong appeared puzzled, her little brows furrowing as she pondered. Tong Tong does not understand. Sometimes Mommy and Daddy argue about who liked whom first. That is not an arranged marriage, but rather a journey from love to the halls of matrimony. Moreover, was this truly an argument? It felt more like a display of affection before the child. When Ning felt a shiver run down her spine, struggling to envisage such a day for herself, one where she would smile with the warmth and happiness of the woman in the photographs. I must return home first. She glanced at the time, seeking an excuse to leave. Cannot be late getting home. I still need some time to digest today's events. Please inform me immediately once the results are available. When Ning took out her phone, let me add you on WeChat. We can communicate directly regarding any matters. In comparison to Su Miaodong, she found it even more challenging to accept the presence of the young man before her. May I have a strand of your hair? They exchanged WeChat details, completing the necessary notes. Afterward, when Ning prepared to leave, her gaze falling once more on Su Miaodong's face. Is Mommy not coming home with us? Su Miaodong's expression dimmed, her cake suddenly losing its appeal, and she looked on the verge of tears. Does Mommy no longer like Tong Tong? How could that be? Su Yan's tone was gentle. Mama has important matters to attend to. Tong Tong must be understanding. When Ning halted her steps momentarily, then, clutching her backpack, fled in silence, leaving the scene in disarray. Standing at a height of 168 centimeters, she was considered tall among her peers, her long and slender legs igniting boundless imagination. If the one Ning captured in photographs resembled a splendidly blooming begonia, mature and full of charm, then the one school beauty before us appeared like a bud poised to blossom, pure and untainted. Observing her retreating figure, Su Yan sensed a hint of panic within her. Yet only Wen Ning understood that, as a woman, her feelings would undoubtedly be more intense than his. Even without the results of the paternity test, the moment she laid eyes on Tong Tong, she was convinced that this must be her daughter. However, this revelation brought forth an unsettling dilemma. Her future husband was also at the same school. Such a situation, upon reflection, felt exceedingly strange. The expedited results of the paternity test arrived swiftly. Around 9 o'clock that evening, Su Yan received 2 report forms via WeChat. The professional testing agency indicated that the probability of Su Miaodong's paternity relationship with them reached an astounding 99. In other words, Su Miaodong was indeed their daughter, with no room for doubt. When Su Yan's message pinged on Wen Ning's phone, she was hunched over her desk, diligently working on her homework. Fresh from a shower, her hair remained damp, cascading loosely without a ponytail, exuding the delightful scent of shampoo. The cascade of hair that adorned Tong Tong was a flawless inheritance from her mother. At last, Wen Ning resigned herself to the truth, accepting the fact that her daughter had traversed time from the future. Yet unexpectedly, her heart remained devoid of tumult. Perhaps, upon seeing Tong Tong, she had already confirmed the reality of the situation. Su Yan sent another message. What should we do? You are Tong Tong's father, and you are asking me? Are you going to be an irresponsible scoundrel? Stop talking nonsense. Wen Ning felt a headache coming on as she stared blankly at the empty pages of her exam paper. She had written not a single word throughout the night, her mind consumed with thoughts of that adorably mischievous little girl and the seemingly pristine Su Yan. What were they doing at that moment? With this thought, Wen Ning resolutely slapped her cheeks and rose from her room. In the living room, her father, Wen Qiming, lounged on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. Wen Ning hesitated at her doorway for a considerable time before finally speaking. Dad. Xiao Ning, what's the matter? Wen Qiming glanced away from the screen, lowering the volume slightly. Is there something you need? Dad, could you possibly give me a bit more pocket money? Wen Ning pursed her lips. 1,000 yuan. Before Wen Qiming could respond, another woman's voice resonated from the kitchen. What do you need that much money for? The authoritative voice of her stepmother pierced through, causing Wen Ning to feel a throbbing pain at her temples. You come home to eat every day and don't even live outside. Where do you plan to spend 1,000 yuan? Are you buying clothes or something else? Qiming, you must not give it to her. She is at the most crucial stage of high school and should focus on her studies. Wen Ning was at a loss for words, remaining silent as she stubbornly stood her ground, head bowed. The seemingly caring remarks felt exceedingly harsh. Xiao Ning, don't listen to your mother's nonsense. Return to your room for a moment, Wen Qiming urged in a low voice. Dad will get it for you shortly. Not wishing to linger in the living room, Wen Ning cast her eyes downward and retreated to her room. She stared blankly at her exam paper, unable to pen a single word. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wen Qiming knocked on her door, holding a stack of cash. Dad. Wen Ning quickly stood up. I'm sorry, it's all right. If the money isn't sufficient, you must tell your father. Wen Qiming smiled. Xiao Ning is growing up now. If you see a beautiful dress or something, feel free to buy it. Wen Ning was at a loss for words, merely nodding silently as she accepted the money. How have your grades been at school lately? I placed 6th in the last exam. You have always been your father's pride. Wen Qiming beamed with joy, intending to inquire further when suddenly, her half-sister's voice echoed from the next room. Dad. Mom. Where did you put the doll I bought with my friends yesterday? It should be in the cabinet. I believe. Wen Qiming hurriedly exited. Just look for it yourself. Humph. Dad. Hurry and help me find it. I want to cuddle it to sleep tonight. All right, I'll get it for you. From next door, the sounds of her half-sister's coaxing and her father's exasperated yet indulgent responses reached Wen Ning's ears. She squeezed the stack of money in her hand, lowering her long lashes. The words thank you, Dad lingered on her lips, unuttered. In her youth, her father had spoken to her in such a warm tone. At that time, Wen Ning was the little princess of the one family, showered with affection, basking in a blissful household. Yet ever since her mother passed away and her father took a new wife, introducing a half-sister into the family, everything had changed. They favored that half-sister, still in middle school, far more. Her father remained kind, yet his love for her was no longer as all-encompassing as it once was. As for her stepmother and half-sister, Wen Ning preferred not to dwell on them. The household finances were managed by her stepmother, and her half-sister's living expenses likely exceeded her own by more than double. Being the stepmother's biological child, it was only natural for her to show favoritism. Yet sometimes, A twinge of regret would wash over her. It seemed that since her mother's departure, she could no longer indulge in the same carefree affection with her parents that her half-sister did. Wen Ning carefully placed the 1,000 yuan in her backpack and picked up her phone to message Su Yan. "What are you all doing right now?" There was no immediate response, likely because he was busy. Not wishing to wait idly, she grasped her pen and began to work on her problems. Her academic performance was exemplary, and many times she had received beautifully impressive report cards or competition awards, bringing joy to her father and stepmother, who felt a sense of pride. Whenever her stepmother attended her parent-teacher conferences, she wore a smile. However, once the initial excitement faded, nothing changed. The whole family continued to revolve around the half-sister. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Yan finally replied. "We're at the mall. She only has one outfit right now. This little girl loves rabbits and insisted on buying one." He even included a photo. When Ning opened it to find Su Miaodong in the mall's center, clad in a white rabbit-themed pajama set. The pajamas featured a fluffy hood, and when worn, 2 floppy rabbit ears dangled from the top. The little girl beamed with joy, her long lashes framing her sparkling eyes, resembling a playful little sprite. Holding her phone, when Ning felt the faint shadows in her heart dissipate considerably, her spirits lifted to a degree that the image could easily serve as a wallpaper for her lock screen. Ding! Su Yan sent a brief voice message. Su Miaodong's sweet voice emanated from the phone. "Mommy, I'm a bunny now. Isn't it adorable?" When Ning listened again. "Mommy, so Tong Tong truly is my future daughter." When Ning has always preferred to conceal her emotions rather than display them on her visage, keeping them tucked away within her heart. Yet, unbeknownst to herself, a rare softness glimmers in her eyes at this moment. She purses her delicate crimson lips and lowers her head to type a response. "Yes, incredibly adorable. Daddy, Mommy praised my cuteness. Indeed, Tong Tong is truly charming." Su Yan returns home with the little girl in tow. Observing the numerous bags in his hands and glancing at his bank balance, he notes the remaining amount of 4,992 yuan. To be frank, Tong Tong is indeed well-behaved and delightful, but she possesses one flaw. Having been raised in an exceptionally privileged environment, she is a genuine little princess. Upon encountering beautiful items that catch her fancy, such as clothes or dolls, she tugs at her father's hand, playfully coaxing him to purchase them. It is often said that daughters tend to be closer to their fathers. Once she begins to sweetly dote on Su Yan, he finds himself yearning to buy out the entire mall for her. "Tong Tong, how large is the place where you usually live?" Su Yan casually inquires while hanging his coat on the rack. "Is it bigger than here?" Su Miaodong is still fiddling with the 2 rabbit ears atop her head. The fluffy appendages bounce in rhythm with her movements. Here, she assesses her surroundings is probably about the same size as the bathroom at home. Well, Su Yan now feels certain. His future career will undoubtedly be remarkably successful, and he will be the quintessential doting father, the kind who would reach for the stars and the moon to please his daughter. Yet here he is, merely a financially strapped high school student, struggling even to compare prices for toilet paper during a trip to the supermarket. Wen Ning, on her end, does not appear to be the epitome of a wealthy second-generation heiress either. This predicament is troubling. How much does it truly cost to raise a child? Although Lin Hui has never deprived her son of material comforts, she often jokingly refers to him as a golden goose. Living expenses, tuition fees, and various extracurricular classes. Ultimately, with his current high school student's means, he cannot shoulder such burdens. The thought of his bank balance leaves Su Yan feeling quite distressed. Where is the system? Since the daughter has traversed through time, shouldn't there be a doting father system or a Tong Tong wishes her father to become a dragon system? Su Yan lowers his gaze and meets Su Miaodong's bright, sparkling eyes. The little girl squeezes her rabbit ears, tilting her head to reveal an adorably silly smile to her father. "All right then. Even with nothing, I'll find a way to support you. After all, you are my future daughter." Tong Tong goes to brush her teeth and wash her face before bed. Su Yan takes a small stool, retrieves a children's toothbrush from the bag, and applies toothpaste. Su Miaodong stands on the stool, scrunching her little nose as she leans in to sniff. "Strawberry flavor. Yes, I specifically bought that for you. Daddy is the best." Su Miaodong brushes her teeth while gurgling. "Tonight, I want to sleep with Daddy." In her early years, she would sleep between her parents, her mother on one side, her father on the other, able to snuggle into either's embrace at will. However, upon entering elementary school, she acquired her own room, decorated in pink, spacious and beautiful, with a bed so soft that she could bounce on it. Yet, her mother forbade her from sleeping with her parents any longer. Su Yan originally intended to decline, but upon witnessing the hopeful glimmer in his daughter's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to do so. Don't steal the blankets from Daddy. Su Yen was surprised to find himself referring to himself as Daddy so naturally. Yay! Su Miaodong nearly jumps with joy. Su Yen wrings out a warm towel, and Su Miaodong obediently leans in, rolling her soft cheek against the towel in her father's hand. Tong Tong wants to sleep inside. She jumps onto the bed, burying her face in the covers. It smells like Daddy. It is evident how excited she is to share a bed with her father. Su Yen takes a moment to wash his hair quickly, standing at the doorway drying his hair while watching Tong Tong roll around with her pillow. Tong Tong, you are truly adorable. Just then, his phone rings, displaying an unfamiliar number. A low voice on the other end speaks. Su Yen? Yes, it's me. Su Yen, slightly anxious about his daughter, reminds her. Tong Tong, be careful. Don't fall. The voice on the other end pauses. Have the two of you returned home? Yes, Su Yen replies. I wasn't sure how to buy clothes for a little girl, so I only picked out a set of pajamas. When you have the chance, please take her to the mall. He feels that such matters ought to be handled by the child's mother. Tong Tong seems particularly fond of toys and clothing adorned with rabbit patterns, unable to resist when she spots them. He wonders whom she inherited this from. Alright, let us find some time over the weekend. Wen Ning's voice seems somewhat awkward. I'm not really in a position to, so, well, I live alone. It's perfectly fine for Tong Tong to stay with me. Su Yen pauses, but Tong Tong appeared very happy to see you. Wen Ning is well aware of this fact. In the brief time they have spent together, her mind has been completely occupied by the adorable little bundle that is Tong Tong. Whenever she closes her eyes, it is Tong Tong's smile that fills her thoughts. Wen Ning takes a deep breath. Su Yen, let us arrange a time to meet tomorrow. Her voice is notably subdued, tinged with an unmistakable awkwardness and embarrassment, as if she were a thief. Su Yen can almost envision her cautiously glancing around while holding her phone, although he wonders why she is being so cautious. Perhaps it is because, for the first time in her life, she is meeting a boy, and the reason is absurdly centered around discussing matters concerning their daughter. Let us find a secluded place. I understand. Su Yen casually remarks while drying his hair. Our aloof when school beauty has never had any rumors. Wen Ning falls silent. His words seem to cast a shadow over her mood, causing her to emit a low hum of discontent. I was just joking. Su Yen chuckles. Whenever you have time, just reach out to me. Alright then, goodbye. Aren't you going to talk to Tong Tong? Upon hearing her father's words, Su Miaodong's eyes visibly brighten as she chirps. Is it Mommy? Tong Tong wants to say goodnight to Mommy. The sound on the other end noticeably falters. Then comes a small ah, resembling the sound of a cup tumbling off the table. Su Yen can even hear Wen Ning's slightly hurried and disordered breathing. Forget it. Though Wen Ning strives to maintain her composure, the tremor in her voice betrays her. It is as if she hastily hangs up the phone, fleeing from the situation. On the other side, after putting down the phone, Wen Ning quickly rises to wipe the water stains off the table with a tissue. Her chest rises and falls rapidly, a vivid pink hue creeping up her neck, swiftly claiming her translucent earlobes and porcelain-white cheeks. Her mind echoes with Tong Tong's earlier words. I want to say goodnight to Mommy. I'm only in my 3rd year of high school. The prospect of a future husband and a darling daughter feels utterly bizarre. Upon awakening in the morning, Su Yen felt a small presence nestled against him. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Su Miaodong, sweetly slumbering upon her father's chest, her lips adorned with glistening drool. Her cheeks, already slightly chubby, were squished flat. Su Yen closed his eyes, savoring the tranquil ambience for a moment before gently lifting her off him, striving to rise and wash up without disturbing her slumber. Subsequently, he descended to procure breakfast. Upon his return, Su Miaodong had already awakened, appearing still partially ensconced in the realm of dreams, drowsily kneeling on the bed. Her silky black hair appeared somewhat disheveled, with an adorably errant tuft sticking out. Daddy, she pouted, her expression a mixture of annoyance. Kiss Tong Tong. Su Yen placed the breakfast on the table, remarking, Tong Tong is a big girl now. She cannot cling to Daddy like this. Humph. Su Miaodong seemed quite displeased, vigorously tugging at the rabbit ears atop her head. I hate Daddy. Su Yen was taken aback, pondering what he had done to provoke such ire. This was the first occasion he had heard Tong Tong declare her disdain for him. Could it be that she was experiencing a bout of morning grumpiness? Come and have breakfast. As she sat beside the table, Su Miaodong still wore a fuming expression. Su Yen regarded her with amusement. Does Tong Tong dislike Daddy now? Morning irritability is hardly a commendable trait. The members of the Su family do not possess such habits. I wonder whom she inherited it from? Humph. Su Miaodong pouted again. After breakfast, she gradually returned to her usual self, transforming from a huffy little pufferfish back into the soft, adorable bundle she typically was. However, Su Yen had to prepare for school. With a hint of grievance, she said, "Daddy, Tong Tong is so bored at home all alone. At her age, children are typically lively and energetic, and she had many friends in elementary school. Can Tong Tong endure for a couple of days?" Su Yen laced his shoes and knelt to ruffle her hair. "You will soon make new friends. Daddy will be back by noon, and if you feel hungry, there are strawberries in the fridge and snacks on the coffee table." Su Miaodong was quite understanding. She spread her arms and planted a kiss on her father's cheek. "Tong Tong will be good at home. Daddy, you must hurry and bring mommy back." The little girl's soft, warm lips inexplicably filled Su Yen with a sense of reassurance. He embraced his daughter before stepping out of the house. Indeed, it was not ideal for her to remain alone at home. Figuring out how to get Tong Tong to school was of utmost importance. During morning study, Su Yen felt somewhat lethargic, stifling yawns repeatedly. His thoughts were consumed with his daughter at home. The sudden presence of a daughter waiting for his return was a peculiar sensation. "Yanzi, explain yourself." During the break, Chun Hao approached, his expression stern as he interrogated his good friend. His eyes were filled with the bitterness of betrayal, reminiscent of a scorned partner demanding clarity. Su Yen glanced at him. "What is there to explain?" Chun Hao, hands on his hips, questioned the unfaithful man. "What is your relationship with the school beauty?" "One? You abandoned me yesterday." "Nothing of significance," Su Yen replied, flipping through his math test paper. "We have a daughter." Chun Hao was taken aback. "I was merely joking. I'm the class representative for life skills, and Wen Ning is the math representative for the advanced class. It was just a matter concerning the teacher." Su Yen casually remarked, "She is the school beauty. Why would she ever take notice of me?" "Do not overthink it." This satisfied Chun Hao, though he was uncertain about the connection between the life skills representative and the math representative. However, it was widely acknowledged that while good friends could endure hardships together, they should not be seen driving luxury vehicles. "Why wouldn't she find you appealing?" A girl seated next to Su Yen chimed in without lifting her head. Her name was Li Yuyu, with short hair and a petite frame, possessing a forthright personality, making her a good friend of both Su Yen and Chun Hao. "Who?" Chun Hao scoffed. "You're referring to Yanzi?" They had been classmates since elementary school, continuing through middle and high school together, thus forming a bond akin to childhood friends. "Didn't you notice?" Li Yu pondered. "Yanzi has the potential to be a pretty boy if he dressed up a bit. I reckon he would appeal to women 50 years his senior." Su Yen was a quintessential teenage boy, not one to dress with intention. His long hair partially obscured his brows, and he wore a large pair of black-framed glasses, giving an impression of concealing his good looks. Coupled with his low-key demeanor, he had never garnered much attention in class. Yet beneath it all, his appearance was quite remarkable, neither dazzling nor unremarkable, firmly within the realm of human aesthetic excellence. Furthermore, his complexion was fair, enviable enough to draw admiration from girls. "When did you go blind?" Chun Hao replied, visibly distressed. "You're not harboring feelings for Yanzi, are you? If you say my best friend is ugly, I'll have to retaliate against your parents. But if you claim he is handsome, then I'll have to attack you even more fiercely. Go play elsewhere." Li Yuyu frowned. "What I meant to say is, Haozi, you are the ugliest." "What did you say?" Chun Hao's eyes widened. "4 eyes. Repeat that." Su Yen remained calm, sipping water while watching the two exchange barbs about each other's appearances. Under the immense pressure of the upcoming college entrance examination, they indeed required some means to ease their taut nerves. The first class was mathematics, with their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu, distributing the previous day's test papers. As it was merely a routine quiz, it was graded out of 100. This time, the questions proved to be quite challenging, and Su Yen scored only 80. "Eyeglass girl, what did you score?" Chun Hao casually tossed his paper aside and leaned over to peek at his best friend's score. Li Yuyu, however, coldly pressed her test paper beneath her book. "Get lost. What are you looking at?" Among the three, Su Yen and Chun Hao came from similar, respectable families but were not affluent. Thus, the college entrance exam was one of the most significant milestones in their lives. In contrast, Li Yuyu's situation was different. She had to contemplate whether the entrance examination was her sole opportunity in life. Should she fail, she would have to return home to inherit the family business, making a leap from the starting point of life directly to its conclusion. Indeed, she was a little rich girl, a true little rich girl. Li Yuyu's father owned a chain of restaurants, boasting over a dozen establishments that thrived with success. During the Lunar New Year, the The Su family often hosted their celebrations at Li Yuyu's restaurants. However, this girl was a studious zealot, akin to someone practicing an ancient martial art. Nearly every time Su Yan encountered her, she was engrossed in a book. Even during lunch queues, she could be seen memorizing vocabulary. Su Yan thought that students in advanced classes were not even half as diligent as she was. It was as if she were slightly obsessed with her studies. Li Yuyu had claimed that she studied for 12 hours a day, nearly wishing to stretch a minute into 2. Her level of dedication was unparalleled in their school. Chun Hao glanced over and noted that Li Yuyu had scored 72. He fell silent. The questions had indeed been difficult. What did you score? Li Yuyu wore an expression of discontent. Haven't you been studying lately? I saw you at the internet cafe yesterday, playing League of Legends. Lao Wu has been schooling you every day. Did you fail? Chun Hao was the quintessential student, possessing a sharp intellect yet lacking the desire to study. Well, I haven't really studied much recently. I've slipped back. Chun Hao quietly picked up his test paper, revealing a glaringly red score of 75. Li Yuyu glanced at the posters of basketball stars plastered on his desk, then compared them to the densely packed exercises from Workbook 5 on her own. It's fine. Chun Hao reassured, you've worked hard enough. Li Yuyu, agitated, retorted, who are you calling a fool? She was on the verge of flipping the table. Damn, I study for 12 hours a day, yet I can't surpass someone like Chun Hao, who never touches a book outside of class. What the hell? During lunch, Wen Ning sent him a message, inquiring about where to meet. Su Yan pondered for a moment and decided to rendezvous at the entrance of the small shop at the end of the alley behind the school. There were fewer people there. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Wen Ning finally arrived. She maintained her usual appearance. A simple, neat ponytail, clad in a blue and white school uniform, her feet adorned with freshly cleaned white canvas shoes. Yet, the most striking feature remained her slightly upturned fox-like eyes. The contrast between her innocent visage and those eyes was so pronounced that even Su Yan found it hard to tear his gaze away. In his recollection, this school beauty had always presented herself in such an immaculate manner, reminiscent of a pristine white flower. Nevertheless, even with this simplicity, she firmly held the title of the most coveted dream girl among the boys at the 4th high school. The allure was undeniable, rendering her impervious to criticism. Su Yan handed her a bottle of mineral water. Do you have morning grumpiness? Wen Ning looked momentarily taken aback, her expression gradually changing. After a significant pause, she hesitantly replied, how did you know? Her morning grumpiness was rather severe. It was the type that made her irritable enough to kick passing dogs, as if a mere button could annihilate the world. Thus, each morning, she rose early to avoid provoking her stepmother and stepsister. But this was her greatest secret, one even her father was oblivious to. That must be inherited from you, Su Yan confirmed. When Tong Tong is angry with me in the morning, I hardly dare to utter a word. Wen Ning was momentarily speechless. Su Yan mused that Tong Tong's father must endure a rather miserable existence each morning. In terms of familial standing, of course, that referred to his future self. Su Yan contemplated, adopting the most polite tone. This habit isn't particularly healthy. Wen Ning's demeanor turned a bit sour, her lips forming a straight line. It's innate. I can't change it. If you don't like it, why would you marry me? You deserve to endure my morning grumpiness. Perhaps, more than Tong Tong, it was Su Yan before her that Wen Ning found difficult to adapt to. After all, the blood bond with Tong Tong was undeniable. However, between her and Su Yan, there was none of the shared experiences that would normally accompany a journey from romance to matrimony. No cherished moments that would alleviate the burdens of love. In fact, this was merely the second day of their acquaintance. The thought of marrying this boy felt exceedingly strange to Wen Ning. She was uncertain of how to comport herself in his presence. I need to return home for a bit. I'm worried about Tong Tong being alone, Su Yan inquired. It's not far. Would you like to come? Wen Ning hesitated. Is it appropriate to visit his home on our second meeting? Surprisingly, while she felt a bit awkward, there was an unexpected lack of resistance. Perhaps it was because of the adorable and well-behaved Tong Tong, or perhaps Wen Ning understood her own temperament. If she did not genuinely fall in love with Su Yan, she would never consider marrying him. All right. Wen Ning finally accepted the bottle of water. Come back early. I still have exercises left to complete. Su Yan nodded. Sure, let's take the bus. At this moment, the bus was not particularly crowded, or perhaps it was simply that in this era, fewer people chose to ride public transport. They made their way to the back row of the bus, and Wen Ning, after a moment of shyness, chose to sit beside him. Both began simultaneously. Su Yan closed his mouth, gesturing with his eyes for her to speak first. After I get back, I've contemplated many matters concerning Tong Tong. Wen Ning retrieved a notebook from her backpack, its pages meticulously filled with various notes, her handwriting both neat and elegant. A true scholar, she managed to organize everything with precision, starkly contrasting with the chaotic scrawl that adorned Su Yan's notebook. Wen Ning took a deep breath, pointing with her pen to the first item on her list. Firstly, it is crucial that you keep a record of all the money spent on Tong Tong. Her expression was earnest. Half of this amount will need to be shouldered by me. Though my usual living expenses are modest, I will definitely repay you. Su Yan was taken aback. He hesitated. Are you genuinely considering these matters? Wen Ning looked puzzled. Wasn't the identification result conclusive? That's not what I meant, Su Yan clarified. Shouldn't a typical person transition from surprise to disbelief, followed by avoidance? Yet, you seem to accept the reality of being Tong Tong's mother rather swiftly.
Wen Ning paused.
Since Tong Tong is indeed my daughter. After a moment, she turned her head, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. To evade such a reality would be rather excessive. Then according to your reasoning, Su Yan mused, you needn't reimburse me. As Tong Tong's father, it is only natural for me to earn a living for my wife and child. Don't spout nonsense. Wen Ning shot him a fierce glare. Who is your wife? Yet, her ears betrayed her, slightly reddening. A physiological response she could not control. Su Yan chuckled awkwardly. Please, continue. I can't possibly discuss living with my family with her. Wen Ning's tone softened, so Tong Tong will likely have to stay with you, and I may not be able to move out until college. It seemed that regarding Tong Tong, there was little she could assist with. After much contemplation, all the matters she found burdensome ultimately depended on Su Yan. Well, that's not a significant issue, Su Yan nodded. However, Tong Tong is eager to see you. Try to spend time with her daily. Though this school beauty appeared aloof and innocent, Su Yan sensed a complexity beneath her surface, far more intricate than her exterior suggested. Wen Ning bit her lip, taking a long moment before slowly nodding. And then there's Tong Tong's identity. Wen Ning finally articulated the pivotal concern. In order to integrate into society and grow up like an ordinary girl, to attend school, she requires an identity. This dilemma was also the source of Su Yan's greatest frustration, an arduous challenge to resolve. In this society, the mere existence of an additional little girl would scarcely garner attention. Yet, nurturing her properly and healthily was no simple feat presently. Tong Tong had nothing. Su Yan closed his eyes, rubbing his forehead while contemplating. Wen Ning refrained from interrupting, her gaze lowered to the notebook in her hands. Her long fingers absent-mindedly twirled the pen, a myriad of chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. She had never delved into the realm of science fiction, and her understanding of time remained at its most rudimentary level. According to the natural progression of life, she would one day marry Su Yan and subsequently give birth to Tong Tong. But what of the present? Tong Tong had returned from the future, and Su Yan and she had already formed an acquaintance. Had their life trajectories been irrevocably altered? Would they still wed in the future and welcome Tong Tong into the world? Would that not result in two Tong Tongs? Wen Ning found herself engulfed in a tumult of confusion. After an indeterminate span of time, Su Yan finally opened his eyes. I shall find a solution to this matter. Wen Ning, snapping back to reality, appeared somewhat dazed. What? Regarding Tong Tong's identity, Su Yan asserted with unwavering conviction, I will devise a plan. Could a mere high school student truly conceive of a viable solution? Wen Ning instinctively licked her lips. Will it be troublesome? Su Yan shook his head. Just a little. In any case, I will handle it. You need not concern yourself overly. Wen Ning's relationship with her family was strained, making it implausible for her to disclose Tong Tong's situation to her father. Compared to Su Yan, she felt utterly inadequate as Tong Tong's mother. A sense of melancholy washed over Wen Ning as she retrieved 1,000 yuan from her bag. Here is the money for the identification. Su Yan did not hesitate to accept it. He had to care for Tong Tong, and the pressures of earning money weighed heavily upon him. At last, the bus reached their stop, and the two of them made their way towards the rented apartment. When Su Yan opened the door, a sprightly little girl dashed out from within. Upon catching sight of the charming Wen Ning standing behind, her eyes sparkled with delight. Mama! Su Miaodong exclaimed, leaping into her embrace. Welcome home! Wen Ning's expression turned somewhat unnatural, yet she could not resist squatting down to embrace her. Su Miaodong tiptoed to peck her mother on the right cheek, then scampered over to her father to repeat the gesture. Watching Su Yan search for her slippers, Wen Ning suddenly felt an odd thought bubble up within her. How reminiscent of a married couple they seemed. Su Yan's home was far tidier than Wen Ning had anticipated. It lacked the untidiness typical of a bachelor and was instead meticulously organized. Two potted plants on the windowsill swayed gently in the sunlight. Sensing this, Wen Ning felt a wave of comfort wash over her. What had Tong Tong been up to at home this morning? She evaded her daughter's bright gaze and inquired in the gentlest tone possible. Watching television. Su Miaodong clung to her mother, her voice sweet and childish. Then I waited for Mama and Papa to come home. Su Yan washed his hands in the kitchen and glanced at the television, where the classic Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf was airing. He knew not what future animations would be like. But as long as Tong Tong found it entertaining, that sufficed. He chuckled. Tong Tong, do you know how Pleasant Goat ends? Su Miaodong's eyes widened with curiosity. What? What happens? He gets eaten by Big Big Wolf. Su Miaodong stared blankly for a long moment. After a while, her lips quivered downwards, on the verge of tears. Don't say that. Wen Ning's heart ached at the sight of her daughter about to cry. She shot Su Yan a glare and quickly embraced Tong Tong. He's just teasing you. In the end, Pleasant Goat drives Big Big Wolf away. Really? Su Miaodong's face brightened again, and she made a silly face at Su Yan. Naughty daddy, go away. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. Wasn't this interaction with their daughter rather delightful? By the time Su Yan emerged from the kitchen once more, the mother and daughter duo had settled onto the sofa. Su Miaodong was an adept little charmer. After days of not being close to her mother, she clung to Wen Ning, unwilling to part. Wen Ning appeared somewhat stiff, encircling Tong Tong with her arms to prevent her from falling, her back straight as an arrow. It was evident that she was not entirely comfortable with such intimate contact, yet it was clear she did not reject it either. You can stay and watch a bit more television with her, Su Yan said, placing a bowl of strawberries before the two of them. Have some fruit first. Thank you. Wen Ning plucked the leaves from the strawberries and handed one to Tong Tong. Mama, Mama. Su Miaodong's cheeks were flushed, looking utterly adorable. Tong Tong slept with Daddy yesterday. Clearly, the innocent child was easy to influence. She had already forgotten about Su Yan's earlier jest regarding Pleasant Goat. Perhaps influenced by her joy, Wen Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Is Tong Tong that happy? Super happy. Su Miaodong blinked her big eyes. Mama never let me sleep with Daddy before. Wen Ning was also curious about her future self. Is that so? Does this mean I might be quite a strict mother? Yes. Mama is so stingy. Su Miaodong protested. Mama always fights with Tong Tong for Daddy. From the kitchen, Su Yan casually chimed in. Then doesn't Tong Tong get angry with Mama? I do. Su Miaodong replied innocently. Then Mama asks Daddy, if I and Tong Tong fell into the water, who would you save first? Su Yan paused momentarily, and then, an ominous premonition crept over him. The question itself bore no significance. For the one posing it had already determined that, regardless of the answer, your life was forfeit. Then Daddy gets punished by Mama to kneel on the board. Su Miaodong extended her hands, gesturing a size. Just this big, the board used for washing clothes. Su Yan abruptly turned his head towards the sofa, casting a subtly wary glance at Wen Ning. He was, after all, somewhat of a traditionalist. Unlike the submissive old Su, he often found himself vying for dominance within the household against his formidable mother, Lin Hui, though he typically lost out to her, especially when she wielded the ultimatum of whether or not to provide living expenses for their child the following month. This spirit of resistance ensured that Su Yan would never be subservient. Afraid of his wife, would he tolerate such indignities? Hiss, this woman. Wen Ning interjected. Tong Tong, you are merely spouting nonsense. While there exists a saying that a daughter is her father's little sweetheart, she refused to believe that her future self would harbor jealousy towards her daughter. Nor did she think she would compel Su Yan to kneel on the board. What do you think I am? Wen Ning maintained a stern expression. Now you know what kind of person I am, right? Su Yan nodded cautiously. I understand. Wen Ning felt that Su Yan's gaze held an air of trepidation, as if facing a formidable adversary. This inexplicable look irked her. What did it mean? Did he think she was the type to make her husband kneel at the slightest provocation? Su Yan ceased conversing with the mother and daughter duo and returned to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Wen Ning accompanied Tong Tong for a while longer, watching television, observing the little girl's bright eyes, as if she were about to be whisked away to Goat Village. She refrained from interrupting Tong Tong, quietly rising to see what was happening in the kitchen. After all, she was technically a guest and moreover Tong Tong's mother. Remaining seated without offering assistance did not sit well with her. Su Yan glanced back at her but said nothing further. He was at the sink, dealing with the shrimp he had bought that morning. Tong Tong had expressed a desire for shrimp. Let me help. Wen Ning delicately tucked her hair behind her ear. Su Yan, without lifting his head, replied, No need, you should spend more time with Tong Tong. Wen Ning felt rather embarrassed. Su Yan, Have you ever handled fresh ingredients before? From his actions, it was evident that he must have spent some time in the kitchen, as the scent of cooking oil lingered in the air. Yet, his culinary skills seemed to be limited to a mere bronze level, perhaps capable of boiling noodles and making fried rice at best. It was almost too painful to watch. Su Yen paused momentarily, organizing his thoughts. I know that putting shrimp into the pot will result in cooked shrimp. And before they are cooked, the shrimp are alive. Wasn't that all rather obvious?
Wen Ning sighed.
Before Su Yen could respond, she effortlessly grabbed the SpongeBob apron hanging on a nearby hook and tied it around her waist. With practiced ease, she untied her ponytail, curling her hair around her wrist. Then, using a rubber band, she fashioned it into a bun at the back of her head, revealing her swan-like neck. Paired with her pure and charming visage, she epitomized the ideal of a devoted wife and mother. We need to hurry. We have to return to school soon. Su Yen felt as though she had cast a slight, disdainful glance his way. All right, Wen Ning, what do you take this place for? This is my home. Wen Ning shot him a knowing look and began to prepare the raw shrimp. Go sit outside and keep Tong Tong company. Indeed, what Tong Tong had said was accurate. Su Yen, having been shooed away, fell into contemplation. Regardless of whether Wen Ning and he would eventually end up together in this lifetime, it seemed that the dynamics of family status were already beginning to reveal themselves. Wen Ning understood his thoughts, which left her feeling somewhat vexed. Well, you better be careful in this lifetime. Don't let me catch you again. She maintained a stern expression, her lips pressed together, her tone frosty. Otherwise, I'll make you kneel. Wen Ning worked quickly. After deveining the shrimp and placing them in the steamer, she took the time to stir-fry a plate of tomato and eggs, garlic stir-fried meat, and then simply made a seaweed and shrimp soup. Due to her upbringing, she was not the pampered girl who knew nothing of domestic chores. Such tasks came effortlessly to her, akin to returning home. Tong Tong, it's time for dinner. Mommy. Su Miaodong peeked over the edge of the table, her half-exposed head sparkling with delight. Seeing her daughter's bright, twinkling eyes filled Wen Ning with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Su Yen took a bite and offered a rather insincere evaluation. It's nothing special. About the same as what I make. Wen Ning, uninterested in his comment, focused on serving Tong Tong. Mom, I want to eat that. All right, Tong Tong, but eat slowly. Perhaps even Wen Ning herself was unaware that when she looked at Tong Tong, a soft expression would unconsciously grace her face. The resemblance between mother and daughter was striking. Two beauties, one large and one small. One vibrant and lively, the other serene and gentle. Such a scene was anticipated by Su Yen. What parent wouldn't adore a daughter like Tong Tong? Su Yen was known for eating quickly, and before long he was carrying an empty bowl towards the kitchen. Wen Ning, sensing something, raised her head. What are you doing? Su Yen, with suspicion, replied, getting more rice. If you can't eat anymore, then don't. Wen Ning lowered her gaze, wiping Tong Tong's mouth. If you overeat, you'll only blame me later. What's wrong with you? I'm just saying I'm simply not full, Su Yen said. Wen Ning fell silent, focusing on her meal. Her eating was remarkably quiet. She made almost no sound and refrained from reaching too far for food. Essentially, she consumed whatever was placed before her. This habit was ingrained from her childhood, having grown up with a stepmother and stepsister around. Her adeptness in household chores stemmed from this upbringing. While at home, she would always try her utmost to assist her stepmother. After her mother's passing, she had considered fostering a better relationship with her stepmother, hoping to win her favor through academic achievements and household duties. Unfortunately, after all these years, her stepmother and stepsister still did not hold her in high regard. Why are you only eating tomato and eggs? Do you have a grudge against the other dish? Su Yen unceremoniously placed the plate of stir-fried meat in front of her. Finish the rest too. Wen Ning lowered her gaze. Thank you. Half an hour later, this somewhat awkward meal finally came to an end. Wen Ning took the initiative to rise and wash the dishes. Su Yen felt his family status challenged once again. He set up a cartoon for Tong Tong and offered to help in the kitchen. Are you coming over tonight? Su Yen asked while drying a plate. Wen Ning shook her head. I can't stay out too late after returning home. Otherwise, my dad will expect my stepmother and stepsister to wait for him to eat. They won't be happy. All right, then Tong Tong and I will go out to eat. Su Yen was considerate, maintaining a respectful distance from her. It was undeniable that Wen Ning was beautiful, and she would indeed become his future wife. However, for the time being, the two were merely strangers connected by their concern for Tong Tong. Although Wen Ning, clad in an apron and washing dishes with her delicate hands, was a sight difficult to look away from, it was unfortunate that even Tong Tong had no idea how her parents had come together. Su Yen, there's another matter. Wen Ning cautiously inquired, "How are your academic results?" Her careful tone seemed to suggest a fear of wounding Su Yen's pride. Yet, in reality, her question was more damaging to his self-esteem. "Just average for a regular undergraduate. I 1T fall behind, but I 1T excel either." Su Yen generously replied, "I can't compare with you. Jiang province is renowned for its rigorous college entrance examinations, but it has yet to fully embrace the reforms in the testing system. Thus, the traditional division between arts and sciences remains intact." Both Su Yen and Wen Ning were pursuing science. Wen Ning's last monthly exam score placed her 6th in the entire school, undoubtedly the top among the 5 elite students. In the city, she ranked among the top 50, and with just a bit more effort she could compete at a higher level. "Is that so?" Wen Ning's dishwashing slowed as she seemed to ponder something. Tong Tong's presence also brought forth another concern. Her parents were currently at a pivotal moment in their lives, preparing for the all-important college entrance examination. However, they might end up pursuing different paths in the future. What would happen to Tong Tong then? "I'm fine. After all, it's just an ordinary undergraduate degree. It doesn't matter where I study." Su Yen naturally stated, "I will prioritize Tong Tong." "What I mean is," when Ning lowered her gaze, her ears visibly flushed with a rosy hue, "we should ideally be in the same city." She turned her head to avoid Su Yen's gaze, looking instead at Tong Tong, who was lounging on the sofa, munching on strawberries while watching cartoons. Su Yen wouldn't misunderstand her intentions. Would he? "I didn't mean it like that. What I meant to convey is that a child should not be without a father, nor without a mother. Although expressing such sentiments might come across as rather peculiar. In any case, I meant to say that we must consider Tong Tong's well-being." "I understand." Su Yen fell into silence for a moment, releasing a sigh. "I had intended to interact with you as an ordinary individual, but it seems that I can only aspire to gain admission to the same city as you, preferably at the same university." Wen Ning replied. Su Yen continued, "Are you secretly looking down on me in your heart?" "Absolutely not," she responded, her expression awkward. "Let us strive to get admitted to the same city. I believe that would be simpler. Your aggression is rather high when school beauty. Do you take me for a fool? Merely a 6th-place student. Merely a candidate for a prestigious university. What was your score last time?" 688. "How much? What an obscure number." As the college entrance examination in Jiang province has yet to undergo reform, there exists a self-selected module worth 60 points, making the total score 810. 688 is 40 points more than 648. Is that a score that might appear on a report card? She mused. She was undoubtedly a prodigy, capable of studying in Shanghai or the capital, having emerged victorious amidst a sea of candidates in the Gaokao. Yet, upon this revelation, Su Yen found himself increasingly concerned about another matter. If it weren't for Tong Tong's appearance, he couldn't help but blurt out, "With your score of 688, why would you marry someone who scored under 600 like me? How does a bronze meet a king in the same voice chat? How detestable." Wen Ning, slightly irked, could not suppress a low hum of discontent. "How am I to know? How was I to know that the future me would be deceived into going home with you?" After having lunch, the two spent a little more time with Tong Tong before preparing to attend class. The little girl, naturally reluctant, was coaxed by Wen Ning for quite some time, who promised to accompany her again the next day. Su Miaodong clung to her mother's long legs. When Daddy and Mommy used to go out, they would always give Tong Tong a kiss. What is it like to have a daughter who is so attached? Wen Ning had no choice but to lean down and plant a kiss on her soft, smooth cheek. Su Miaodong's eyes sparkled. "And Daddy?" Su Yen reluctantly imitated Wen Ning, giving her another peck on the opposite cheek. "Daddy and Mommy need to come home early. Tong Tong will miss you." Indeed, both felt a subtle shift in their emotions, as if they were a couple bidding farewell to their daughter before departing. Tong Tong was quite understanding. Su Yen took out his keys to lock the door, but leaving her alone at home is rather cruel. Although Tong Tong would not display any signs of distress, often claiming that the cartoons were enjoyable, he could see the reluctance in her eyes as they prepared to leave. He could envision her sitting at home alone, counting down the moments until her parents returned. How pitiful. Wen Ning pondered for a moment. "Fortunately, tomorrow is the weekend. I plan to take Tong Tong to visit my aunt." Upon perceiving her puzzled expression, Su Yen elaborated. "My uncle is with the police station. I need to inquire about Tong Tong's situation. However, it is somewhat troublesome. To enroll in school requires identification, and identification relates to household registration. If only Tong Tong were a bit older." Su Yen sighed. "I could simply say Tong Tong is my sister, the illegitimate daughter of old Su. But at present, the ages don't align." How should I explain our relationship to my aunt? Su Yan was acutely aware that the moment his aunt laid eyes on Tong Tong, she would recognize her as a member of the old Su family. Members of the old Su family, when they smile, bear two charming dimples that are passed down through generations, evoking an irresistible urge to poke at them. Su Yan had endured 10 years of teasing from Chun Hao due to this distinguishing feature. How could a grown man possess such a delicate trait? When Ning hesitated momentarily, I will go with you. All right. Without much thought, Su Yan readily agreed. Since it pertained to Tong Tong, it was only right for her to accompany him. The two took the bus back, intending to part ways at a bus stop some distance from the school. When Ning zipped up her school uniform a bit more and stood there, poised yet hesitant, before Su Yan's questioning gaze prompted her to speak. Could I possibly see your last month's exam paper? There are still 4 months left. There's ample opportunity for improvement. As long as the fundamentals are not too lacking, and there are no subjects with significant disparity, raising the score by 30 or 40 points is entirely feasible. Marrying someone who scored under 600 must be rather embarrassing, right? Of course, Su Yan understood that was not her intention. Considering Tong Tong's future, the higher Su Yan's score, the greater the options they would have when selecting schools. Otherwise, it would necessitate Wen Ning to lower her standards. All right, when you come over tomorrow, you can take a look, Su Yan replied. However, no matter how hard I study, I will never reach your score. Just bear that in mind. Wen Ning nodded. Then I shall take my leave. After parting ways with her, Su Yan headed towards his classroom. By this time, the classroom was already bustling with students. Li Yuyu was seated at her desk, engrossed in her papers, while Chun Hao dozed off with his head resting on the table. Su Yan sat down and reviewed some mistakes he had made. English and Chinese were his weaker subjects. His study attitude was relatively correct, though one could not say he was exceedingly diligent. With his parents often absent and being a day student, once he returned home, there was no one to supervise him. He was the type of student who possessed a bit of cleverness but was rather distracted yet obedient in other aspects, simply put, a passerby. TSK. The English vocabulary made Su Yan's head ache. 688 points. I am unlikely to match Yuyu's level, am I? Unless, of course, dear Tong Tong truly awakens some sort of make father a dragon system. Li Yuyu, having overheard the murmurs behind her, raised her head sensitively. Is there really something going on between you and one, the school beauty? In the entire school, there was only one student who scored 688. Nothing much. Su Yan doodled on a piece of paper. I have no interest in women. Li Yuyu adjusted her glasses, sensing something was amiss. Then what do you have an interest in? Studying. It was hard to imagine hearing such words from a yen. Such a sentiment was somewhat rare. So, Li Yuyu considered, are you attempting to pursue the school beauty in a peculiar way, like surpassing her academically? That would be surpassing her in studies. Please do not omit some crucial words. However, Su Yan chose not to explain his peculiar relationship with Wen Ning, primarily because he himself could hardly clarify it. Though they had not known each other long, their interactions, largely due to Tong Tong, had already surpassed those of typical classmates of the opposite sex, yet they were not lovers. Yuyu, may I ask you something? Su Yan bypassed the topic and continued. Are there any ways for high school students to earn money? If all else failed, he would have to seek out a part-time job. Yet, on the other hand, he also needed to be with Tong Tong, which made things complicated. Li Yuyu was taken aback. Do you really need money that badly? Su Yan explained. There are some matters at home that require financial resources. Before he could finish, Li Yuyu swiftly produced her phone. How much do you need? I can transfer it to you right now. No, I didn't mean to borrow money from you. How could I spend someone else's money to raise a daughter? What do you take me for? Moreover, although you may be a wealthy young lady with numerous restaurants in your family, how much pocket money can a high school student possibly have? Over these years, with my accumulated New Year's money and allowances, I have saved more than 200,000. Li Yuyu retrieved her good friend's Alipay account from her phone. Is this sufficient? No, dear sister. Where did such a wealthy family come from? Otherwise, should I serve you as a maid? With the college entrance examination approaching, why are you not studying at this moment, but rather thinking of earning money? Li Yuyu furrowed her brows. I'm asking you a question. How much do you need? She assumed there must have been some unfortunate incident in Su Yan's family that had left him in distress. No need. Su Yan ultimately shook his head in refusal. When I truly find myself in need, I will seek your assistance. Although his relationship with Li Yuyu was indeed quite good, comparable even to that with Chun Hao, he believed it necessary to first attempt things on his own. If my future self can provide such a luxurious life for Tong Tong, then my present self has no reason to be incapable of anything, even to the extent of borrowing money from others for Tong Tong. Are you truly all right? Li Yuyu understood his character. Su Yan was not a headstrong individual, yet he was fiercely independent, always harboring his own thoughts. Since he had voiced his concerns, it was evident he had no intention of borrowing money from her. Very well, let us go out for barbecue tonight. Li Yuyu put away her phone. I shall treat. Generally, the three of them gathered for a meal every Friday evening, a rare moment of leisure amidst the pressures of their third year of high school. Su Yan had initially planned to take Tong Tong out to dine, and upon hearing her words, he pondered for a moment. May I bring someone along? Su Yan added. My 8-year-old cousin is currently staying at my house. It would also be a good opportunity for Tong Tong to be exposed to my life. Since she had returned to the present, she must learn to live in this era. Let us start with Li Yuyu and Chun Hao. It's nothing much, just the three of us. Li Yuyu had no objections and turned back to continue her exam. After school, Su Yan returned home to fetch Tong Tong. The little white dress she had worn when she arrived was now clean, and fortunately, she was capable of changing her clothes herself. An 8-year-old child certainly should not require assistance from her parents for such trivial matters. However, since Su Yan was unable to style her hair, he could only manage a simple ponytail. Su Miaodong stood there adorably, playfully tugging at her ponytail with her fingers, calling out for her father in a sweet, soft voice. At that moment, she resembled Wen Ning even more, akin to a miniature pure school beauty standing before him. Su Yan couldn't help but snap a photo and send it to Wen Ning. She truly looks like a little princess. Spending time with Tong Tong inevitably fostered a paternal sentiment within him. As he led Tong Tong downstairs, Li Yuyu and Chun Hao had been waiting for quite some time. Why is it taking so long? You're dawdling like a woman. Chun Hao expressed his impatience. I'm starving. I could swallow a whole pig right now. Do you believe me? However, he soon noticed the little girl Su Yan was holding by the hand, and his voice abruptly halted. What a beautiful little girl. I had no idea Ian had such an older cousin. Uncle Chun Hao. Aunt Yuyu. Su Miaodong exclaimed joyfully as she hopped towards them. Long time no see. Uncle. Why do you suddenly have hair? Li Yuyu. Chun Hao. When did I ever not have hair? And you come right out calling me uncle, little girl. Is that polite? Chun Hao cast a mournful glance at Su Yan. Did you teach her this? He had reason to suspect Su Yan had instilled some peculiar notions in this cousin of his, such as that Chun Hao was a bizarre uncle with a bald head. Su Yan's expression turned astonished as he observed the thick hair atop Chun Hao's head. Only he understood the weight of Tong Tong's words. Middle-aged baldness, bald head? Chinzi is indeed formidable. Cousin? Li Yuyu also regarded Su Miaodong with curiosity. She resembled a doll kissed by angels, adorable in every aspect, evoking an irresistible urge to cradle her. Not quite. Li Yuyu shook her head. Su Yan hesitated for a moment, meeting her slightly scrutinizing gaze. This was his first time bringing Tong Tong out to meet friends. Moreover, judging from Tong Tong's reaction, it was evident that in the future he and Chun Hao, along with Li Yuyu, would continue to be friends. Thus, he felt somewhat anxious, concerned that the perceptive Li Yuyu might uncover something unusual. What's wrong? This must be your biological sister, Li Yuyu asserted confidently. Su Miaodong had inherited all the virtues of Su Yan and Wen Ning, yet her face bore distinct traces of both parents. Su Yan let out a sigh of relief and readily admitted, Indeed, but she is not my biological sister. He squatted down and embraced Tong Tong. This is my daughter. Naturally, Su Miaodong resembles her father. Su Miaodong joyfully wrapped her arms around Su Yan's neck. Li Yuyu appeared somewhat dazed. All right, let us hurry and eat. Chun Hao rolled his eyes. What on earth are you teaching these children? I sentee her real father going to beat you? He merely assumed that the two siblings were collaborating to amuse them. Su Yan spoke earnestly. She is truly my daughter. Don't you see the resemblance? That's enough. Even Li Yuyu could not hold back. While it was indeed enviable to be embraced by such a lovely little girl, a bit of boasting was enough. Playing house with a child should not drag on indefinitely. If you don't believe it, then so be it. Su Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Their disbelief was entirely expected. Humans are such strange creatures. If he had been evasive about Tong Tong's identity, they might have suspected something. Yet when Su Yan openly declared it, they found it hard to believe. The venue Li Yuyu had chosen was a newly opened mall. Since it had just been completed, there were promotional activities making it quite lively, with most of the visitors being students. Tong Tong tightly held onto her father's hand, her bright, curious eyes surveying her surroundings. The little girl, who hadn't been out with her father in a long while, was bouncing with joy, her eyes sparkling. Daddy, I want that one. Su Miaodong pointed at a claw machine, momentarily unable to move forward. Su Yan glanced over. Inside was a small, fluffy white rabbit plush toy, utterly adorable. After we finish eating, I will bring you back to catch it. Aha! Catch two. One for Tong Tong and one for Mommy. Su Yan recalled that Wen Ning's backpack also had a very small rabbit plush dangling from it. When she walked, the rabbit toy would sway back and forth. Sometimes, while sitting on the bus at noon, she would unconsciously tug at the toy's ears. This habit was identical to Tong Tong's. It seemed that the mother and daughter shared similar preferences. Chun Hao, walking ahead, cheerfully inquired, "Little girl, who is your mother?" "Mommy is just Mommy, Uncle Chun Hao. Your question is so strange." Su Miaodong's soft, tender voice responded. Once again, the 8-year-old girl called Chun Hao uncle, causing his expression to stiffen momentarily. "Call me brother, and I shall fetch you a toy later." "No," Su Miaodong protested, discontented. "Little sister, pay him no mind," Li Yuyu interjected, unable to resist pinching her soft cheek. "This uncle is no good. You must keep your distance from him in the future." "Indeed, I am not a good person," Chun Hao remarked nonchalantly, hands shoved into his pockets. "I wonder who it was that ran to me, tearfully clutching my sleeve, calling me Brother Chun Hao during elementary school." "That was ages ago," Li Yuyu retorted hastily. "You were young and naive." Back in her elementary school days, she was dark and short, with an introverted disposition. Moreover, suffering from severe rhinitis, she often had a runny nose, which made her appear quite unkempt. Consequently, the boys and girls in her class frequently bullied her, calling her snotty worm. None wanted to play with her except for Chun Hao, who would always take her along. Back then, she truly followed this fellow, calling him Brother Chun Hao. However, as she matured, Li Yuyu disavowed that title. In any case, she would become irate whenever the matter was mentioned, and her address shifted from Brother Chun Hao to Dog Thing. "Little white-eyed wolf," Chun Hao retorted coolly. "Did I ever scold you when you wiped your snot on my sleeve?" "Be quiet." Li Yuyu, in a fit of anger, produced a red bill and slapped it into his hand. "Go buy a bottle of mouthwash and clean that mouth of yours." "Fine." Chun Hao almost laughed in irritation. He pulled her hat from behind and stuffed a 100 yuan bill into it. "If anyone bullies you in the future, don't come looking for me." Li Yuyu stumbled slightly from the tug. She pursed her lips and let out a reluctant huff. Su Miaodong glanced around anxiously, whispering to her father, "Daddy, are uncle and auntie still bickering every day? Their fates clash." Su Yan shook his head. "What does Miaodong mean by that?" "In the past, uncle and auntie used to argue every day." Su Miaodong blinked innocently. "Sometimes they even fought and daddy had to mediate." Su Yan felt something was amiss. Arguing every day? These two graduated from university and are still stuck together? When they settled into the barbecue restaurant, Su Miaodong sweetly inquired, "Auntie, why didn't T Minmin come today?" Li Yuyu, puzzled, responded, "Who is Minmin?" Su Miaodong blinked, her eyes wide. "She is Uncle Chun Hao and Auntie Yuyu's daughter. She is also my best friend." Chun Hao was drinking water and nearly choked. Li Yuyu was equally startled, her anger mingling with embarrassment as she tugged at Su Yan's face. "What on earth are you teaching the child?" Su Yan shrugged. "I assure you it's not me. Don't gross me out." Li Yuyu imagined such a scene, involuntarily shivering. "Seeing his face every morning, I would throw up. Does it show?" Chun Hao shot her a sidelong glance. "There are plenty of girls chasing after me. I'm hardly rare." "Oh, then be cautious." Li Yuyu nodded. "After all, you're old and ugly. Perhaps they are simply lacking paternal love." Chun Hao opened his mouth to retort, but upon seeing the little girl across from him, he swallowed all the expletives. He raised his thumb, suppressing his temper, and said, "Impressive." Until mealtime, the two maintained their frosty demeanor, eating in silence. Su Yan, accustomed to their antics, chose to ignore them, focusing instead on providing his daughter with her favorite dishes. The little girl's lips were smeared with grease, making her look adorably rosy and shiny. Afterward, Su Yan, as promised, took Miaodong to the claw machine to catch a bunny doll. It was only by 8 o'clock in the evening that he finally held his daughter's hand, leading her out of the mall. In Miaodong's arms were 2 fluffy bunny dolls. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she couldn't resist rubbing her soft cheek against the bunny's face. "You're so cute." Afterward, the father and daughter parted ways, hand in hand on their journey home. "Miaodong, is what you said true?" Su Yan inquired while stroking her head. "Does Uncle Chun Hao and Auntie Li Yuyu have a daughter named Minmin?" Su Miaodong was still preoccupied with the bunny toy, tugging at its ears as she chirped, "Yes, Minmin is my best friend." Miaodong was aware of many things yet to unfold. Simultaneously, Su Yan harbored some worries. Would the future change because of Miaodong's presence? For instance, he and Wen Ning had met early due to Miaodong, or perhaps Chun Hao and Li Yuyu already knew their future daughter would be named Minmin. There exists a term called the butterfly effect. However, upon reflection, considering the absurdity of time travel, why ponder so much? Others possess systems and golden fingers. A disgraceful time traveler like Miaodong would be kicked from the group. The February weather was rather chilly, prompting Su Yan to tighten his clothing. Miaodong, we're home. Daddy, carry me. All right. The next morning, at 8:30, when Ning arrived at Su Yan's doorstep, since it was the weekend, she was not in uniform, donning a simple beige knit top paired with blue jeans, her long, straight legs exuding youthfulness and vibrancy. With a typical Jiangnan appearance, she was undeniably pleasing to the eye. Though she wasn't smiling, the slight upward curve at the corners of her eyes was irresistibly charming. When Su Yan opened the door, his gaze lingered on her face for a moment. He ruffled his somewhat disheveled hair. So early? Miaodong hasn't woken up yet. Please come in. He then walked into the living room, seemingly unconcerned. Wen Ning felt that he was rather too laid back. When she visited his home yesterday, he didn't appear particularly nervous either. After changing into slippers, she entered the living room, where Su Yan was pouring himself a glass of water in the kitchen. On the coffee table lay 2 white bunny dolls, fluffy with short tails, one large and one small, adorably leaning against each other. Wen Ning's gaze was instantly captivated. She stared for quite some time, battling the urge to pick them up and play. She bit her lip, slowly shifting her gaze away. Just then, she accidentally met Su Yan's eyes as he emerged from the kitchen, holding a glass of water. Did you buy these for Miaodong? What did you say? Su Yan yawned, finally registering her words. He casually picked up one of the bunny dolls and placed it into Wen Ning's hands. It's a gift for you. Su Yan, somewhat drowsy, added nonchalantly, Miaodong mentioned that you like rabbits and insisted I get one for you. For me? Wen Ning was momentarily taken aback, feeling slightly flustered. Rejecting it seemed inappropriate, yet accepting it felt awkward, so she tightly clutched the bunny in her hands. In truth, she had liked the bunny doll the moment she laid eyes on it. I'll go wake her up. Please have a seat. Su Yan didn't pay much attention to her expression and walked into the room. Miaodong, wake up. Mommy's here. Humph, you smelly dad. Came Su Miaodong's groggy yet distinctly displeased voice from the bedroom, imbued with a hint of petulance. When Ning finally lowered her gaze, fixating on the rabbit doll in her hands, the little bunny appeared somewhat dazed, plump and soft to the touch. Indeed, it was exceedingly adorable, so much so that even Wen Ning couldn't resist cradling the plush toy, gently rubbing her cheek against it. Her eyes shimmered with a soft tenderness, mirroring the delight that her dear friend Tong Tong often displayed. How utterly charming you are. It had been an eternity since anyone had gifted her a rabbit doll. The small rabbit figurine dangling from her backpack was a cherished gift from her mother during her preschool days, acquired from a street vendor and lovingly attached to her bag by her mother's own hands. Priced at merely 5 yuan. It remained the most treasured possession in Wen Ning's life. Despite having switched backpacks numerous times, that little rabbit had hung on for many years. Almost a decade had passed, and every time Wen Ning tugged at the rabbit's ear, she would vividly recall her mother's visage. She had always adored rabbits, with a passion that knew no bounds. After breakfast, Su Miaodong languidly nestled in Wen Ning's embrace, her lips almost pouting to the heavens. She was as irritable as a puffed-up pufferfish, though the cause of her displeasure remained a mystery to Wen Ning. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wen Ning noted that the little girl's morning demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother, particularly upon waking. This often manifested in a state of irritability, temperamental outbursts, and emotional instability. The cheerful antics of Pleasant Goat on the television were met with her disdain, as if she were ready to unleash a flurry of martial arts. Miaodong, are you unhappy to see your mother? Wen Ning attempted to soothe her. With that pout, you hardly look charming at all. Unhappy? Su Miaodong buried her head deeper into her mother's embrace. Mama woke me up. Wen Ning bit her lip, an inexplicable feeling of discomfort washing over her. It felt as if her ears had suddenly ignited, a warmth creeping up behind them. Miaodong now resembled her when she had been roused from slumber by the alarm clock. Su Yan observed all this with keen interest. I told you, this little girl has quite the temper in the mornings, he remarked with a smirk that barely concealed his amusement. I wonder where she learned that from. Wen Ning's expression stiffened momentarily. After a significant pause, she finally replied coolly, make a note of it. In the future, ensure you never choose a wife who has morning grumpiness. Very well, Su Yan replied, busily organizing his backpack. I shall establish a household rule. Anyone who dares vent their morning frustrations at me shall receive a spanking. Wen Ning scoffed, Miaodong, Daddy says he'll spank you. Su Yan quickly denied, I could never bring myself to punish Miaodong. Then who will you punish? Wen Ning thought his lethargic demeanor was particularly exasperating. After about half an hour, Su Miaodong finally emerged from her sleepy state. Her temper, quick to flare, was equally swift to dissipate, as she nestled in her mother's arms, bursting into delightful giggles. When the little girl laughed, her cheeks formed two deep dimples, rendering her even more endearing, prompting Wen Ning to feel an irresistible urge to poke at her. Su Yan squatted beside the coffee table, tidying up the game console and scattered discs, placing them neatly in the backpack. You two play for a bit longer. I'll step out for a while and return shortly. He slung the backpack over his shoulder. I have an appointment with my aunt this afternoon. I thought I'd take Miaodong shopping for some clothes. You, being a girl, should have a better eye for selection. When Ning paused, where are you going? To sell the game console and discs. Su Yan casually responded while slipping on his shoes at the door. The college entrance examination is approaching. There's little time for play. Better sell them while they still have some value. When Ning, not particularly knowledgeable about electronic gadgets and rarely engaging with gaming, gave his words little thought. Before long, the sound of the door closing echoed, leaving only the mother and daughter in the living room. It was then that Wen Ning belatedly realized something. Does Miaodong's father truly enjoy playing games? Oh, he does. Miaodong responded innocently, we have so many consoles at home. Daddy cleans them with a towel several times a day. I love sitting in his lap, watching him play. Wen Ning gazed at the empty coffee table, rendered speechless. Indeed, it was all for Miaodong. Despite his evident fondness for gaming, he chose to feign indifference in her presence. Wen Ning had never truly come to understand him, nor the boy she might come to love in the years to come. Due to her mother's early passing and the less than pleasant circumstances of her new family, Wen Ning had always maintained a rather indifferent stance toward relationships. She never believed she could ardently love someone. Given her stepmother and stepsister's dynamics, she harbored no illusions that anyone would love her deeply. Yet now, Wen Ning suddenly felt that, regardless of her present feelings toward Su Yan, in Miaodong's world, she must truly cherish him, deeply and affectionately. This boy who, despite his somewhat traditional masculinity, possessed a delicate sensibility. Reflecting on this, she gently pinched her daughter's cheek. Miaodong, promise me you won't be angry with Daddy in the mornings anymore. Okay? Upon hearing her mother's words, Miaodong's little face scrunched up. She didn't want to be angry with Daddy. He was the best father in the world. But mornings were just so exasperating, especially when he had to rise early and awaken her for breakfast. Then let us make a pinky promise, Mama. Su Miaodong extended her little pinky finger. From now on, even if we feel grumpy in the mornings, Mama and Miaodong won't be angry with Daddy. When Ning was momentarily taken aback, her emotions suddenly becoming a complex mix. Miaodong's words hinted that in the future, she would likely also express morning frustrations towards Su Yan. After a lengthy pause, she extended her finger to seal the promise with her daughter. Su Yan's absence was brief, less than half an hour, before he returned home. He hung the now empty backpack on the rack, observing the mother and daughter duo engrossed in a television show. What were you two discussing? Upon hearing his voice, Wen Ning and Su Miaodong turned their heads in unison. What do you want? Su Yan inquired suspiciously, touching his cheek. Is there something on my face? It's a secret, Daddy, Su Miaodong exclaimed, leaping off the sofa and throwing herself into his arms, her big, glistening eyes sparkling. Mama and I just made a pinky promise. It's unbreakable for 100 years. Su Yan turned to Wen Ning. Is that so? A secret? Wen Ning tilted her head away, her ears inexplicably warming once again. You can't know. For reasons unknown. Su Yan sensed that the illustrious one was exhibiting a hint of awkwardness. Make sure to remember the money spent on Miaodong's clothes. Of course. He paused but didn't pry further. Let us go then. First, we'll buy Miaodong some clothes and then we'll meet my aunt in the afternoon. Wen Ning, skilled at hairstyling, spent about 10 minutes fashioning 2 lovely braids for Miaodong. With that, the trio finally set out together. Su Yan selected the nearest shopping mall, leading the way with his phone in hand, checking the balance in his Alipay account. The game console and discs had sold for a handsome sum of over 3,000 yuan. This should suffice for their living expenses, even after purchasing clothes for Miaodong, leaving them with ample funds remaining. However, it is certain that Tong Tong will eventually attend school. He was deep in thought, which rendered him somewhat silent. In contrast, Wen Ning, holding Su Miaodong's hand, walked behind with an unusually gentle expression. Observing her daughter's joyful demeanor, An inexplicable sense of delight filled her heart. The striking duo of one large and one small beauty certainly attracted attention as they traversed the path. Today, Wen Ning had made a slight effort to coordinate her attire. Her slender legs, clad in denim, appeared more youthful and vibrant than usual. The clumsy blue and white school uniform, however, somewhat concealed her beauty. What Wen Ning had never anticipated was encountering an acquaintance so early on a weekend morning, especially one she would rather not meet at such a time. Just as she was holding on to Tong Tong, she heard a familiar feminine voice call out from not too far behind. Wen Ning? The voice was unmistakably familiar, laced with its habitual softness. Wen Ning stiffly turned around to see a group of middle school girls, all ostentatiously dressed, each clutching a cup of milk tea. At the center of them stood Wen Qiong, adorned in a light green pleated skirt. Her beauty was strikingly sweet and undeniably noticeable. She even sported a hint of makeup, making her shine amongst the other girls. However, her expression bore a palpable confusion, particularly upon noticing Tong Tong in Wen Ning's grasp and Su Yen standing beside her, causing her smile to gradually fade. Qiong, do you know them? One of the girls inquired with astonishment. She was an exceptionally beautiful girl, possessing a pure visage that seemed to belong solely in magazines. Yet, her eyes exuded a vibrant allure, an appearance that even other girls would envy. Wen Ning lowered her gaze, remaining silent, merely tightening her grip on Tong Tong's hand slightly. She's my sister, Wen Qiong frowned, but we don't share the same mother. But didn't she tell Mom this morning that she was going to the library to study? Wen Qiong knew all too well just how stunning her half-sister was. From the moment she entered high school, Wen Ning had maintained her position as the school beauty. It was evident that she had made an effort to look presentable today. Her cashmere knit sweater paired with light blue jeans was a rare choice for her. If you're at the mall, just tell Mom you're hanging out with classmates. Okay? Wen Qiong furrowed her brow, her tone a tad petulant. Even if it's the weekend and you're just relaxing, Mom wouldn't mind. Why deceive her about going to the library? Wen Ning responded with a perfunctory clearly reluctant to continue this conversation. Sister, who is he? Wen Qiong pressed on. And where did this little child come from? She glanced at the princess-like Tong Tong, unable to suppress her genuine admiration for the girl's cuteness. Su Miaodong, upon meeting her gaze, immediately buried her cheek in her mother's embrace, appearing somewhat sullen. Wen Ning maintained a neutral expression, gently replying, a friend. I was just asking. No need to be so stingy, Wen Qiong retorted, evidently unconvinced. She brushed her hair back, her curiosity piqued. Don't worry. I won't tell Dad and Mom. It's just that there's a boy next to my sister. It was noteworthy that even she had never seen her sister out with a boy all these years. Is he your boyfriend? Or is he pursuing you? Wen Ning remained silent. The atmosphere grew inexplicably awkward, and even the middle school girls accompanying Wen Qiong sensed the delicacy of the sisters' relationship. Gradually, their chatter quieted down. With a friend nearby, Wen Qiong felt inexplicably embarrassed, as if she had pressed her warm face against a cold shoulder. Do you really need to keep acting like this? Wen Qiong expressed her displeasure, lightly clicking her tongue. We're family, after all. There's no need to hide everything from us. Why do you always give me and Mom the cold shoulder? Wen Ning found her words somewhat amusing. Frankly speaking, she did not harbor much dislike for this stepsister. After all, Wen Qiong had been raised in a life of luxury, doted on by her father and indulged by her mother, living a life devoid of worries from birth. Thus, her personality was vibrant and self-centered, often oblivious to the atmosphere, making her quite a proud young girl. In contrast, Wen Ning's life had taken a different turn. They shared the same blended family, yet their personalities were polar opposites. After their mother passed away, Wen Ning transformed from the cherished pearl of her parents to a girl living under someone else's roof. She had no room for caprice or self-assertion. Before her stepsister, she could only remain uncompetitive. This included her stepmother, Xiao Ziqin, who favored her biological daughter, giving her all the good things without question. Wen Ning understood this from a young age. Xiao Ziqin was a good mother. It was simply a matter of fate that they were not meant to be close. While Wen Ning did not harbor animosity towards them, it was equally challenging for her to feel any fondness. Honestly, you could tell them without any issue. Wen Ning took a deep breath, her tone mild. I am 18 this year, already an adult, capable of living my own life and having my own friends. Wen Qiong opened her mouth, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, she merely stomped her foot in frustration. Then do as you please. I can't be bothered with you. With your disposition, it's no wonder Dad and Mom don't like you. Who would? How annoying. Wen Ning remained silent. It was only then that Su Yen, who had been engrossed in his phone, lifted his head and glanced at Wen Qiong. After a brief moment, he seemed to grasp something, unable to stifle a chuckle, the light laughter resonating in Wen Ning's ears. Even Wen Ning turned to look at him in confusion, feeling somewhat vexed. Was it really that amusing? Su Yan chuckled for a moment before saying, I never would have guessed your sister could curse so creatively. Crazy. I didn't curse at her at all, Wen Xiong retorted, her ears sharp as she rolled her eyes. Little girls should keep their mouths in check. Su Yan chuckled again at such a young age, acting like an old hag. Isn't that embarrassing? What did you say? Wen Xiong had never encountered someone speaking to her in such a manner. Although there were no profanities, the aggression was palpable, enough to provoke anger in any girl. Sister, who is he? Wen Xiong's cheeks flushed crimson after being inexplicably reprimanded. And facing Su Yan, who towered over her, she showed no fear, even attempting to push him away. However, Su Yan remained unmoved, and she stumbled back instead. When Wen Xiong looked up, she met Su Yan's contemplative gaze, realizing for the first time the significant physical disparity between herself, a middle school girl, and him. Su Yan, often playing basketball with Chen Hao, was tall and slender, standing at around 178 meters. In contrast, Wen Xiong, who was possibly below 160 meters, found his presence somewhat overwhelming. From Linjiang No. 2 Middle School, right? Su Yan was not angered. Instead, he placed a hand on her shoulder. Make sure to get along with your sister in the future, and don't bully her unnecessarily, alright? When Xiong looked up at him, feeling the hand resting on her shoulder tighten slightly. Su Yan, clad in a simple black jacket, had long hair and sported a rather outdated pair of black-framed glasses. Yet his pupils were exceedingly dark. When I was in middle school bullying others, you were still oblivious to it all. At that moment, when Xiong felt a sudden tightening in her heart under his gaze, instinctively taking a step back, she acutely sensed that, although the boy's face bore little expression, an inexplicable sense of oppression emanated from him. After all, she was merely a middle school girl. This was just as it should be. Obediently listen, and your sister will buy you delicious treats in the future. Su Yan's demeanor shifted, and he slowly began to smile. All right, it's nothing serious. Go play with your classmates. Hearing his tone of admonishment directed at the child, when Xiong's lips moved, yet she wisely refrained from further retort. Ultimately, she silently returned to her group of classmates. Is that your sister's boyfriend? I don't know, let's go. When Xiong's countenance was rather grim, holding on to Tong Tong, when Ning suddenly snapped back to reality. She glanced at Su Yan, her voice feeble. Just now. To be honest, she was somewhat startled. She even thought that, in the next moment, Su Yan might reach out to slap Wen Xiong's face. With a seemingly innocent and harmless visage, he had such a side to him? It was only because he feared her reporting back home and making it difficult for him that he refrained from showing her any displeasure. Su Yan could hardly be bothered to argue with a middle school girl. These are merely bad habits cultivated by indulgence. When Ning, holding on to Tong Tong, murmured softly, Why are you suddenly so fierce? When I was in middle school, I was out and about with Chen Hao every day, killing without blinking. Su Yan shrugged. But I reformed later. This was the truth. When Ning seemed somewhat dazed, and after a moment, she quietly complained, But she really didn't scold me just now. Su Yan cast her a sidelong glance, casually remarking, No, she said nobody likes you. When Ning froze, a clear look of confusion appearing on her lovely face. Nobody likes me? Why are you angry about that? The statement sounded so peculiar that when Ning felt the back of her ears burning with a delayed realization. Before she could ponder Su Yan's true meaning, she heard him continue, Isn't that an insult to Tong Tong? When Ning realized she had misunderstood, suddenly feeling a bit miffed, she couldn't help but blurt out, Then you must not be human if you're going to like me in the future? Su Yan? Is this even human language? Su Yan felt that as he became more familiar with this girl, he would discover another facet of her. Sometimes, her thought processes seemed to be on an entirely different wavelength from ordinary people. The things she said made her appear somewhat dim-witted. It was hard to reconcile this with the fact that she was a top student with a score of 688. Time was drawing near, and the two of them, accompanied by Tong Tong, spent the entire morning selecting clothes for her. The mother and daughter shared similar tastes, and when Ning found that the beautiful children's clothing was also favored by Tong Tong. As for how Su Yan's own daughter would look, she would undoubtedly be beautiful in anything. Why don't you try this one instead? The saleswoman, a slightly older young lady, nearly melted at the sight of Tong Tong. This little girl was truly remarkable. Cute was an understatement for her stunning beauty. Moreover, there was a breathtaking one, the campus belle, beside her, making it hard to look away. Following her gaze, when Ning's eyes fell upon a sky-blue long-sleeved shirt hanging on the wall, the The material was quite good. Could be worn out or serve as loungewear. But this was a matching outfit? And there were 3 of them. It seemed quite suitable for you all. The saleswoman looked at Su-yen, who was sitting in a chair playing on his phone. Brother, you should take this a bit more seriously. Mistaken for her brother. Su-yen looked up to see that the clothing designs leaned towards a cute style. Each outfit featured a different little cat. The children's clothing depicted a small white kitten. The mother's was an elegant ragdoll, and the father's was a plump orange tabby. How could a manly man like me remain unperturbed in the face of such attire? He struck a pose reminiscent of Wang Jingza. I won't wear it unless I jump off from here. Daddy, Tong Tong likes it. Su Miaotong began to act adorably. Su-yen presented a well-reasoned argument. But if Daddy wears such childish clothes, Uncle Chun Hao will laugh at him. No, Daddy is the best. Su Miaotong's sweet, soft voice tugged at his hand, playfully shaking it. The saleswoman standing beside them felt her heart nearly melt. Buy it for her, hurry up and buy it for her. You rascal. Even at such a young age, Tong Tong had already mastered this tactic. Su-yen pinched her nose. When you grow up, I wonder how many boys you'll deceive into becoming your little sheep. Watching Tong Tong clinging to her father's embrace, Wen Ning felt a strange mix of emotions. Tong Tong had previously mentioned that her mother always asked her father whom he liked more, her or his daughter. At that time, Wen Ning thought it impossible. With her personality, how could she utter such words and become jealous of her daughter? Would I, too, transform into that kind of mundane and troublesome woman after falling in love? However, now she suddenly understood a bit. Tong Tong was truly a master of coaxing, even more so than a little lover. You 3 can try them on first. If you're not satisfied, it's no problem. The saleswoman wore a smile like an ant. These 2 high school students were genuinely playing house with the little sister. Daddy, Mommy, and daughter are so adorable. We have cameras in our store. Even if you don't buy anything, it's nice to have a photo as a keepsake. This was the cunning side of sales. After they took the photo, the likelihood of them purchasing something would increase significantly. Since she had already mentioned free, Su-yen and Wen Ning could no longer refuse. Speaking of which, since Tong Tong returned from the future, they indeed had not taken any photos with their daughter. An 8-year-old daughter and her 2 18-year-old parents. This misalignment of time held many scenic moments that should not be missed. Tong Tong would grow up gradually. If they forgot her current smile due to the passage of time, it would surely be a regret. 10 minutes later, Su-yen changed into the outfit and stood before the mirror in the hall. After a while, Wen Ning led Tong Tong out from the women's changing room. Even Su-yen couldn't help but pause his gaze upon her for an extended moment. Wen Ning inherently possessed a somewhat cool demeanor, her features exquisitely beautiful. She had not tied her hair back but simply looped the hair tie around her wrist. Her jet black hair cascaded down from the back of her head, lending her an unexpectedly lazy air. Though she wore clothing leaning towards a cute style, combined with her strikingly vibrant eyes, it exuded a charm that even Su-yen found difficult to look away from. She now resembled the Wen Ning in the photographs, the one who had already given birth to Tong Tong, full of the softness characteristic of Jiangnan women. Don't look at me. Wen Ning avoided Su-yen's gaze, feeling rather awkward as she fiddled with the strands of hair that fell beside her ear. It's merely to make it easier to take this outfit off later. Quite nice. Su-yen paused momentarily. So, after you marry me, will you keep this hairstyle at home for the sake of convenience when changing clothes? Of course. Such a line that could easily provoke Wen Ning to silence him permanently was left unspoken. The sales assistant was once again captivated by the beauty of the 2 young ladies, one large and one small. This family was simply too stunning. Come over quickly for a photograph, she exclaimed, gleefully setting up her camera. You all seem less like you're playing house and more like a real family. The trio posed before the lens, frozen in a moment of exquisite composition. Soon enough, the sales assistant sent the photograph to the 2 individuals via WeChat. Su-yen glanced at the image on his phone, said nothing, yet ultimately decided to purchase the entire matching family outfit. Wen Ning also received the photo. She lowered her head to view it. Tong Tong remained as adorable as ever, and in the picture, she stood beside Tong Tong, her hair cascading loosely, her skin luminous and translucent. Her gaze was slightly downcast, and the corners of her lips formed a subtle, almost imperceptible curve, rendering her previously cool demeanor distinctly softer. Wen Ning hesitated. Did I really look so joyous while being photographed? In the image, Su-yen appeared unchanged, completely devoid of any psychological burden. His hand resting casually on Tong Tong's head while he smiled lazily. This was a family portrait that should have been captured when Tong Tong turned 5, yet it had arrived a decade and more early, now laid before her. Wen Ning created a new album on her phone and placed the photograph within it, subsequently naming the album Tong Tong. Once this was accomplished, she turned off her phone screen and tucked it into her pocket. When she lifted her gaze, she spotted Su Yan ahead, one hand holding the bouncing Tong Tong's hand, while the other carried all the purchases made for their daughter. A few moments later, Wen Ning retrieved her phone once more, accessed the album, and slowly deleted the two characters of Tong Tong, replacing them with Tong Tong and Su Yan. However, this must remain hidden from others. I shall set a password known only to me. This album will be solely for my eyes in the future. After lunch, Su Yan returned home to drop off his things. Alas, the 3,000 yuan, barely warmed, had dwindled to less than half. With time still on their side, Su Yan decided to linger at home for a while before heading to his aunt's place. When Ning retrieved the hair ties and accessories she had bought that day from her bag, guiding her daughter to the restroom. Tong Tong, sit here. Mama will do your hair. Okay. Tong Tong wants little buns. Little buns referred to a hairstyle resembling small round buns. Following the image Tong Tong had brought, Wen Ning fashioned a cute bun atop her daughter's head, adorning it with a petite bow. It seems that Tong Tong would be better off living with you. Su Yan, leaning nearby and sipping water at a leisurely pace, remarked, some tasks are best suited for a mother. Doing hair, changing clothes, bathing, and whatnot. Tong Tong is quite clever. She can wash herself. However, she enjoys splashing about and blowing bubbles, often playing for over half an hour during bath time. It takes quite a while for her to emerge, even after I knock on the door repeatedly. Such is the inconvenience of being a father. If it were Wen Ning, she could simply push the door open without hesitation. Indeed, Wen Ning meticulously arranged her daughter's hair. When I go to university, I will move out and live independently. Once I'm in university, I can fully embrace my own life, no longer living under someone else's roof, cautiously observing others' expressions. By then, Tong Tong can live with me. At 19, a young woman in university, single and raising a child? Su Yan could not help but ponder the scenario. In that case, you might not have time for romance in college. Wen Ning shot him a glance but remained silent. Clearly, she held no interest in this topic. Due to her past experiences, she did not share the typical dreams of ordinary girls regarding puberty. She had never anticipated that she might encounter a boy she adored deeply in the future, nor did she believe that anyone would love her fervently. Hence, even without Tong Tong, Wen Ning was not inclined to pursue romance in university. Seeing her silence, Su Yan assumed his words had upset her. You don't need to feel so distressed. It's not as if you're completely incapable of dating. Su Yan found her reaction amusing, unable to suppress a laugh. When he smiled, he resembled Tong Tong, his voice producing a gentle sound, his cheeks sunken with two faint dimples. Wen Ning couldn't help but glance at him again. What I mean is, if you wish to date, it seems you can only date me. Wen Ning surprisingly pondered this seriously. After a moment, she continued, perhaps it's best not to pursue that. Tong Tong says you would deliberately kneel on a washboard to prevent me from doing the laundry, which is quite annoying to think about. What a deliberate kneel. The grand documentary, The Legend of the Washboard, continues to air for your viewing pleasure. Su Yan suddenly felt that this esteemed when to school bell could be quite exasperating at times. He couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, stifling his laughter. Just you wait. He then turned to leave. What are you up to? Throwing out the washboard. Su Yan replied with a scowl. That thing will never again grace my home. Wen Ning could not help but slightly curl her lips. How foolish. If you toss it, I will never buy another. Suddenly pulled into a playful banter with Su Yan, Wen Ning's expression shifted. Before long, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon. Su Yan sent a heads-up to his aunt via WeChat, and only then did the three of them step out once more. Perhaps I should skip this visit, Wen Ning suggested, feeling the sunlight was a bit too glaring, squinting her eyes. It's perfectly fine to take Tong Tong along to your aunt's. Though she was somewhat concerned about Tong Tong's identity, it felt rather peculiar to visit Su Yan's aunt. It's nothing major. She's just my aunt, not my mother. Su Yan glanced at his phone, casually replying, if I take Tong Tong alone, that might seem even stranger. Presently, he was unsure how to communicate Tong Tong's situation to his family. Time travel was simply too extraordinary. The more people who knew, the less advantageous it might be. All right then, Wen Ning nodded, instructing, when the time comes, just say Tong Tong is my sister, a request I've entrusted to you. Just make sure auntie and uncle do not find out. Su Yan raised his eyes to assess her. In the future, remember not to omit any crucial words when speaking. What? Wen Ning was somewhat puzzled. What was wrong with what I just said? It should be, do not let your aunt and uncle find out. Su Yan yawned, don't get too familiar. You're still not my wife. Wen Ning decided to ignore him, feeling he harbored a grudge over the previous washboard comment, intentionally trying to irritate her. Half an hour later, they arrived at a small community. Are we here? A woman with an excellent demeanor opened the door, dressed in white pajamas, as if she had just awakened from an afternoon nap. This was indeed Su Yen's aunt. Her name, Su Lingling, carried a somewhat youthful ring to it, and while her appearance leaned towards sweetness, she was already in her 30s. The relationship between Aunt Su and Uncle Su has always been remarkably stable, and it is rumored that they have begun preparing for parenthood this year. What a sudden whim to come visit me. Su Lingling playfully poked her nephew's face, her smile sweet as honey. Ban, are you hoping Auntie will take you out to play? Ban is Su Yan's childhood nickname. He learned to walk rather late and often stumbled, so Auntie had always been the one to guide him in walking and running. Thus, she affectionately called him Ban thereafter. Auntie, you're not a little girl anymore. You should act your age. Su Yan's expression bore a hint of exasperation. You're on the brink of motherhood. It's time to be a bit more composed. Maintaining a childlike heart is essential. You know, Su Lingling retorted, hands on her hips, a touch of arrogance in her demeanor. It was hard to imagine that this was a woman in her 30s. However, before she could continue, she suddenly froze, having spotted the girl standing behind Su Yan. Su Lingling did not recognize the young lady but found her to be extraordinarily beautiful. Her complexion was as fair as if she were sculpted from water, a striking presence that could easily grace a television screen. Before she could ponder the girl's relationship with her nephew, she noticed Su Miaodong, who was holding her mother's hand. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she giggled. Oh, so Daddy brought me to find my little grandmother. In fact, when Miaodong was younger, she used to call her Aunt Grandma. However, as Su Lingling found it unappealing, she had Miaodong switch to calling her little grandma. Su Lingling gazed at the deep dimples on the girl's face, her expression gradually stiffening. Why does she resemble a child of our Su family? Before Su Yan could explain, he noticed a rare solemnity settle upon his aunt's face. Is she your father's offspring? What was Auntie thinking? Could my father possibly father such a beautiful child? Although Su Yan's comment carried a hint of self-deprecation, it was indeed true. Su Lingling also began to connect the dots. She initially assumed both the young girl and the older beauty were from the Su lineage. But upon further reflection, she realized the ages did not quite align. Then, Ban, who are they? My friend and her sister, Su Yan stated. Auntie, I have a matter of importance to discuss with you today. Let's not linger outside. Oh, come in then. Su Lingling quickly moved aside. I'll fetch you some slippers. Ban wouldn't bring a friend to meet his aunt without reason. She was filled with questions for her nephew but suppressed them due to the presence of others. The youngest member of the Su family had always been cherished, a love passed down through generations. From childhood to adulthood, Su Lingling's affection for her nephew had been unparalleled. Therefore, she never doubted that he would bring home anyone inappropriate. There must be a legitimate reason behind it. Wen Ning, holding Miaodong's hand, sat quietly on the sofa, too nervous to speak and only daring to stare at her own toes. Would you like some water? Su Lingling asked, her smile intended to ease the girl's tension. This young lady was truly stunning, far surpassing any university beauty queen showcased online. Thank you, Auntie, Wen Ning replied timidly, resembling a girl visiting her boyfriend's home for the first time. Su Yan understood her apprehensions, particularly concerning Miaodong. Regardless of whether he and Wen Ning would eventually reach the stage of marriage and children, Miaodong required a stable family environment. The Su family were unequivocally Miaodong's blood relatives. Concealing certain truths and depriving Miaodong of the love from her grandparents and little grandma would be a cruel endeavor. By the way, your grandmother called me today, Su Lingling said, her expression a mixture of suspicion as she cast a glance at her nephew. Then, as if recalling something, she headed toward the room. You two sit tight for a moment. I need to have a word with my aunt. Sensing Wen Ning's unease, Su Yan offered reassurance. It's nothing serious. Once Su Yan departed, Miaodong could no longer contain her curiosity and blinked her large eyes. Mommy, why can't I call her little grandma? Little grandma is really nice to me, because right now, little grandma is not yet your little grandma. Wen Ning replied, pulling her daughter onto her lap, gazing into her bright, delicate eyes. You'll have to wait another decade or so for that. Miaodong nibbled on her finger, clearly perplexed. Wen Ning gently ruffled her daughter's hair. When you grow up, you will understand. This was a truth that needed to be unveiled gradually. Finding herself in a familiar yet alien environment was unfortunate for Miaodong. She recognized everyone, yet those who once loved her did not know her. Yet, concurrently, this was Miaodong's fortune. Through her innocent eyes, she could witness the many moments of the past that she had missed, seeing her young parents and catching a glimpse of the still childless little grandma. Meanwhile, after entering the room with her nephew, Su Lingling promptly locked the door behind them. "Speak," she commanded, her expression scrutinizing. "Who are those two girls?" "Auntie, you might not believe this," Su Yen said earnestly, looking her in the eye. "That little girl is my daughter." "What?" Su Lingling appeared utterly bewildered. After a moment, she shot her nephew a sideways glance, exasperatedly retorting, "Go play somewhere else. You weren't even developed when she was born." "Auntie, you checked." Su Yen recalled how his aunt had a penchant for lifting his trousers when he was younger. He was well aware of her disbelief. Everything required a process of acceptance. Even if she was his closest relative, a gradual approach was still necessary. "Then who is that girl?" Su Lingling pressed, hands on her hips. "Spill it." "She's my sister. She was abducted shortly after birth and has just been found." Su Yen blurted out. "She doesn't have a household registration, so she can't attend school, you see? Brother Meng works at the police station. He asked me to inquire." This was a premeditated explanation. "What Brother Meng? Don't be so familiar." Su Lingling tugged at her nephew's ear. "Yes, your uncle now." The thought of it made Su Yen scowl. "But I've always called him Brother Meng. I can't just change that." "Auntie, you're robbing the cradle." Auntie was a full 7 years older than Uncle Meng. Uncle Meng's name was Meng Yufei, and he lived in the same neighborhood as the Su family. Back when Su Yen was in elementary school, Meng Yufei was already in college. He was tall, handsome, and had a splendid personality, making him quite popular among the neighborhood children, including Su Yen, who would affectionately call him brother. In simple terms, though Meng Yufei was a bit older, they were of the same generation, like brothers. At that time, Auntie was already in her 20s and working, only coming home on weekends. Somehow, the two developed a mutual attraction, resulting in a real-life version of a May December romance. The next segment could easily be titled "My Nephew's Friend is Truly Handsome" or "The Brother's Aunt." "I want to be your brother, but you wish to be my uncle." Su Yen recalled that at the time, Auntie and Meng Yufei were too shy to let their families know. They would use the excuse of taking Su Yen out to play on weekends to sneak off for dates. Robbing the cradle, Su Lingling's face flushed red. "What do you know about love at your age? You two would leave me at the arcade for hours while you went to the movies." Su Yen let out a faint sound of discontent. "When I return home tonight, you still expect me to deceive my family, telling them that my aunt took me out to play and enjoy delicious food in the afternoon. Is this a reasonable request? Do you even remember?" Su Lingling's complexion paled, a hint of guilt flickering in her eyes. "So many years have passed. I remember everything," Su Yen replied, tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I simply couldn't be bothered to argue with you all. Enough of this. Asking for uncle's help and still behaving so brazenly?" Su Lingling waved her hand, hastily changing the subject. "But since this is a matter concerning her family, why are you so invested?" Su Yen extended his hand. "Don't ask about the matters of a devoted admirer." The aunt and nephew exchanged glances. "Fine then." Su Yen sighed helplessly. "She is my girlfriend." "Had you said so earlier, we could have avoided this," Su Lingling remarked, her expression relaxing. "You've certainly made quite the impression with such a beautiful girlfriend. But wait, I recall Ban Ban is about to take the college entrance examination, right? Won't dating such a lovely girl affect her studies? So don't mention it to my parents." Su Yen seemed to anticipate her thoughts and hushed her. "When aunt goes out later, don't speak carelessly. A young lady's reputation is fragile. Had it not been for my sister, she wouldn't have come here today." Su Lingling nodded, taking a moment to reflect seriously. The notion of being abducted and lacking proper documentation, while sounding somewhat absurd, was not entirely implausible. Yet, she recalled the girl's appearance. "But she looks just like one of our Su family's own, doesn't she? I feel a certain affinity with her." Su Yen inquired. "Aunt, is this matter feasible? What about her elders?" Su Lingling did not respond but continued to question. "How is it that only an older sister brought her here? The girl appears to be around Ban Ban's age, likely also preparing for the entrance examination. Shouldn't such matters involve the concern of elders? Her mother has passed away, and her father has started a new family," Su Yen elucidated. "The stepmother can be rather... Well, you understand? That poor little girl," Su Lingling mused. "Is there any documentation to verify the girl's identity? To put it simply, proof that she didn't just materialize out of thin air." Su Yen shook his head. But Tong Tong truly did seem to appear out of nowhere. She brought nothing but a photograph, not even a trace of her daily life. However, paternity tests shouldn't be shown casually to others. Who knows what ramifications might arise? Without any documentation, it would indeed be impossible to proceed. You needn't even ask uncle about this, Su Lingling stated, shaking her head with conviction. Today's society is stringent. Even if she were abducted at birth, there would still be birth certificates and such. Otherwise, where do those homeless individuals without legal status come from? Under Aunt's subsequent explanations, Su Yan began to grasp the situation. In truth, there existed a rather simple solution to this issue, one he had already undertaken. A paternity test confirming a blood relation could serve as identification. Ideally, it should be from the parents, but even the grandparents would suffice. Yet, this process would undoubtedly be rather cumbersome. While it could indeed establish that Tong Tong was his biological daughter, how could he explain the age discrepancy? Wait, Ban Ban, you must have something going on, Su Lingling noted, observing her nephew lost in thought, her keen instincts sensing something amiss. In the past, he had approached her for assistance, such as when he got into a fight with other boys in middle school and the teacher called for a guardian. He hadn't sought anyone else. He had called upon her. At that time, Su Lingling had been reluctant to go, despite her affection for her nephew, as it was an embarrassing affair. His response back then had been that if it couldn't be resolved, they might as well not live. Now, this silence felt entirely different. So who exactly is that little girl? Well, Aunt, she is a friend of mine. Su Yan remained silent for a moment. To put it simply, my friend had a passionate encounter with a girl and found themselves unable to resist. Su Lingling responded. And then they had a daughter, Su Yan stated cautiously. And, do you think this explanation suffices? Su Lingling's face displayed disbelief. So, you came to confess to your uncle today? Not me, but a friend of mine, Su Yan clarified. Don't let her appearance fool you. She is actually only 3 years old. 3 years old. Su Lingling felt her nephew's words were particularly irksome today. It seemed that the moment he mentioned that girl and the little girl, it became exceedingly difficult to extract the truth from him. However, in reality, Su Yan had already revealed the truth to his aunt from the outset. Alright, if you don't wish to elaborate, then so be it. Su Lingling didn't want to keep the guests waiting too long. In any case, I have shared all the methods with you. Now, it's up to you to discuss it with her. Understood, Su Yan nodded. He was not particularly worried about his aunt informing the family. In fact, it would not matter if she did. One day, Tong Tong would have to meet her grandparents. Yet, Su Yan had yet to devise a suitable way to communicate this to them. Ban Ban, you are now an adult. Su Lingling opened the door, glancing back at her nephew, her smile becoming somewhat subdued. Aunt may not pry, but whatever you do, you must consider the consequences. Su Yan remained silent. What I mean is, I have watched you grow little by little. Su Lingling's tone was earnest. No matter what challenges you face, you can always trust your aunt. Su Yan nodded, acknowledging that his aunt cared for him the most. Su Lingling finally smiled again, reaching out to pat her nephew, who had outgrown her by a head. When they emerged from the room, Wen Ning was still sitting upright on the sofa. Upon seeing the pair, she appeared somewhat anxious. As for Tong Tong, having waited for a while, she had nestled in her mother's embrace, looking drowsy. Perhaps it was due to a morning spent wandering the mall, coupled with the drowsy afternoon, as her little head bobbed like a sleepy chick. Aunt, there's something else, Su Yan, not wishing to wake his daughter, lowered his voice. Aunt, you are a Chinese teacher at Chaoyang Primary School, right? Could this little girl attend school first? At her age, she can't just remain at home indefinitely. While she can't formally enroll, attending classes as an auditor and making friends would still be beneficial. The primary and middle school years are the most crucial in shaping one's life. That won't do. A guardian's approval is still required. Su Lingling shook her head. Moreover, Aunt is currently on leave. She hasn't been to school in nearly a week. Su Yan paused, seemingly struck by a realization, his expression turning incredulous. Su Lingling gently caressed her flat abdomen, her face radiant with happiness. Aunt is expecting a little baby. For a woman, this marked the beginning of an entirely new phase in life. I'm sorry, my dear girl, but I may not be able to assist you. Su Lingling turned to Wen Ning, feeling a bit apologetic. Would you mind staying for dinner since you've come all this way? There's no trouble. Wen Ning replied softly. We'll think of another solution. We? Did she just imply we? Su Lingling's curiosity intensified. Why did it feel as though they were genuinely raising a child together? Why do I feel like I'm conversing with my niece-in-law? And I've already told you about her family situation. Su Yan pondered for a moment. With parents who are both irresponsible and unwilling to intervene, she must prepare for the college entrance examination while lacking the time to accompany the little ones during the day. It simply would not do to leave the young girl alone. Su Lingling could not resist casting a glance at Wen Ning, who, with her striking beauty, nodded obediently without uttering a word. "And, might it be possible for you to assist?" Su Yan proposed. "As you happen to be a teacher, you could help her with her studies and take her out for some fun during the day, and we shall return to fetch her in the evening. It would be a splendid opportunity for you to bond with Tong Tong. Afterward, you can teach Tong Tong how to address you appropriately. Once you grow accustomed to her presence, you can gradually share more about her situation." Su Yan's aunt was considerably younger than her parents, which perhaps rendered her more receptive and understanding of certain matters. "No problem at all," Su Lingling readily acquiesced, her gaze never straying from Wen Ning, as though she were speaking directly to her. Wen Ning's expression was evidently a tad flustered, her earlobes tinged with a hint of crimson. She was unaware of the discussion between Su Yan and her aunt, yet it was clear that ever since they exited the room, Su Lingling's demeanor towards her had shifted. Lowering her gaze, she murmured, "Thank you, Aunt Su." Su Lingling merely smiled. "Not at all, Aunt is quite adept with children. You need not worry. How shy she is. Such an innocent girl. Not only blessed with beauty but also possessing remarkably long legs." At that moment, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside. Meng Yufei entered, carrying several bags. He was tall and robust, with strikingly handsome features, dressed in a neatly tailored uniform, exuding an air of vitality. Standing in contrast to the petite Su Lingling, there was a noticeable height disparity. Kissing might require him to stand on tiptoe. "Ah, Yen is here?" He switched into slippers and stepped into the living room. "Brother Meng, congratulations." Su Yen chuckled. "In the blink of an eye, you are on the verge of becoming a father. I eagerly await the day I can hold your child." Little did he expect that he would be the one to become a father before Meng Yufei. "Brother Meng, you should address me as uncle." Meng Yufei instinctively glanced at the girl on the sofa, a hint of suspicion flickering in his eyes. "Are you friends of Yen?" Wen Ning languidly replied, "Hello, uncle." "Well then, aunt, we shall take our leave. There are exam papers left unfinished. I will bring Tong Tong over tomorrow morning." Su Yen cradled the now dozing Tong Tong, adjusting her position to ensure her comfort. "Her name is Tong Tong? How adorable." Su Lingling poked the little girl's nose. Tong Tong scrunched her brows slightly, murmuring "daddy" as she clung tightly to Su Yan's neck, a glimmer of drool adorning the corner of her mouth. Subsequently, Su Yan and Wen Ning donned their shoes, exchanged farewells with the two, and departed together. Su Lingling watched them leave, her smile radiant. "I reckon this girl might truly become the daughter-in-law of our esteemed Su family." "What do you mean?" Meng Yufei pondered. "Why does that lad run off upon seeing me?" As a police officer, his instinctive thought was that something seemed off about the two, yet he couldn't quite pinpoint the issue. "In the future, try not to wander about the house in your police uniform," Su Lingling chided. "You might frighten others." Meng Yufei, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "And who is that little girl?" Su Lingling provided a brief explanation, withholding nothing from her husband. "Kidnapped by human traffickers? You want me to help take care of her?" Meng Yufei found the notion absurd yet sensed something amiss. "We must report this at the station, and what about that girl?" "I don't know. She claims to be his girlfriend." "Girlfriend?" Meng Yufei recalled the girl's pure and charming visage. Having been a police officer for so long, he had encountered countless petty crimes and disputes, leading him to be suspicious of anyone who appeared dubious. Today, Su Yan's demeanor struck him as particularly odd. Without a doubt, something was amiss. Furthermore, Su Yan was living alone in an apartment, wasn't he? "No, I must bring that lad back for questioning." Meng Yufei's expression turned grave, his brows furrowing deeply. He bent down to put on his shoes, setting aside the little girl. Su Yan is about to take his college entrance examination. What is he doing with a girlfriend at this time? Adolescent boys are often brimming with youthful vigor, especially when left unsupervised. That girl, with her striking beauty and seemingly gentle demeanor, posed a risk. Su Yan had always been the audacious sort, a daredevil since childhood. What if he were to bring her home? "Come back here." Su Lingling grasped her husband's arm, a hint of irritation in her voice. "Are you suggesting we bring trouble to our doorstep?" "That was not my intention." Meng Yufei's fervor diminished, his voice softening. "But we ought to clarify the situation regarding the little girl." Su Lingling, fiercely protective, retorted, "She is already of age. What's the harm in a young couple dating? It's just that I fear it might impact his studies." Meng Yufei weakly attempted to justify himself. "They are still in school. When you and I were dating, we were also in school." Su Lingling seized her husband's ear playfully. "When you sneaked over to spend the weekend with me, did the police come to arrest you, Officer Meng?" Meng Yufei flustered. "Well, that's different." Su Lingling raised an eyebrow. How is it different? Well, Meng Yufei's cheeks flushed as he stammered. That was your initiative, wasn't it? On the way back, when Ning's expression bore a hint of sorrow, if even Su Yan's aunt could not assist, Tong Tong might remain undocumented indefinitely. Clearly, this was an outcome neither she nor Su Yan could accept. Though her own life and family were in disarray, when Ning's thoughts were uncomplicated, she had not experienced a particularly happy childhood and understood the feelings that accompanied it. Thus, when she became a mother, she wanted to provide the best for Tong Tong. Don't overthink it. It's not that it can't be done, just that the timing isn't right. Sensing her unease, Su Yan recounted his aunt's words to Wen Ning. It sounded simple enough, proof of kinship would suffice. However, the execution posed its own challenges, particularly regarding Tong Tong's age, which was difficult to explain. Su Yan cradled Tong Tong, pulling her hat down to ensure her comfort as she nestled against his neck. Though she was merely an 8-year-old girl, she felt light in his arms. Yet, there was no need to rush, for months remained. Su Yan gazed into her beautiful eyes. Once we graduate from university and determine the city and school, we can find a suitable school for Tong Tong. Tong Tong would surely be reluctant to part from them, and they too would be unwilling to leave her elsewhere. Indeed, when Ning found his reasoning sound, gradually easing her worries. Previously, her vision for the future had been simply to live independently after university, free from the need to tread carefully around her stepsister. In truth, she harbored little expectation for the future. Each day was spent in a haze of study, gazing at the array of splendid numbers on her report card, yet she remained oblivious to the purpose behind it all. However, with the arrival of Tong Tong, a flicker of anticipation began to illuminate her outlook on the future, as though something profoundly significant stirred within her heart. She could now prepare for the college entrance examination with a sense of calm, free from the clamor of unwarranted thoughts. Su Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. With your excellent grades, you can attend the finest schools in the nation. Do not let anything sway you. Wen Ning shot him a glance. And what about you? Su Yan chuckled. A distinguished student from a prestigious university. Shall I look down upon those from lesser institutions? Wen Ning turned her head away, unwilling to engage further. Yet after a moment, she pivoted back, her voice cool. When you return, bring me your last month's exam paper. By the time the two returned home with Tong Tong, it was already 4 in the afternoon. The little girl was still squinting, caught between slumber and wakefulness. Su Yan gently placed her on the bed, allowing her to rest peacefully for a while. Wen Ning, not wishing to waste any time, took his paper and sat at the desk, scrutinizing it meticulously. After a considerable period, her expression gradually relaxed, releasing a sigh of relief within. To be candid, the results were better than she had anticipated. Su Yan's foundation in the sciences was quite commendable. He managed to solve nearly all the questions he should have. It was only in English and Chinese that he faltered, as it was evident he had haphazardly guessed on the English multiple-choice questions. This was a common affliction among many boys, not due to complexity, but rather sheer laziness and a penchant for amusement. I shall take the paper home first and examine it closely. When Ning meticulously folded the crumpled exam sheets he had unearthed from somewhere and placed them earnestly into her backpack. Upon my return, I will select some questions for you to tackle. I shall bring them to you on Monday. Sitting across from her, Su Yan, casually scrolling through his phone, finally lifted his eyelids. Why do you care so much about my grades? Even my family hasn't pressured me like this. After all, Su Yan had been notorious for his poor performance in middle school. It was only during his final year that he began to focus and diligently apply himself to his studies. Achieving admission to the top high school and passing the undergraduate threshold was already considered a remarkable feat by both of his parents. When Ning offered no reply, merely stating, I must return home, she glanced at the time and began to tidy her backpack. Having spent the day outside, Wen Qiong should have already arrived home. Hey, when the campus bell. As Wen Ning slipped on her shoes, Su Yan called out, Stop meddling in my affairs. What will you do if your own grades decline? Then I shall decline a little, she replied, fastening her shoelaces with care before standing up. Her somewhat striking eyes locked onto Su Yan's, her lips forming a tight line. If I score too high, I fear you won't be able to keep up. Oh, that's unnecessary. Su Yan's expression faltered momentarily. After a brief pause, he laughed again. When I scored over 500 points, didn't I manage to catch up to you? I was referring to the scores. When Ning cast him another glance before shouldering her canvas bag and departing. As she left his home, the outside weather had turned somewhat dim. Due to the distance, she waited downstairs for a bus, taking a seat at the back. The bus was not crowded, and Wen Ning quietly gazed out at the passing scenery. After a while, she retrieved a rabbit plushie from her backpack, squeezing it in her hand. The events of recent days had left her somewhat disoriented. The emergence of Tong Tong and her acquaintance with Su Yan had brought about an unanticipated cascade of occurrences. In Tong Tong's descriptions, her future appeared so splendid that it would evoke envy in any girl. A prosperous family, a sweet and delightful daughter, and a love with her husband that had remained vibrant for over a decade, coupled with an exceptionally stable relationship with her mother-in-law. Until now, she felt that the sense of unreality was gradually permeating her heart. It was as if, upon reopening her eyes, all of this would vanish without a trace. She remained uncertain whether Su Yan, the boy she might not fall in love with until her late 20s, was indeed the one she would inevitably love, regardless of the age at which they met. Yet, Wen Ning still felt a profound joy in this thought, akin to the moment at 5 years old when her mother lovingly hung a rabbit doll onto her backpack. All these years, her mother had passed. Wen Ning squeezed the plushie's ear, her voice low. "Other than you, will anyone else gift me a little rabbit?" Half an hour later, the bus finally reached her stop. With care, she placed the rabbit plushie back into her backpack and alighted, making her way home. She stood at the door for a moment before retrieving her keys from her pocket. However, the moment she stepped inside, an unusual atmosphere enveloped her. Only her stepmother, Xiao Ziqin, sat alone in the living room. The door to Wen Xiong's room was tightly shut, and the television was turned down low. Upon hearing the door open, Xiao Ziqin glanced back at her. Wen Ning greeted her softly and prepared to retreat to her room with her backpack. "Xiao Ning," Xiao Ziqin called out, beckoning her over to sit. Wen Ning hesitated momentarily before obediently taking a seat on the sofa. Wen Xiong had likely already informed her of the day's events. Given her stepmother's character, Wen Ning had anticipated the outcome long before. Sensing her stepmother's silence, Wen Ning felt compelled to break the ice. "Where's Dad? He has business at the company today and will not be returning." Xiao Ziqin muted the television entirely. "Where did you go all day?" Wen Ning fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. "I recall you telling me this morning that you were going to study at the library." Xiao Ziqin scrutinized her eldest stepdaughter, her tone inscrutable. "But your sister returned at noon saying you were actually out with a boy?" "Yes," Wen Ning did not deny it. "I was with a boy." In truth, her stepmother rarely monitored her in this regard, aside from her evident favoritism, or perhaps she simply could not be bothered. Wen Ning understood that if she did not admit it, her stepmother likely had little interest in pursuing the matter further. Yet, for some reason, she was reluctant to conceal anything regarding Su Yan. Xiao Ziqin was taken aback by her admission, falling into a rare silence. Perhaps it was the first time she encountered such a situation. She was unsure how to approach her not-so-biological daughter. After a lengthy pause, she continued, "Are you dating?" Wen Ning lowered her gaze. "No, but I heard Qiong say that boy is rather unsavory." Xiao Ziqin scrutinized her for quite some time before speaking in a calm tone. "Xiao Ning, how could you associate with such a boy?" In truth, when Wen Xiong had returned earlier, she had recounted her grievances in a tearful tone, claiming to have been bullied by her sister's friend. However, Xiao Ziqin was not entirely unaware of her younger daughter's temperament. Having been spoiled since childhood, she occasionally embellished matters. Thus, Xiao Ziqin only half believed what she heard. At this moment, she did not display any displeasure towards Wen Ning and maintained a rather composed tone. That's not the case. Wen Ning had always adopted a submissive and compliant demeanor in front of her stepmother. Essentially, whatever her stepmother commanded, she obliged. Yet now, her tone was unusually earnest. "He is not that kind of boy. This matter, I have yet to disclose to your father." Xiao Ziqin furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of displeasure at her attitude. "Do not let him worry about you. You are forbidden from meeting that boy again, understood? At least until you graduate from high school." She was acutely aware of how strikingly beautiful Wen Ning was. It was highly improbable that any boy approaching her harbored no ulterior motives. After all, their father, Wen Qiming, possessed exceptional genes, and even the younger daughter, Wen Xiong, was quite lovely in her own right, charming and adorable. Yet she paled in comparison to Wen Ning. Standing beside her, all gazes would naturally gravitate towards Wen Ning, rendering her own daughter rather ordinary. This was a point that deeply irked Xiao Ziqin. Wen Ning's mother was an exceedingly rare beauty. Even upon seeing her photograph, Xiao Ziqin struggled to suppress feelings of inadequacy. "I maintain excellent academic performance." Consistently, Wen Ning replied, pausing for a moment, inadvertently gripping the canvas bag resting on her lap. "Moreover, I am now of age and possess the discernment to recognize whom I should befriend." "Do you?" Xiao Ziqin exclaimed, genuinely irritated. Do you not comprehend my concern? I fear for your safety from deceit. Do you not understand? Wen Ning found herself at a loss on how to elucidate her relationship with Su Yan to her stepmother. In truth, she had contemplated inquiring with Tong Tong about her future self and familial relationships. From Tong Tong's fragmented words, Wen Ning could envision the blissful life she would lead after marrying into the Su family, and Su Yan's carefree and casual demeanor suggested he was raised in a family of remarkable individuals. Yet, she had never mentioned the elders of the one family, including her maternal grandfather, to her. Although she could vaguely predict the outcome, she ultimately lacked the courage to voice her questions. Once the college entrance examinations are concluded, you may go wherever you wish, but not now. Mother, I am not your mother. Xiao Ziqin, amidst her anger, spoke without thought. I am under no obligation to indulge you, do you understand? Then, she suddenly realized how inappropriate her words were. The woman's lips moved, but she refrained from continuing. The two remained in silence on the sofa, the muted images on the television resembling a scene frozen in time. Please do not be angry. Take care of your health. Wen Ning rose, cradling her backpack, her head bowed, long strands of hair cascading down as her voice barely conveyed any emotion. I will not bring shame to you and father during my college entrance examinations. The earlier address of mother seemed to vanish entirely from her words, replaced with the more formal you. Xiao Ziqin intended to say something, yet her words caught in her throat. She recognized how deeply hurtful her previous statement had been. Even though Wen Ning was not her biological daughter, she had raised her for over a decade. She wished to soften the atmosphere with words, yet found herself unable to do so. In the end, she watched helplessly as Wen Ning retreated to her own room, gently closing the door behind her. In truth, Xiao Ziqin often reminisced about her first encounter with Wen Ning. At that time, she was merely a 9-year-old girl, having just endured the loss of her mother, which rendered her somewhat silent and introverted. When this little girl first met her, she obediently tugged at her sleeve and softly called her mother. Xiao Ziqin could understand why a 6-year-old would exhibit such an almost sycophantic attitude towards her. Feeling insecure when her father brought home a new aunt, fearing he might abandon her like he did her mother, akin to discarding a worn-out doll. In those moments, Xiao Ziqin did contemplate treating her well, nurturing her as if she were her own daughter. However, shortly thereafter, when Xiong was born, and Xiao Ziqin poured nearly all her affection into the younger daughter. Gradually, the relationship between her and Wen Ning became somewhat awkward and estranged. Deep down, she knew that over the years, Wen Ning had rarely caused her worry, displaying wisdom and obedience in all matters. She never contested with her willful younger sister over enjoyable or delectable things. On the contrary, she treated her sister with an affectionate demeanor. Yet, each time Xiao Ziqin beheld Wen Ning's increasingly beautiful face and those captivating eyes, she found it exceedingly difficult to suppress memories of Wen Ning's deceased mother, her husband's late wife. Moreover, since Wen Ning was not her biological child, her temper sometimes proved difficult to control. For reasons unknown, she could not dote on her as she would her own daughter. When Wen Ning erred, she could not help but admonish her sternly. Each time she recalled the little girl who persistently called her mother behind her, it stirred a pang of sadness within Xiao Ziqin. Had Wen Ning's biological mother still been alive, she would undoubtedly have been cherished by all and lived a life of great happiness. Wen Ning was a wonderful child, yet she was not her daughter. After all these years, she found it challenging to develop affection for her. What could she do? On a Monday morning, Su Yan took Tong Tong to his aunt's house. The previous evening, he had spent a full 4 hours explaining the concept of time travel to her. This notion, in itself, was not overly complex. To clarify it further, Su Yan even played several episodes of the anime Doraemon for her. Tong Tong, upon arriving at the base of his aunt's building, Su Yan knelt before her. Do you remember everything Dad told you last night? As winter lingered at its tail end, the weather remained somewhat chilly. Concerned for his daughter, he had dressed Tong Tong in a fluffy coat before they left in the morning. He had also wrapped a sky-blue scarf around her neck, making her appear rather round and compact, with her little hands tucked snugly into her sleeves, resembling a small penguin. Yes, Tong Tong is Ding Dong Cat. Tong Tong's cheeks glowed rosy from the cold wind. I came back from the future on a time machine to help Daddy and Mommy fulfill their wishes. Is that an understanding? Su Yan mused, feeling she had grasped the concept, albeit minimally. He recognized Tong Tong's intelligence, which surpassed that of her peers. However, he needed her to promise him one thing. Gently pinching her cheek, he said, "This is Tong Tong's greatest secret. You must not share it with anyone other than those you trust the most." Yes. They had made a pact on this matter the night before. Su Yen was aware that leaving Tong Tong with his aunt carried certain risks. Children inevitably misspeak, and there was a chance that his aunt might discover the truth. Yet, they could not conceal it for a lifetime. After all, she was Tong Tong's blood relative. Upon hearing her nephew knock, Su Lingling quickly came to the door and opened it. "Why are you alone?" she inquired, glancing behind him. "Where is that girl?" "Her home is quite far, so I entrusted the little girl to you last night," Su Yen casually replied. "Tong Tong, say hello." "Good morning," Tong Tong chirped cheerily. Su Lingling was somewhat taken aback, unable to comprehend why this little girl felt so familiar with her. "Did you teach her?" Su Yen chuckled as he explained. "Not knowing how to address you, I thought it best to let her call you by the same name as my daughter." Su Lingling pondered for a moment but dismissed the thought. The appellation sounded rather pleasant, and she felt an innate closeness to the little girl. Perhaps it was because she bore a striking resemblance to the children of the Su family, albeit with an allure that seemed almost excessive. At such a tender age, it was evident she would blossom into an extraordinary beauty. "Tong Tong, today, while playing with Grandma, be a bit more obedient." Su Yen finally released his daughter's hand. That evening, he would return to collect her. Su Miaodong responded with a sweet dutifully walking over to Su Lingling's side and taking her hand. The smile adorning her face radiated joy and ease. It was clear that in the future, her bond with Grandma would be quite delightful. "Auntie, please take some time to teach her reading and writing." Su Yen directed his gaze towards his aunt. "This child is at the perfect age for elementary school." Su Lingling nodded with a smile, glancing down to find the little girl looking back at her. Noticing the gaze of Grandma, Su Miaodong beamed. "Grandma, Tong Tong's grades are excellent. Is Tong Tong truly that remarkable?" Yes. The teacher rewards me with little flowers every day." Unable to restrain herself, Su Lingling turned to her nephew. "Wasn't it said she was abducted by human traffickers? How is she still attending school?" Su Yen was at a loss for words. He shrugged. Perhaps the traffickers recognized the significance of compulsory education. "You resemble a trafficker more." Su Lingling shot her nephew an exasperated glance. "All right, hurry off to school." After a few more reminders, Su Yen zipped up his uniform, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and departed. His aunt was indeed adept at caring for children, and with her profession as an elementary school teacher, Su Yen felt assured leaving Tong Tong in her care. "Tong Tong, come in," Su Lingling beckoned, retrieving a pair of slippers for her. Subsequently, she helped untie the scarf around the girl's neck. "What is your full name?" "Su Miaodong." "You bear the Su surname?" Su Lingling's attention was immediately captured. Upon this closer observation, she increasingly felt that Miaodong bore a resemblance to Su Yen in his childhood, particularly when he smiled. Regrettably, the eyes did not mirror his. Instead, they resembled those of the girl who had come with them that day. Contemplating a certain possibility, Su Lingling was suddenly struck by a sense of absurdity. Meanwhile, Su Yen returned to school, resuming his regular classes. His mathematics and science scores were commendable, consistently above average. Yet his language and English grades were lamentably poor, resembling something that had been gnawed upon by a dog. During the second break, Wen Ning sent him a message. "I may not be able to come over this week. Please convey my apologies to Miaodong." Su Yen pondered for a moment, deeming it a trivial matter. After all, she was a top student in the accelerated class. It was only natural for her to be busy. He casually replied with an "all right," picking up his grammar book to continue reading, not overthinking the situation. "I've selected some exercise books for you, along with some materials I've organized to give you. Let me know when you're free, and I'll bring them to you." Su Yen had not anticipated her swift action. A scholar is indeed a scholar, exhibiting no signs of procrastination. "After school then. That one tea work. My dad is coming to pick me up today." High schoolers still needed their parents to pick them up? Su Yen suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting to realization. Presumably, her stepsister had been spreading some nonsense. "I'll ask a girl to go pick them up." After sending the message, Su Yen didn't wait for her reply and tucked his phone away. However, at that moment, he noticed Li Yuyu staring intently at him, her expression inscrutable. As for Chun Hao, his seat was empty. He had likely wandered off to another class during the long break. "I didn't mean to." Li Yuyu paused before offering an explanation. "I wanted to ask you about a math problem, but you were so focused that I couldn't help but glance your way. It's fine. As long as Chun Hao's jealous ex doesn't see." Su Yen noted casually. He had saved Li Yuyu's contact as simply Wen Ning. Thus, while she understood that stealing glances was inappropriate, she found it hard to avert her gaze. Mainly, it was that message. She might not be able to come this week. Li Yuyu felt that continuing to look might lead to something inappropriate. Sister Yuyu, could you do me a favor? Su Yan asked without a hint of hesitation. Please go upstairs and find Wen Ning. She has something for me. Li Yuyu licked her dry lips, raising an eyebrow and responding with a non sequitur. Did you sleep with her? Not yet. Su Yan immediately realized the awkwardness of his words. He quickly clarified, no. She's just an ordinary friend. Li Yuyu scrutinized him, clearly skeptical. If she's just a friend, should I mention this to Chen Hao? No way. So, she's not just a friend? Su Yan's expression gradually turned serious. Sister Yuyu, stay out of my business regarding the simp situation. Simp? Person like you so arrogant, couldn't he possibly be a simp? Yet, I see that your relationship is quite amicable. Li Yuyu remained unconvinced. It doesn't seem like it. But aren't simps classified by levels? Su Yan replied coolly. Although most don't deserve a seat at the table. Occasionally, one might get to eat the leftovers. While she found it absurd, Li Yuyu still offered a kind warning. Ian, just remember that simps and nice guys sit at the same table. You should be aware of that. I told her the same, but she won't listen. Su Yan sighed helplessly. But for a girl to let others know she is simping for me, how humiliating that would be. Li Yuyu fell silent, returning to her seat with a frown. You really have no shame. Nonetheless, Li Yuyu ultimately displayed a generous spirit in assisting him. Much like the girls in class who passed notes for boys to a pretty girl, there was no substantial benefit involved, yet it guaranteed a compliant and agreeable companion. Li Yuyu left him with a wait here, and went upstairs. As a girl, her only impression of the reputed school beauty, Wen Ning, was her remarkable score of 6th in the entire science department. Soon, she had another girl summon Wen Ning. Wen Ning appeared somewhat drowsy, as though she had not rested well the previous night. I was sent by Ian, Li Yuyu stated, rubbing her hands together as she scrutinized the girl in the school uniform, feeling a twinge of curiosity. It wasn't that Wen Ning was excessively beautiful. Li Yuyu had little interest in such matters. Rather, it was that Wen Ning's recent monthly exam score was 688, which was even lower than Su Yan's. Standing before her, Li Yuyu felt considerable pressure, especially given her own obsessive dedication to studying. Oh, Wen Ning quickly handed over the items. Thank you for this. Li Yuyu discreetly inspected the materials, noting they were merely a stack of books, likely exercise books or the like. She couldn't help but scoff. This is really unnecessary. Wen Ning looked startled. What do you mean? If you all want to attend a university, it's pointless for Ian to put in the effort. In truth, Wen Ning had been quietly observing the bespectacled, short-haired girl. Her acquaintance with Su Yan was scant, yet it was evident that the bond between them was quite profound. Ultimately, she could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, Are you a friend of Su Yan? Well, I suppose you could say we are childhood friends. Li Yuyu replied with a smile. There's also a boy. We have been playing together since elementary school. Su Yan's demeanor was rather carefree. He often remained unfazed by the whispers of others, which allowed for a consistently amicable relationship with her. As for Chen Hao, the mere thought of that fellow ignited a spark of irritation within Li Yuyu. How could someone be so exasperating? Nonetheless, she noted that Ian had recently undergone some changes. Strange, she mused. He used to be rather lackadaisical about his studies, particularly struggling with certain subjects. During morning self-study sessions, he would often doze off. Yet, these past few days he has taken to reading and memorizing vocabulary. Wen Ning instinctively curved her lips into a slight smile but remained silent. Perhaps her remark about fearing he would fall behind had struck a chord. Well, I must take my leave now, Li Yuyu said. Thank you. Not at all. Li Yuyu replied, her voice dipping slightly as she cast a glance at Wen Ning, tinged with envy and admiration. She truly was beautiful, excelling academically, and wherever she stood, she undoubtedly stood apart from the crowd. Moreover, her height must be around 169 centimeters, which was quite remarkable. Her long legs could make any girl envious. Damn it, Ian, you are unbearable. In contrast, Li Yuyu barely reached 160 centimeters, appearing quite petite. Yet, she also felt a sense of melancholy. Among the trio who had grown up together, Su Yan was the epitome of standards, standing at 178 centimeters. Chen Hao, even taller, towered at 183 centimeters. Over the years, her parents had not been remiss in providing her with supplements, hoping she would grow taller. However, by the time she reached the 3rd year of junior high, her growth had essentially plateaued. Chen Hao often teased her, calling her Potato Thunder, reminiscent of the character from Plants vs. Zombies that would emerge from the ground to explode. Every time she recalled this, a twinge of discomfort washed over her. Lost in her thoughts, she returned to the classroom. Chun Hao was seated at his desk, turned around to talk to Su Yen while muttering obscenities. His tall frame sprawled casually across the aisle, exuding an air of nonchalance. Do you know that girl from the next class? Chun Hao said, mentioning a name with evident impatience, the one with long hair. I know, Su Yen replied, barely lifting his eyelids. Your little girlfriend, right? I see you two together in the cafeteria all the time. What little girlfriend? She's just a girl I get along with, Chun Hao retorted, gesturing to his phone with a sour expression. She has been messaging me every day, checking in, but when I ask her about it, she claims she only sees me as a friend. Is this what you call friend-zoned? Isn't that how it's always been? Su Yen sipped his water. What kind of fish can swim through such a narrow opening? Stripped of any filters, Chun Hao was, in truth, quite handsome. Coupled with his sunny, extroverted personality and sense of loyalty, he attracted quite a number of admirers in the grade. During basketball matches, many girls from other classes would come to watch. Chun Hao himself was quite the social butterfly, friendly with many girls, yet none had solidified a relationship with him. He epitomized the quintessential popular boy in high school. If one approached relationships carelessly, they could end up with regrets. Su Yen cast a glance at him. Haozi, take care of yourself. Are you out of your mind? Chun Hao imagined such a scenario and felt a wave of nausea. Can you stop grossing me out? Su Yen gave his shoulder a gentle pat, choosing silence. For reasons unknown, Chun Hao felt a hint of pity emanating from Su Yen's gaze, sending a shiver down his spine. Just then, before they could continue their banter, a stack of books was suddenly slammed onto Su Yen's desk. The loud thud startled both of them, drawing the attention of their classmates. I brought this for you, Li Yuyu said nonchalantly. Remember to treat me to soda next time. With that, she shot a cold glance at Chen Hao and returned to her seat in silence. The atmosphere abruptly became tense, and Su Yen was left wondering if his earlier comments had reached her ears. Seriously, can you be quieter? Chun Hao said with a hint of annoyance. We're not kids anymore. Why are you so fidgety? Why do you care? Li Yuyu replied, her expression frosty. Recalling their earlier conversation, she felt inexplicably stifled. Did I provoke you this morning? Chun Hao took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. No. Li Yuyu's lips curved downward, revealing her displeasure. Can you retract your legs? They're blocking the way for others. I like having long legs, so what? He declared defiantly, then provocatively nudged his legs beneath her chair, playfully rocking it. This left Li Yuyu struggling to maintain her balance, her frustration mounting. Chun Hao, she snapped, turning to face him, if you kick my chair one more time, I will tell the teacher to switch seats. Chun Hao paused, momentarily taken aback. After a while, he gradually withdrew his foot. Li Yuyu lowered her head, expressionless, and resumed her reading. The atmosphere hung heavily in the air. After a moment, Chun Hao rubbed his nose. He leaned in closer and tugged at Li Yuyu's sleeve. I'm just messing with you. We're in high school now. Why are we still acting like kids? Sulking? Li Yuyu's face remained impassive. I like it. Don't be upset. I'll play badminton with you during gym class. Who cares? Seated at the back, Su Yen let out a soft sigh. He had lost count of how many times he had witnessed their daily quarrels. Just keep on bickering, he thought. The dynamics between these two were perplexing to him. Over the years, their relationship had been a whirlwind of arguments, often culminating in flushed faces and mutual silence. Their personalities clashed significantly. Chun Hao was a carefree soul, easily engaging with anyone, while Li Yuyu was more sensitive, harboring her own thoughts. Su Yen could discern some of Li Yuyu's sentiments. Though they were childhood friends, her attitude towards Chun Hao was entirely different from her demeanor around him. Perhaps it was genuine disdain, or perhaps she wished to conceal something from prying eyes. Tong Tong had mentioned that they would eventually end up together, but Su Yen believed that the journey towards that outcome would be fraught with challenges. Comparatively, his relationship with Wen Ning, though also intricate, seemed to flow more effortlessly, especially with Tong Tong acting as a bridge between them. Casting aside other thoughts, Su Yen focused on the materials Wen Ning had organized for him. Most of them comprised fundamental subjects such as English and Chinese, where indeed, there were no shortcuts to be found. Among them, there was a grammar booklet that Wen Ning had meticulously compiled over the years. Despite her status as an academic overachiever, her notes were refreshingly down-to-earth, progressing from the simplest concepts to more complex ones, all while maintaining clarity and logical progression. Moreover, her handwriting was exquisite, the kind that would undoubtedly entice juniors to pay handsomely for it after graduation. However, Su Yen suddenly recalled something and, with a hint of suspicion, took out his phone. Did you forget to return my monthly exam papers? The response came swiftly from the other end. Wen Ning? Wen Ning. The bell rang. Wen Ning. Focus on the class. Don't play with your phone. After that, she ceased to reply, seemingly engrossed in her studies. Su Yen chuckled. He wasn't particularly concerned about the few sheets of examination papers, which were essentially destined for the trash. What truly piqued his interest was Wen Ning's demeanor. This girl, who appeared soft-spoken, exhibited a subtly assertive nature in his presence at times. Su Yen decided not to provoke her further and casually tossed his phone into the drawer, choosing instead to pay attention to the lecture. However, in the days that followed, Wen Ning did not visit Su Yen's home again. Instead, she frequently compiled exercises and highlighted key knowledge points for Li Yuyu to deliver to Su Yen. Occasionally, after school, he would catch a glimpse of her beneath the teaching building, her expression somewhat weary. Overall, it seemed that Wen Ning was under strict supervision at home. Su Yen sensed that her pressures extended beyond mere academic concerns, which he deemed troubling. Nevertheless, she called every evening, eager to hear Tongtong's voice, listening intently as Tongtong shared snippets of her day spent with her father and grandmother. Grandma taught me to write Daddy and Mommy's names today. Wen Ning glanced at the photos on WeChat, revealing a child's neat and careful handwriting. Su Yan's name was easy to write, and Tongtong had already mastered it beautifully. In contrast, the characters for Wen Ning were relatively intricate with numerous strokes, suggesting that Tongtong had practiced for quite a while. Yet, despite some awkwardness, she managed to write them down. Tongtong is truly impressive. In the face of her daughter, Wen Ning's voice softened. But won't your aunt have doubts? There's nothing. Su Yan's voice came through the phone. Aunt asked a few questions, but Tongtong is clever and didn't slip up. However, he noted that sometimes when he went to pick up Tongtong in the evening, his aunt's gaze held a hint of subtlety and hesitation. Perhaps there were still some matters she had yet to clarify, such as why her elder sister bore the surname while her younger sister was Su, or why Tongtong shared such a close bond with both her and Su Yen. Wen Ning saved the photo, adding it to her private album. Although Tongtong had written Su Yen and Wen Ning, it appeared somewhat peculiar. Mommy, when will you come to see Tongtong? The sound of her daughter's nasally voice filled the phone. I miss you so much. I miss you too. Tongtong. Wen Ning's voice softened, unsure of how to comfort her daughter. Can you give Mommy a little more time? That Saturday, her father had spoken to her. His tone was not harsh, yet the underlying message was clear. He hoped she would not grow too close to boys before entering university. She remembered her father's words vividly. Xiao Ning, your father knows that you have been resenting me all these years. You resent me for starting a new family, for not liking Aunt Xiao, and for not accepting your little sister. This is my fault, but regardless, I wish for your well-being. If she refused to accept this, he would have no choice but to contact the boy's parents. In truth, Wen Ning did not believe her father had erred. The loss of her mother was a colossal blow to him as well. Being able to create a new happy family and have a lively little daughter was his blessing. Wen Ning held no grievances against her father for moving on. Rather, it was herself who found it difficult to move past her feelings. She was uncertain about how to navigate her relationship with him or how to explain her connection with Su Yen. There was no way to ask her father not to reach out to Su Yan's parents. Su Yen, just as she was about to say something, her father, Wen Qiming, knocked on her door. Ning, get some rest. His tone was gentle. Don't stay up late on the phone. We can discuss things in the morning. There was a moment of silence from the other end of the line. Then, Su Yen's voice came through. Hang up. Tongtong is doing well here. Take care of yourself. Before she could respond, Su Yen had already disconnected the call. Wen Ning finally set her phone down and turned back. All right, Dad. This tense existence persisted for an entire week. The end of February passed completely, and with the arrival of a spring rain, the few sycamore trees beneath the teaching building began to show hints of green. On Friday evening, when Wen Ning returned home from school, the living room was empty. She paid it no mind, looking down at her phone as she made her way to her room. Even without seeing Tongtong, being able to view her daughter's photos and hear her voice daily brought her immense satisfaction. However, Su Yen had not replied to her messages since the previous day, nor did he answer her calls. I'm coming to see Tongtong this weekend. After sending that message, she added a follow-up. Is that all right? Su Yen still did not respond. A sense of unease washed over her. Just then, Wen Qiming called her. Ning, have you returned home? His voice appeared somewhat weary. Today is your birthday. Your gift is on your desk. Happy birthday. It suddenly dawned on Wen Ning that today was, indeed, her birthday. If her father had not reminded her, she would have completely forgotten. Although her age on her ID indicated she was now an adult, It was only after this birthday that she would truly be a year older, stepping into her 18th year. Thank you, Dad. When Ning pressed the phone to her ear, where did you go? Your father accompanied Aunt and your sister back to their hometown. Your grandmother is unwell and currently in the hospital. When Chiming sighed softly, it seems we won't be back until quite late. When Ning fell silent for a moment, which grandmother? Cheong's grandmother. There was a hint of awkwardness in Wen Chiming's tone. I had intended to take you along, but Aunt Xiao said your studies are demanding, so she didn't let you come. Okay, take care of yourselves, Wen Ning replied. I'm sorry. I had wanted to celebrate your birthday with you. It's all right. Thank you for the gift, Dad. Wen Ning murmured, I'm already very happy. After ending the call, she returned to her room. The gift from her father was a pair of pure white women's sneakers, with a note pressed against the box that read, Happy birthday, my daughter. Wen Ning stared at it for a while before placing the box in her cabinet. She had never been particularly concerned about birthdays. If her father hadn't mentioned it, she might not have remembered at all. She leaned over her desk to complete some homework before picking up her phone again, finding that Su Yan still had not replied. Can I come over now? After sending that message, Wen Ning found it difficult to continue working on her exam papers. She settled onto the bed, cradling her knees, her gaze lost in the phone resting before her. The recent tension in her nerves had left her feeling rather fatigued. Unbeknownst to her, she leaned against the headboard and drifted into slumber. When awakened by the incessant ringing of her phone, she found that the outside world had succumbed to darkness. With bleary eyes, she stared blankly at the buzzing device, her mind slow to catch up as she finally reached out to retrieve it. What are you doing? Came Su Yan's voice, somewhat bland yet pointed. I've called you several times, and you didn't answer. I just dozed off, Wen Ning replied, rubbing her eyes vigorously, feeling as though she had been reprimanded, which dampened her spirits. You never replied to my messages. It's still early. Hurry and get Tong Tong, hold her a bit tighter, and walk steadily. From the other end, Tong Tong's slightly irritated yet soft voice chimed in. Got it. Can I go out now? Yes, Wen Ning responded, her mind still foggy as she lay on the bed. Where are you? Quickly wash your face and get dressed, Su Yan urged. Then come downstairs to wait for us. How does he know where I live? That question flickered through Wen Ning's mind first. Gradually, she recalled that last Saturday, as she departed from his home, Su Yan had indeed inquired about her address. After hanging up, she rose and ambled to the bathroom, sluggishly wiping her face with a towel, still grappling with the reality of her situation. However, she did not linger, quickly arranging her hair before donning a coat and descending the stairs. Before long, she spotted Su Yan and Tong Tong seated on a bench beside the flower bed, engaged in conversation. The dim yellow light from the street lamp cast elongated shadows of the two figures, stretching into the distance. Wen Ning stood rooted in place, somewhat entranced by their presence. Mom! Tong Tong's attention, ever flitting, immediately caught sight of her. The little girl bounced over, extending her chubby arms. Happy birthday! May every birthday be as youthful as yesterday. Wen Ning instinctively embraced her, still somewhat in a daze. Su Yan stood nearby, holding a transparent box tied with a blue ribbon. Noticing her gaze, he nodded. Happy birthday. I bought you a cake. Wen Ning replied in a subdued tone. How did you know today is my birthday? Tong Tong told me, Su Yan explained languidly. The little one insisted on celebrating your birthday yesterday morning. She has been quite the handful these past few days. Wen Ning tightened her hold on her daughter, an overwhelming tide of guilt washing over her. Unsure of how to respond, she squatted down to brush the hair from Tong Tong's face. Don't you blame Mommy for not visiting you for so long? Huh? Tong Tong blinked innocently, but Tong Tong came to see Mommy. Gazing at her daughter's innocent and whimsical demeanor, Wen Ning's long-held emotions began to transform, replaced by something altogether different. It was as if something she had never dared to hope for had suddenly appeared before her. The persistent sense of unreality she had felt seemed to ebb away like the tide at that moment. Wen Ning's nose tinged with a sudden ache, her lips moved slightly, yet no words escaped her. Mommy, we need to blow out the candles before eating the cake. Tong Tong, like a playful kitten, nuzzled her soft cheek against Wen Ning's. Then, she produced a pack of colorful candles from her pocket. Daddy said Tong Tong is a Doraemon, here to help Daddy and Mommy make wishes. Wen Ning lowered her gaze, gently inhaling. All right, Mommy will make a wish. Su Yan placed the box on the bench and opened it to reveal a modest cake, crafted in the shape of her favorite rabbit's head. Somewhat childish and peculiar, with 2 red strawberries for eyes and a carrot for a nose. The cake bore a crooked inscription in icing that read, Happy birthday, Wen Ning. It was Tong Tong who had written it. So, Her diligent practice of calligraphy was all for preparing my birthday cake. Wen Ning found it difficult to tear her gaze away, her vision becoming a little misty. She squatted beside the bench, staring intently at the cake like a little girl who had just received a new toy. Tong Tong squatted beside her, supporting her chin with her hand, her eyes squinting in delight. After what felt like an eternity, Wen Ning finally spoke slowly. I didn't know you could bake cakes. She remembered that Su Yan lived in a well-furnished small apartment, equipped with everything necessary, including a combined steam oven. Don't be absurd, I can't bake. Su Yan immediately refuted. It's store-bought. I'm just a big guy. I don't have the patience to bake a cake. How did you come up with using a carrot for the rabbit's nose? I couldn't find anything else, he replied. I already said it's from the store. Where would you find such an ugly cake? At that moment, Wen Ning wished fervently that everything before her could unfold like a film, frame by frame, preserved forever. Perhaps in the future, she would receive other birthday cakes. Perhaps one day, she could confidently walk into a bakery, select her next desired cake, and treat herself. Yet, she knew she would never forget the very ugly cake she received on her 18th birthday. Su Yan took the candles from Tong Tong, lit them, and placed them atop the cake. In the glow of the streetlight, the flames of the candles flickered feebly, swaying as if they might extinguish at any moment. Yet they still illuminated Tong Tong and Wen Ning, who crouched before them, and Su Yan, who stood nearby. Wen Ning felt a pang of reluctance as she prepared to cut the cake. Su Yan, she said tentatively, can I take a photo first before making my wish? Go ahead, he readily acquiesced, take as many as you like. Wen Ning captured the image of the not-so-exquisite cake, treasuring it as a precious addition to her private album. She suddenly realized that in such a short time, her collection of photographs had grown increasingly abundant. And in the future, there would surely be even more. Mom, hurry and make your wish, Tong Tong urged, shaking her mother's hand in a playful manner. If the candles go out, it will be too late. Only then did Wen Ning comprehend. Glancing at the dwindling flames, she quickly closed her eyes. In that moment, a powerful desire surged within her, compelling her to make a wish she had never dared to utter or even hope for in over a decade. I wish to study diligently, to attend a university in a place I desire, and to have a life that is entirely my own. I wish to meet someone who loves me and to encounter someone worthy of my affection. Then, I wish for a true home that belongs to me. When she opened her eyes again, Tong Tong puffed out her cheeks and blew with all her might, extinguishing the candles before her mother. That was close, she exclaimed, patting her chest with her tiny hand. Just barely made it. Wen Ning couldn't help but smile, affectionately ruffling her daughter's hair, yet found herself at a loss for words. Mommy, let Tong Tong cut the cake. All right, Tong Tong, just be careful not to cut off its eyes. Wen Ning gazed at the rabbit cake as it transformed into scattered pieces, unable to suppress a twinge of sorrow. Su Yan, who had a disinclination for sweets, picked up a carrot and sat nearby, nibbling on it while observing the mother and daughter seated on the chairs, engrossed in their cake. Wen Ning was relatively quiet, taking delicate bites of the cake, while Tong Tong joyfully swung her legs, her mouth stuffed full, occasionally smudging her lips with a hint of cream. Su Yan found it rather amusing. Tong Tong, what's the matter with you? Every time you eat, you stuff your cheeks like a hamster. It's quite adorable. Wen Ning attentively used the back of her hand to wipe a bit of cream from her daughter's mouth. What wish did you make just now? Su Yan casually inquired. Let us hear it. Wen Ning instinctively turned her head away. He lounged on the bench, his posture relaxed, squinting at the distant view. With slightly long hair, he appeared rather laid back. Suddenly, Wen Ning noticed that despite the dimness of the streetlight, Su Yan's features were strikingly refined and handsome. The more time they spent together, the more appealing he seemed. Of course, it might also be because he wasn't wearing his glasses today. Wen Ning had always thought that his black-framed glasses were rather unattractive. As if sensing her gaze, Su Yan unexpectedly looked over. Wen Ning, unashamed, discreetly licked the cream off her lips. But if I say it, won't it lose its magic? Do you really think I'm still a little girl in kindergarten? Su Yan yawned sleepily and blurted, if you don't say your wish, how can I help you fulfill it? Wen Ning paused, instinctively swallowing the cake in her mouth. She felt an inexplicable warmth creeping behind her ears, her cheeks flushing as well. She sensed that there was something amiss with Su Yan's words, something significant. After a moment, she tentatively asked, what did you just say? I said, Su Yan responded, realizing his own words, crunching into the carrot, if you don't say it, how can this Doryman, who has never traveled back in time, help you fulfill your wish? Wen Ning uttered a soft "oh," lowering her head and silently stabbing a piece of cake with her fork, savoring the sweet, silky flavor that melted instantly. Noticing her reluctance to speak, Su-yen refrained from pressing further, casually watching Tong Tong stuff cake into her mouth. The tranquil night, with twinkling stars overhead, created an illusion of time slowing down. After an indeterminate period, a voice as gentle as a breeze wafting from afar reached his ears. My wish is, on my birthday next year, I can still make a wish while blowing out the candles just like now. It sounded quite achievable. However, by next year's birthday, both of them would likely be in college. The future was uncertain for anyone, but one thing was certain. As long as Tong Tong was around, neither Wen Ning nor Su-yen could regard each other merely as ordinary friends. Fine, then for that occasion we one tea need a cake. Just bring a pack of candles, right? Su-yen stood up, stretching lazily. You're quite easy to please, it certainly saves trouble. Wen Ning frowned, her tone displeased. Who says we don't need one? Alright, let us sit for a while longer before we head back. Su-yen ceased joking. Tong Tong is still young. She shouldn't stay up too late. Wen Ning nodded, slowly finishing the piece of cake in her hand. It had been several days since she and Su-yen had last seen each other. Although it was merely a simple birthday cake, not particularly delicious and perhaps a tad overly sweet, the fact that Su-yen and Tong Tong had come to celebrate her birthday made Wen Ning feel genuinely happy and secure on her 18th birthday. Oh, Wen Ning suddenly recalled something. She glanced at Tong Tong beside her, lowering her voice awkwardly. Su-yen, do you have any plans to date in college? Su-yen looked surprised. Why do you ask that? Wen Ning pressed her lips together. It felt somewhat strange to pose such a question given her current status. Yet it was a matter that needed addressing. You know, Tong Tong's arrival was unexpected. But she is indeed our daughter. Wen Ning affectionately patted her daughter's head before continuing. Therefore, before Tong Tong becomes more aware, I hope you one tea seek a girlfriend. Tong Tong's mom and dad are very much in love. And Tong Tong firmly believes that her parents' love is the best in the world. Unfortunately, the relationship she currently observes between her mother and father hasn't reached that level yet. Hence, there exists an interesting phenomenon. Two people assuming the roles of mom and dad, yet not as lovers. Su-yen remained silent, watching her with interest. Wen Ning, undeterred, met his gaze. Of course, I'm not trying to prevent you from dating. I just hope to minimize Tong Tong's sadness. If her parents ultimately part ways, the one who would be most affected, the most heartbroken, would be Tong Tong, potentially leaving her with emotional scars. Su-yen acknowledged with a faint non-committal. At this point, Wen Ning's expression had turned serious. You can rest assured, I want to seek a boyfriend until Tong Tong can comprehend the complex relationship between her parents. At that time, we can consider other options. Of course, there were other solutions, such as what Su-yen had suggested. She could only date him. At this thought, Wen Ning's breath momentarily caught. Yet, she strove to suppress the peculiar sensation within, maintaining a composed demeanor and a calm tone, appearing forthright and reasonable. Su-yen nodded. I can accept your viewpoint. However, before Wen Ning could exhale in relief, he suddenly shifted the direction of the conversation. But this puts me in a difficult position, you know? Wen Ning immediately fixed her gaze on him. Difficult? You're not planning to cheat on Tong Tong, are you? So, do you genuinely wish to date in college? Who was it that said everything should prioritize Tong Tong? I don't mind, Su-yen raised an eyebrow, but my mother has laid down an ultimatum. I must bring a girl home to meet her during college, to be the daughter-in-law of the Su family. Wen Ning gasped. Really? Indeed, Su-yen replied with a smile. Otherwise, I might not even be allowed into the house during the new year. She might kick me to sleep under the bridge. What should I do? While somewhat exaggerated, the Su family did hold a rather traditional view. His mother was undoubtedly the matriarch, followed by Yuan, and Su-yen came third. As for the elder Su, he was non-existent. Oh, and Yuan was Lin Hui's spoiled pet, a plump ragdoll cat. At this moment, Wen Ning's thoughts were a jumbled mess. She felt something was amiss but couldn't pinpoint any flaws in Su-yen's words. She could only slowly divert her gaze, sinking into silence. Speak. Su-yen wasn't prepared to let her off easily. Think of a way. Wen Ning felt stifled, taking a while before she quietly replied. Then what should we do? Yes, what should we do? Su-yen appraised her thoughtfully, his expression contemplative. What if? Wen Ning's brow twitched slightly. She found herself at a loss, unable to cope, and could only muster a calm facade. What else could it be? Please do continue. Ever since Tong Tong's arrival, this topic had always been rather sensitive. Su-yen and Wen Ning shared an unspoken understanding, rarely bringing it up. However, at this moment, it felt as though something was about to be unveiled, sending a sudden wave of anxiety through Wen Ning. She remained silent, waiting for Su Yan to speak, contemplating what gentle excuse she could use to decline his suggestion. It was impossible for her to masquerade as his girlfriend before his mother. Their relationship had not yet reached such depths. Yet, Su Yan did not utter another word. Several minutes passed in silence until she heard him exhale. How about I bring Chun Hao home instead? After all, my mother has long suspected we are a couple. Wen Ning, whose lips had been tightly pressed together out of unease, slowly relaxed them. She lifted her gaze, her voice cool. Chun Hao? Though she did not know him well, she had seen the boy walking alongside Su Yan in the cafeteria a few times. In that moment, she locked eyes with Su Yan, who wore a slightly mischievous expression. What were you just thinking? It suddenly dawned on Wen Ning. The notion of bringing a girl home or sleeping under a bridge was merely his jest. He had never intended to put her in a difficult position. He simply sought to amuse himself at her expense. Wen Ning's demeanor stiffened, her stubbornness flaring. I wasn't thinking of anything. Is that so? Then why is your face flushed? Perhaps it's the cold wind. It's certainly not me blushing. It seems I must have misread the situation, Su Yan nodded. How is it possible for such a loathsome person to exist? Tong Tong, do tell your mother the truth. Wen Ning pressed her lips together and took a deep breath. Future mother, do you ever feel the urge to resort to domestic violence? Why on earth would I think of hitting someone? Su Yan pushed his bicycle out of the neighborhood. The earlier bravado completely dissipated. He only wished to lighten the burden Wen Ning seemed to be carrying lately. Wen Ning walked alongside Tong Tong, her expression still taut. She was not truly angry, merely inexplicably flustered by his teasing. After a while, she calmly inquired. So, is Chun Hao very close to you? Indeed, we share a bond akin to that of brothers. Su Yan answered without hesitation. And there's also Yu whom you've met. Tong Tong mentioned that after I marry, I still maintain a good relationship with them. In truth, Wen Ning had often observed Su Yan and Chun Hao together, during mealtimes in the cafeteria, while fetching water during breaks, and on the playground playing basketball. The boy named Chun Hao appeared carefree, slightly taller than Su Yan, likely the type that girls of their age would find appealing. However, Wen Ning was not particularly fond of boys who were overly familiar and could easily engage with everyone. In contrast, she found Su Yan's seemingly laid-back demeanor, which concealed a certain distance in his interactions, to be far more comfortable. Naturally, she had no interest in Su Yan's close friends, primarily because she felt compelled to ask, are you two really a couple? I see you together every day, sharing meals and even going to the restroom together. What does that imply? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Yan frowned, slightly displeased. Given her preconceived notions, Wen Ning felt he seemed a bit irked. Then why does your mother say such things? Wen Ning asked slowly. Wouldn't a normal parent be quite upset? As a girl, I simply cannot comprehend. She had few friends and found it challenging to form such intimate bonds where almost any secret could be shared. Well, Wen Ning pondered, 2 18-year-old boys walking around with their arms slung over each other's shoulders does appear somewhat ambiguous. Su Yan found it absurd. What about my sister Yu? Are you all blind to her existence? He gestured to his own face. Do you know why I wear glasses? Why I maintain this dreadful hairstyle?
Wen Ning paused.
As for his hairstyle, it wasn't so bad. The front was perhaps a tad long, falling over his eyebrows, but it was not outrageous and had the advantage of being well kept. It might have appeared a bit disheveled due to a lack of frequent grooming, giving him a slightly disheartened look. As for the glasses, are you nearsighted?
Wen Ning mused.
Because I find it embarrassing, Su Yan replied with irritation. Back in the day, people would say we were a couple walking down the street. Who could endure that? Wen Ning responded with an "oh," comprehending his point. His oversized glasses, resembling half his face, with those unsightly yellow-tinted anti-radiation lenses, indeed made it difficult to see his eyes behind them. Until today, she had only just realized he possessed a rather delicate and handsome face. It was no wonder that Tong Tong had inherited such remarkable traits from both her parents. Is anyone still saying such things? Not anymore. People are infatuated with handsome boys, not gloomy four-eyed fellows. This was a rather pragmatic observation. During middle school, Su Yan had many friends, and whenever they went out, they appeared as a large, bustling group, Chun Hao included. However, his other friends were rather ordinary-looking, causing them to be overlooked by others. Thus, from an outsider's perspective, Su Yan and Chun Hao always seemed inseparable, particularly among the female crowd, who often penned romantic tales about the two. This situation had caused both Su Yan and Chun Hao considerable discomfort for quite some time. Wen Ning gradually withdrew her gaze. After hearing his explanation, she felt a sense of relief, though she still did not understand why such matters should ever warrant concern. Shall we add one more condition? Observing his disgruntled expression, Wen Ning deliberately paused for a second. Then she slowly added, while you're in university, you are not allowed to find a girlfriend. Fine. Su Yan nearly laughed in exasperation. So, while attending university, I cannot date, nor can I find a girlfriend? Perhaps I should look into studying abroad in Thailand tomorrow. Wen Ning suppressed a smile, her lips twitching. Finally, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the community. Su Yan lifted Tong Tong and placed her on the bicycle's rear seat. To ensure she wouldn't fall, he securely tied her with the seatbelt around her waist. There's no need to see us off. This is far enough. Su Yan turned back. We should head home now, it's getting late. You should rest early as well. After a moment's pause, he continued, don't let Tong Tong worry. If anything arises, you can always confide in me. When Ning nodded, she had indeed been feeling rather out of sorts lately. Su Yan had noticed, and she was not surprised. Yet, it seemed he was also not particularly astonished to voice such a statement. She bent down and gently patted Tong Tong's head. Tong Tong, be sure to listen to your daddy, and always stay cheerful. Tong Tong responded with an emphatic mm. However, she still felt reluctant, giving a little sniff. Mommy, will you come home to keep Tong Tong company tomorrow? Upon returning home, Wen Ning was acutely aware that her daughter was likely referring to Su Yan's residence. However, faced with her daughter's woeful and pitiful expression, Wen Ning found herself reluctant to correct her. After all, fathers do miss their mothers as well. Su Miaodong clung to her hand, unwilling to let go. In the past, no matter how busy he was with work, her father would always come to fetch her mother home each day. Upon hearing this, Wen Ning instinctively lifted her gaze. Su Yan's fingers, which had been typing on his phone, momentarily hesitated. Nevertheless, he chose not to speak, as if nothing had occurred, and continued to respond to messages on WeChat. Tao Tao was always obedient and well-behaved. Su Miaodong's nose was reddened, her eyes drooping, and her eyelids gradually turning pink. She simply missed her mother so much, every single day. Although her father and her grandmother were with her, she longed for her mother's cooking and wished to hear her mother tell her stories. Moreover, it had been a long time since she had slept next to her mother. Tao Tao, don't cry, Wen Ning said with a twinge of pain in her heart, unable to resist pinching Tao Tao's little face. Mama promises you. She stretched out her hand and linked her pinky with her daughter's. Tomorrow, Mama will definitely come home. By the time they returned home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Su Yan helped Tao Tao wash up and then coaxed her to bed. The little girl, likely exhausted, soon fell into a deep slumber, clutching her pillow. Su Yan quietly took his laptop and left the room, settling down at the dining table. As a student facing the pressures of the impending college entrance examination, ordinary part-time jobs were too time-consuming, and business was not his forte. However, he could not rely on Lin Hui for help every day. Yet, during these past few days, Su Yan had discovered his own path. He had started engaging with computers around the age of 10, initially dabbling in online games and anime. As he grew older, his interest gradually deepened. Rather than merely playing, he became increasingly curious about the underlying logic behind games and websites. Over the years, he had read countless books on computer science and often self-studied through pirated online courses. In middle school, he even participated in a city-organized youth software design competition, securing first place. That certificate still hung proudly in the living room of the Su household. Thus, he had recently been assisting university students in the computer science department with their project designs online. As he typed away, he couldn't help but lament. Are today's university students really this incompetent? They can't even manage such simple tasks. He mused that in a few years, it wouldn't be surprising to see a pig attending university classes. The living room was eerily quiet, time slipping away with the sound of his keyboard. When he finally lifted his stiff neck, it was nearly midnight. Su Yan logged onto WeChat and promptly packaged and sent the files. Hey buddy, it's done. Check it on your own computer to see if there are any issues. The recipient swiftly accepted the files and replied almost immediately, clearly astonished. You finished it so quickly? Didn't you say it's due tomorrow? I stayed up late to expedite it for you. The other party seemed to be checking the work, and Su Yan paid no mind, leaning back in his chair, awaiting a reply while resting. About 10 minutes later, a voice call came through. Not bad, bro. You're quite impressive. Which university are you from? To his surprise, the voice on the other end was that of a girl, sounding rather carefree. I ran it through, and there are no issues. The background noise was quite chaotic, punctuated by the sound of rapid mouse clicks, suggesting she was engrossed in a game. Alright, a female computer science student who enjoys gaming and has a northeastern accent, Su Yan thought, beginning to understand. Are you free right now? Su Yan inquired, There are some aspects I need to clarify, in case the teacher asks you later. Sure. Go ahead. The girl replied with a refreshing frankness, exuding a wealthy and confident demeanor. I'll add more money for you later. The clattering of keyboards persisted in the background, and Su Yen continued to explain various issues regarding the program. Suddenly, her irate voice blared through the microphone. Press B. Press B. I said press B. Are you deaf? Flash. Sorry, where were we? Regarding your project. What project? After a brief pause, the girl finally realized. Oh, so my project is this. Su Yen felt as if he was wasting his life. You don't even know what your own project is? Alright, if there's nothing else, just confirm the payment. The girl sounded somewhat impatient. I'm heading back to my game now. I'll find you next time if there's work. Wait a moment, Su Yen quickly interjected. I've marked some annotations for you. Make sure to check them, and delete them once you're done. To his dismay, he soon discovered that she had already hung up. Following that, a notification arrived. The order was complete, and he had received 1,000 yuan via Alipay. She was likely quite eager to return to her game. Well, there's no stopping someone who wants to dig their own grave. Since he had received the payment, Su Yen felt no inclination to concern himself with her fate. There were plenty of foolish and lazy university students like her. Su Yen calculated that, with this income, he should have no trouble supporting a little Tao Tao. Thus, in terms of living expenses, he could barely consider the issue resolved. However, he had to juggle both studying and earning money, leaving little time for anything else. He closed his laptop, took a shower, and retired to his room for rest. In truth, he had inquired of Tao Tao what her future father's occupation would be. Tao Tao did not know, only that her father's work involved sitting in front of a computer. Of course, given Tao Tao's affluent upbringing, Su Yen believed he wouldn't merely become a simple, balding programmer in the future. The specifics would likely depend on his university journey and the opportunities that lay ahead. The next morning, Su Yen awoke with a yawn and headed downstairs to buy breakfast. It was not a habit he had cultivated, primarily for Tao Tao's sake. However, while standing there waiting, he suddenly heard someone call him from behind. Turning around, he spotted Meng Yufei, clad in casual attire, seated at a stall with a half-eaten plate of rice rolls in front of him. Though he was not in uniform, he still sat upright, exuding a vibrant and energetic demeanor. What are you doing here? Su Yen asked, a slight headache forming. Is the rice roll here tastier than the ones downstairs at your place? What are you talking about? Didn't you think to call me first? Meng Yufei waved him over. Come, let your uncle have a word with you. Su Yen could only walk over helplessly. Every time you say that, it gives me goosebumps. Why not pursue someone else instead of my aunt? Although Meng Yufei was considerably older, he had once been a good buddy of Su Yen and Chun Hao. Pursue? This is called mutual affection. Meng Yufei scrutinized him for a moment. Alright, spill it. What's going on? Su Yen felt an inexplicable sensation reminiscent of when he had been caught fighting in middle school. What's going on? Su Yen was not particularly guilty, casually inserting a straw into his soy milk. That girl, what is she to you? Meng Yufei narrowed his eyes, observing Su Yan's reaction. Don't think you can evade this. You've been sending her to your aunt's house every day to help take care of her. As if I don't notice? It's been a week already. Every evening, Su Yen arrives punctually to escort the young lady back home. Meng Yufei observes this with keen interest. He is not a fool. In any case, everything seems rather peculiar. Just a romantic relationship, he thinks. A romantic relationship? Meng Yufei evidently finds it hard to believe. Are you really babysitting for someone while dating? It's merely a favor. Su Yen replies slowly as he sips his soybean milk. The girl's circumstances are rather unique. She has nowhere to stay, so I've agreed to help her out for the time being. Running away from home? Meng Yufei ponders. That means her parents need to be contacted. Su Yan's expression shifts slightly. Why do I get the impression you are interrogating me? Meng Yufei realizes he might be overreacting. After all, the young lady does not seem like a wild child. Rather, she appears to be a child of a well-to-do family, possessing both grace and beauty. Yet, he feels compelled to clarify the situation. I'm not interrogating you. I'm merely concerned about my nephew. Meng Yufei taps the table with his chopsticks. Either tell the truth or give me the girl's contact information so I can inquire myself. So you're just speculating, thinking I have something to hide? Su Yen glances at him sideways. Fine, wait a moment. I'll call my aunt first. Meng Yufei is taken aback. What are you calling your aunt for? To tell her you're bullying me. Su Yen retrieves his phone, scrolling through his contacts to find his aunt's number, his finger hovering over the call button. At this point, Meng Yufei's expression shifts. When did I bully you? You want my girlfriend's phone number? ISNT that bullying me? You little rascal. Twisting my words. Aren't you? Fine, go ahead and call. Meng Yufei is not particularly intimidated. I only bothered to come because of you. I wouldn't care for anyone else. There are so many ridiculous matters occurring in society every day. As a neighborhood officer, he cannot possibly manage them all. It is indeed due to over a decade of friendship with Su Yan, combined with his relationship with Su Yan's aunt, that Meng Yufei finds himself contemplating further. So, are you really going to call? If you have the guts, then do it. Meng Yufei scoffs. How old are you? Still resorting to tattling? If it were Chun, how? I'd have given him a beating first before asking. Su Yan swiftly dials his aunt's number. Auntie. He holds the phone to his ear. Speaking earnestly, Meng Gu just said he wants to hit me. Meng Yufei? Immediately, he hears Su Lingling's irate voice emanating from Su Yan's phone. Meng Yufei, have you gained some audacity? Huh? Lingling, let me explain. Hearing his wife's voice, Meng Yufei clumsily takes the phone. He truly did not expect this kid to be so unashamed. What explanation could you possibly give? Su Lingling's voice is not loud, and it carries a youthful tone, yet it does not lack in authority. However, in Meng Yufei's ears, it sends shivers down his spine. You bully him? He was raised by our family. I did not bully him. Meng Yufei still seeks to salvage his dignity, though his voice is noticeably weaker. I merely wanted to inquire about that little girl. Tong Tong? She is my grandniece. Su Lingling huffs. What, do you need to investigate me too? At her age, she is a pregnant soon-to-be mother, already brimming with maternal instincts seeking an outlet. Moreover, Tong Tong is beautifully charming and exceptionally good at being adorable. It is evident that after spending a week with Tong Tong, Su Lingling has truly been brainwashed. In fact, she often finds herself lamenting why Tong Tong isn't her biological grandniece. Su Yan silently praises his daughter. Well done, Tong Tong. First, secure the little lady. Lingling, no, my dear. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Su Lingling begins to sound aggrieved, her tone becoming more delicate. Meng Yufei, do you not love me anymore? How could that be? Meng Yufei hastily replies. I would never dare bully Ban Ban. I was just joking with him. I don't care, you've bullied him. Su Lingling whimpers. I'm unhappy now. You only know how to explain. You never comfort me. All right, Lingling. I'll return home immediately. Just wait for me. Humph. It's too late to comfort me now. After approximately 10 minutes, Meng Yufei finally hangs up the phone, feeling utterly flustered. He holds Su Yan's phone, his earlier bravado entirely vanished, looking somewhat apprehensive. This upright officer Meng, when faced with his wife, truly resembles a docile lamb. Meng Gu, you're still impressive. Su Yan cannot help but give him a thumbs up. Then, he adds a little fuel to the fire. A 6-foot-tall man, so terrified of his wife. I've never seen anything like it. You dare to act mischievously, don't you? Meng Yufei glares at him. All you do is tattle to your aunt. Next time, try something different. As long as it works, that's all that matters. Su Yan merely laughs. What can I say? You are my uncle by marriage, after all. It's quite easy to call you that. Meng Yufei returns the phone to him, snorting. This isn't being afraid of my wife. It's called pampering my wife. You wouldn't understand. Your aunt is married to me. Who else should I pamper? Although the two share an age gap, Su Lingling's personality retains a hint of childishness. She effortlessly flirts, pouts, acts cute, and demands hugs and kisses, making it second nature to her. Thus, more often than not, it is the younger Meng Yufei who indulges her. Strangely enough, over the years, their affection has only deepened. They are inseparable. Even as they prepare for marriage and a child, they still behave like young lovers, sometimes making Su Yan feel a bit nauseated. Yet it is rather delightful. While Su Yan may speak unceremoniously, he genuinely feels happiness for his aunt. It is rare for her to maintain that childlike spirit, allowing herself to be whimsical and playful in front of her beloved, holding onto that sense of romantic anticipation. After all, not everyone possesses the boundless patience and tenderness that Meng Yufei uses to dote on his wife. All right, Meng Gu, you should hurry back. Su Yan lifts his rice noodle roll. I'll call my aunt later to let her know, so you don't end up locked out of your home. Is that really necessary? Meng Yufei retorts. Your aunt would never truly be mad at me, and besides, I can handle my wife myself. What is it to you? Seems you're rather eager about this. After nearly 8 years of dating, how could they still be so infatuated? That young lady, is she really all right? At this moment, Meng Yufei finally straightens his expression. Xiaoyan, you know I have no ulterior motives. None at all. Su Yan nods. When the time is right, I will inform you and my aunt. Meng Yufei scrutinizes him for a long while, and after a pause, he slightly lifts his chin, snorting. Then, Uncle will trust you this once. Thank you. Su-yen finally breathes a sigh of relief. During the new year, I'll hide my mother's bottle of aged Moutai that I'm saving for my wedding and sneak a little for you to drink. She'll skin you alive. It's alright. I'll just say it was my father who drank it. Meng Yufei then recalls that being afraid of one's wife seems to be a tradition in the Su family. He adjusted his collar, rose from the chair and, feeling a tinge of concern, offered a few words of admonition. Study diligently. Once the college entrance examination is over, you can do as you please without anyone's interference. You are more nagging than my mother, Su-yen retorted, scratching his face. I understand, but you should take care of yourself too. Chronic gastritis is still an ailment. Although Meng Yufei was merely a neighborhood officer, he was often quite busy, occasionally even dealing with domestic disputes. Moreover, he was rather responsible, and in the throes of work, he often lost track of time, sometimes forgetting to eat altogether. Consequently, his stomach had never been in good shape. For this reason, his aunt now checked on him daily during mealtimes. If she discovered he had skipped a meal, she would bombard him with accusations of his supposed lack of affection. That sounds more like it, Meng Yufei snorted with a hint of pride. Back when I was courting your aunt, you were barely 1.50 centimeters tall. I watched you grow bit by bit. Could your uncle truly cause you any harm? This fellow was already 18 this year. He could only offer a few words urging Su-yen to concentrate on his studies, as there was little else to say. Su-yen nodded. Referring to Meng Yufei as uncle felt rather strange. Of course, it was not due to any reservations he harbored regarding the relationship between Meng Yufei and his aunt. In truth, it stemmed from Meng Yufei's role as an exemplary older brother figure. Back then, the children in the neighborhood were eager to play with him. Whatever delightful treats or games were available, he always considered his younger siblings first. He was an exceptionally gentle and sunny boy, with an extraordinary temperament and patience. It was no surprise that his aunt fell for someone so much younger than herself. As Su-yen was an only child, he had always regarded Meng Yufei as a kind of half-brother. All right, I came just to see you. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Meng Yufei seemed to recall something, and a smile finally broke across his face as he patted Su-yen's shoulder. Your girlfriend is quite lovely. She seems like a splendid girl. The little rascal has grown up in the blink of an eye. Meng Yufei departed. One could tell he still cared somewhat but ultimately refrained from asking further questions. Su-yen carried breakfast upstairs and then called for Tong Tong to get up. The little girl, still half asleep, glanced at him before stubbornly covering her ears with her pillow and turning away. Su-yen tugged at the blanket. Mom will be here soon. Tong Tong yanked the blanket back over her head and turned her back to him. Daddy, I want to sleep. Get up quickly. With no other option, Su-yen simply lifted her out of the blanket as one might do with a small kitten by the scruff of its neck. Why is it that she is so unlovable right after waking up? After 10 minutes of coaxing, he finally managed to help his still pouty daughter get dressed and washed up. When Tong Tong finished her rice rolls, Wen Ning also arrived. She changed her shoes and entered the living room, only to find Tong Tong playfully throwing mock punches at her father. Su-yen, unbothered, sat on the sofa and joined in the fun. What's this? Did I wake you up this morning? And now you're displeased? Su-yen playfully pressed his palm against Tong Tong's forehead, watching with interest as she flailed her tiny fists at the air. Wen Ning stifled a laugh but maintained a serious facade. Tong Tong, didn't you promise your mother? Tong Tong pouted, but she ceased her protests and ran into her mother's embrace. Su-yen, feeling rather lazy, remained seated on the sofa, observing them. Wen Ning's attire today was quite simple. She wore light blue straight-leg jeans, paired with the mother-daughter outfit they had bought on their last shopping trip. Due to her well-rounded development, the plush cat design on her shirt appeared slightly stretched, making it look a bit more ample. Wen Ning noticed his gaze and felt an inexplicable oddity in his expression. After a moment of contemplation, she calmly remarked, Since I bought it, what's the point of discussing it? Su-yen raised an eyebrow. Who asked you? How come you're out today? Daddy took my stepmother and stepsister back to the hometown. Apparently, there's been some health issue with the elders. Last night, when Chiming had called to say they wouldn't return until tomorrow. Thus, Wen Ning avoided the hassle of explaining things to her family. Today, she had brought her homework with the intention of spending the entire day with Tong Tong, planning to return home in the evening. Is there anything left in the fridge? Wen Ning glanced at the empty dining table. I'll make something delicious for Tong Tong at noon. Su-yen pondered for a moment and realized there was hardly anything left at home, so he stood up to head to the supermarket downstairs. Additionally, since Tong Tong adored strawberries, Su-yen made it a point to buy 2 boxes every day. I'll go with you, Wen Ning quickly suggested. Let us take Tong Tong along to see what the little girl likes to eat. Su Yan acknowledged her with a sound and fetched his coat from the rack. Across the street, there was a sizable supermarket. It offered a variety of daily necessities, fresh vegetables, and an array of meats. It was Wen Ning's first time taking her daughter to the supermarket, and seeing Tong Tong bounce around joyfully was a refreshing experience for her. Su Yan pushed a shopping cart, trailing behind. His shopping style was quite the eye-opener for Wen Ning. Essentially, the moment Tong Tong sweetly expressed her desire for something, Su Yan would toss it straight into the cart. In contrast, Wen Ning had limited spending money and did not live particularly lavishly. While shopping, she would scrutinize the prices for quite some time. Even a simple bottle of shampoo would require her to deliberate back and forth for ages. "Daddy, I want chips," Tong Tong exclaimed with sparkling eyes. "I want tomato flavor, and seaweed flavor too." Just then, as Su Yan picked up a bag of chips, it was swiftly snatched away by Wen Ning, her expression tight with dissatisfaction. This usually mild-mannered campus beauty, with her slightly upturned fox-like eyes, appeared unexpectedly fierce. "Why are you buying her this?" Su Yan hesitated. "But Tong Tong likes them. Just because she likes them, you buy them for her?" She turned and placed the chips back on the shelf. "It's not good for children to eat too many snacks. They can easily become overweight. Moreover, it's not very healthy." In this regard, Wen Ning was quite firm. Tong Tong was at an age where she was growing rapidly, and should she become a little chubby, it might be challenging for her to lose weight later on. "You spoil her too much. This is not acceptable. Be more mindful in the future and don't let her eat junk food. Even strawberries should be taken out of the fridge for a while before she eats them. Otherwise, they're too cold." Tong Tong listened with a look of grievance, her lips pouting. However, it was evident that her mother's stern demeanor held a certain level of authority over her. "Daddy, I want it. You're the best." Tong Tong wasn't allowed to be too spoiled around her father. Wen Ning pinched her daughter's cheek playfully and then took her hand. "Su Yan, you just carry the items. I'll decide what to buy." Su Yan was left speechless. As Wen Ning led her daughter a short distance away, she realized he had remained behind, stationary. Turning back, she saw him tossing several bags of chips into the shopping cart. "I'm buying these for myself." Su Yan shot her a glance. "I'm not Tong Tong, you can't control me. You like chips too?" "Not really." Wen Ning thought Su Yan could sometimes be rather petty. It seems that there exists some sort of obsession regarding familial status. Whenever this topic arises, he delights in contradicting you. If you disallow him from making a purchase, he insists on acquiring it, as if to assert his dominance as the head of the household. When you indulge in a meal, Tong Tong will eye it with longing, pestering you for a taste. Wen Ning pondered for a moment, patiently elucidating, "You spoil her so much. When she throws a little tantrum, you will undoubtedly relent and share your food with her." "It's nothing," Su Yan nodded in agreement. "Later, I shall eat in front of Tong Tong, and you can see whether I share with her." Tong Tong pouted, on the verge of tears. "Daddy is so mean." Wen Ning's brows twitched slightly. What a child he is. However, after spending some time together, she had come to understand Su Yan's character to a degree. He was undeniably the type who responded better to gentle persuasion than to forceful commands. Wen Ning took a deep breath, pursed her lips, and spoke in the softest tone possible. "If you wish to eat something, I will prepare it for you at noon. We won tea by chips." Her sudden change in tone and demeanor made Su Yan's hand falter noticeably. "Alas," Wen Ning added sweetly, "is that all right?" Su Yan silently returned all the chips to the shelf, muttering, "Well, you do have a point." It felt as though he had been deftly maneuvered by her. From then on, it was entirely Wen Ning guiding their daughter in shopping. The approach of a mother with her child is markedly distinct from that of a father. Or perhaps, she simply approached life with greater care and seriousness. Even selecting a cabbage required her to compare several, reflecting a true homemaker's essence. Of course, this also stemmed from Wen Ning's upbringing. Although she excelled academically, she was no mere bookworm. She often had to fend for herself. You can place everything in the kitchen and then play with Tong Tong for a while. Upon returning home, Wen Ning tied her hair up neatly, donned an apron, and declared, "I shall prepare dinner." Su Yan, considering she had come all this way, refrained from voicing any objections. Tong Tong lounged on the sofa, swinging her legs while munching on strawberries and watching cartoons, occasionally plucking off leaves to feed one to her father. After a while, Su Yan grew bored, intending to turn on his computer to code when his phone rang, displaying Lin Hui's name. "Mom?" Su Yan glanced at Wen Ning in the kitchen, casually answering, "I'll hang up." The first sentence nearly caused Lin Hui to lose her composure. "Your opening line is quite unique. Little rascal, how do you speak?" Lin Hui responded with annoyance, "Hurry and get up. I'm downstairs. Su-yen was taken aback. Why didn't you inform me in advance? I need to report to you when I come to see you? Lin Hui scoffed. We're making dumplings at home today. I'm bringing some over to spare you from eating takeout every day. It wasn't a holiday. Why was she making dumplings? Su-yen speculated she had prepared them specifically for him, perhaps seizing the weekend to visit her son, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Nevertheless, Lin Hui had always been sharp-tongued, reluctant to admit her concern for her son. Mom, the thought made Su-yen somewhat touched. Why don't you just turn around and head back? There's still time. Lin Hui's tone was laced with absurdity. Is that even a proper thing to say? No, I'm not at home today. Open the door. I can hear you watching cartoons. Su-yen fell silent. He glanced at Tong Tong, still sprawled on the sofa, then at Wen Ning in the kitchen, feeling as if he were caught in a compromising situation. While he was lost in thought, Lin Hui outside had already begun to knock insistently. Hurry and open the door. Hearing the commotion, Wen Ning emerged, casting a puzzled glance at Su-yen. My mom is here. Finally, Wen Ning's expression shifted, her eyes dropping to her attire. What should we do? Su-yen replied honestly, I have no idea. The space was so small that once Lin Hui blocked the door, there would be no escaping. Moreover, with Tong Tong present, hiding was simply impractical. Just act natural and say it's a classmate visiting. Lin Hui's knocking grew louder. With no other choice, Su-yen reluctantly approached the door. As he slowly opened it, Lin Hui stood outside in a coffee-colored trench coat. Though she was in her 40s, she appeared quite fashionable, her wavy auburn hair lending her an air of sophistication. You've kept me waiting forever. Don't you know to open the door for your mother? Lin Hui disdainfully entered with a bag in hand. Did you just wake up? What time is it? Were you up all night cooking? Su-yen accepted the dumplings and nudged Lin Hui to turn around. All right, Mom, you can head back. The dumplings are delicious. Hey, you little rascal. Lin Hui was genuinely a bit upset. So now you won't even let me into the house? At this point, Su-yen felt utterly cornered. Lin Hui changed into a pair of slippers and walked into the living room, continuing her complaints. At your age, still watching cartoons. Your cousin next door is over 30 and still lazing around watching anime, with no job. Before she could finish, she suddenly fell silent, frozen in place. Hello, Auntie. Wen Ning stood at the kitchen entrance, wiping her hands on her apron, unsure how to explain herself. Lin Hui remained in place, seemingly unable to grasp why this beautifully garbed young woman, resembling a skilled cook, was in her son's home. If a mere chef had emerged from the kitchen, it would have seemed far more plausible. Was my entrance manner incorrect? Lin Hui's gaze instinctively drifted to the table, laden with a feast, the rich aroma wafting through the air, while the kitchen exhaust fan worked vigorously. A delightful little girl lounged on the sofa, giggling at the cartoons. Have I somehow crossed into another realm? Why does this feel like a family of three? The moment Tong Tong spotted her grandmother, she leapt from the sofa, calling out, Grandma, Mom, she's greeting you. Hello. Lin Hui finally reacted, hastily adding, I am Su-yen's classmate, and this is my younger sister. Feeling inexplicably nervous under Lin Hui's gaze, Wen Ning tightened her grip on her apron. We came to play together. A classmate? A classmate comes to play at the doghouse and even cooks for the dog? Lin Hui regarded her, captivated by the girl's striking features, slowly beginning to piece together the situation. Have I seen you somewhere before? This young woman was so stunning that one would remember her after just a fleeting glance. Mom, this is Wen Ning. You saw her at the parent-teacher meeting during the award ceremony. Su-yen interjected, you even remarked on how beautiful she was, with long legs and a slender waist, and you couldn't stop talking about her on the way home. Wen Ning. Lin Hui's expression gradually shifted. 6th in the grade? Feeling a bit shy, Wen Ning's ears flushed, yes. At last, Lin Hui fully recalled having seen her from a distance at the award ceremony. At that moment, she thought to herself how wonderful it would be if this girl were to marry into the Su family, imagining how adorable their grandchildren would be. Such a beautiful young lady, cooking for her son at his home. Surely these two aren't romantically involved? Lin Hui's expression darkened momentarily. With just 4 months until the college entrance examination, why are they wasting time now? Lin Hui's tone suddenly grew serious. How can you be friends with such a person? Even after the exams, you mustn't associate with this kind of character. Su-yen immediately furrowed his brow. Mom, how can you say that about someone? He recalled that his mother was not typically so acerbic. Go look in the mirror, Lin Hui retorted, rolling her eyes in disdain. Who said anything about her? I was talking about you. Su-yen? Young lady, with your excellent grades and striking beauty, you are destined for great success. Lin Hui turned her head, a gentle smile forming at the corners of her mouth. She earnestly advised, you must focus on preparing for the exams now. Don't think of anything else. With your standards, what kind of boy could you not attract? Just don't let this little rascal deceive you. Su-yen? Auntie, when Ning interjected, her expression awkward. Su-yen is a really good person. To be honest, she had never encountered such a mother before. Every word she spoke was not particularly pleasant, direct and blunt as it was. Yet her remarks alleviated Wen Ning's tension significantly. Moreover, despite her constant criticism of her son, Wen Ning could feel the underlying strong bond between the mother and son. She was quite an endearing auntie. He hasn't bullied you, has he? He hasn't laid a hand on you, has he? No, not at all, Wen Ning answered softly. We've got a mole among us, Su-yen said, clearly displeased. Why are you so disdainful of me? Don't you remember all the trouble you caused in middle school? Lin Hui was even more dismissive, wearing a cold smile. And you expect me to treat you with kindness? Su-yen waved his hand. Well, you did bring this little rascal into the world, so you bear half the responsibility regardless of the facts. Lin Hui couldn't be bothered to engage with him further. I'm here to bring him dumplings. You all can have some together for lunch. She smiled. What a lovely young lady you are. Just as pretty as your sister. Hearing the compliment, Tong Tong peeked out from behind her mother and chimed in with a clear voice. Grandma is pretty too. Lin Hui maintained her smile. Grandma? She's the one who's closer to family. Wen Ning wrapped her arms around Tong Tong and explained. When she sees a pretty auntie, she likes to call her grandma. The phrase pretty auntie made Lin Hui's smile broaden even more. However, her gaze lingered on Tong Tong's face for quite some time, a hint of confusion crossing her features. She felt as if this little girl seemed somewhat familiar, as though she had seen her somewhere before. She placed the dumplings on the dining table, her eyes subtly surveying the abundance of dishes laid out. It was practically a feast, nearly 6 dishes and a soup, as lavish as a festive occasion. Wow, this girl is quite the cook, very homely. However, Lin Hui sensed that today was not the right time for her to be here. She would ask her son about it later on WeChat. I came today for no particular reason, just to drop off some food. Lin Hui returned to the doorway, her smile unchanged. You all enjoy yourselves. I'll take my leave now. She felt that her presence made Wen Ning a bit tense, much like a daughter-in-law meeting her mother-in-law for the first time. Hearing this, Wen Ning felt somewhat awkward and quietly said, Auntie, please stay and have lunch with us. Although it felt peculiar to say such a thing to Su-yan's mother, as if she were the mistress of the house herself. No, Lin Hui replied, bending down to put on her shoes, quickly adding, I already ate before I came. At this, Wen Ning found it difficult to say anything further. She rested her hands on her apron, appearing quite docile. Su-yen shot her a glance and inexplicably felt that at this moment she resembled the gentle woman in Tong Tong's photographs, the quintessential image of a devoted wife and mother. Why are you leaving so soon? You've just arrived, Su-yen said, somewhat displeased, his tone sharp. You went out of your way to bring dumplings. If you wanted to see me, just give me a call and I would have come back. Lin Hui nonchalantly replied, You'll only be home for one night. Classes start again on Monday. It's too much hassle. Is your visit not a hassle? You think you can dictate my actions? Lin Hui wanted to impart some parting advice but reconsidered, deeming it excessive, and ultimately just huffed. Just enjoy having such a beautiful girl as a friend and don't bully her. How could I possibly bully her? Su-yen began to put on his shoes. I'll walk you out. Fine, Lin Hui did not decline. Although her son was now an adult, he was still in high school. As a mother, she indeed had some questions to ask him about getting too close to a girl. Wen Ning nervously fidgeted with her apron, softly saying, Goodbye, Auntie. Tong Tong waved her hand reluctantly. Goodbye, Grandma. Grandma and Grandpa treated her very well. Sometimes when her parents were busy with work, it was Grandma and Grandpa who took care of her, bringing her to and from school every day. However, during that time, Grandma's hair had turned quite gray. Now, she looked so young and beautiful. Goodbye, little one. Lin Hui smiled, not paying much attention. Su-yen accompanied her to the corridor, pressing the elevator button. Are you really just classmates? Nothing more? Yes. Classmates who come home to cook for you? Is that all? Lin Hui paused for quite a while before continuing. She is a dog lover. As for whether this would affect her son, she genuinely wasn't overly concerned. After all, that girl ranked 6th in her class. Comparatively, her son was likely to be the one influenced by her. To put it bluntly, how much room for improvement did her son's grades really have? Getting into a university was already a significant achievement. As classmates with her excellent grades, she could help you study. That would be quite beneficial. Lin Hui pondered, still feeling a bit uneasy. Just because she's pretty, don't get too familiar. I wasn't joking earlier. Don't let her academic prospects suffer because of you. Understood? Do you think I'm a delinquent? Su-yen, resigned, accompanied her out of the neighborhood. I came over. Didn't I? I didn't chase you away. Why are you in such a hurry? Who was it that wouldn't let me in earlier? A ghost. It's just a meal together. Su-yen frowned. If you're only staying for 10 minutes, what's the point of coming? Since the start of senior year he hadn't been home at all, and it had been a full month. Lin Hui was usually busy with work, so she rarely called him, only sending money to his account every month. Thus, even though Lin Hui had not spoken kindly to him after arriving and had been berating her son, Su-yen still felt quite happy to see her. Am I out of my mind? Lin Hui opened the car door and casually remarked. If your female classmate comes over to visit, why should I stick around and be the unpleasant mother-in-law? Besides, if I stay, the girl will be quite nervous. Alright, go on up and eat. Don't keep her waiting, and remember to eat the dumplings. Lin Hui waved her hand. I'm off. She was always a decisive mother, strong-willed and efficient, leaving Su-yen with no choice but to watch her drive away. Don't mess around before graduation. I can't be bothered to deal with you. Lin Hui rested her hand upon the car door, remarking, you are no longer a child. You are well aware of what should and should not be done. With an air of nonchalance, she then drove off. When Su-yen returned home, Wen Ning emerged from the kitchen once more, shovel in hand. Her expression bore a hint of anxiety as she inquired, did your mother say anything? Su-yen shook his head in response. No. At that moment, a new message arrived on his phone. The Empress Dowager has transferred 3,000 yuan to you. Don't be too stingy. If it's not enough, just let me know. Su-yen, with a generous spirit, showed her the screen. My mother sent me money. Leaning closer to catch a glimpse, Wen Ning whispered, what does your mother mean by this? Su-yen pondered, wondering what their Empress Dowager was truly implying. After all, the 8th of March was swiftly approaching. He hesitated before suggesting, perhaps she wants me to buy you a gift for Women's Day? Wen Ning chose to ignore his comment. To be honest, her encounter with Lin Hui was somewhat different from what she had envisioned. Lin Hui was, in essence, not like an ordinary mother. In the presence of her son and his classmates, she bore no semblance of a maternal or elder authority. This starkly contrasted with the similarly strong-willed Xiao Ziqin, who was almost her polar opposite. Even Wen Qiong would not dare to speak so casually with her mother at home. Thus, Wen Ning found herself rather envious of the bond shared by Su-yen and his mother, where both could express their thoughts freely without concealment. In summary, despite their brief meeting, Wen Ning felt a genuine fondness for the aunt. Though she knew she ought not to entertain such thoughts, she could not suppress a peculiar notion. Being her daughter-in-law would likely be a delightful experience. This sentiment was further corroborated by Tong Tong's remarks. Wen Ning shyly brushed her hair behind her ear, averting her gaze. Let us eat first. However, to speak candidly, this illustrious beauty from Wen University was indeed a natural fit for the role of a devoted wife. The simplest ingredients transformed into ordinary home-cooked meals were enjoyed immensely by Tong Tong, whose lively hair tuft bounced in delight. Su-yen also felt that her culinary skills were already rivaling those of Lin Hui. Of course, it could also be attributed to the sight of the pure and lovely Wen Ning sitting across from him, quietly enjoying her meal, which satisfied both his palate and his eyes. After lunch, Su-yen took the initiative to wash the dishes. Wen Ning played with Tong Tong for a while before leading the little girl to her room, coaxing her into an afternoon nap. Just as Su-yen emerged from the kitchen, Wen Ning stealthily closed the bedroom door behind her. She's asleep. Wen Ning signaled with a finger to her lips, let us keep our voices down. A peculiar sense of intimacy lingered in the air, reminiscent of a couple who had lulled their child to sleep before retreating to another room for a secret rendezvous. What shall we do this afternoon? Su-yen wiped his hands with a towel. Previously, their interactions had always included Tong Tong. But now, with the little one napping, Su-yen found himself at a loss for activities. I could work on some exam papers, he suggested. Wen Ning shot him a curious glance. I brought my backpack with me. It's the perfect opportunity to check if you've been diligently studying grammar and vocabulary. English is an endeavor that requires accumulation. Persistence will yield rewards. Bring out the papers you've done these past few days. Let me take a look. Wen Ning seated herself beside the now clean table, unpacking her bag onto the surface. Noticing Su-yen's lack of movement, she playfully tapped the table with her pen. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. When it came to academic matters, she felt quite confident in front of Su-yen. Su-yen responded, she's 100 points ahead of you. She definitely qualifies to be your teacher. Reflecting on this, Su-yen found his irritation dissipating as he retrieved his papers for her inspection. Wen Ning scrutinized them closely, occasionally tucking stray strands of hair behind her ear. The afternoon unfolded in a serene quietude. Not bad, she remarked, her expression relaxing once she completed her review. It was evident that Su Yan had put in effort. He was intelligent and possessed a remarkable memory. Although his English paper still bore the marks of struggle, it was a significant improvement from the last time. Are there any questions you simply couldn't grasp? When Ning asked earnestly, I can explain them to you. Sure, Su Yan replied, lounging back in his chair, twirling his pen with a bold nod. Typically, I don't repeat mistakes on questions I've already encountered. Is that so impressive? When Ning questioned with a hint of skepticism, then why are your grades so poor? Students whose scores fluctuated around the undergraduate threshold were generally considered mediocre at their school. My mother seldom oversees my studies. When I'm home, I play video games until the wee hours. Who has time to study? Su Yan straightened up and began sifting through the papers at hand. Naturally, Lin Hui did not place high expectations upon him. Do you enjoy playing games? It's all right. Su Yan shrugged, just a way to pass the time. When Ning fell silent for a moment, lost in thought, she recalled the day Su Yan had carried his backpack to sell video game consoles and discs. It was likely something he truly cherished. Are you still pursuing your studies? Su Yan mirrored her gesture, tapping the table emphatically. If you wish to observe me, feel free. There is no need to fabricate excuses about studying. He deftly turned the tables on her. Who is watching you? When Ning snapped back to reality, I was just daydreaming. Your eyes were practically glued to me. You didn't TC? That's not it. When Ning replied slowly, I've simply never seen someone so brazen with a score below 600. Su Yan felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Gripping his pen, he retorted, just you wait. I'll surpass you in the next monthly exam. Amused by his intentional omission of certain words, Wen Ning found his teasing endearing. This fellow oscillated between moments of maturity and bouts of stubborn immaturity, rendering him quite charming. But I scored 688. She couldn't help but smirk, mischievously teasing him. I'll be waiting for you to surpass me. Just don't proclaim it if you can't deliver. When Ning paused, enunciating deliberately, old man all right, Su Yan conceded, instantly subdued upon hearing her score of 688. He was no sage capable of enlightenment, and he had already foreseen the circumstances of the next monthly exam. He felt genuinely apologetic for not allowing Wen Duran to revel in her victories. From that point onward, when Ning ceased her banter and earnestly began to explain Su Yan's mistakes. Though she was an academic high achiever, her patience shone through as she broke down even the simpler concepts without displaying any sign of irritation. Her explanations were remarkably clear, rivaling those of Su Yan's own teachers. Additionally, while her voice was soft and gentle, it was also melodious, making it easy for Su Yan to absorb the information. One could only conclude that a woman's beauty indeed bestows her advantages across various facets of life. In a similar vein, Wen Ning also perceived that Su Yan was not merely boasting earlier. His comprehension ability was remarkably strong, coupled with an astonishingly sharp memory. When she had explained something to him just once, he could effortlessly recount it later. Such intelligence, yet his exam scores were so meager. He must have entirely skipped attending classes before, she mused. This realization left Wen Ning with a tinge of regret. This fellow was indeed quite impressive. When the two regained their awareness of the passage of time, the wall clock had already pointed to evening. As Tong Tong emerged from her room, rubbing her eyes, Wen Ning was busy packing her bag. After resting in her mother's embrace for a moment, Tong Tong sleepily inquired, Mommy, where are you going? I'm heading home, Wen Ning replied, pinching her cheek. I can't just snatch the bed from you and Daddy. Although the family was absent today, she couldn't afford to linger too late. Oh. Tong Tong pouted, visibly displeased. I thought Mommy was going to cuddle with me tonight. If only Daddy were here, then Mommy could come back and see her again. However, once Mommy returned home, it would be a long while before Tong Tong could see her again. With her little nose turning red, she buried her soft cheeks in her mother's embrace, adding, I really like cuddling with Mommy. When Ning pressed her lips together, clearly softened by her daughter's words. Falling asleep with the soft, fragrant Tong Tong must be incredibly comforting. Perhaps, during Tong Tong's mischievous moments, she would strive to play the role of a strict mother. Yet, in reality, it was hard for her to resist Tong Tong's charming antics and pitiful expressions. Moreover, she had just promised Tong Tong yesterday to spend quality time with her. With her stepmother and stepsister away this week, such opportunities might be scarce thereafter. Su Yan, who had been engrossed in his phone, couldn't help but glance up. Tong Tong, be good. No. Tong Tong clung tightly to her mother. I want to sleep with Mommy. But I'm a girl. When Ning hesitated, Staying at your house might not be appropriate, right? She wasn't particularly worried about what Su Yan might do. For some reason, after spending time together, she had grown to trust him immensely. Not appropriate. Su Yan shot her a puzzled look, sensing a lack of conviction in her tone. Besides, there's only one bed at my place. Hurry home, or I'll have to drive you back. Then, tonight, Wen Ning bit her lip, glancing at Tong Tong in her arms. Tong Tong pouted adorably, cooing, "Mommy is the best." Then, tonight, Wen Ning paused, "The living room is yours?" Su Yan retorted, "What nonsense are you saying? The living room has always been mine. I rented this place for several thousand." Su Yan found it absurd. "Given our current relationship, do you think that is appropriate? You want to roll over to the living room with a blanket before even getting married? Can I really endure that?" Wen Ning pinched Tong Tong's little face. "Then I'll stay to accompany Tong Tong. She will help Mommy too." She genuinely didn't have much concern about the situation. As Lin Hui would say, if Su Yan had any ill intentions, he would have acted long ago. The opportunities were plentiful. Yet, since they met, Su Yan had teased her occasionally but rarely engaged in any physical contact. "What if you can't control yourself at night and want to do something bad?" Su Yan said half-jokingly. "My mom even told you not to lay a finger on me. Is that really what your mother said?" Wen Ning looked at his tall frame of 179 centimeters, finding it quite ridiculous. "Am I supposed to force you?" Su Yan pondered for a long time before finally managing to say, "But didn't you just say that Tong Tong would help you? Together with Tong Tong, can we force you?" Wen Ning felt as though she was being led astray by him. "Daddy!" Tong Tong, sensing her father was trying to disrupt her plans, became anxious. "Don't bully Mommy." Su Yan fell silent. In truth, he wasn't entirely opposed to the idea. After all, it was the girl wanting to stay over to accompany her daughter. If anyone should feel embarrassed, it should be her. The main issue was that he felt Wen Ning had become a bit too trusting of him. Though not necessarily a bad thing, even Su Yan himself was puzzled as to where her trust stemmed from. However, Tong Tong was adamant, tugging at her mother's hand, refusing to let go. The little girl, thrilled that her mother had agreed to stay with her, clung to Wen Ning like a small tail, her face radiating joy. They bounced and skipped until evening, her smile never fading. Su Yan sat on the sofa, replying to messages from Chun Hao while occasionally glancing at Wen Ning, who sat at the table teaching Tong Tong how to write. In truth, though Wen Ning had a gentle demeanor, her striking eyes lent her an air of cool elegance. Thus, during school, while everyone referred to her as the White Moonlight Saint, very few dared to openly express their affection for her. To outsiders, she appeared to be a somewhat aloof campus beauty. Yet now, as she lowered her gaze and patiently guided Tong Tong, her expression was filled with a gentle warmth, akin to flowing water. "Tong Tong, this stroke you wrote is incorrect." "Then Mommy can hold my hand and teach me," Tong Tong replied. "All right." The two beautiful girls, one large and one small, holding hands indeed gave Su Yan a sense of homely warmth. Or rather, it was not merely an illusion. Tong Tong truly shared a blood connection with him. From the moment Tong Tong appeared, a complex web of relationships intertwined with Wen Ning began to form. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Tong Tong finally began to feel sleepy, her eyes squinting as she yawned repeatedly, resembling a drowsy little kitten. Wen Ning tidied up her things and took Tong Tong to the bathroom to wash up. Su Yan considered for a moment before rising to fetch a new toothbrush and towel from the cupboard for her. "You're not showering, right? You just washed yesterday." Wen Ning gently wiped Tong Tong's face. "I'll brush my teeth, wash my face, and then wash my feet," she replied. "Yes, this is Tong Tong's foot washing basin. You can use it directly." Su Yan felt there was nothing more to worry about and returned to his room to retrieve the blanket he had previously used, bringing it to the living room. He then took out a new blanket from the cupboard, preparing it for Wen Ning to sleep with. It was evident that Tong Tong was incredibly happy. Her joy stemmed not only from her mother's willingness to spend more time with her, but also from the fact that the home now felt complete with both a father and a mother present. For her, a home with both parents was the epitome of completeness. After washing up, Wen Ning let her hair down. She thought for a moment and wrapped a hair tie around her wrist to avoid losing it. "Let us go in first." As she led Tong Tong into the room, Su Yan finally looked up. The door was still ajar, and Wen Ning sat cross-legged on the bed while Tong Tong nestled in her arms, half asleep yet still insisting on hearing a bedtime story from her mother. Wen Ning spoke softly, her long hair cascading down gracefully. "Indeed, mothers must be a bit more attentive when caring for their children. Mommy used to tell me stories every day about the time spent with Daddy." Tong Tong mumbled sleepily. "Why aren't you telling stories today?" "Because those events have yet to unfold. When will they come to pass?" Wen Ning gently pinched her daughter's cheeks, remaining silent. After what seemed like another half hour, Tong Tong finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Even in her dreams, a sweet smile graced her face, her little hands clutching her mother's as if holding a precious treasure. With utmost care, Wen Ning withdrew her hand and approached the door, preparing to close it. Tong Tong and I will rest now. You should retire early as well. Remember to lock the door. Su Yen sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, casually remarked. That way, if you need to open the door in the middle of the night, I'll hear you. Wen Ning, disinclined to engage with him further, simply pressed the door lock and returned to bed. In the darkness, Wen Ning felt her daughter's warm, soft body clinging tightly to her, murmuring mommy in her sleep. In the living room outside, there were occasional faint sounds of movement, though clearly made with deliberate quietness. These subtle noises, combined with her daughter's gentle breaths, inexplicably instilled a sense of reassurance in Wen Ning. Perhaps, in her own home, she would not experience such a profound comfort. Although it was an unfamiliar environment, she quickly drifted off to sleep, cradling her daughter. When she awoke again, it was in the deep of night. The world outside was shrouded in darkness, and everything was so quiet it felt as if sound had vanished entirely. Wen Ning felt a burning thirst in her throat. After lying in bed for a while, unable to endure it any longer, she slowly and carefully shifted Tong Tong's hand aside. She intended to go to the kitchen for a glass of water. Still somewhat dazed, she did not think much of it. Stealthily exiting the room, she refrained from glancing towards the sofa and tiptoed toward the kitchen. To her surprise, Su Yen had not yet succumbed to slumber. He was seated at the dining table, typing away at the keyboard, only turning to look at her when he heard the noise. Su Yen regarded her with a knowing expression. Why don't you go back and wait a moment? I'm just going to get some water. Wen Ning finally felt a bit more alert. In the dead of night, Su Yen did not tease her further, merely nodding. Help yourself. There's warm water in the bottle. After filling her glass, Wen Ning turned her gaze to the computer screen. Why are you still awake? The screen displayed a dark interface, filled with a dense array of code. It appeared rather complex, not something one would expect a high school student to be working on. Su Yen offered little explanation, simply ruffling his hair and rapidly tapping the keyboard, his expression revealing a hint of fatigue. Are you working? Not exactly, just creating something simple. Su Yen replied lazily, it's easy and pays well. When Tong Tong starts school, expenses will pile up.
Wen Ning pauset.
The glow of the computer screen causing her eyes discomfort, and her expression grew somewhat dazed. For the first time, she felt a prolonged sense of separation between two timelines, a sensation that something truly had vanished. It was vivid yet somehow unreal. Although Su Yen's cheeks appeared more youthful, for a fleeting moment, in the dim light, he seemed to overlap with the gentle middle-aged man in Tong Tong's photographs. You should rest. As Su Yen continued typing, a hand suddenly pressed down on his keyboard. It's late. In a bit, you should go to sleep. Tong Tong is my daughter too. When Ning bit her lip, hesitating, when she starts school, I will help support the family. I will surely repay you for what I owe. Support the family? Snt it about supporting Tong Tong? Su Yen teased, are you implying you want to support me as well? Alright, go to bed. Noting the time, Su Yen did not argue further. He shut down the computer and stood up. Then you'd better earn some money. Tong Tong has mentioned that I will be quite valuable in the future, and you might not be able to afford to keep me. Who said anything about keeping you? When Ning suddenly remembered her earlier words, realizing they were somewhat problematic, she felt inexplicably diminished, wanting to retort. Then you should learn some skills like singing or dancing. Standing there in silence for a while, she finally managed to say, otherwise, I'll be at a loss. How charming you are. Su Yen stood at the sink washing his face. I sell my body, not my talents. This was a statement Wen Ning could not respond to. She held the water cup and retreated to her room. Su Yen paid no mind, finishing his grooming before lying down on the sofa to rest. He had no issues with changing beds and soon fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes once more, it was morning. The gentle rays of dawn illuminated his face, causing him to squint. He reached for his phone on the coffee table to check the time. It was 9 o'clock. The bedroom door was tightly shut, and the living room was eerily quiet. In an effort to maintain Tong Tong's healthy routine, Su Yen reluctantly sat up. However, when he returned from downstairs with breakfast, he was surprised to find both mother and daughter still asleep. In the room, when Ning cradled the soft, sleepy Tong Tong as though she were a plush doll, her lips curled in a serene smile lost in slumber. Dully, she heard a series of knocks at the door. I brought you breakfast. Wake Tong Tong. Didn't you say your family was returning today? You need to get back early. It was Su Yan's voice, Wen Ning had no desire to move or respond. The previous night, she had returned to her room and hardly slept at all, only managing to doze off just before dawn. Now, she felt overwhelmingly drowsy, her eyelids heavy, almost slipping back into the realm of dreams. Yet, after half a minute, the knocking persisted. Even Tong Tong, nestled in her arms, seemed displeased. "Mommy, hurry and open the door." Tong Tong frowned, groggily pulling the blanket over her head. So loud, so loud, so loud. Wen Ning felt a surge of irritation. Half awake and half asleep, a wave of frustration rising within her. With a cold expression, she swiftly rose from the bed and walked over to open the door. At that moment, she was clad only in a matching set of long-sleeved pajamas adorned with a cartoon cat. Given the thin fabric, Su-yen couldn't help but notice that this so-called campus beauty was not lacking in form. Of course, it could also be attributed to her slender waist, which accentuated certain features even more prominently. "Why are you silent for so long?" Su-yen scrutinized the red imprint on her face left by sleep. "You don't seem like someone who is lethargic. What time is it?" Wen Ning shot him a glance, turning silently back toward her room. Then she lay back down on the bed, mimicking Tong Tong's earlier gesture, and pulled the blanket over her head. Su-yen stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. "Wait, are you trying to avoid this? How can a young lady like you, in the morning, be just like Tong Tong?" The scene resembled a famous painting, a pair of downtrodden souls, one large and one small. However, Su-yen was too lazy to provoke her early in the morning. "My dear daughter, it's time to rise." He approached and, without resistance, effortlessly lifted Tong Tong from her warm cocoon of blankets, much like pulling a radish from the earth. "Daddy, you're so annoying." Tong Tong, still not awake, was a lazy pup, a waste of potential. Certainly, this statement was not intended for Tong Tong's ears. As for whom it is directed at, that is for the young lady under the covers to discern herself. Wen Ning, after a moment of contemplation beneath the blanket, could no longer endure it. "Su-yen." She threw off the covers and sat up, her chest rising and falling as she took a couple of deep breaths. "No wonder Tong Tong gets irritable with you every morning. You are truly exasperating." Su-yen was equally displeased. "How can that little child skip breakfast while she is still growing? I certainly do not relish getting up early each day to fetch it." His reasoning was so sound that Wen Ning found herself at a loss for a retort. Her sleep had always been light and of poor quality, and now that she had been roused, further slumber was out of the question. Reluctantly, she rose from the bed and donned her coat with brisk efficiency. The mother and daughter made their way to the bathroom to freshen up, brushing their teeth side by side in silence. Wen Ning's morning irritation bore a slight distinction from Tong Tong's. She had tied her hair back into a ponytail, her expression rather neutral, with her lips drawn into a straight line, enhancing her already frosty allure. Through the mirror, Wen Ning noticed Su-yen outside, sipping water and occasionally glancing her way. After washing her face, her inner agitation had considerably diminished, yet she still felt somewhat disinclined to converse. It was not until she led her daughter to the dining table and beheld the still warm milk and corn that the realization struck her. The little annoyance she had felt vanished in an instant, replaced by a twinge of guilt. One could not simply pretend it had not occurred. Su-yen, with a smirk, remarked, "You were just venting your frustrations at me." "I was." Wen Ning felt her ears flush, instinctively wanting to utter some kind words, yet they eluded her. Her voice faltered. "I didn't sleep well last night. It wasn't meant to be directed at you. No, I bought you breakfast, and you still showed me your displeasure first thing in the morning." Su-yen poured milk into 2 glasses, added several spoonfuls of cereal, and then spoke slowly. "I was upset." "Ah." Wen Ning cast her eyes downward, bracing herself as she confessed. "I simply couldn't see clearly this morning and didn't realize it was you," implicitly suggesting that had she known, she would not have lost her temper. "Fine." Su-yen scrutinized her for a moment, lazily stating, "So you're playing the victim now, are you? How about this?" Wen Ning licked her slightly dry lips. "Next time you wake up in the morning, just ignore me, or you can vent your frustrations at me. You still want a next time?" Su-yen nearly chuckled in exasperation. "I'm not like that. I often wonder how you two mother and daughter can be so alike. Am I a dog that needs to be kicked every morning? I get woken up and can't help it." Wen Ning felt an unusual sense of guilt, nervously tucking a few strands of hair behind her reddening ears. This was indeed her fault. She had made a pact with Tong Tong, yet as a mother, she had failed to uphold her end. It was undeniably unfair to Su-yen. Thus, Wen Ning hesitated for quite some time before finally summoning her resolve. "You could, like when you discipline Tong Tong in the morning, pinch my face. I won't resist. Let us just not be angry, all right?" Su-yen was taken aback, not expecting the usually aloof one, the campus belle, to address him in such a soft and somewhat conciliatory tone. Are you trying to appease me like you do with Tong Tong? Su-yen remained silent for a while, before finally pushing the 2 cups of cereal milk towards her. This is for both of you. Drink up. For Wen Ning, this weekend had indeed been filled with numerous activities. She had spent time with Tong Tong and observed Su-yen's current study habits. However, once the family returned, such freedom would be a luxury she might not enjoy again. Although Xiao Ziqin did not harbor affection for her eldest daughter, she had raised her for over a decade. While it may not be familial love at the very least, there was a debt of nurturing. After breakfast, Wen Ning slung her backpack over her shoulder and prepared to return home. The next opportunity to see Tong Tong might not come until the weekend. In the following week, Su-yen had resolved to begin practicing the 9-in manual in earnest. Time was of the essence. Only a few months remained. For him, the goal was to memorize and practice as much as possible. He was not particularly ambitious regarding his grades. The arrival of Tong Tong had already altered his future plans, including the universities he and Wen Ning would attend. Thus, Su-yen hoped that when the time came to select a school, his low scores would not impede Wen Ning's choices. This could be seen as a matter of dignity for him as a man. At noon, Li Yuyu returned with her meal, immediately spotting Su-yen seated in a corner, eating and reading. What has stirred you recently? Li Yuyu sat down and pulled out her vocabulary notebook. You used to resist studying when I pressed your head, but now you're suddenly engrossed in English. Is it that you've entered a rebellious phase? Su-yen replied nonchalantly. Quite the contrary. It is when my English teacher deemed me hopeless that I found motivation to study. Li Yuyu sighed. You truly are something else. These days, she felt that Su-yen was even more obsessed with studying than she was. Not only during breaks but even while walking, he was engrossed in the daily vocabulary app on his phone. Had he truly gone mad? Yuyu, I've been wanting to ask you something. Su-yen sipped his egg drop soup. Why didn't you choose liberal arts when we were assigned to classes? Li Yuyu lowered her head, silently eating while reading. She understood that she was not particularly bright, often slow to respond in various aspects. Her logical reasoning and ability to draw inferences were quite lacking. Mathematics and science posed significant challenges, purely a torment for herself and her teachers. She had to invest more effort than others, relying on rote memorization to barely keep up. Hey, why are you two hiding here to eat? Chun Hao, carrying a tray, spotted them. Su-yen remained silent, for behind him stood a girl, dressed simply in a school uniform, with bangs reminiscent of a comic book heroine. Her large eyes and charming smile radiated a cheerful and endearing aura. Su-yen vaguely remembered her. She seemed to be from a liberal arts class, and she got along quite well with Chun Hao. I'm having lunch with my friend. Chun Hao smiled at her. You can go find them over there. It's fine. Let us eat together. The girl, holding her meal, blinked her eyes and said, Do you mind? Li Yuyu glanced at her, then quickly looked down again, ignoring her entirely as if the unfolding scene did not concern her at all. I know you. Su-yen nodded. Chun Hao has mentioned you quite often lately. Chun Hao looked visibly puzzled. When did I ever mention her to you? Really? She seemed a bit surprised, her smile growing even brighter. Actually, Ahao and I are just ordinary good friends. We met when he was playing basketball on the playground. Su-yen responded earnestly. He said you are a very lovely girl. Hee. Thank you, but I'm really not that special. Lin Yu. The girl suddenly froze. My surname is Su and my name is Su Chanshan from class 11. The atmosphere suddenly turned somewhat awkward. Su-yen fell silent for a moment. I apologize, it seems I may have mistaken you for someone else, he stated blankly. Chun Hao doesn't seem to have mentioned you to me. Ahem. Li Yuyu, who had been enjoying a boiled egg, nearly choked upon hearing this. She broke into a fit of coughing, her face flushing crimson. Wanting to laugh but refraining, she could only lower her head to suppress the corners of her mouth. Secretly blushing, feeling the unmistakable tension, the girl found it difficult to linger any longer. She softly remarked, I'll head over there first, and took her tray to seek out her classmates. Is she really such a girl? Chun Hao shrugged, nonchalantly taking a seat. I just met her in gym class yesterday. She's from the liberal arts class. I see, Su-yen replied dismissively. Do refrain from tormenting her. How is that tormenting? Chun Hao leaned back in his chair with a carefree demeanor. I went to shoot some hoops with the boys from her class, and she approached me for my WeChat. Look at her. She seems quite pleased. Then don't bring her around us. Li Yuyu retrieved a tissue from her pocket, tearing it in half to offer Su-yen a portion before wiping her mouth and continuing, You've been switching partners every half month, like changing clothes. If you have that kind of free time, We certainly don't have the luxury to recognize anyone. From childhood to now, only you would dare speak to me this way. Chun Hao pointed at her. You have quite the temper. How's your mood today? Li Yuyu's expression remained impassive. After tidying her tray, she stood up and addressed Su Yan. I'm heading back now, you keep him company. Without waiting for either to respond, she turned and walked away. What's this all about? Chun Hao grumbled, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Just a moment ago, she seemed to be enjoying a pleasant chat with you. Why does she act like this upon seeing me? It's as if the two of us can't stand each other. Clearly, during their elementary and middle school years, Yu had been quite adorable, trailing behind him like a little tail, calling him Brother Chun Hao. Su Yan recalled the question he had just posed to Yu. How's he? Why did you choose the science stream when we were assigned classes? How would I know? Chun Hao bit into a chicken leg. Her temper is unbearable, and she's utterly unyielding. I tried to convince her countless times back then, yet she insisted on pursuing the science stream. That girl. Su Yan felt a sense of helplessness. These two truly can. Chun Hao was a good friend in many respects. Loyal, enthusiastic, and generous. However, Su Yan felt it prudent not to elaborate further. At this moment, he thought they were still young, carefree, and that nothing of great consequence was at stake. He shook his head. Wait until later, when regret sets in. Exactly, Chun Hao concurred wholeheartedly. That foul temper of hers has always made her slow to react and rather dim-witted. She is not suited for the sciences at all. Yet, she has a genuine passion for writing and reading various books, studies diligently, and possesses remarkably beautiful penmanship. If she had pursued the liberal arts, she might have soared by now. Not speaking further of Yu, Su Yan sighed and patted his shoulder. I was referring to you. Chun Hao, in his high school, stood out as a rather conspicuous oddity. He was careless with his studies, lacked seriousness, and spent most of his time either at internet cafes or playing basketball. Nearly every teacher who had taught him remarked on his lack of focus. If only he were willing to invest some effort into his studies, he would undoubtedly be in a different situation. Yet, Chun Hao merely feigned acceptance, showing no real change. Upon returning to the classroom, Li Yu laid her head on her desk, engrossed in a book, dismissing thoughts of the girl they had encountered in the cafeteria. Suddenly, the hood of her sweatshirt was tugged forcefully, yanking it back. Are you still hoping to keep your eyes intact while reading at that angle? Chun Hao, having finished his meal, stood behind her with his hands in his pockets. Sit up straight. Li Yu felt a bit breathless, her face reddening further. Let go. I'm about to lose my temper. How many times have I told you? No leaning on the desk to write, no lying in bed reading. Chun Hao was too lazy to engage with her complaints. Don't you know to protect your eyesight? Those thick lenses look good. Do they? Why do you meddle in my affairs? Li Yu retorted, clearly annoyed, muttering, whether they look good or not is none of your business. Nonetheless, she straightened her posture. Due to their height difference, he particularly enjoyed tugging on her hood, akin to a turtle that refuses to let go once it has bitten down. Chun Hao then settled beside her, casually pushing aside the items on her desk. Let me borrow your notes from this morning. He turned to rap on Su Yan's desk. Hurry up. You haven't written a single word yet. Su Yan kept his gaze fixed on his phone, replying lazily, figure it out yourself. Chun Hao grumbled as he turned back, seeking out Li Yu once more. No way. Li Yu guarded her notebook with her hand. Chun Hao, unfazed, seized her arm with one hand while effortlessly snatching the notebook with the other. The pages bore elegant and beautiful handwriting, each entry meticulously recorded. Li Yu had practiced calligraphy in her youth. Despite her academic performance not being stellar, her handwriting was surprisingly exquisite. I wonder how your temper is so foul. Chun Hao mused casually as he copied notes. When we were kids, I treated you so well, pampering you like a sister. How could you forget your brother's kindness? While in the company of Su Yan, she seemed perfectly normal in every way. At times, she would even squint and smile when teased. Though she may not have been exceptionally beautiful, there were moments of charm when she was happy. Having grown accustomed to her features, seeing her smile could easily uplift one's spirits. Li Yu's lips curled in displeasure. Must you dwell on this trivial matter for so many years? Isn't it annoying? Speak with a little conscience. Chun Hao flicked the pen and continued writing. I have plenty of friends, both male and female. Only you dare give me the cold shoulder every day. Li Yu scoffed, so, where are they now? Chun Hao instinctively wanted to retort but realized she wasn't entirely wrong. After all these years, through the transitions of middle school and high school, it was indeed only Yu and Su Yan who remained by his side. With such a fierce demeanor, how will you ever get married when you grow up? Chun Hao returned the notebook, examining her eyes peeking from behind her bangs. When you turn 30 and find no one wants you, you'll be left to cry alone at home. Liuyu couldn't be bothered to respond, keeping her eyes downcast as she continued to read. She was acutely aware of her own lack of beauty, knowing that most boys preferred attractive girls. It was girls like Wen Ning, who were both beautiful and intelligent, that garnered the most attention from boys. Deep down, she felt a twinge of unhappiness. She simply couldn't transform herself into a beautiful girl. Therefore, it was only natural that she would harbor some envy. Noticing that the little potato was ignoring him, Chun Hao felt bored. His inherently restless nature made it difficult for him to sit quietly, so he leaned closer to converse with Liuyu once more. Hey, were you just playing around with me? Are you upset again? No, Liuyu replied, her expression unchanging. I have a bad temper and I'm not good looking. You're not saying anything wrong. During the lunch break, the antiquated radio played melodious music, the soothing tones somehow amplifying her inner agitation. Chun Hao was momentarily taken aback. I merely remarked that your temper is the reason you remain unmarried, not that you lack in beauty. But I am indeed unattractive. Liuyu replied nonchalantly. Let us do this, Chun Hao said, bending his leg to nudge her stool. If by the time you reach 30 you are still at home, unable to find a husband, I shall reluctantly consider marrying you. Liuyu lifted her gaze with disdain, retorting, even at 30, if you have not managed to charm a single wife with that face of yours, I shall certainly not entertain the thought of you, you scoundrel. With that, she resumed her reading. Upon hearing her words, Su Yan's hand trembled, causing the water pen to smear a blot on the paper. One should not speak with such finality, nor should one erect flags so conspicuously. However, upon reflection, Su Yan realized that according to his daughter's age, both he and Wen Ning had also married in their 30s. By Tong Tong's account, his relationship with Wen Ning had endured many trials, resembling a long-distance marathon. To this day, he remained puzzled as to how two completely unconnected individuals had fallen deeply in love after graduating from university, eventually leading to marriage. Su Yan took out his phone and sent a message to the campus bell. Wen Ning. Ning, may I ask you something? Wen Ning? Su Yan had never addressed her in such a manner before. Perhaps his tone was somewhat serious, prompting Wen Ning to respond swiftly. Yet, she seemed unclear about his intent, replying simply with a succinct question mark. Do you remember who pursued whom in the beginning? Wen Ning? Wen Ning, at that time, you meant to say the future, right? This referred to the time that belonged to Tong Tong. After a prolonged hesitation, Wen Ning continued her response. How would I know? You must ask Tong Tong about this. Su Yan pondered for a moment, recalling every word Tong Tong had shared with him in recent days, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. Tong Tong said you always compete with her for daddy's attention. Thus, it seems that you must have been the one fervently pursuing me, which is why you ended up being jealous of our daughter. A reasonable assertion. However, when Ning fell silent, the chat box on WeChat indicated she was typing, as if she were momentarily stuck. After what felt like an eternity, she finally replied. Tong Tong also said that when I asked you to kneel on a washboard, you obediently complied. Why can't it be that you were the one pursuing me? Given Wen Ning's nature, if she were not genuinely interested, it would have been impossible for anyone to win her heart. Throughout 3 years of high school, there had been no rumors, nor had she ever been seen in the company of any boys. She did not believe she would ever fall for someone in a manner so intense as to pursue them like a lovesick girl. Of course, Su Yan shared this sentiment. I shall ask Tong Tong about this when I return home tonight. Yes, make sure to clarify. Both sent a message simultaneously in the chat box. Su Yan. In any case, it certainly wasn't me. Wen Ning. In any case, it certainly wasn't me. Upon returning home that evening, Su Yan inquired about the matter with Tong Tong. It was evident that Tong Tong's mother often regaled her with tales from the past. She had heard their love story countless times. When Mommy was in school, many boys liked her, Tong Tong boasted, but Mommy didn't like any of them at all until she met Daddy after graduation. Su Yan activated the speakerphone. On the other end, Wen Ning quietly awaited their daughter's response. Regrettably, even Tong Tong could not clarify who had pursued whom. Mommy said that Daddy liked her first and pursued her for a long time before she agreed. Tong Tong bit her finger. But Daddy said that on the day they got together, Mommy confessed first and then tiptoed to kiss him. Both remained silent. Thus, was this matter destined to remain an unsolved mystery until they formed a family in the future? Were these two proud individuals truly in love? In truth, one could sense a hint of it. After a prolonged pause, Wen Ning decided to take the initiative. She remarked, considering how long you pursued me, you must possess quite a bit of perseverance. Not bad, Su Yan replied lazily, On the day you confessed, you had to tiptoe to reach me. It must have been quite the ordeal. Wen Ning felt a surge of irritation and fell silent. She found it hard to imagine her own character engaging in such forward behavior. However, based on Tong Tong's words, given their respective heights, if Su Yen did not bend down, she indeed would have needed to elevate herself slightly to reach him. Su Yen too felt somewhat vexed. After pursuing for so long, only to receive an acceptance. Tong Tong, are you certain Daddy is the wolf that was struck by a frying pan? Naturally, Su Yen did not believe Tong Tong was lying. Perhaps it was simply that neither of them truly understood what it felt like to be in love with someone. In the days that followed, although they spoke on the phone daily, their opportunities to meet diminished significantly. One was preoccupied with demanding studies, while the other had to consider her family obligations. Until one day near the end of March. That day, Su Yen suddenly felt a discomfort in his abdomen. First, he assumed he had merely eaten something that disagreed with him, so he did not think much of it. However, as time passed, he sensed something was amiss. The pain intensified, accompanied by nausea and a feeling of impending fever. He felt lightheaded and in poor condition. Sensing he was unwell, Su Yen did not delay and decided to visit the hospital after school. Chun Hao and Li Yuyu were startled to see him pale with pain, drenched in sweat, unable to rise from his chair. They immediately accompanied him like concerned family members. Yen, you must hold on, Chun Hao said, his eyes glistening with tears. What would I do without you? Don't you dare sob. Su Yen grimaced in pain. I'm not dying. After registering at the hospital, the doctor instructed Su Yen to undergo an imaging test. Such a young lad, what a pity. After reviewing the results, the doctor turned to him. You need surgery. Su Yen? Appendicitis. The doctor then smiled reassuringly. Young man, do not worry. It's nothing serious. You came in just in time. The final diagnosis was acute appendicitis, indeed common among young individuals of this age with numerous potential triggers. Due to the timely visit, there was no cause for major concern. The surgery would take less than 2 hours with minimal risk involved. After a few days of rest and dietary control, he would be fine. You truly scared me just now. Li Yuyu sighed in relief. I will go handle the payment. Chun Hao, please call Yan's aunt. When Ning learned of this incident the following day, since Su Yen did not consider it a significant matter, he did not inform her. It was Tong Tong who called in tears, explaining that her father had fallen ill. As Tong Tong sobbed and struggled to articulate her words, when Ning's heart tightened, and she felt a sense of breathlessness. Having experienced her mother's illness, she was particularly sensitive to the terms associated with hospitals and sickness. After confirming which hospital he was in, she immediately hailed a cab to rush over as soon as school was over. In the simple hospital room, Su Yen lay half-reclined in a white patient gown, his expression one of profound resignation. Tong Tong leaned over the bedside, clutching her father's hand, her voice hoarse from crying. Tong Tong, dear, please don't weep. Su Yen gently pinched her cheek. Father is perfectly fine. At that moment, Su Lingling entered the room, carrying a basin. Upon hearing Tong Tong's sobs, her nose tinged with an overwhelming sorrow, and she too began to weep. Oh, my dear niece, seeing you like this makes my heart ache. Su Lingling sniffled loudly. You've never been seriously ill before. How could this happen? You're the only male in our family. Aunt Su Yen replied, pausing for a moment. I'm merely having my appendix removed. It's not a sterilization. Su Lingling choked out, but that cut on your abdomen must hurt terribly. I've received anesthesia. It doesn't hurt at all. Anesthesia still hurts. That needle is so long, woo-woo. Consequently, Su Lingling's tears flowed even more freely. Just then, when Ning hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed in, Su Yen was leaning against the bed, looking reasonably well, though his lips were somewhat pale and an N4 was inserted into the back of his hand. What happened to you? Upon hearing the cries, when Ning's anxiety surged. You were perfectly fine just last week. It's just appendicitis, Su Yen replied, somewhat surprised as he turned his head to look at her. Little girls are easily frightened. They think I've come to harm. When Ning bit her lip, then, Aunt. Su Yen chuckled softly. Aunt is still a little girl too. It wasn't until Su Yen brought out the X-ray that when Ning carefully examined it, and only then did she begin to relax. After a considerable amount of time, Su Yen finally managed to reassure both his aunt and Tong Tong, convincing them that his health was entirely unblemished. Tong Tong, why don't you stay at Aunt's house for the next couple of days? Su Yen fondly pinched his daughter's ear. Really, I'm fine. If you keep crying, it will make me sad. With Aunt present, he dared not refer to himself as father in front of Tong Tong. Aunt, since you're pregnant, why don't you take Tong Tong home to rest? Wen Ning glanced at the night sky outside and then at the numerous missed calls on her phone. Before coming, she had merely informed her father and stepmother that she was visiting a classmate in the hospital. Wen Ning sent her father a message and then locked her phone, placing it in her pocket. "I'll stay with him tonight." Su Lingling paused, hesitant. "Is that really okay?" Wen Ning nodded. "It's fine. As long as I'm here, Tong Tong will feel reassured, right?" Tong Tong's eyes were still red. Su Yen glanced at her but said nothing more. After Su Lingling took Tong Tong home to rest, Su Yen looked at the time. It was 9:30. "Wen Ning, you should go back," he said. "You have classes tomorrow. Send me a message when you get home." Wen Ning ignored him. She simply removed her coat and placed it on the side chair, preparing to fetch a kettle of hot water. It seemed she was truly intent on staying. "Didn't you say your family has been strict lately? What if your stepmother and stepsister give you a hard time?" Su Yen furrowed his brow. "Honestly, I'm not in any serious trouble. Just need a few days of rest." Wen Ning's movements finally paused. She turned to look at Su Yen, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. "When I was 7, when my mother left, she told me the same thing." Su Yan's throat moved slightly, unsure of what to say. "That night, she sent me home, telling me that if I just slept and woke up, she would be healthy again, that nothing was wrong." Hence, she had always harbored a fear of hospitals. After all, she had spent several years accompanying her mother in them during her childhood. Only those who have experienced such things would understand. Yet, Xiao Ziqin and Wen Qiong would never comprehend this. Su Yen was reluctant to allow her to reminisce about those past events. "Weren't you saying that your family doesn't allow you to interact with boys before graduation?" He sat up, attempting to smile, but the movement tugged at his abdominal wound, causing a twinge of pain. "What if your stepmother accuses me of you being in a relationship? Then you can say it was me pursuing you. After all, you've always thought so." Wen Ning smiled. "I won't leave until you're completely well." She did not give him a chance to refuse. After saying that, she turned directly to the bathroom to fetch hot water. As she reached the hallway, her phone vibrated in her pocket. It was a call from her father. "Ning, where are you now?" came Wen Qiming's steady voice. "Dad is coming to take you home. I'm at the hospital." Wen Ning turned to glance back at the ward. Su Yen was leaning against the bed, engrossed in sending a message to someone, unaware of her presence. After a moment, Wen Ning withdrew her gaze. "One of my classmates is ill. He has helped me quite a bit, so I want to take care of him. Is it that boy from before?" Wen Ning remained silent. "But this is not something a student should do." Wen Qiming spoke patiently. "He has his family. There are people who care for him. You are merely a high school student. The most important thing is school." Wen Ning interrupted. "But, Dad, I only have a few months until graduation." Wen Qiming fell silent. "Dad, please don't worry." Wen Ning held her phone tightly, speaking softly. "There are some matters I just don't know how to discuss with you." Throughout her life, Wen Ning had always hoped that her father would show her a bit of favoritism when it came to making choices. But from the moment he brought Aunt Xiao into their lives, to the birth of Wen Qiong, and now, she had never received such affection. As for Tong Tong's situation, Wen Ning truly did not know how to broach the subject. Her father and Su Yen's family were entirely different. He had his own wife, family, and a daughter who was in junior high. Correspondingly, her father likely had to consider and care more about their feelings rather than her own. Ning Yu. Her daughter's character had always been reserved and reticent. She had rarely made demands or contradicted his and Xiao Ziqin's words. This was the first time he had heard her speak to him in such a tone. Wen Qiming understood that Ning had always been a stubborn child. Perhaps, when her mother was still around, her childhood had been too blissful and beautiful. So, if Ning discovered that she was not her parents' sole and unwavering choice, she would rather not depend on anyone else. In this regard, Ning's character mirrored that of her mother in every way. Whether in familial or romantic relationships, it was the same. Only now did Wen Qiming truly realize one thing: his daughter had grown up. She was beginning to desire to make choices for herself, rather than for her stepmother and stepsister. The conversation lasted until half an hour later. Wen Qiming was at a loss for what to say to his daughter. Whenever he opened his mouth, all that came out were the typical admonitions about focusing on studies at her age. Both of them sadly discovered that, at some point, the rift between father and daughter had grown to such a degree. "What's wrong?" Su Yen gazed upon Wen Ning as she entered the room, remarking, "You have been gone for quite some time." Wen Ning shook her head, replying, "I merely had a phone call with my father, and I took the opportunity to purchase a toothbrush, toothpaste, and a towel." She set down the bag in her hand and chose not to dwell on the matter further. "I just inquired with the nurse. she continued, pouring warm water into the basin and testing the temperature with her hand. You must rest in bed today and tomorrow, subsisting solely on liquid nourishment. Furthermore, for the 2 weeks following your discharge, you are prohibited from engaging in any strenuous activities, and your wound must not come into contact with water. It is certainly not a grave illness, but caution is warranted. Are you hungry? Wen Ning casually inquired. Would you like something to eat? No, you may sit beside me and read. Su Yan responded, shaking his head. And please fetch my laptop from the bag. What do you intend to do? She asked. You have yet to finish the work you accepted. That is not permissible. Feeling a hint of irritation at his disobedience, Wen Ning's heart simmered slightly as she retorted. The nurse instructed you to remain in bed. How can you be so stubborn? No phone usage is allowed either. After you finish washing your face, you must lie down promptly. Taken aback by her sudden admonition, Su Yan found himself momentarily stunned. In the next moment, Wen Ning snatched his phone away, locking the screen before placing it on the small table beside them. Wait a moment, Su Yan stammered. It seems you have been rather bold lately. You are not even my wife yet. Indeed, Wen Ning replied, twisting a warm towel and spreading it out. I have a particular fondness for teasing fragile patients, so bring your face closer and roll it in the towel. Fragile? Su Yan replied, somewhat disgruntled, as he accepted the towel. I can manage on my own. Once he had finished washing up, Wen Ning disposed of the water before sitting in the caregiver's chair. If you require anything, just call for me. She turned off the light and retrieved her coat from the rack. Su Yan turned his head to watch her settle into the caregiver's chair, pulling the coat around herself before tucking her feet underneath. Only her head remained exposed, and she managed to free a hand to play with her phone. The faint glow of the screen illuminated her face, which, already possessing an air of cold beauty, now appeared even more solitary. Her movements were deft and practiced, as if she had engaged in this routine many times before. She had spent countless nights in the hospital's caregiver chair. As a child, Wen Ning could likely wrap herself up tightly like a ball. Now she had matured, and the person for whom she would once curl up under the coat, vigilantly watching over, was no longer present. The thought stirred an inexplicable heaviness within Su Yan's heart. Wen Ning, sensitive to the shift in atmosphere, lifted her gaze. You should rest early, you have classes tomorrow. Not wishing to broach her sorrowful matters, Su Yan remained silent as he lay down. Later in the night, he awoke once more, parched. The ward was eerily quiet, with the faint glow of the moon filtering through the window, sporadic footsteps echoing in the hallway. Without much thought, Su Yan sat up, intending to pour himself a glass of water. Being in the hospital, Wen Ning had not been in a deep slumber and was instantly roused. What is it? She asked. I'm just getting some water, you continue sleeping. Yet, as he prepared to rise, Wen Ning was already on her feet. Can't you call someone if you're thirsty? She queried, approaching the table. Do you not realize you are the patient? Su Yan, slightly displeased, replied, Why are you mimicking my tone? Wen Ning chose to ignore him, placing a warm cup of water into his hand before returning to her chair to lie down again. As the early hours of the morning passed, Su Yan quietly climbed out of bed once more, only to find himself once again meeting Wen Ning's captivating eyes. Do you require assistance for the restroom? She asked, closing her eyes again and tugging her coat higher. You may go. The following morning, Wen Ning prepared to head to school. Drink your porridge. You can read for a while in the morning, but do not use the computer, she instructed while shouldering her backpack. I will come back during lunch. Su Yan nodded. Go to class. There's no need to keep coming back. I am not a child. Wen Ning glanced at him, folding the caregiver's chair and placing it aside before departing with her backpack. At lunchtime, she checked the time and decided to buy a meal on her way to the hospital. Upon arrival, she discovered that an elderly gentleman had been admitted to the ward. Seated beside him was a middle-aged woman, presumably his daughter. At that moment, Su Yan was engaged in light conversation with the elderly man. Sir, how old are you this year? 52. The woman sighed as she peeled an apple for him, saying, If you are 52, should I call you father or brother? The elderly man laughed heartily, his spirit seemingly buoyant, showing no signs of illness. Wen Ning paid them no mind as she entered and placed her backpack on the table. Have you eaten? She asked, pulling the curtain aside to let some sunlight warm Su Yan's blanket. I have. My aunt just visited. Wen Ning nodded, opening her lunchbox and sitting down to eat. She consumed her meal in silence, though not at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, the elderly gentleman chuckled. Young man, is this your wife? Wen Ning's hand froze mid-bite. She glanced at Su Yan, swallowing her food silently. No, she is not my wife, Su Yan interjected with a smile. She is merely a very good classmate who came to check on me. I'm not married yet? The elderly man nodded. A young lady who treats you so well. You must quickly take her home as your bride. Su Yen replied. Wen Ning added. My father is a bit senile, the woman interjected, hastily placing the apple in his hand. Dad. She is his friend. Not his wife. Not his wife. You are the one who is senile. Your entire family is senile. The elderly man retorted angrily. I can tell at a glance that this young lady is his wife. She is not, Wen Ning protested, attempting to assert herself. However, the elderly man was clearly not swayed, firmly believing the two were a couple, and continued to chuckle to himself. When are you getting married? Sir, we are still children. Yes, it is time to have a child. The elderly man nodded sagely. If your relationship is stable, you should hurry and have a lovely chubby baby. How adorable. Wen Ning could no longer tolerate the conversation. She wished to clarify but felt it would be futile. Faced with this well-meaning yet overly talkative elderly man, she found herself at a loss for words. Stuffing a boiled egg into her mouth, she muttered, Who is going to have him a chubby baby? Oh, you prefer girls? The elderly man chuckled. Having a girl is good. They are more obedient, listen well, and are affectionate. Su Yen laughed. That is indeed a fair point. Wen Ning could no longer contain herself. I am leaving. She gathered her lunchbox, disposed of it in the trash, and prepared to take the refuse downstairs. In truth, her visit during lunch had little purpose, leading to the impression that she was merely stopping by to check on Su Yen while eating her meal nearby. This did render her actions somewhat peculiar, and it was no wonder the elderly gentleman had misconstrued the situation. However, on the third day at noon, Su Yen was discharged from the hospital. His health was robust and he had recovered well. After resting at home for 2 days, he would return to have his stitches removed, and he would be essentially free of any issues. Are you truly leaving? The old gentleman observed the two individuals packing their belongings, feeling a twinge of reluctance. At his advanced age, he truly relished conversing with others, yet his children were often preoccupied. Thus, for the past few days it had been Su Yen who kept him company. Indeed, time was of the essence for studying. Su Yen, with her backpack in tow, remarked, Grandfather, do take care and recover swiftly. Ah, you two must nurture your relationship well, the old man replied, his face beaming with joy. Once you return, do consider starting a family. Youth is essential for such matters. However, after being subjected to his incessant chatter for 2 days, Wen Ning could no longer contain herself as they prepared to depart. Grandfather, please stop. We are getting a divorce upon our return. Su Yen felt a chuckle bubbling within her, yet the wound on her abdomen prevented her from laughing too heartily, causing a twinge of pain. Nevertheless, hearing such words from her lips felt refreshingly novel. Once they exited the hospital, Wen Ning stood by the roadside attempting to hail a taxi, intending to take Su Yen home. You should return to school, Su Yen said as he retrieved his belongings. Tomorrow morning, I will resume my classes as usual. Just a few days' absence would not significantly hinder his studies, especially since he was already in the final sprint phase. However, Wen Ning had been frequenting the hospital lately, prompting Su Yen to worry about her being affected by the situation. Wen Ning seemed lost in thought, casually dismissing his concerns with, It's fine. There's still time. Seeing her persistence, Su Yen chose not to press further. Upon reaching home, the two of them, well acquainted with their surroundings, retrieved their slippers from the rack and entered the living room. Having been away for several days, Tong Tong had been staying at Su Lingling's place, rendering the house somewhat desolate. Wen Ning seated herself at the dining table, extracting a stack of sticky notes from her bag. While meticulously checking her phone, she scribbled something on one of the notes. What are you doing? Su Yen reclined on the sofa, observing her with interest. Writing down precautions, she replied. You are prohibited from consuming anything cold, spicy, greasy, or anything that might be deemed stimulating. Additionally, it would be wise to continue drinking kanji for a few more days. Though it was a minor operation and not particularly hazardous, post-operative care regarding diet and rest is crucial. I'll stick this on the kitchen door. You will see it as soon as you open it. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Ning affixed another note to the upper left corner of the computer screen. No computer use after midnight. Another note was placed on the shoe cabinet. Moderate activity is permitted within 2 months, but vigorous exercise is strictly forbidden. In essence, Wen Ning believed that anything of importance warranted documentation and should be displayed prominently. As she roamed about, affixing sticky notes and pondering with her phone in hand, Su Yen found himself momentarily entranced. There was a peculiar sensation of temporal dislocation. Perhaps, in a decade or two, such scenes would become a daily occurrence for him. He wondered if the Su Yan and Wen Ning from Tongtong's world shared similar thoughts. By then, they would have entered the sanctum of marriage, blessed with a lovely and obedient daughter, living in blissful harmony. Yet, perhaps in moments of leisure amidst their honeyed lives, they might harbor a hint of regret for having missed their most beautiful years together and for not having shared their youthful exuberance. When Su Yan finally regained his senses, he found Wen Ning standing before him, backpack slung over her shoulder and ready to depart. "Were you even listening to me?" Su Yan honestly shook his head. "No." Wen Ning sighed, retrieving another sticky note from her pocket. She swiftly jotted down some words and tore it off. "Here's another one. Let us place it here." Su Yan felt something cool brush against his face, and then a sticky note was adhered to his cheek. "I'll head back now," Wen Ning said, shouldering her bag. "If there's nothing urgent, I probably won't be coming by often. You must take care of yourself." Su Yan blinked in surprise, removing the note from his face. The elegant script read, "No staying up late, no eating indiscriminately, and no falling ill again." In addition to the exclamation marks, the bottom right corner featured a simple drawing of an irate rabbit's head. It was evident that Wen Ning had practiced, as she had captured the rabbit's furious expression with just a few strokes. Its upright ears conveyed an unmistakably vexed demeanor.
As Wen Ning sa doven.
Lowering her head to put on her shoes, she heard Su Yan chuckling softly behind her. Perhaps due to his abdominal injury, he refrained from laughing too loudly, making it sound uncomfortably stifled. "It really does resemble you," he remarked. Wen Ning, unsure of what he found amusing, hesitated and said, "I also feel like I resemble your mother." "My mother isn't this attentive," Su Yan replied, laughing casually. "I meant it truly resembles my wife." Wen Ning appeared somewhat flustered. In the shadow of Su Yan's laughter, the dimples on his cheeks emerged, strikingly similar to Tongtong's. Primarily, Wen Ning sensed that her actions bore a hint of that maternal essence. "Indeed, I ought to refute that notion." "What wife? Your condition seems rather akin to that of the old gentleman." Wen Ning instinctively licked her lips. "Are you perhaps suffering from a touch of senility?" Su Yan found himself entertained by her spirited retort. Why the sudden indignation? And so March came to a definitive end. The early spring of April arrived, with tender green buds unfurling upon the trees. A minor ailment had not disrupted Su Yan's daily life. He maintained his routine of attending school and picking up Tong in the evenings. Wen Ning's visits had become infrequent, yet each time Su Yan opened the refrigerator, he would spot the sticky notes adorning its surface. Subsequently, Su Lingling once again proposed the idea of enrolling Tong in school. Over time, she had discerned that Tong was exceptionally bright and quick-witted. An 8-year-old girl found no challenge in solving arithmetic problems typically assigned to 3rd or 4th graders. "By the way, I've arranged some connections at the school," she informed Su Yan on the day he came to pick up Tong, handing him a set of school uniforms and badges. "She can attend classes alongside regular children." Really? In truth, Su Yan had always wished for Tong to attend school, as he believed it vital for her to integrate into society. Beyond her parents and grandparents, she also needed friends of her own. However, this would only be a temporary arrangement. Su Lingling nodded. A few months of absence is manageable, but over the years, it could impact her future. Her intentions were crystal clear: to resolve Tong's identity issues before the summer break, allowing her to start school in September. Delaying further would be unwise. Su Yan was uncertain whether his aunt had gleaned anything, but he had already planned accordingly. Coincidentally, he and Wen Ning had just concluded their college entrance examinations. They might need to bring Tong along to university. "And, did you spend much?" "Not too much," Su Lingling replied casually. "I only paid for some textbooks. Everything else was minimal." Su Yan nodded, squatting down to ask his daughter, Tong, "Do you want to go to school?" "Yes." Tong grasped her father's hand, her beautiful, almond-shaped eyes sparkling like grapes. The notion of reincarnation and traversing realms is indeed rather mystical. Yet, after enduring this period, she found herself in a daze, pondering for quite some time, and gradually began to grasp some vague understanding. She was unlike other children. This was a significant secret, one that she must not divulge to anyone aside from her parents. Therefore, in the presence of others, she became exceedingly obedient and astute, refraining from calling out for her father loudly. Since Tong was willing, Su Yan chose not to press further. The following day, Su Lingling arranged for Su Miaodong to attend the 2nd grade at Chaoyang Primary School as an observer. The homeroom teacher, surnamed Hu, was also a woman in her 30s, who shared a close relationship with Su Lingling. Teacher who took an immediate liking to the little girl, exclaiming in astonishment, "I have never seen such a beautiful little girl before." Su Lingling merely smiled, Her sister is even more beautiful. On that day, Su Miaodong donned a white dress, a rarity for children of her age, as white garments are prone to soiling. Yet she remained immaculate, her soft long hair braided into 2 plaits, presenting herself like a little princess. Being a new student, she soon found herself surrounded by numerous classmates during the first recess, who chattered excitedly, asking her all sorts of questions. Due to her beauty and vivacious personality, the children in her class were particularly fond of playing with her. Su Lingling observed this with satisfaction and felt reassured enough to depart from the school. Your braids are lovely. They were done by my little grandma. And your dress is so pretty. Yes, my mother bought it for me. Su Miaodong's eyes sparkled with joy as she produced rabbit-shaped gummies from her bag, distributing them one by one to her classmates. When she reached the last row, she encountered a rather disheveled girl with unkempt yellow hair. The girl, thin and clad in dirty clothes, sat alone in the back row, writing without a desk partner, and no one spoke to her during recess. I am Su Miaodong. You can call me Tong Tong. Su Miaodong placed a gummy on her desk, her voice sweet and gentle. It's delicious, soft and sweet. The little girl glanced at her but remained silent, merely pushing the candy back towards her. Su Miaodong felt a twinge of disappointment but was unwilling to give up. She generously grabbed a handful of gummies from her bag and continued. What is your name? The scruffy girl instinctively lifted her gaze. What met her eyes were Su Miaodong's bright, sparkling eyes, her cheeks rosy with a hint of baby fat, and her long curled lashes. Upon noticing her gaze, Su Miaodong beamed a clean and radiant smile. Suddenly, the little girl stood up and slapped her palm against Su Miaodong's hand with force, then dashed outside. Observant classmates quickly noticed. Yuang, you're bullying someone again. Tong Tong, don't play with her. She doesn't even have parents. She is a bad kid. Su Miaodong looked at the clear red mark on her soft palm, feeling quite aggrieved. It seemed that she, indeed, did not like her. Yet, simultaneously, the name Yuang felt strangely familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. However, Tong Tong tilted her head and pondered for a long while, unable to recall. When the last activity class commenced, a group of children played hide-and-seek on the playground, eagerly awaiting their parents' arrival. Su Miaodong played for a while and then turned her head to see Yuang sitting alone at a distance, not engaging with the others, scribbling something on the ground with a piece of chalk. After a moment of hesitation, Su Miaodong, with her short legs, approached her. Yuang was deeply engrossed in her drawing, which was a simple composition typical of elementary school children. A small house, a river, grassy fields, clouds, and the sun in the sky, along with a family of 3 holding hands and smiling. Yuang, what are you drawing? Yuang was momentarily taken aback and instinctively turned her head. Upon seeing Su Miaodong, her expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively attempted to shield her chalk drawing with her body. Yuang, let us play together. Su Miaodong blinked, her almond-shaped eyes crescenting into a smile. Or I could join you in drawing, would that be all right? Yuang remained silent, her gaze turning somewhat wary. Just as Su Miaodong intended to squat down beside her, Yuang suddenly stood up and gave her a shove. Su Miaodong lost her balance and stumbled, hitting her head against the wall nearby. Upon rising, she felt a slight sting in her nose. The surrounding children quickly gathered around, their expressions filled with alarm. Tong Tong is bleeding. Go tell the teacher. It was Yuang who pushed her. I saw it. She is bullying. Su Miaodong belatedly touched her nose and found her hand damp. Her eyes reddened, yet she held back her tears, determined not to cry out loud. Today was her first day at school, and both Su Yan and Wen Ning were uneasy, so they came to pick her up after classes. I'm so sorry. I should have taken better care of Tong Tong, teacher who repeatedly apologized to them. Su Miaodong, with her appearance and demeanor, clearly emanated the charm of a little princess from a prestigious family, and Su Lingling had specifically instructed them to take good care of her. To encounter such an incident on her first day was indeed a source of embarrassment for teacher Hu. However, she had not anticipated that the individuals coming to collect Su Miaodong would be 2 high school students, both clad in the uniform of the first high school. Wen Ning quickly knelt down to examine her daughter meticulously. Tong Tong had 2 wads of tissue stuffed in her nose, faintly stained with red. Nonetheless, the little girl, typically renowned for her tears, was surprisingly calm today, her large eyes blinking innocently as she quietly leaned against her mother. Su Yan gathered some information from teacher Hu regarding the incident. The girl who had collided with Tong Tong, named Yuang, was a child of migrant workers whose parents were often away. Sometimes, they could not even return for the new year, leaving her to live with her grandmother, thus classifying her as a left-behind child. Generally taciturn and lacking social skills, She had always been a solitary figure, rather rebellious and difficult to manage. Even the other children in class were reluctant to play with her. At that moment, the small and frail Yue stood beside teacher who, her head bowed, not uttering a word. Alas, with parents absent and her grandmother aging and unwell, it's quite lamentable that a child's character has turned out this way. Teacher who sighed. Yue's head sank lower. Su-yen noticed that her eyes had quietly reddened due to the teacher's words. He gently ruffled his daughter's hair, asking, Tong Tong, did someone bully you today? Tong Tong glanced at the silent, disheveled girl and quietly replied, No, not at all. Really? Su-yen probed further. Well, Tong Tong scratched her face, feeling a bit guilty. It was just when I was playing with the other kids. I bumped my nose. Su-yen studied his daughter's expression, contemplating thoughtfully. Tong Tong appeared somewhat anxious, her gaze timid. Tong Tong, you mustn't tell lies, alright? When Ning's voice was gentle, your nose might grow long. Tong Tong's ears turned crimson. Yue accidentally pushed me. The bashfulness she displayed bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother's when she was shy. Tong Tong displayed remarkable bravery today, refraining from shedding tears. Su-yen exerted a gentle tug on his daughter's soft, pudgy cheek. Hand over your backpack. Let us return home and bid farewell to your teacher and Yao Yao. At this, Tong Tong's face lit up with a smile as she scampered towards Yao Yao, grasping her slightly soiled hand and playfully tapping it. Yao Yao, you mustn't be naughty. Su Miao Tong's expression turned gravely serious. Tong Tong is upset today. We shall be friends again tomorrow. Yao Yao, taken aback by the princess-like beauty and poise of the girl before her, momentarily froze. Then, as if shocked, she withdrew her hand. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, Yao Yao. Once Tong Tong had finished her farewells, Su-yen smiled and took her hand, departing alongside Wen Ning, teacher who finally exhaled in relief. Yao Yao, will your grandmother be picking you up today? It was only then that she lowered her head to discover Yao Yao's gaze fixed on the distance, her pupils shimmering with a flicker of yearning. Following the direction of the little girl's gaze, she beheld 3 figures walking away. Tong Tong seemed to be longing for a hug, bouncing with outstretched, chubby arms. Unable to resist her daughter's charm, Su-yen relinquished the little rabbit backpack to Wen Ning and bent down to lift her up, allowing her to comfortably wrap her arms around his neck. Wen Ning smiled as she accepted the backpack, casually plucking a white flower from nearby and tucking it into the nest of Tong Tong's hair. The girl's almond-shaped eyes brightened, resembling 2 pools of clear water. Her soft, tinkling laughter sounded like wind chimes, innocent and delightful. Yao Yao silently withdrew her gaze, opening her palm. Moments earlier, when Tong Tong had tapped her hand, she had secretly concealed a small rabbit-shaped gummy candy within her palm. Initially, Yao Yao believed that she would behave like other children. At first, she approached out of curiosity, but gradually, she began to harbor a dislike for her. This was how it always was. However, she had not anticipated that the very next day, Su Miao Tong would seem to have entirely forgotten the incident. During recess, Yao Yao remained seated at her desk, practicing her writing, undisturbed by the playful sounds of her peers. Suddenly, a soft, sweet voice floated down from above. Yao Yao, I brought strawberries today. Tong Tong leaned over her desk. Let us share them. In her hands, she cradled a box of freshly washed strawberries, vibrant in color, the kind Yao Yao's grandmother seldom indulged in. This was the 3rd time. The first time, Tong Tong had offered her candy, only to receive a light smack on her hand. The second time, when Tong Tong wished to join her in drawing, she had been pushed away. Yao Yao could not fathom the kind of blissful household that this princess-like girl hailed from, one that could continually exhibit such unblemished purity and kindness, embracing her own reclusiveness and introversion. Once more, Yao Yao pushed the strawberries back towards Tong Tong. Tong Tong pursed her lips, her big eyes shimmering with unshed tears. But I want to be friends with Yao Yao. Yao Yao remained silent. Tong Tong, somewhat disheartened, clutched the strawberries, preparing to retreat. Yet just then her braid was unexpectedly tugged. Turning around, she encountered Yao Yao's gaze, which appeared rather indifferent. Tong Tong felt a twinge of anxiety, her eyes softening. Yao Yao said nothing. She merely placed a mechanical pencil into Tong Tong's pocket. After this act, Yao Yao silently released her grip, lowering her head to continue gazing at her draft notebook. Tong Tong felt the mechanical pencil in her pocket and looked up at her, bewildered. This was the very pencil Yao Yao used daily for writing and drawing. It was somewhat worn, lacking any embellishments, starkly contrasting with the beautifully designed mechanical pencils used by the other girls in the class. Yet it was at least something she cherished deeply. Tong Tong's eyes once again brightened, and she smiled. Yao Yao, let us eat strawberries together. Yao Yao initially intended to ignore her. However, upon witnessing Tong Tong holding a strawberry delicately between her small white teeth, exuding innocence and charm, her heart softened. All right, Yao Yao, have we met somewhere before? No, really? Tong Tong shook her little head, feeling that the name Yao Yao was strangely familiar. Perhaps she had heard it from her father or mother. Su Yen felt assured regarding his daughter's experiences at school. At Tong Tong's age, her desire to share was at its peak. She longed to recount every little event, every joy and sorrow that transpired at school to her parents. Thus, Su Yen was well aware that his daughter thrived in her school environment. In mid-April, Su Yen decided to cut his hair short and discard the glasses he had worn for nearly 3 years. This was primarily due to his impending graduation. He had little interest in remaining invisible in class. Following this decision, he noticeably felt an increase in attention from his peers, largely due to his resemblance to Su Ling, with fair skin that exuded a delicate and refined charm, particularly when he smiled. In Lin Hui's words, "My son has a rather feminine appearance." Because of this, Su Yen had always been somewhat averse to others commenting on his looks. Wen Ning noticed but did not dwell on it, as she had always known Su Yen possessed a commendable appearance. Until one afternoon in the cafeteria, as Wen Ning had just finished her meal and sat down, she spotted Su Yen queued at the window. Beside him stood an unfamiliar girl, quite pretty and appearing poised. The two seemed engrossed in conversation. "We need to book the venue for the graduation banquet well in advance," class monitor Zhang Ruoxian stated earnestly. "In addition to classmates, there will be 6 teachers." Su Yen pondered, for tables should suffice. As the class's life committee member, this task had been entrusted to him and the class monitor by their homeroom teacher. It was essential to reserve the graduation banquet early. Otherwise, by June, every restaurant would be fully booked with no available space. "You have a good relationship with Yu. Could you inquire if we can secure a better private room?" Zhang Ruoxian cautiously asked. Her family's restaurant is quite popular. I've heard that the class monitor from the neighboring class had to pull many strings to get a reservation. All right, Su Yen nodded. "I'll ask you later if they can offer a discount." Zhang Ruoxian sighed. "Having a little rich girl with a restaurant in our class is quite beneficial. I can report back to Old Wu this afternoon." With the college entrance examination looming, they had little time to deliberate on this matter and needed to finalize it during their lunch break. "Let us exchange WeChat. We can communicate directly there if anything comes up." Zhang Ruoxian turned her head politely and smiled. "Thank you for your help." Despite having been classmates for 3 years in high school, they had never exchanged WeChat contacts and had not been in touch outside of school. Su Yen responded with an "No need to be formal. I'll report everything to you directly." When Zhang Ruoxian smiled, she appeared relaxed and carefree, as if shedding a burden, her face plump and quite lovely. The afternoon sun cast a gentle halo over her face. As she took out her phone, Wen Ning's lips finally relaxed into a straight line. "Who is that?" Just then, as Su Yen finished providing his WeChat number, he heard someone calling his name from a distance. "Su Yen." Wen Ning rose to her feet, her expression devoid of emotion as she gestured for him to come over. "You, come here." Su Yen was taken aback. This was the first time Wen Ning had called for him at school. Hadn't they agreed to keep their relationship concealed from others? Zhang Ruoxian stood frozen, instantly recognizing the illustrious went-to-school beauty from their institution. "Come over and sit beside me to eat." Wen Ning's voice was cool, betraying little emotion. "I have a few questions to ask you." Su Yen remained silent. Zhang Ruoxian, contemplating the nature of their relationship, dared not linger and swiftly departed with her meal tray. Su Yen hesitated for a moment before reluctantly approaching her. At that moment, Chun Hao and Li Yuyu arrived in search of their good friend to dine with. "Yen, why are you eating alone?" Upon recognizing the girl seated opposite him, Chun Hao was momentarily taken aback. Li Yuyu, however, greeted her with ease. Wen Ning remained silent for a moment. "You two, please take a seat at the adjacent table." Chun Hao and Li Yuyu exchanged bewildered glances. Chun Hao's mind racing with questions that Li Yuyu swiftly quelled by pulling him away. "What's going on with you today?" Su Yen expressed his displeasure. Only then did Wen Ning belatedly realize what she had just done, instinctively calling out to him. There was a vague discomfort stirring within her. By the time she regained her senses, they were already seated across from each other in the cafeteria. Wen Ning's ears flushed with warmth. She lowered her head, feigning nonchalance as she bit down on her chopsticks, calmly stating, "Have you already forgotten the promises made?" Su Yen too quickly grasped the situation. Yet he felt no guilt. Instead, he found it rather amusing. What on earth was this girl thinking? Su Yan couldn't help but chuckle, lazily observing her from head to toe. Wen Ning was slightly irritated by his laughter, perplexed as to what could possibly be so amusing. This fellow seemed to delight in laughing at her for no apparent reason. You find enjoyment in my mistakes, do you? She pondered, concluding that she needed to find a way to make him uncomfortable. Ultimately, Wen Ning extended her chopsticks and deftly snatched the lone chicken drumstick from his plate. It's about the graduation banquet. Su Yan was unfazed, continuing to chuckle as he explained. Other than this, I hardly spoke to her at all. Wen Ning clearly did not find this explanation convincing. She had witnessed the girl laughing while retrieving her phone. Weren't you just adding her on WeChat? No, she wanted my contact, and we agreed to keep in touch. Did you give it? I did, but first, return my chicken drumstick. Su Yan's eyes fixated on his drumstick as he nonchalantly clarified, appearing entirely unperturbed. Wen Ning's lips tightened into a straight line, her expression darkening. Initially prepared to return the drumstick, she now withheld it. I won't give it back. I'm still hungry. Su Yan genuinely found her reaction entertaining. In truth, his interactions with Zhang Ruoxuan were purely professional. What a petty girl, he mused to himself. Su Yan chuckled once more, his light laughter echoing in Wen Ning's ears, provoking an unusual irritation within her, akin to waking up in a foul mood. Once he had sufficiently laughed, Su Yan finally ceased to tease her, tapping her meal tray with his chopsticks. Check your phone. What for? Just look. Wen Ning maintained a stern expression as she retrieved her phone. To her surprise, she noticed a red notification dot in her WeChat friend requests. Hello Su Yan, I am Zhang Ruoxuan. Please accept my request when you see this. OVO. Wen Ning was bewildered. What is this? Su Yan casually replied. I just gave her your WeChat. Now, Wen Ning was even more confused. Why did you give it to her? Didn't we agree about you and Tong Tong? Su Yan paused, slowly responding. If a girl wants my contact, shouldn't she first ask my girlfriend for permission? Wen Ning froze. Huh? After a brief delay, her fair ears flushed a deep crimson, and she glanced around, feeling quite embarrassed. Who is your girlfriend? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Wen Ning lowered her voice, speaking in a tone only the two of them could hear. What are you shouting about in school? Su Yan raised an eyebrow. So outside of school, it's acceptable to shout? Wen Ning instinctively pressed her tongue against her right cheek, attempting to ease the tingling sensation in her ears. This guy. Ever since their last visit to the hospital, he had taken to playfully referring to her as his girlfriend. After a considerable time, Wen Ning finally regained her composure, returning the chicken drumstick to Su Yan's plate. But you shouldn't have given it to me. Perhaps realizing her earlier actions were somewhat impulsive, Wen Ning sought to remedy the situation by generously placing her phone on the table. You should add her? Otherwise, what if she needs to reach you for something? Her phone wallpaper displayed Tong Tong, a picture taken during their last outing at the mall. We're not that familiar, and she insists on discussing things over WeChat. Su Yan appeared unconcerned, sizing her up. If there's anything important, just forward it to me. Otherwise, don't bother with her. Besides, aren't you worried? I'm not worried at all, Wen Ning immediately retorted. I'm just keeping an eye on you for Tong Tong. Fine, then you can keep an eye on me, Su Yan replied, picking at the meat on his plate. It seems I'll have to remain virtuous for Tong Tong for the rest of my life. Wen Ning felt a laugh bubbling within her, yet she restrained it, maintaining her serious demeanor. By the way, I have something to discuss with you. As if suddenly recalling something, Su Yan straightened his expression. This week, my mother wants me to return home, and I was thinking of bringing Tong Tong along. Wen Ning was taken aback. Is that appropriate? Considering the time, Tong Tong had been with them for nearly 2 months. I'm not sure, Su Yan sighed internally. But my aunt has been subtly inquiring about Tong Tong multiple times. Fortunately, Tong Tong is clever enough not to let anything slip. My aunt is no fool. After spending time with Tong Tong, she must have noticed something amiss. She simply hopes that I will take the initiative to disclose the truth. I think. Su Yan tapped the table. My aunt is genuinely suspicious that I'm raising an illegitimate daughter. Wen Ning replied softly, her voice warm and hesitant. What do you plan to say? Su Yan fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. We'll see how it goes. First, let us bring Tong Tong back. We can't keep hiding her. After all, Tong Tong is the granddaughter that connects us by blood. It wouldn't be fair to the two elders. With the bloodline report in hand, it can certainly be explained. The primary concern lies in how to facilitate the acceptance of the situation by the family, and to devise a more suitable way to clarify Tong Tong's origins. Wen Ning hesitated. Would it be inappropriate for me to go now? Logically, she should accompany him, considering her name was on that bloodline report. Since it concerned Tong Tong, it was indeed a matter that the two parents should address together. But how could she explain to Su Yan's family that she was their future daughter-in-law? Let me first clarify Tong Tong's situation, she decided. Su Yan seemed to grasp the thoughts swirling in her mind. Regardless of the circumstances, before we embark on our journey to university, you must meet them. Not in the role of a daughter-in-law, but as Tong Tong's mother, to assuage the concerns of the two elders. Noticing her somewhat grave expression, Su Yan reassured her. Rest assured, my parents are quite amicable. Wen Ning nodded, her voice gentle, yes, all right. Once they had nearly concluded their conversation, Su Yan glanced at the time, tidied the plates on the table, and rose, preparing to return to the classroom. Wen Ning, Su Yan called, it seems I haven't embraced Tong Tong in quite a while. Su Yan's movements paused momentarily. Speak your mind directly. Could you extend my apologies to Tong Tong once more? Wen Ning's gaze fell, her voice softening. She had previously promised Tong Tong to spend time with her. However, as the college entrance examinations approached, the relentless pace had left Wen Ning feeling overwhelmed each day. Moreover, ever since the incident at the hospital, the atmosphere at home had grown increasingly peculiar. What apologies? Tong Tong wouldn't be upset with you. Su Yan glanced at her. If you're busy, just focus on your tasks. I will take good care of Tong Tong. Wen Ning lowered her eyes, still appearing less than cheerful. Suddenly, she felt something cool against her cheek, rolling back and forth. Raising her head, she saw Su Yan tossing a can of iced cola in his hand. You are merely 18 while I, at over 30, can still accompany Tong Tong for another 20 years. Su Yan chuckled. Is it just a matter of these few days? Wen Ning pondered, her brow visibly relaxing. She curved her lips. You are right. There is still plenty of time ahead. With only 20 minutes left of the lunch break, Wen Ning swiftly returned to the classroom after parting ways with Su Yan. At this moment, the seats were nearly filled. Aside from a few individuals resting, the others were quietly engrossed in their exercises. Wen Ning settled down, idly pinching the little rabbit ears on her backpack before unfolding her test paper. However, after writing only a few words, someone gently tapped her desk. Wen Ning. She lifted her head to glance at him. It was a boy named Lin Wenyuan, the class monitor of the elite class. Our class committee has created a graduation group. Everyone is already in it, and you are the only one who hasn't joined. The boy smiled warmly. Since we have some free time now, let me add you. Although Wen Ning appeared warm and approachable in class, she actually maintained a considerable distance from everyone, including the girls. Despite her gentle demeanor, she was quite difficult to approach. Wen Ning politely smiled. No, thank you. I'm not particularly fond of large groups. After graduation, we likely won't keep in touch. Sometimes, she questioned whether her demeanor was too cold. Yet, it was a lesson she had learned back in middle school. Adding classmates on WeChat, especially boys, often led to numerous complications. Then just add me on WeChat. Lin Wenyuan maintained his unchanging expression, speaking with utmost politeness. After graduation, we plan to organize a reunion to visit our teachers, so I'd like to ensure we can reach you. Wen Ning fell silent for a moment. Furthermore, the graduation banquet and photo sessions will also need to be communicated in the group, to guarantee everyone receives the information. Lin Wenyuan continued, Wen Ning, please understand my position as the class monitor. I must report back to the homeroom teacher. Such reasoning indeed made it difficult to refuse. Ultimately, Wen Ning nodded. All right, wait a moment. Lin Wenyuan appeared momentarily taken aback, his eyes brightening with joy as he quickly retrieved his phone. No need to go through all that trouble. Just tell me your WeChat ID directly. No. Wen Ning rummaged for her phone beneath the desk. Let me check what my WeChat ID is. Lin Wenyuan? On the other side, Su Yan had just seated himself when a red notification popped up on WeChat. I am Lin Wenyuan. I will directly notify you of any matters in the group from now on. Su Yan? Before he could contemplate further, Wen Ning sent a message. Wen Ning, I can't let you be at a disadvantage, can I? Su Yan, why do you always like to mimic my way of doing things? Su Yan, what if he, being a boy, wishes to pursue romance? Wen Ning, then you should just pursue him. Su Yan? After that, there was no further response from her, likely because she was preoccupied with her test paper. Su Yan reflected for a moment before adding the boy named Lin Wenyuan. His profile picture had changed to that of Doraemon since Tong Tong's appearance. Indeed, he resembled a girl quite a bit. Su Yan checked his moments for anything unusual, then locked his phone and tucked it away in the drawer. In reality, the school prohibited phone usage, yet the enforcement was rather lenient. While phones were disallowed during class and breaks, they were permitted during lunch. Shortly thereafter, the back door of the classroom swung open. Chun Hao entered with a stern expression, followed by Li Yuyu. He dragged a chair from his seat and plopped down with a clatter right in front of Su Yan, resting his chin on the desk. Su Yan's expression remained impassive. "Ah Yan, speak with your conscience." Chun Hao grumbled. "Hasn't your brother treated you well all these years?" "Decently enough," Su Yan mused. "When you visited my home during the new year, you secretly swiped 300 from my red envelope to buy skins. Haven't you taken from me as well?" Chun Hao coughed forcefully. "Such a significant matter, and you dared to conceal it from us both?" Although he was quite sociable in the grade, he had never dared to provoke the school beauty, Wen Ning, who was both academically gifted and strikingly beautiful, never mingling with boys. It was clear they inhabited entirely different worlds. No chance. Why the hell could you sit and dine with the school beauty for an entire afternoon? Enjoying yourself? Chun Hao banged on the desk. "What does she see in you? Is her grandfather's tea garden unsold?" Su Yan shook his head. "I'm not hiding anything from you two. How could you not? I haven't concealed anything from Yuyu." Su Yan paused. "I'm merely keeping it from you." Li Yuyu sat beside them, propping her chin on her hand, watching the scene unfold with amusement. Upon catching Chun Hao's gaze, she raised an eyebrow. "Yes, you are the only one unaware." Chun Hao's lips twitched stiffly. His voice turned icy as he stood and playfully grabbed his brother's neck. "Are you secretly courting women outside? I'll tell your mother. You're in deep trouble. Are you insane?" Su Yan could no longer tolerate it and pulled his hand away. As the classroom filled with more students, Chun Hao finally composed himself and returned to his seat, though his gaze remained fixed on Su Yan. "So, spill it. Have you hooked up or not?" It wasn't that he couldn't accept it. He wished for his brother to thrive. However, now that he had a Porsche, he couldn't just abandon his old Magotan on the roadside. Li Yuyu cast a glance at Chun Hao and couldn't help but chuckle. "Hook up?" Su Yan lifted his eyelids. "Can you refrain from projecting your mindset onto me?" In truth, his views on love were likely quite similar to Wen Ning's. Otherwise, they wouldn't both remain single as they approached 30. Chun Hao contemplated. Makes sense. The temperament of this Su heir was, in truth, not particularly amiable. Since his childhood, the Lao Su family has always catered to him, and coupled with Lin Hui's influence, he has developed a distinct personality and way of doing things. If he dislikes someone, he tends to avoid excessive interaction. Conversely, if he takes a liking to someone, he does not hesitate to let everyone know. Thus, during their first meeting, he displayed a gentle and patient demeanor towards the girls, often smiling at them. Upon graduation, he brought them along to socialize. Chun Hao deliberately pointed a finger at his forehead. "With a stricter upbringing, remember to let her call you properly when the time comes. First, rectify your foul behavior." Su Yan felt that he had a fair understanding of Wen Ning. That stubborn girl would not appreciate someone with Chun Hao's temperament. On the contrary, she would likely be quite resistant. "You should discuss this with those girls." Chun Hao lounged back in his chair, appearing as if he had no bones. "What can I do if I look good?" "Indeed," Su Yan replied lazily. "Girls can't help but want to pet a pretty dog they see by the roadside." Li Yuyu gave a thumbs up. "That's reasonable." At that moment, the school bell rang. The homeroom teacher, Old Wu, entered and began distributing the previous month's exam papers. He was a rather traditional middle-aged teacher, often seen holding a thermos cup, and commanded considerable respect within the classroom. Although the foundation had been laid in the first 2 years, there was still room for improvement over the past few months. Old Wu rapped his desk sternly. "As for whether I am referring to Chun Hao, I won't name names directly." Chun Hao exclaimed. "What? Are you targeting me, old man?" Su Yan glanced at his score, not overly concerned, and diligently noted down the mistakes. He then asked Yu to take the exam paper to Wen Ning. Upon receiving his paper, Wen Ning immediately began calculating the scores. If the elective module was counted as 50 points, the total score would exceed 620. Especially in English, she had raised her score by 30 points in a short period. It was indeed a significant improvement. Wen Ning was momentarily stunned. She was uncertain about her own feelings at that moment. Although this was merely an ordinary monthly exam, 620 was not particularly high for her. In the past, no matter how well she performed, she always faced her paper with indifference, devoid of any strong emotions. Yet now she felt quite elated. Regardless of whether the promises made could be fulfilled, she would certainly strive to do her utmost. Unable to contain herself, Wen Ning's eyes crinkled into a smile, and she shielded her cheeks with a thick book. Quietly, during the break, she sent him 2 messages through her phone. However, after sending them, she suddenly felt foolish. Why did I send such silly things? Consequently, she swiftly retracted them. She sent again. Wen Ning. Not bad, just SOSO. Wen Ning, in our class, it didn't even reach the average score. Wen Ning. Compared to me, it's still far off. So this is the level you have. Wen Ning glanced at her new messages, reassured that the tone was appropriate this time. To her surprise, a response came immediately. Su Yen? Su Yen. I saw that just now. He even returned a screenshot of their conversation, featuring the 2 messages she had retracted in a heartbeat. Wen Ning. You've improved a lot. Wen Ning. Oh. Wen Ning. I clicked the wrong button. Su Yen had not anticipated that she would possess such a side. He quickly took a screenshot. Of course, her hasty retraction was very much in line with Wen Ning's character, radiating an air of feigned composure and solemnity. This girl, in truth, still bore a slight sense of idol persona. Amidst the whirlwind of academic pursuits, Friday evening arrived swiftly. Su Yen hailed a car, taking Tong Tong home with him. This was likely to be his last visit home before the college entrance examination, as he anticipated that his parents would not permit him to roam freely thereafter. He held his daughter's hand as they strolled through the community, casually inquiring, Tong Tong, do you remember this place? MHM. Tong Tong bounced joyfully. This is Grandpa and Grandma's house. Su Yen led his daughter upstairs and fished out his keys to unlock the door. Just as they made some noise, a plush ragdoll cat, resembling a gas canister, meowed and leaped out from the room. Upon realizing it was Su Yen, it abruptly halted, sitting still and sniffing the air suspiciously. Then, lifting its hindquarters, prepared to depart. Are you pretending not to see me? Or have you forgotten me after months apart? Su Yen nearly laughed in exasperation as he reached out to scoop it up. Don't you know to greet someone? The ragdoll cat struggled slightly with its 4 paws. Meow. Wow. Tong Tong's eyes sparkled. A kitty. Its name was Yuanyuan. Su Yen set Yuanyuan down on the floor. She was a little female cat that Lin Hui had purchased from a pet market when Su Yen was a teenager. Given Lin Hui's level of affection towards her, in a sense, she could be considered Su Yan's feline sister. With a delightful temperament, she was incredibly affectionate and an exemplary cat in every regard. Unfortunately, cats do not have long lifespans. By the time Tong Tong was born, Yuanyuan would likely no longer be around. Unable to resist, Tong Tong squatted down, extending her hand to touch the cat. Yuanyuan sniffed her and then lay down, exposing her fluffy belly while purring contentedly. Tong Tong was overjoyed, crouching on the floor to play with her. You're back. Hearing the commotion, Lin Hui emerged from the kitchen, an apron still tied around her waist. Your dad keeps nagging me, saying if you don't come home soon, he'll just have another child with me. Su Yen caught a whiff of a delicious aroma and glanced toward the dining table, which was laden with a variety of dishes, mostly his favorites. I sense he isn't missing me. Su Yen rummaged through the shoe cabinet for a pair of slippers. Is it purely that he wants to have another child with you? Mom? He's on the balcony, collecting laundry. Lin Hui was about to say something else when she suddenly noticed the little girl trailing behind, cradling Yuanyu and in her arms. She scanned the area, not seeing the overly beautiful girl from last time, her expression slightly perplexed. You're bringing someone home to meet the family, and bringing back the little one is one thing. What's with bringing back the younger one? Wanting to eat purple eggs? Tong Tong sweetly chimed. Hello, Grandma. Hello. You must be called Tong Tong, right? You also call me Grandma. Though Lin Hui was somewhat baffled by the situation, she wiped her hands and softened her tone. Isn't your sister here today? Tong Tong scratched her face. Mom said sister is busy. Lin Hui cast a dubious glance at her son. We'll talk about it later. I'm starving. Su Yen urged. Mom, let her sleep with you tonight. Dad is coming to my place. Let these 2 granddaughters get to know each other first. Lin Hui had always adored sweet little children. Suppressing her myriad of questions, she turned and walked into the kitchen. All right. Just then, Su Minghui sauntered over from the balcony. He wore a pair of glasses, his demeanor appearing gentle and refined, a rather charming middle-aged gentleman. He glanced at his son, then his gaze lingered on the porcelain doll-like Tong Tong, pausing for a considerable time. Tong Tong, call Grandpa. Su Minghui finally withdrew his gaze and nodded. Little one, please refrain from teaching children to shout indiscriminately. Regarding the girl named Wen Ning, Lin Hui had previously mentioned her to him. She had also alluded to a particularly beautiful little girl who lingered in her thoughts for several days after returning home. However, he was taken aback to discover that Su Yen had actually brought her home. Su Yen knelt down and whispered something into his daughter's ear. Then, Tong Tong scampered off to the kitchen. Grandma, let me help you. Lin Hui lowered her head. She gazed at the little girl, who was craning her neck and barely reached the height of the table, and her heart softened involuntarily. When the girl smiled, the dimples at the corners of her mouth suddenly clarified something for her. No wonder she felt the girl was familiar the last time they met. She bore a striking resemblance to a Yen at the age of 7 or 8. Absolutely adorable. Lin Hui couldn't help but murmur, had I known, I would have had a daughter sooner. In the living room, Su Minghui settled onto the sofa and reached for the thermos on the table. What's the story with this little girl? Why did you bring her home? She likes me, Su Yen replied, glancing at old Su who was drinking water like a maniac, then at the elegant matriarch in the kitchen. Dad, your life is not easy either. Old Su, having his topic skillfully redirected, couldn't help but cough lightly. I'm just thirsty. Thirsty? Why do you put so many goji berries in, treating it like a meal? Is health preservation beyond your capability at your age? Su Minghui felt a headache coming on. Why do you have to be so insufferable right after coming home? Had I known, I would have preferred a daughter. No, that wouldn't work either. A daughter would likely be ruined by that Chin boy. Before long, Lin Hui called the two of them over for dinner. Although the couple had numerous questions for their son, they restrained themselves during the meal from probing further. Nevertheless, their gazes could not help but dart toward Tong Tong, who had buried her head in her bowl. Tong Tong, eat slowly. Su Yen pulled out a napkin to wipe his daughter's face. Swallow it down before stuffing more in. Enjoy your meal. Tong Tong's cheeks puffed up like a goldfish. I haven't had grandma's cooking in so long. After dinner, Su Yen settled down with his daughter on the sofa and found a cartoon for her to watch. The couple exchanged glances. Su Minghui lowered his voice. What's going on? I don't know, Lin Hui frowned. I'll ask him later. I still need to go out to play chess with old Chin. Go ahead. Lin Hui replied, you're of no use anyway. Su Minghui suppressed his urge to retort and, feeling disgruntled, greeted his son before grabbing his keys and heading out. However, today, it seemed Tong Tong's attention was not on the cartoon. She appeared a bit dazed. Tong Tong, what's wrong? Daddy, Tong Tong remembered something. She bit her finger. It seems grandma's health is a little bit off. But she is quite healthy, Su Yen began only to pause abruptly. Was Tong Tong referring to Lin Hui's future self? Yes. Tong Tong squeezed her father's hand. Her legs and back often hurt, and when she wants to bend down to pick something up, she often needs Tong Tong's help. Daddy said it's because grandma didn't take care of herself when she was young. Tong Tong felt this was an extremely important matter. Su Yen was taken aback, glancing back, not paying attention when young. Just then, Lin Hui emerged from the kitchen, her hands still damp. She had intended to inquire about Tong Tong but was immediately captivated by her son. You look like you've lost weight recently. It was only then that Lin Hui had the opportunity to scrutinize him. Before you come back next time, remember to weigh yourself. She sat beside him. If you've lost weight, wear more clothes when you return. No, I've actually gained weight recently. When will you go back? Probably Sunday morning. I have to rush back to do some exercises. Lin Hui wanted to say something but ultimately just nodded. That's fine. You've been home long enough. It's a bit bothersome to me. Su Yen swallowed hard but remained silent. The light quilt was tidied up for you yesterday. Lin Hui placed her legs on the coffee table, lazily rubbing her calves. Take it with you when you go back to school. If you find it hot at night, just take it out to cover yourself. I also bought you 2 new pairs of pants. They were on sale for the season change. You can try them on later to check the size. If they don't fit, I'll return them. Also, your dad had slightly high blood pressure before. Lin Hui casually remarked, her gaze fixed on the cartoon. Remember to ask him a couple of questions later, just to show you care. I reckon he'll be happy for a month. After saying this, she added, don't say it was me who told you. Feeling that she had conveyed enough, Lin Hui pondered for a moment. By nature, she found it difficult to express overly sentimental words, especially since her son had returned home for such a short time. When you leave, remember to take the light quilt with you. You just said that. Did I? Lin Hui didn't mind. Then just pretend you didn't hear it. After all, you always let things go in one ear and out the other. She sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, relaxed and casual. Su Yen's personality was largely inherited from her. I'll remember. Su Yen pulled her legs over to rest on his lap and began to knead them. What are you doing? Lin Hui shot him a sidelong glance. Su Yen freed a hand to rummage through the bag on the coffee table, retrieving an orange and placing it in her hand. Mom, peel an orange for me. His tone bore a long-lost hint of childlike innocence. You're 18. Lin Hui rolled her eyes before reaching out to take it, lowering her head to start peeling the orange skin, its refreshing aroma wafting through the air. The older you get, the more annoying you become. Had I known, I would have had a daughter. This orange was sent by your second aunt a couple of days ago. If you like it, take it all. There's too much stuff. It's heavy to carry. What is heavy about this? You can share it with your classmates. Every time Su Yen returned home, it was always like this. He came back empty-handed but left with bags filled to the brim after a few days. It wasn't that he truly needed these things. Perhaps he could easily purchase them at the supermarket downstairs. Maybe it was simply that, no matter how much he took when he left home, she would always feel it was not enough. She wished he could empty the house each time he returned. Once the mother and son had finished their conversation, Lin Hui's gaze fell upon Tong Tong. Her curiosity about the little girl who had immediately called her grandma was far greater than Su Yen had imagined. As a woman, her thoughts were more intricate than Su Minghui's. Mom, take a closer look at her. Su Yen lifted Tong Tong onto his lap. Doesn't she resemble that girl a bit? Especially her eyebrows and eyes. They seemed to have been crafted from the same mold. Though still quite tender, it was evident that she was a beauty in the making. Do I lack vision? Lin Hui retorted. Doesn't Tia younger sister resemble her elder sister? Upon hearing this, Tong Tong's eyes sparkled with delight, revealing her little white teeth. Lin Hui was momentarily taken aback. And besides, she looks a bit like me, right? She is far prettier than you were at her age. Do you think she has a special connection with our Su family? Lin Hui frowned. What on earth is wrong with this lad today? Having resolved to be forthright with Lin Hui, Su Yen no longer hesitated. He recounted to her the carefully prepared family portrait, the paternity test, and all the events that had transpired since Tong Tong's arrival. Lin Hui was nearly overwhelmed by the barrage of revelations he presented. She never anticipated that her son's homecoming would herald the news that she was to become a grandmother. Yet, this realization was swiftly overshadowed by memories of the perplexing remarks made during their last phone conversation, when he had asked her for money. Especially the family portrait brought by Tong Tong, which captured Lin Hui's gaze instantly upon her first glance. The son depicted in the photograph had shed all remnants of youth, transforming into a humble and charming middle-aged gentleman, reminiscent of Su Minghui, exuding an undeniable charisma. However, Lin Hui's reaction was far more intense than Su Yen had anticipated. This stylish and beautiful mother exhibited a profound disbelief towards the photograph, even more so than when she had confronted Wen Ning. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Hui gazed down at the family portrait from the future. How could it be possible for you to marry such a beautiful wife? What merit do you possess that would entice someone to wed you? Is it your looks or your perpetually sour expression? So this is the crux of your disbelief? Beyond the notion of a granddaughter from the future, you also doubt my ability to find a partner, do you? Su Yen was equally displeased. Am I really that unattractive? Regardless, I am the least appealing in our family. Lin Hui scrutinized her son, reaching out to pinch his face. You've grown up without bearing the slightest resemblance to me. Your nose and eyes are entirely like your father's. Su Yen wasted no time, thrusting the paternity report into her hands. See for yourself. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for Lin Hui to dispute further. Initially, she had thought her son was merely jesting. Yet, the longer she looked, the more unsettling the situation became. Lin Hui glanced at Tong Tong, then back at Su Yen, her expression gradually turning cold. This situation was beyond her comprehension, felt too unreal. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hui took out her phone and dialed her husband. Get home immediately. The noise on Su Minghui's end indicated a gathering of elderly gentlemen. What is the matter? Your son is under too much academic pressure. He is having a mental breakdown. Su Minghui paused. Then chain him up, so he doesn't bite anyone. I'll return once I finish this game. Lin Hui remained silent for a moment. 10 minutes. No, I just sat down. 5 minutes. 3 minutes. If you're not back by then, you can find a place to sleep outside tonight. Honey, I'll be home right away. Moments later, Su Minghui rushed back, panting and drenched in sweat, glancing anxiously at the time on his phone. What is going on? Lin Hui maintained a stern demeanor, handing him the materials. Take a look. Soon, Su Minghui was equally bewildered. Has the situation escalated to such severity? Su Yen did not expect them to accept the news immediately. Throughout the night, he answered their inquiries with honesty, even retrieving the online report from the testing agency to substantiate his claims. As the night deepened, Su Yen first took Tong Tong to bed, then returned to the living room, settling onto the sofa. The following morning, as Tong Tong emerged from her room, rubbing her eyes, she found the entire family still seated in the living room. After ample discussion and supporting evidence, Lin Hui and Su Minghui's thoughts successfully transitioned from questioning their son's mental state to pondering whether they themselves might be losing their sanity. Grandpa and Grandma, why aren't you sleeping? Tong Tong inquired, making her way to Lin Hui. Su Yen affectionately patted his daughter's head. Tong Tong sleepily wandered over, nestling into Lin Hui's embrace. Lin Hui stole a glance at her, momentarily frozen. Su Minghui stepped onto the balcony for a smoke, his hair a disheveled mess, stubble emerging. He had just taken a puff when a violent cough overtook him. In truth, he had quit smoking years ago, fearing it would affect his wife, and had not touched it since. But today he found it impossible to resist. Lin Hui, unusually silent, remained in a daze. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, her voice hoarse. Su Yen, how can you expect me to believe this? Su Yen, sporting dark circles under his eyes and appearing fatigued, replied, either you and Tong Tong undergo testing, or I have another means of verification. Dad, come in here. What's the matter? Su Minghui extinguished his cigarette and entered. He hesitated to meet the gaze of the little one nestled in his wife's arms, torn between disbelief and fear of the possibility that it was indeed true. Dad, do you doubt this? Who could believe such a thing? Su Yen cut straight to the point. Where do you hide your secret stash? The sudden shift in topic left Su Minghui momentarily speechless, his voice rising. I don't have a secret stash. I turn over my entire salary every month. Ask your mother if you don't believe me. Lin Hui snapped back to reality, glancing at her husband without uttering a word. What are you so anxious about? Su Yen nodded. Yes, so neither my mother nor I know. Su Minghui? Lin Hui lowered her head. Tong Tong? Tong Tong knows nothing at all. She shook her head vigorously, her voice soft and innocent. Grandpa once took money from his secret fund to buy her countless treats that Grandma forbade, cautioning her not to tell. Lin Hui's expression gradually softened as she leaned closer to Tong Tong's ear. If you hide something from me, I will come to dislike you. Su Minghui instinctively straightened his posture. It was evident that Grandma held considerable authority in Tong Tong's eyes. This statement clearly struck a chord with the little girl. She bit her finger, her voice barely above a whisper. It's in the second compartment at the bottom of the television cabinet in the room. It's all right, Su Yen reassured her. Perhaps Dad has a habit of moving his hiding place every few days. Su Minghui? Lin Hui rose and entered the room. Moments later, she returned holding two thick red envelopes. She weighed them in her hand, finally breaking into a smile. Over 20,000. Not bad, old Su. You know how to manage your finances. That's not mine. Lin Hui maintained her smile, her tone soft. Why are you so anxious? No one is stopping you from having your own little stash. Su Minghui stubbornly insisted. It truly isn't mine. I know how men need some cash on hand for confidence when out in the world. Lin Hui placed the envelopes in his hands, her voice tinged with affectionate reproach. Don't hide it anymore. Otherwise, what will I become? A wicked daughter-in-law? If you wish to go out for a drink or play mahjong with old Chun, just come to me. Really? Su Minghui was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. How can you be so kind, dear wife? So, is this money yours? The unit issued bonuses last month. All right, as long as it's yours. Lin Hui stood up and drew the curtains, then picked up a feather duster from the counter, her demeanor languid. Have you finished? Now it's my turn. As for this matter, Su Minghui could assure that he had never disclosed it to anyone. Even in dreams, he would likely keep his mouth tightly shut. But if it involved his beloved granddaughter, he could not be certain. Intergenerational affection is indeed a cherished tradition within the Su family. During the days of Su Yan's grandparents, they held a certain disdain for him, yet showered their grandson with boundless affection. However, to expect one to believe such a fleeting statement is rather absurd. It would be far more convincing to assert that this little girl was born when you were merely 10 years old. You may go downstairs to play for a while. Lin Hui's voice was cool. In a bit, I will message you to return. Su Yen, ever compliant, took his daughter and left. Upon his return half an hour later, he anticipated witnessing the legendary laundry board antics, only to find the two of them comfortably seated on the sofa. Lin Hui was tidying clothes, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Elder Su sat beside her, humbly sipping water. What are you so angry about? He inquired. Lin Hui shot him a glare. Go away. Su Yen, bewildered, asked, what on earth were you two doing just now? Lin Hui remained silent, casting a frosty glance at her husband. Men often conceal their private savings. What truly frightens her is not the act of hiding money, but the prospect of him possessing too much, leading to mischief. Lin Hui's collection of his wages was not for her own indulgence, but rather to save for their son's future home in the city. Thus, after returning the two hefty red envelopes to her husband, she refrained from broaching the subject of hidden savings again. Yet, This very magnanimity made Su Minghui feel increasingly bashful about his secret stash. Take this, dear, and buy yourself some cosmetics and clothes. With a hint of irritation, Lin Hui retorted, I earn my own money. Do I need you to buy for me? If you must hide it, just don't let me see it. No hiding. No hiding, Su Minghui chuckled. If I earn, it is for you to spend. If you hide it, I shall not want it. Wouldn't that make me a truly wicked daughter-in-law? Lin Hui proudly lifted her chin. Then give it to our son or keep it for yourself. Who else? Su Minghui was displeased. Su Yan gestured to himself, what about me? Who's talking? Su Minghui ignored him completely. Son? Do I have a son? We only have a cat and a dog. Lin Hui rolled her eyes, too lazy to engage him, stood up to straighten her clothes. Let us go. We need to go to the hospital for verification. Without concrete and truthful results, she remained unconvinced. Then she pondered whether to consult a psychiatrist regarding their son. The results emerged on a Sunday morning. After collecting the report from the verification agency, the couple sat in the car, gazing through the rearview mirror at Tong Tong, whose head was slowly bobbing with yawns. The atmosphere in the car was eerily silent. Su Yan said nothing, allowing them both space to calm their tumultuous emotions. Upon receiving the report, he had remained in a similar state, sitting on the steps outside for nearly half an hour before returning home. Say something. Su Minghui turned to his wife in the passenger seat. Lin Hui, her head bowed, repeatedly scrutinized the report, failing to respond to her husband. Shock rendered her speechless. Left with no alternative, Su Minghui turned to their son. Aside from the four of us, who else knows? No one. Su Yan shook his head. Even my sister is unaware. I initially didn't want to inform you, but it felt unfair. How can it be like this? Lin Hui glanced at the little one resting on her father's shoulder, pausing for a moment. I never even saw the little one when she was born, nor have I held her. 8 precious years were lost, from swaddling to standing, and then to the first time she called out for her grandparents. Yan, you need to get out of the car with me. Su Minghui opened the door. I have something to discuss with you. Su Yan carefully lifted his daughter, ensuring she was comfortable against the seat back before exiting the vehicle. The two men walked a distance away, pausing only when they were certain no one was around. Regarding Tong Tong, your mother and I have seen and heard enough. It stays between us. Su Minghui's expression grew serious. You and that girl should focus on your college entrance examinations and not get distracted. Su Yan nodded, I understand. Your mother and I will take these couple of days to deliberate on how to handle this. In matters of such gravity, Su Minghui exhibited the decisive and rational demeanor expected of a man. Compared to the youthful Su Yan and Wen Ning, the elder generation required ample time to come to terms with the unexpected addition of a blood relative. It was not merely a surprise or an anomaly. It was a newfound responsibility. Mishandling this could lead to significant repercussions, particularly affecting the girl named Wen Ning. Su Minghui observed his son for a moment, hesitating to speak. The undeniable truth stood before them. Su Miaodong, their granddaughter. Su Minghui glanced at his vehicle, then walked a bit further. Hey, come here, he waved to his son. Su Yan rolled his eyes. Are you calling a dog? The elder father retrieved 2 thick red envelopes from his pocket, gazing at them somewhat reluctantly, as though admiring a beloved paramour. After a brief pause, he closed his eyes and placed them in his son's hands. This is your living allowance. So much? Su Yan questioned, what about you? What will you do? Can I stash it all in one place? Su Minghui retorted with a frown. You just enjoy tormenting your father, don't you? I'll see if you still hide things after you marry. Do I even need to hide? Su Yan protested, attempting to return the envelopes. I'm graduating soon. I can manage on my own. It's for Tong Tong's living expenses. Su Minghui remained adamant. Moreover, this money isn't a gift. Let Tong Tong stay with us for a couple of days, and then next week your mother and I will take her over together. Aside from Tong Tong, there was another matter that piqued their interest. In the photograph, there was that gentle and warm woman, exuding grace and charm. We want to meet your daughter-in-law. She is not your daughter-in-law yet. Su Yan grasped what his father was hinting at. Su Minghui's gaze was laden with meaning. Now that they had a granddaughter, how could she possibly escape? He merely wished to meet Tong Tong's mother. Su Minghui adjusted his reasoning. Is that not permissible? After all, as grandparents, it is only natural to care about this matter. The father and son exchanged further words, and Lin Hui, all smiles, guided Tong Tong out of the car. Having such a beautiful and adorable granddaughter felt like a dream to her. Even more astonishing was the realization that the stunning girl who could easily become a star was indeed her future daughter-in-law. As the saying goes, even a toad could aspire to dine on swan meat. Lin Hui playfully pinched her granddaughter's soft, fair cheeks. What a world we live in. Tong Tong tilted her head, pondering for a moment, her eyes curving into a smile, surprisingly offering no rebuttal. Future grandma often said the same. Su Yan, uninterested in further dialogue, simply reminded her to remember to take Tong Tong to school on Monday. Lin Hui readily agreed. What's the current status between you and that girl? She had met Wen Ning once. With excellent grades and beauty combined with a gentle demeanor, she was the type that Lin Hui, as an elder, instantly adored. Therefore, it would be ideal for them to settle things sooner rather than later. You are thinking too far ahead, Su Yan clarified. Our connection is solely due to Tong Tong. Normally, one would pursue someone over the course of a decade. She pursued you? Yes. Su Yan, with an unflinching demeanor, replied. She pursued me for several years. Lin Hui let out a derisive laugh. That would mean all the men in this world are dead, which seems quite likely. Are you referring to my mother? The matters at hand were nearly resolved, and Su Yan ascended the stairs to tidy up in preparation for returning to school. Mom, please take care of yourself, Su Yan urged with a hint of concern. You tend to sit for long hours at work, which can lead to back issues and your joints too. Don't wait until you're old to regret it. This is what Tong Tong told me. I know, no need for your nagging, Lin Hui replied, but it was evident that she was somewhat indifferent to his words. Su Yan planned to accompany his parents to the hospital for a thorough checkup once the college entrance examination concluded. Addressing any minor ailments promptly is not a bad thing. You don't need to see me off, I will take the bus back myself. Su Yan carried a load of items in both hands. Tong Tong, be obedient around your grandparents. Tong Tong helped her father carry a bag larger than her face, puffing as she took her small steps. Tong Tong will be very good. I will think of Daddy every day. She had indeed spent time living with her grandparents. There were many occasions when they missed her so dearly that they would call almost daily. Subsequently, her mother would take her back to accompany her grandparents for a while. After bidding farewell to his parents and daughter, Su Yan returned to his rented place by the afternoon. At that moment, a weight had finally lifted from his heart. This visit home, bringing Tong Tong to meet his parents, had unfolded far more smoothly than he had anticipated. One could only say that Lin Hui and Su Minghui were decidedly more open-minded and modern compared to traditional parents. It was only now that Su Yan found the opportunity to pull out his phone and check messages. There were numerous unread notifications, but the one at the top was from someone named Lin Wenyuan. Who is that? Lin Wenyuan. Classmate Wen Ning. He had sent a poster. It appeared to be for the grand opening of a new commercial area, featuring a lottery and promotional activities, half-priced movie tickets, and even opportunities to win Haagen-Dazs, plush toys, and a PS5 gaming console. Su Yan did not finish reading the lengthy message. The gist was that as the college entrance exam approached, everyone was under considerable pressure, and it would be a good idea to unwind next weekend. The insinuation was quite evident. While pouring himself a glass of ice water in the kitchen, Su Yan replied with his phone in hand. Next weekend for the opening. The sender likely did not expect a reply, for just a few seconds later, a sticker was sent back. Lin Wenyuan. Yes, are you interested? Su Yan glanced at the poster again and simply replied with a thank you. Lin Wenyuan. What is classmate Wen Ning thanking me for? Su Yan closed the chat window and forwarded the poster to Wen Ning. Tong Tong's mom. Should we take Tong Tong out for some fun? There was a long pause on the other end before Wen Ning's voice finally came through, slightly groggy from a nap. Have you returned? Yes. Su Yan steered the conversation back. Are you going or not? On the other side, Wen Ning lay on her bed, her eyes half closed and her responses somewhat sluggish. After a considerable delay, she finally murmured, I'll try my best. Since the results of the monthly exam were released, her performance had not declined, remaining steadfastly in 6th place in the sciences. Consequently, her father's attitude had softened significantly, no longer treating her classmates with the suspicion one might reserve for thieves. However, her relationships with Xiao Ziqin and Wen Qiong remained rather tense. You're bringing Tong Tong back this time. Only then did Wen Ning recall the main issue, becoming more alert. Did your parents say anything? It took a considerable amount of time for them to come to terms with it. Su Yan chuckled. Well, my mom remarked that you're like a toad aspiring to eat swan meat, whatever the world has come to. I've never seen such a brazen swan, he added, bemused by the audacity of attributing blame to his mother for something inconsequential. Given Wen Ning's understanding of him, it was likely that the toad his mother referred to was indeed him. Wen Ning pressed her lips together, and what else? Su Yan casually flipped through a book. They want to meet you, suggesting we find a time this week. There was a long silence on the line before Wen Ning's startled voice broke through. Meet me? Even her breathing seemed slightly erratic. Suyen found it strange. Why are you so nervous? Didn't you just see them last time? Lin Hui, although straightforward, wasn't that intimidating, was she? It's different, she replied. Last time I met Lin Hui as a classmate. Though it was awkward, I didn't feel completely out of my depth. This time, your parents are coming together, and they're bringing Tong Tong. That changes everything. Although she was not Su Yan's girlfriend, she was indeed Tong Tong's mother. This peculiar relationship might lead both parents to scrutinize her as a future daughter-in-law. Yet, in terms of sentiment and propriety, Wen Ning knew she should meet them at least once. After all, Tong Tong was not merely Su Yan's concern. What day will they come? Wen Ning quickly scrambled from her bed to sit at her desk. Should I buy something for the meeting? I can't go empty-handed. No need. Su Yan replied nonchalantly, just dress casually. It's not a major event. That won't do, she retorted, opening her wardrobe and examining her clothes, mumbling, this is the first time meeting your parents. Aren't you nervous to meet my family? To perhaps alleviate Su Yan's concerns about her reaction. When Ning countered with this remark, Su Yan pondered for a moment. It should be all right. Then let's find a chance for you to meet my mom. Mom? My mother's grave is in the southern suburb of Crane Garden. When Ning held her phone between her ear and shoulder while rummaging through her clothes. Let her see Tong Tong. She usually wore her school uniform, having little casual attire and rarely buying new clothes. Su Yan paused for a moment, lowering his voice slightly. All right, my mom will like Tong Tong. It's my mom who will like Tong Tong. Don't say that carelessly. Then I'll dress nicely. Otherwise, your mom will genuinely say I'm a toad trying to eat swan meat. At this point, Su Yan ceased to engage in playful banter with Wen Ning. Unable to suppress a chuckle, she replied, that one tea happened. She held up an outfit in front of the mirror for a fitting. My mom is a very gentle person, and besides, I'm no swan. Su Yan is. From the moment he was born, he had basked in the affection of everyone in his family. From babbling as a toddler to reaching adulthood at 18, there was not a soul who did not love him. Thus, he inherently possessed a forthright and self-assured disposition. In this regard, he stood in stark contrast to Wen Ning, who had always been cautious and felt like an outsider. Shall we set it for next Saturday? Wen Ning contemplated carefully. I'll try to communicate with my family to free up a day, but I'll likely need to return home before 6 in the evening. That's fine. But honestly, Su Yan surveyed his surroundings and shook his head, somewhat helplessly. For the past 2 years of high school, I've lived alone. I didn't feel the house was empty before, but now it does feel a bit lonely. Ever since the little one arrived, my life has changed entirely. Tong Tong spent her days frolicking about, lounging on the sofa while indulging in strawberries and watching animated series, insisting on her father for hugs and kisses. At times, it did feel as though her clinginess could be overwhelming. Yet, in just a matter of 2 months, the absence of his daughter had left Su Yan feeling somewhat out of sorts. Such is the pure and tender disposition of a devoted father. When Ning squinted her eyes in amusement, it's quite delightful. You'll surely make a splendid father in the future. Su Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. I already am one. The upcoming week of campus life remained predictably tranquil. However, the elevation of his scores in the monthly exam had indeed garnered Su Yan considerable attention within his class. The homeroom teacher, Old Wu, frequently invoked Su Yan's name to inspire those students who felt pressed for time and were inclined to give up. Just look at Su Yan. He still manages to keep up with his studies. Nonetheless, this week ultimately passed without much turbulence. Yet, the absence of his daughter rendered Su Yan's days rather lackluster. He could only find solace in listening to the sweet, melodious voice of his little girl over the phone each night. From the youthful appearance of Lin Hui and Su Ming Hui, it was evident that they had completely fallen for their incredibly adorable granddaughter within a mere few days. How could you possibly have such a charming child? Lin Hui even boldly stated over the phone, why couldn't I have produced such a delightful one? I only gave birth to you. Su Yan yawned, because sons typically take after their mothers, while daughters usually resemble their fathers. His words left Lin Hui utterly speechless. On a Saturday morning, Su Yan met Wen Ning downstairs as planned. Today, the campus belle had donned an outfit that no one had ever seen before. She wore a flowing white dress and a pair of pristine white sneakers, with her collarbone peeking out like a crescent moon, and her earlobes inexplicably glimmering with a hint of pink. What do you think? Wen Ning nervously brushed her hair aside. I'm not very good at dressing up. You look just about right, Su Yan mused, reaching out to remove her hair tie. Wen Ning froze momentarily, and her long black hair tumbled down freely, transforming her entirely. She exuded a natural charm, her clear eyes shimmering with innocence yet possessing a hint of allure, reminiscent of the photos of Tong Tong. Half an hour later, Su Minghui arrived, driving with his wife and granddaughter. Tong Tong dashed from the car and leaped into her mother's embrace. Her voice was like sweet, fluffy cotton candy that one hesitates to swallow. "Mama, I missed you so much." Wen Ning held her close, smiling. "Mama missed you too. Tong Tong, you've gotten a bit chubby lately." "Yes. Grandma says a little extra weight makes me even cuter." Even Lin Hui and Su Minghui were momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. She truly was a remarkably beautiful little girl. Both mother and daughter had surpassed expectations in their looks. As for the man beside them, one couldn't help but wonder how he could have been so fortunate. "Ning, you are simply stunning," Lin Hui exclaimed, warmly grasping her hand. "You look like a star. No, even stars cannot compare to your beauty. You must be the campus belle at your school, right?" "Not really," Wen Ning replied bashfully. "Auntie, you are beautiful too. I have never seen such a lovely girl like you." "Xiao Ning," Lin Hui said with a smile. "Since I have no daughter, why not come and be my daughter?" Su Yan had already discussed Wen Ning's family situation with her a couple of days prior and had even mentioned the matters concerning a stepmother and stepsister. To be honest, Lin Hui felt quite sympathetic towards her. Losing her mother at such a tender age and having her father father another child with someone else must have been a bitter experience. "She'll be like my daughter?" Su Yan chuckled. "That sounds good. Now I have another sister." Wen Ning shot him a glance, slightly annoyed by his casual demeanor. "I am older than you." Indeed, Wen Ning was a few months his senior. Once in the car, Su Yan took the front seat while the three women chatted in the back. He glanced back and caught Su Minghui whispering to his son. "A house of over 100 square meters in the city costs around 600,000 for the down payment. By the time you graduate from university, we should have saved up enough." "You don't need to worry about saving for that," Su Yan turned to him. "I will save up to buy my own house. Besides, Dad, why are you in such a hurry?" "It's not that," Su Minghui said, glancing through the rearview mirror at Lin Hui, who was engaged in conversation with Wen Ning. "With such a beautiful and well-behaved daughter-in-law, why not settle down sooner instead of waiting for you to save?" Lin Hui shot a glance at her son. "And who says it's for you? I'm saving to buy a house in the city center to provide a dowry for my daughter. Is that a problem?" Wen Ning was momentarily stunned, her ears flushing. "Auntie, isn't that a bit too obvious?" Su Minghui glanced at his wife. "So, you're planning on providing a dowry for our daughter to marry into the Su family? Huh? I'm almost embarrassed to point that out. I've heard that Yen's grades have improved significantly lately," Lin Hui said with a smile. "Do you still encourage him to study? His foundation is quite solid. He just has a slight inclination towards certain subjects," Wen Ning quietly remarked. "If he puts in a little more effort, he'll catch up quickly. It has nothing to do with me." How wonderful it is. Their relationship seemed to elevate each other's academic performance rather than diminish it, proving their compatibility in terms of character to be remarkably high. As noon approached, they found a quieter restaurant to sit down in. Lin Hui and Su Minghui quickly ushered their granddaughter to a seat, leaving the row of empty chairs opposite for the two young adults. Su Yan was unconcerned, removing his coat and hanging it on the chair next to him, settling beside Wen Ning. The waiter brought 2 menus, and Wen Ning instinctively pushed hers towards him. "You order. What does a Ning like to eat?" Lin Hui chimed in. "Don't be shy with us. Today, it's Auntie and Uncle treating you to dinner." Wen Ning hurriedly shook her head. "Auntie, I really don't have any preferences." Su Yan held the menu. "Is this how you are when dining out with others too?" Wen Ning paused. "Is there a problem with that?" In such situations, she truly was like that, going along with others' arrangements, content to eat whatever was ordered, including family gatherings. "Then you can decide." Su Yan observed her for a moment before opening the menu. "This girl likes sour and sweet flavors, so don't order anything spicy. Oh, and she particularly loves cilantro." Wen Ning licked her lips, concealing her peculiar feelings. "Tong Tong must have told you, right? Tong Tong loves cilantro too." At that moment, Tong Tong eagerly raised her hand to chime in. "Daddy loves it too. Our whole family really loves it." Hearing this, Su Yan was slightly taken aback. He pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Yes, Tong Tong inherited that from me." Lin Hui and Su Minghui exchanged surprised glances. They looked at Su Yan, then at Wen Ning hesitating to speak. Noticing Su Yan ordering, Wen Ning subconsciously took a disposable bowl and chopsticks from in front of him, preparing to pour hot water over them. Su Yan, ever perceptive, looked up. "What are you doing?" "Huh?" Wen Ning hesitated. "Just washing them. The disposables might be a bit dirty." Su Yan was somewhat displeased. "Are you here to dine or to serve?" Wen Ning licked her lips. I'm just accustomed to it. During family gatherings in the past, she would assist her younger sister with such tasks. Although her stepmother had suggested that when Cheong should manage on her own, Wen Ning would often take the initiative to help them with these trifles. The more one engages in actions, the less one must speak. Thus, the atmosphere remains less awkward. It was but a trivial matter. I can handle it myself. Su Yen observed her for a moment, his hand resting on the tableware, drawing it back towards himself. Lin Hui chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. During the meal, the group spoke very little, engaging in light conversation here and there. However, they were amused multiple times by Tong Tong's adorable cheeks, puffed up like a pufferfish. What a lovely little girl, yet how did she transform into this during mealtime? Once everyone had finished eating, Wen Ning composed herself. She understood that the two parents had come today to discern the nature of Tong Tong's mother. Auntie, uncle, Wen Ning articulated slowly, carefully presenting her thoughts. Su Yen should have informed you of my circumstances, but there are certain matters that I believe require clarification. Lin Hui nodded, yes, please continue. My mother left when I was very young, and my father has a new family to support. Aunt Xiao, my stepmother, I wish for her not to quarrel with my father over my affairs. When Ning paused briefly, her voice steady. Therefore, I may find it difficult to rely solely on my father's financial support without feeling a sense of guilt. Lin Hui and Su Minghui exchanged glances. Presently, there may be some financial constraints. However, after university, once I graduate from high school, I will find a way to achieve independence. When Ning inhaled deeply, her expression earnest. Although I may not possess much, I will certainly provide the best for Tong Tong. As for the future, it is uncertain for anyone. At this moment, she could only make such a promise. Su Yen finally shifted his gaze from his phone. In truth, she rarely spoke so much at once. It was evident that she had contemplated this matter for quite some time. After the meal, the group prepared to take Tong Tong out for some fun. Su Yen was asked to step away by the two parents, who took Tong Tong to the toy store in front of them. Xiao Ning, my mother and I came here today with no ulterior motives. Su Minghui finally spoke after a prolonged silence. We simply felt uncertain upon hearing that we have a granddaughter and thought it prudent to come and see you. When Ning nodded obediently, she had long known that Su Yan's parents were genuinely good people. It's just that we only have a Yen as our child. Su Minghui hesitated slightly. Although we often criticize him, we truly cannot bear for him to suffer even the slightest hardship. We worry that he might encounter the wrong person in the future or that he may not fare well after starting a family. Hence, they felt it necessary to come and see Wen Ning. Having done so, they felt reassured. She was strikingly attractive, gentle, and polite, and she placed great importance on Tong Tong's well-being. Aside from family matters, Wen Ning fit all their expectations of a daughter-in-law. However, ultimately, it was up to the two children themselves. After nearly half an hour, Wen Ning returned from outside. Where are my parents? Su Yen was just preparing to place a white rabbit-eared hat on Tong Tong. Upon seeing it, the little girl immediately became motionless. However, the hat seemed a bit too large, constantly slipping down over her face, the rabbit ears bobbing about. Seeing her struggle, Su Yen reached out to adjust the hat for her. They said they would go browse over there for a bit and will come back to find us. Okay. Su Yen did not dwell on it. What did you discuss with them earlier? When Ning's voice softened, quite a bit. While Su Yan's family circumstances may not be exceedingly wealthy, it was ample enough to evoke her envy. When Ning pursed her lips, speaking slowly, why are you so nice to me? Su Yen looked at her quizzically. When have I ever been nice to you? But you don't eat coriander, right? And you absolutely cannot tolerate it. Earlier, when Tong Tong mentioned that her father liked to eat it, the expressions of the two parents had been somewhat off. This indicated that he had never brought this matter up with his wife and child. It was not a significant issue. Su Yen, however, was not particularly concerned. Can eating coriander really end my life? When Ning's throat moved slightly, but I don't want you to accommodate me. You could just tell me. If you don't like it, I won't eat it. I'm a grown man. I can't expect my wife and child to cater to my whims. Su Yen took the hat off Tong Tong's head, preparing to replace it with a smaller one. How embarrassing. You always do this. When Ning pouted slightly, wanting to pinch him. Sometimes, I really dislike it. Dislike it? Yes. When Ning murmured softly, I really wonder how someone as arrogant as you could possibly take a liking to me. Hearing her words, Su Yen couldn't help but chuckle, his shoulders shaking slightly, clearly amused. You're laughing at me again. You're always laughing at me. When Ning finally grew exasperated, firmly pinching his arm. What is so funny about this? You're right. After laughing for a while, Su Yen finally managed to calm down. I can be quite conceited, very picky about my girlfriend. He placed the rabbit-eared hat on Wen Ning's head, his tone playfully rising. Anyone I take a liking to must undoubtedly be the best. The best? Wen Ning instinctively adjusted the hat, feeling a slight warmth in her ears. Did he even realize how often he said such outrageous things? However, she supposed it was similar on her end. It wasn't that her standards were particularly high, but she wouldn't easily like anyone. Yet once she did, it would likely be a lifelong commitment. Both of them were the type of pure romantics, stubborn as a bull. Otherwise, they wouldn't have reached nearly 30 without ever having dated, remaining pristine in their first love. When Ning looked at herself in the mirror, feeling a bit childish, her appearance did not quite suit the sweet and cute aesthetic. Tong Tong, on the other hand, had inherited all of Su Yan's virtues. As the little girl grew, she might even surpass her mother in beauty. Cute bunny. Tong Tong mimicked her mother's actions, donning a smaller hat atop her head. When Ning squatted down to embrace her daughter, nuzzling her soft cheek. Mommy, we each have a bunny hat. All right. Tong Tong giggled. Now Daddy has 2 little bunnies. When Ning paused for a moment, slowly removing the hat and holding it in her hands. What kind of talk is that? Tong Tong, Mommy is shy. Su Yan earnestly advised. Next time, wait until Daddy buys it before saying such things. All right? Okay. I'll remember. After spending a long time playing in the toy store, the two took her to a milk tea shop to rest for a while. Lin Hui and Su Minghui had wandered off somewhere unknown. Tong Tong, feeling a bit tired from playing, nestled in Wen Ning's embrace, her eyes fluttering shut. Su Yan, not paying much attention, ordered 2 cups of ordinary milk tea and also requested a cup of freshly squeezed juice for Tong Tong. Before the college entrance examination, let us find a time to meet my mother. Wen Ning gently poked her daughter's cheek. I've always wanted my mother to see her. Su Yan nodded, twirling the milk tea on the table with his fingers. What kind of person is your mother? I believe her eyes must resemble yours. Wen Ning rested her chin on her hand, observing Su Yan across the table. The sunlight cascaded upon his hair, harmonizing with his languid expression, imparting a sense of leisure to the afternoon. Upon hearing him mention his mother, Wen Ning's eyes involuntarily softened, her countenance becoming notably gentler. Yes, my mother is more beautiful than I am, and she is also gentler. Wen Ning smiled faintly. However, I find it increasingly difficult to recall her voice. It has been far too long. So long that sometimes, when I see her in my dreams, her visage is but a blur. Su Yan, I seldom speak to you about my family, Wen Ning remarked, gazing out the window, her tone tranquil. In truth, I cannot claim to be an easy daughter to get along with. Su Yan remained silent, listening to her leisurely reminiscences from across the table. Perhaps having met Su Yan's parents earlier that day had prompted her to unburden herself about matters she had never shared with anyone else. When I was 6, Aunt Xiao came to our home, Wen Ning recalled softly. First, she was incredibly kind to me. She would be delighted when I called her mama. However, it wasn't long before Cheong Cheong was born. Xiao Ziqin was merely an ordinary woman, desiring a happier family and hoping for her daughter to excel. What mother does not cherish her child? How could other children possibly compare to her own? In a household that was not particularly affluent, the burden of raising 2 children was indeed substantial. Wen Ning understood that she and Xiao Ziqin lacked the bond of mother and daughter. Yet, although Xiao Ziqin would occasionally argue with Wen Qiming regarding their eldest daughter, she did indeed raise Wen Ning. Perhaps in some respects, her favoritism towards her younger daughter was sufficient to justify Wen Ning's biological mother, who had departed from her life all too soon. Thus, in comparison, my estrangement with my father may be even more profound. Wen Ning lightly pressed her lips together. Many times, I feel it is my own fault. It seems I am not close to anyone at home. In reality, her father had not done anything wrong. He was still quite young when her mother left. No, it has nothing to do with you. Su Yan wished to reach out and ruffle the girl's hair but ultimately sighed instead. You were too young to comprehend at that time. Perhaps with maturity you might understand. However, it is entirely normal for children to be governed more by emotion than reason. Often, such barriers arise from this very phenomenon. I can comprehend that, Wen Ning replied with a soft affirmation. Yet, I suppose I am rather stubborn in various aspects. Su Yan found her meaning elusive. Wen Ning was in no hurry, lost in thought for quite some time. After a considerable pause, she cast an inexplicable glance at Su Yan. What is it? Su Yan inquired. Well, it might sound a bit sentimental, Wen Ning admitted, taking a sip of her milk tea and licking the white residue from her lips. Perhaps when I fall in love with someone, even if he is no longer by my side, I will continue to love him. I will love him endlessly. However, such sentiments were difficult for Wen Ning's character to articulate directly. You've become rather attached, haven't you? Su-yen couldn't help but squint and chuckle. If someone were to be ensnared by you, he must surely be your nemesis from a past life. Wen Ning laughed as well, her slender eyes narrowing like a cunning fox. That's quite all right. However, I cannot endure being left alone. Su-yen contemplated. A Ning, when we grow old, I must walk ahead of my wife. This marked the first occasion Su-yen addressed her as a Ning. As Wen Ning heard it, she found it slightly odd, yet not entirely uncomfortable, as if it was a title he was meant to use for her all along. But soon she realized the implication. What are you saying? Wen Ning felt a headache coming on from his words. Do you ever think before you speak? Let us rephrase that then. Su-yen continued with interest. A Ning, I wish you a long and prosperous life. Then I wish you to outlive me by a day. Wen Ning retorted, suddenly irked. Why? Did you not say I am your nemesis from a past life? Wen Ning pointed at him playfully, mimicking a gesture of pinching his ear. Then you must keep a close watch on me to feel at ease, right? The girl's voice, imbued with a hint of playful threat, rang like a wind chime in the afternoon sunlight. The sound of cicadas, accompanied by the rising temperature, began to reverberate throughout the city. As time flowed on, their impending college entrance examination and graduation season approached. With the examination looming, time became increasingly pressing. The fleeting 2 months seemed to vanish in an instant, filled with an abundance of exams, primarily intended for practice. Su-yen, the oddity with his uneven academic performance, had reached a plateau. Including his elective modules, his scores hovered around 630. This was contingent upon his sharp intellect and exceptional memory. If he wished to improve further, it was clear that such advancements could not be achieved in the scant months remaining. Nevertheless, it sufficed. If he could maintain that score, he would surely gain admission to a commendable university. Meanwhile, Chun Hao continued to exhibit a carefree demeanor. His scores remained stable, ensuring he would neither reach the top tier nor fall below the undergraduate threshold. The one truly troubled was Li Yuyu. Every day she would stare at her test papers, sighing quietly. She felt that her recent pressures were becoming overwhelming. At times, questions she could answer would leave her mind blank upon picking up her pen, especially in physics. Ayen, I truly envy you, Li Yuyu remarked from her seat in the classroom, glancing back at Su-Yan's test paper. Throughout their lives, her dear friend had always been this way. Whatever he engaged in, it was dictated by his interests, including his studies. Yet, whenever he chose to learn, he would grasp concepts after just one attempt and seldom forget them. A person like that would undoubtedly excel in whatever endeavors he pursued. Of course, Li Yuyu understood that he would strive to elevate his scores during these upcoming months. His true passion likely lay not in studying but in other pursuits. In truth, Chun Hao was also quite intelligent. He simply chose to focus on matters other than academics. Keep a calm mindset, Su-Yen reassured her. I won't indulge in the usual platitudes about doing your best. After all, you and Chun Hao will inevitably attend university together. A small affluent girl with a dozen restaurants. How is it that her pressure seems greater than ours? With whom? Li Yuyu pondered. So, are you saying I won't go to university, yet I will still see him every day? However, her and Chun Hao's scores were indeed quite similar, both languishing near the bottom of their class. Su-Yen chuckled. Going by Tong Tong's words, that is highly probable. You little rascal. Chun Hao, who had been absorbed in his phone, finally turned his head. What are you talking about? Li Yuyu raised her middle finger at him. I just don't want to be separated from you guys. She sighed. If only we could stay in the same city. In such circumstances, the prospect of frequent encounters seems remarkably delightful. Her personality tends to be rather introverted, and she does not possess an abundance of friends. The fact that she has been able to bond with these two individuals throughout the years is indeed a precious rarity. This was, in fact, a significant reason behind her determination to pursue the sciences. It's a trivial matter, really. Chun Hao casually snatched the test paper from her desk. As for Yen, he must go pursue his girlfriend. We can simply compare our exam results after the Gaokao, and that will suffice. Li Yuyu shook her head. Scores can fluctuate. Who can predict such things with certainty? It won't very much. The questions you can solve, I can too. Chun Hao yawned. If you can't solve it, then neither can I. Li Yuyu paused, then wrinkled her nose. What a boast. How do you know what I can or cannot do? Su-Yen felt a tinge of discomfort from their banter. Meanwhile, as time passed, the number of younger students wielding cameras in the corridor, capturing moments in the classroom, grew increasingly frequent. Old Wu concluded the final lesson for the students. Following that, for the next 3 days, the school would allow students to return home to recuperate. thus avoiding the fatigue and anxieties often associated with prolonged exam preparations. Su Yan and Wen Ning had made plans to take Tong Tong to visit her mother before the exams. Why did you bring so many things? While waiting at the station, Wen Ning spotted Su Yan approaching, laden with bags and accompanied by Tong Tong. It's the first time we're meeting her mother. Su Yan chuckled. We ought to bring something. Wen Ning did not correct him but leaned over to rummage through the bags, discovering they contained an array of fresh fruits and various sweets. Offerings, most of which were items Wen Ning would bring when visiting the cemetery, things her mother cherished in life. You know so much. Wen Ning playfully pinched her daughter's cheek. You're quite impressive, aren't you? Of course. Tong Tong pecked her mother's cheek affectionately. Every year, Mom and Dad bring me back to see Grandma. I remember what Grandma likes. What a good girl you are. Wen Ning smiled, her eyes narrowing with satisfaction. She took her daughter's hand, and the three of them boarded the bus to the southern suburbs Crane Garden. The cemetery is located on the outskirts, at the bus's final stop. Wen Ning had traversed this route countless times before. Once on the bus, however, she fell into a contemplative silence, staring blankly out the window at the fleeting scenery. The weather seemed to mirror her mood, overcast and hinting at impending rain. Upon arriving at their destination, Wen Ning guided the two of them toward the graveyard. Her mother's grave was situated in a relatively secluded area, surrounded by tranquility. The gravestone bore a photograph of a woman with lustrous black hair, smiling gently, her cheeks strikingly beautiful, an undeniable resemblance to Wen Ning, a quintessential Jiangnan beauty. Mom, today Xiao Ning has brought Tong Tong and Su Yan to see you. Wen Ning knelt before the grave, gazing at her mother's youthful photograph. So much has happened lately, you might not believe it if I told you. During the last Qingming festival, when she had come with her father to visit her mother, she hadn't been able to convey that Tong Tong had come to see her. Tong Tong knelt down and bowed deeply twice. Wen Ning, feeling a pang of heartache, pulled her daughter up and gently rubbed her reddened forehead. This is your little granddaughter. Wen Ning leaned close to Tong Tong's cheek. Isn't she adorable? We look quite similar, don't we, Mom? You can see that, right? The woman in the photograph possessed the same striking eyes as Wen Ning and Tong Tong, still smiling softly. Wen Ning quietly recounted all that had transpired during this time to her mother. Mom, I didn't understand before, her voice growing increasingly soft. I always thought you were so heartless for leaving me, but after Tong Tong came along, I realized that it must have been you who felt the deepest sorrow in leaving your daughter. To this day, she vividly recalled the night her mother had urged her to return home, reassuring her that everything would be all right by morning. The woman, tormented by illness, still bestowed her final tenderness upon her daughter. Mom, Tong Tong gently caressed her mother's face, snuggling into her embrace like a little rabbit. Tong Tong and Dad are here, sent by Grandma to take care of you forever. Her daughter's words made Wen Ning's heart ache with emotion. Su Yan stood nearby, having unpacked the items from the bags, watching the mother and daughter with a rare, bewildered expression. Though it was merely a gravestone that had stood for years, it still represented the most significant person in Wen Ning's life. She had likely never brought anyone else to meet her mother before. Just then, Wen Ning turned and noticed this previously fearless individual standing there, lost in thought as he gazed at the photograph on the gravestone. Why do you look so dazed all of a sudden? Wen Ning couldn't help but tug at his sleeve. Say hello to my mother. Mom, I am Su Yan. Only then did Su Yan snap back to reality, pausing momentarily. I'm Tong Tong's father. Wen Ning pressed her lips together slightly. You should kneel down too. She grasped Su Yan's sleeve. I haven't introduced you to my mother yet. All right. Su Yan knelt beside her, their shoulders touching as they gazed at the woman's photograph. I am Su Yan. Wen Ning lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. When Dad was still here, I never mentioned that he was someone who treated me exceptionally well, someone I met through Xiao Ning. Mom, Su Yan pondered for a moment before finally saying, I will take good care of her from now on, and please bless her to always be happy, healthy, and safe. But you still haven't told my mother who you are, Wen Ning interjected. You're Tong Tong's father? Then you need to introduce your relationship with me to her. We are now. Su Yan hesitated. How should I explain our relationship to your mother? Perhaps before her mother, his mind was unusually sluggish. The main issue was that neither Wen Ning nor Su Yan could clearly articulate the nature of their relationship. They weren't exactly lovers, yet they had already begun to raise a child together. You fool. Frustrated by his sluggishness, Wen Ning pinched his arm firmly. She turned her head to look at the woman in the photograph. A warmth crept to her ears. Mom, he is Xiao Ning's future husband. Wen Ning was inherently a bit shy. In most situations, she did not overtly express her emotions. Thus, this was the first time Su Yan had heard her refer to him as her future husband. Future husband. The term seemed akin to boyfriend in the present context. If you say it like that, Su Yan pondered, does that mean your mother already considers me a son-in-law? Wen Ning slowly diverted her gaze. Aren't you nervous? Su Yan touched his face, remaining silent. The two of them, with their daughter, knelt before the grave for a while longer before rising, their knees numb, and prepared to sit on the nearby stone steps. They engaged in casual conversation, which also served as a dialogue for Wen Ning's mother. When I was young, I often thought about Mom. Wen Ning rested her chin on her hand, watching her daughter skip down the steps in the distance. Seeing other mothers pick up their children often made me cry alone. My mother also has an affinity for strawberries. During my elementary school years, I saved my pocket money for quite some time and hurried to purchase a box of strawberries to present to her. I remember sitting right here at that moment. Wen Ning lowered her head and smiled softly. The more I ate, the more I felt an unbearable sadness. Years have passed since then, yet no matter how many strawberries I consume, the taste always feels amiss. Until the arrival of Tong Tong. That day at Su Yan's house, when Tong Tong plucked the strawberry leaves and fed them to her, it was a flavor that Wen Ning found hauntingly familiar once more. From that point on, there would be no more tears. Su Yan, lacking the eloquence to offer profound comfort, merely supported himself against the stone steps and said, otherwise, Mother would blame me for not taking good care of her little Ning. When Ning snapped back to reality, such words made her nose tingle slightly. She lowered her gaze into her pocket and then retrieved the familiar little rabbit doll. Weren't you always hanging from my backpack? Su Yan asked, somewhat surprised. Why did you take it down? Wen Ning reluctantly tugged at the rabbit's ear and then placed it in his hand. Here, for you, this diminutive plush rabbit, worn and frayed, had been sewn together with needle and thread. It sat dazedly in Su Yan's palm, a bit foolish. This patched-up rabbit could not compare to the exquisite toys that filled Wen Xiong's entire room. Yet, it remained Wen Ning's most treasured possession. Take it with you for your college entrance examination. It will bring you good fortune. Wen Ning earnestly instructed. This was a gift from my mother, and by age, Tong Tong should call it Little Aunt. After the exams, return it to me. Su Yan ran his fingers over the doll. After a lengthy pause, he finally tucked it into his pocket. With it, I am certain I will perform splendidly. Wen Ning squinted her eyes, responding with a soft then I shall await that. However, Su Yan scrutinized her attire. Why are you wearing your school uniform today? You won't wear it again after this. Wen Ning was taken aback. Once I go to university, Mother might not see me for a long time, and I wish to show her once more. During high school, the campus belle, Wen Ning, always sported a high ponytail and a school uniform jacket. Regardless of how many times one had seen her, this fresh-faced simplicity remained breathtaking. Why wouldn't Grandma be able to see her? Just then, Tong Tong jumped up the steps. She appeared somewhat fatigued, her cheeks flushed, as she nestled into her father's embrace for a rest. Wen Ning reached out, using her sleeve to wipe the beads of sweat from Tong Tong's forehead. Because Mom and Dad are going to university, they might go to a very distant place. A faraway place. Tong Tong grasped her mother's hand. Will Dad and Mom leave me behind? They will definitely take Tong Tong with them. Wen Ning's voice was gentle and indulgent. How could they bear to leave you behind? So, does this mean Tong Tong can finally live with Dad and Mom? Tong Tong nearly jumped for joy. Yay, Dad and Mom are the best. In truth, she had always wondered why her young parents did not live together. Although she felt happy being near her father, whenever her mother was absent, she always felt that something was missing in their home. Wen Ning astutely grasped the key phrase in her daughter's words. Dad and Mom living together? However, once I go to university, if I bring Tong Tong along, we will indeed need to rent a place. She glanced at Su Yan, pursed her lips, and remained silent. Perhaps sensing her mother's inexplicable emotions, Tong Tong gently scratched her palm. Mom, are you unwilling? Tong Tong. Wen Ning finally snapped back to reality. Mom and Dad need to fall in love first before they can live together, and then Tong Tong will come along. Although girls tend to mature earlier, she still struggled to explain this to her daughter. After all, having a daughter before truly knowing each other was an incomprehensible situation. Upon reflection, cohabiting before having a daughter did not seem like such a big deal. Then Dad and Mom should hurry and fall in love, right? Well, it's not that simple. Does Mom not like Dad? It's not that I don't like him. Suddenly meeting Su Yan's gaze, her words caught in her throat. Mom, how do we know when it's considered love? Tong Tong, you little imp. Why do you cling to your mother so? Ask your father instead. Indeed, Two people must first have an immense fondness for one another. Under the pressure of her daughter's adorably pouting lips, Wen Ning hesitated for a long moment before continuing. Then they hold hands, embrace, kiss, and express their affection verbally. Only then is it considered true love. Su Yan couldn't help but chuckle. You, my dear girl, seem rather troublesome. Wen Ning lifted her chin and huffed lightly. Then I must indeed be quite troublesome. Su Yan clicked his tongue. A bit of trouble is fine. We can take it one step at a time. After all, there is still time. Wen Ning licked her lips. In truth, this also reflected their compatibility in matters of the heart. Yet, as Wen Ning articulated her thoughts, she understood that Su Yan shared the same sentiments. Thus, they were bound to have identical views. In Tong Tong's world, the future Su Yan and Wen Ning must certainly lament the youth they missed with one another. When Tong Tong grows up, she will comprehend that her parents are very much alike. Su Yan ruffled his daughter's hair. When you like someone, you must like them earnestly. Tong Tong, only partially understanding, glanced between her father and mother, putting her finger in her mouth and nibbling on it. What does it mean to like someone earnestly? Perhaps. Wen Ning propped her chin on her hand, extending her finger to poke at the dimple on her daughter's cheek. It means you like them so much that you wish to do countless things together. Even missing out on just one would feel regretful. Amidst the swirling tides of countless exam papers, summer quietly arrived. In the face of the college entrance examination, Su Yan felt remarkably calm, more so than he had anticipated. Just like any other day, he entered the exam hall, tackled the questions, and submitted his paper when time was called. Until the final bell rang, Su Yan believed his performance was satisfactory, likely reaching the expected score. As for Wen Ning, it seemed she had truly excelled. Thanks to Tong Tong and Su Yan's bond, her mindset during this period had been better than ever. Thus, for both of them, Tong Tong might truly be a lucky star. What followed were trivial matters: graduation banquets, graduation photos, and then the quiet wait for the scores to be released. As for Tong Tong's identity and household registration, Old Su and Lin Hui had nearly completed the necessary arrangements. Although there were blood relation tests, Tong Tong's sudden arrival made it somewhat challenging to explain in terms of social connections and age. Hence, for the past few months, they had been running around to establish connections. Meanwhile, Wen Ning began to seriously contemplate and plan for her independence. She needed to save for living expenses, tuition, and the costs of raising her daughter. Once in college, she would see if she could secure a scholarship. In fact, after the college entrance examination, many parents had already contacted her homeroom teacher. After all, Wen Ning was a top student in the elite class of number 1 high school, a rare female science prodigy. This summer, she was the most sought-after tutor in the market, commanding the highest hourly rate. With a diligent effort, she should be able to save quite a sum. However, that must await the release of the college entrance examination scores, which is still half a month away. Thus, Wen Ning contemplated seeking a part-time job for the time being, hoping to save a little more. After all, there will be numerous expenses in the future. Part-time job? Su Yan was at the vegetable market, conversing with Wen Ning over the phone while accompanying his aunt to buy groceries. During this period, Meng Yufei was away for training and exchange, so it was Su Yan and Tong Tong who were keeping his aunt company. Earning money was arduous and meager, and it was likely to come with its share of frustrations. Su Yan outright dismissed the idea. We shall not go. Furthermore, the part-time job market was inherently chaotic. Wen Ning was rather beautiful, and Su Yan was simply not at ease with her running about in the sweltering heat. But I am not like you, Wen Ning replied softly, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. After all these years, aside from my studies, it seems I have not mastered anything else. Recently, she had heard that Su Yan was assisting a certain university with a performance retrieval program, working late into the night, which sounded quite impressive. In truth, Wen Ning had long been aware that he was an exceptionally independent and capable individual in various aspects. If you do not know how, just learn gradually. I also wish to help you take care of Tong Tong, he added. If you feel idle, come over to cook for Tong Tong and help her with her homework. Su Yan appeared somewhat displeased. Why are you worrying so much? Beside them, Su Lingling subtly glanced at her nephew. He has grown. He knows to care for his own girl now. There were plenty of girls in the lower performing classes, and if he was willing to tutor, he could do so. I am too lazy to manage it. Su Yan's tone turned unusually serious. If you dare to take a part-time job, I will immediately head out to bring you back. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Yes, came Wen Ning's instinctive response as she licked her dry lips on the other end of the line. Su Yan spoke a couple more sentences before hanging up. You've kept this from me for quite some time. Su Lingling tugged at her nephew's sleeve. If you do not trust your aunt, it would sadden me greatly. As for Tong Tong, Su Minghui had already found an opportunity to discuss the matter with her. Given that she had spent considerable time with the little girl, Su Lingling's reaction was minimal. I was mistaken, Aunt. Su Yan promptly took the bags from her hands, lying back with sincerity. After all, back then, when Tong Tong first came to me, I might have been a bit flustered. Humph. Su Lingling poked her nephew's forehead. Next time, bring that girl to meet your aunt. A few nights later, when Ning attended her class's graduation banquet, the elite class had a larger turnout with 2 tables for girls, 3 for boys, and a few teachers, making the private room quite raucous. Many boys rushed to toast the teachers, while the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. When Ning sat somewhat inward, occasionally chatting with the girls beside her. During this time, numerous boys approached her to propose toasts, and some, having drunk too much, even confessed their feelings to her. Initially, when Ning politely declined, but later, she merely pressed her lips together and pointed to the juice in her glass, speaking little. She found the noise overwhelming and the situation rather dull. Perhaps this sounds somewhat heartless, but throughout her 3 years of high school, her focus had been solely on her studies, leaving little emotional connection with her classmates. While she had a few friends among the girls, their bonds were not particularly intimate. Moreover, she had a body that was extremely sensitive to alcohol. She was the type who could not drink at all, turning red and feeling unwell at the slightest exposure to alcohol. After nibbling on some food and feeling somewhat satiated, she began to lower her head and send messages to Su Yan on her phone to pass the time. After a trip to the restroom, upon returning, she noticed the homeroom teacher approaching her with a glass in hand. The teacher was a middle-aged woman, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes quite pronounced, and her gaze towards Wen Ning was noticeably gentle. Wen Ning, may I offer you a toast? She said cheerfully, wishing you a brilliant future. As the homeroom teacher of the elite class, she held great expectations for this group of students. Wen Ning quickly stood up. Teacher, it is I who should toast you. With a hint of apology, she raised her glass. I am sorry, but I cannot drink. It's all right. It's a good thing for girls not to drink. The homeroom teacher patted her shoulder. As you move forward, do come back to visit occasionally. You will always be the teacher's favorite student. She was aware that this child had grown up without a mother, and thus had always been particularly concerned for her. Seeing her flourish now brought her much comfort. Thank you, teacher. When Ning finally smiled faintly, lifting her glass and downing the juice. However, the moment it touched her lips, something felt amiss. The taste of juice was swiftly overpowered by a strong alcoholic flavor, causing her to choke slightly. What's wrong? The homeroom teacher noticed her reddening eyes and paused. Nothing. All right, I'll head over there first. Okay. After gulping down a large sip, Wen Ning had barely sat down when she began to feel unwell. Next to her, the class monitor, Huang Tingting, noticed that the renowned school beauty's face seemed to have suddenly flushed. Wen Ning, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. Wen Ning pressed her lips together. When I went to the restroom, did someone pour alcohol into my glass? Huang Tingting was taken aback and quickly smelled the empty glass she had. It reeked of a sharp alcoholic scent. Who mixed white liquor into her juice? Huang Tingting was nearly furious. She already said she cannot drink. Her voice was loud, and a girl across the room raised her hand, looking rather indifferent. Sorry, Wen Ning, I accidentally poured the wrong drink. Several girls exchanged glances. But it's a graduation party. You shouldn't always have a long face, right? Having a little bit is fine. Wen Ning remained silent. Wen Ning, call your family. Huang Tingting shot them a glare and lowered her voice. They are just upset because the boys only offered you toasts. I'll take you down later. Throughout the night of the graduation banquet, with Wen Ning present, the other girls truly felt overshadowed. Thank you, Wen Ning replied, feeling increasingly unwell and her reaction slow. She held her phone, attempting to find her father's number, but inexplicably, another number popped up from her contacts. Tingting, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could you let him know? Huang Tingting nodded, taking the phone to dial. To her surprise, a young man's voice answered on the other end. What's wrong? Wen Ning accidentally drank a bit of alcohol. Although Huang Tingting was puzzled, she did not press further. Can you come to pick her up? She drank? Yeah, she said she feels a bit unwell. Give me the address and room number. The other side said little more. Just take care of her for 10 minutes. I'll be there shortly. When Su Yan arrived, Huang Tingting was sitting with Wen Ning on a sofa in the corner, away from the crowd. Her face was slightly flushed, and her brows were furrowed as she looked at Su Yan, who had just walked in. Why did I think to call him? Upon seeing a stranger push open the door and walk straight in towards the back of the room, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Hello, young student. It seems you have taken a wrong turn. the kind-hearted homeroom teacher gently reminded. During this season of numerous graduation banquets, such mix-ups were indeed quite commonplace. Some boys, upon realizing their mistake, simply chose to sit down and join their peers from other classes for a drink. I haven't erred, teacher. Su Yen smiled, gesturing towards Wen Ning, who was seated at the far end. I'm here to fetch my girl. At Su Yan's words, several teachers exchanged knowing glances, finding the situation rather amusing. Wen Ning's fair, rounded ears flushed a deep crimson, betraying her slight embarrassment. Su Yen observed her, his own cheeks tinged with a rosy hue and his eyes glistening with warmth. Despite her discomfort, it seemed her reactions were somewhat slower than usual, yet she remained lucid, indicating that the situation was not overly dire. How much have you had to drink? Just a little. All right, let's go. Su Yen reached out to grasp her arm. Wen Ning, momentarily caught off guard, stood up awkwardly under the gaze of the teachers, feeling rather shy about speaking. The previously lively atmosphere around them fell into a brief silence. This esteemed campus beauty, Wen Ning, was known for her aloof demeanor, not due to a disagreeable character, but rather her serene and gentle nature, which made her somewhat difficult to approach. She seldom engaged closely with her male classmates, and was often seen walking alone, maintaining a certain distance even from her female peers. Is this your girl? The homeroom teacher inquired with a smile, looking at Wen Ning. So, how long have you two been together? Su Yen raised an eyebrow slightly, responding only a few months. Really? You seem quite proud, don't you? The teacher scrutinized Su Yen, feigning a stern expression. You were still students at the time. Do you understand the consequences of early romance? Be careful, or I might just punish you now by making you read love letters in front of everyone. Those who had once indulged in early romance would scatter like mice at the sight of a cat. Yet now, having graduated, they strutted about with audacity. I haven't had the chance to write one yet. Su Yen merely chuckled. I rushed out today. Perhaps next time. Very well, but make sure to write at least 800 words when you do. Finally, the teacher broke into a smile. And Wen Ning, you can help me review it. Su Yen nodded. Sure, I'll write it when I get back. Wen Ning couldn't help but pinch him lightly. Don't talk nonsense in front of the teacher. Let us go, let us hurry home. The teacher waved her hand generously. No one will push you forward like high school teachers anymore. You must take care of yourselves. In truth, she had always felt that although Wen Ning excelled academically, her personality was somewhat reclusive. Observing her demeanor in front of this boy was quite delightful. This child would undoubtedly continue to flourish in the future. Su Yen smiled. You are a wonderful teacher. I will make sure to visit you often with her. Very well, but I shall take you seriously. Wen Ning exchanged pleasantries with a few teachers, expressing her gratitude, before the two exited the private room. The boys from your class were looking at me rather strangely just now, Su Yen remarked as he pressed the elevator button. I thought they might rush over to pour me a drink. Having spent considerable time with Wen Ning, Su Yen had nearly forgotten that she was regarded as the aloof campus beauty. It could be said that the private Wen Ning differed greatly from the Wen Ning perceived by others. Wen Ning still felt a touch of discomfort, swallowing hard in an attempt to quell the uneasy sensation. Are you feeling that unwell? Yes. Wen Ning rubbed her flushed cheeks. Is my face very red? A bit. Where do you wish to go now? Concerned she might catch a chill, Su Yen took out his phone to summon a ride. Where to? Wen Ning, slightly slow to react, pondered for a moment. I want to go home. All right, I'll send a message to your family, then we can head to my place. On the way, Su Yen stopped to purchase some medicine. After arriving home, he made sure to settle her comfortably on the sofa before opening a window slightly to allow fresh air to circulate. Feeling better? A little, still. Wen Ning shook her head vigorously, glancing around. Where's Tong Tong? Playing with my parents these past few days. In other words, the little one was absent, leaving only Wen Ning and Su Yen together today. Wen Ning cautiously touched her face. In fact, opportunities for her to be alone with Su Yen were quite rare, as Tong Tong usually accompanied them. Su Yen approached, rolling up her sleeve to examine her arm, then squatting down to scrutinize her cheeks. You can't be drinking alcohol. Who let you have a drink? Her complexion still appeared somewhat pale. I just had a little accident, Wen Ning explained the day's events. Su Yen frowned. Wouldn't you have thrown up? With the teacher present, it felt inappropriate. Su Yen paused for a considerable time before responding. All right, but at least you remembered to call me, which isn't too foolish. Wen Ning remained silent. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, Su Yen's presence indeed seemed to bring a measure of comfort. First, take your medicine. Su Yen poured some warm water and retrieved the hangover remedy from the bag. Then sit and rest for a bit. After completing these tasks, he took out his phone and turned towards the kitchen. Soon, Wen Ning heard the sound of the stove igniting, along with Su Yan's voice on the phone. I've never done it before. How can I not know anything? Aren't we learning? It's no big deal. She's right here beside me. Honey and orange peel, right? Give me a moment to find it. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Wen Ning slowly approached the kitchen door, leaning against it to observe. Su Yan hung up the phone, lazily preparing the ingredients in his slippers. Wen Ning sniffed the air. What is that? A hangover soup. Su Yan glanced at her. Whenever my dad drinks, my mom makes this for him. It's good for the stomach and helps him feel much better. You can make this too? I didn't know how before. Su Yan replied casually, but now I do. Wen Ning felt that this statement hinted at the fact that previously, there had been no one to necessitate such actions from him. Before long, Su Yan turned off the stove and poured the concoction into a small bowl. He returned to the living room, settling back onto the sofa. Drink this. Wen Ning cradled the bowl, hesitantly sipping a bit before licking her lips in contemplation. Is it unpleasant? No, it's sweet. Wen Ning blew gently at the rising steam, but it's a bit hot. Su Yan observed her for a moment, then drink it while moving in circles. Wen Ning, slightly irritated, replied, I'll blow on it to cool it down first. Sitting on the sofa, she slowly finished her drink, and the flush on her cheeks gradually faded, which eased Su Yan's concerns. Set the bowl down, wash your face, brush your teeth, and then rest, he instructed. Seeing that she seemed to be all right, Su Yan relaxed against the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Cherish this time. In half a month, I'll be moving out. Wen Ning blinked in surprise. You're not renting anymore? Well, what's the point after graduation? Although Wen Ning had not frequented this place often before, for some reason, the image of Su Yan in the kitchen suddenly came to her mind. Dressed in sleepwear and slippers, he appeared languid, carefree, and relaxed, yet he was meticulously and patiently caring for himself. It was only then that Wen Ning belatedly realized that this scenario should be one she might witness only after a long, long time, when she had already become a wife. Ah yes, Su Yan rose and went to the room, retrieving the small rabbit doll he had promised to return to her after the exams. Wen Ning remained silent and did not extend her hand to receive it. She stared for a while at the silly rabbit doll before suddenly speaking. Ayen. This was the first time Su Yan had heard her address him in such a manner. Once the scores are out, we will align our college choices and then study in the same city together. Wasn't this already a matter settled long ago? What I mean is, Wen Ning's expression grew somewhat unnatural. After we fill out our applications, let us take Tong Tong along and rent a place together. Shall we? I still wish to spend more time with her every day. In response to his subtly questioning gaze, Wen Ning endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, extending one finger on each hand. We can rent 2 rooms, splitting the rent evenly. However, Su Yan was not overly surprised. Instead, he regarded her with a knowing look. Isn't this also something we had discussed long before? When exactly did we come to that agreement? Wen Ning felt a bit bewildered, recalling vaguely, what I mentioned before was that we could only live together after we start dating, right? Isn't this still an agreement? Su Yan's tone was casual yet brimming with arrogance as he shook the tail of the rabbit doll. Aside from me, who else do you wish to date? This was indeed a statement Wen Ning found difficult to refute. Deep down, both were aware that given their current attitude towards Tong Tong, dating was merely a matter of time. Wen Ning patted her cheeks, deciding not to pursue the topic further, and prepared to freshen up. Whether it was due to the alcohol or some other reason, she felt her cheeks and ears warming up that evening. When she emerged from the bathroom, she found Su Yan had already spread the blanket on the sofa. How about you sleep in the room tonight? Wen Ning felt a bit embarrassed. After all, Su Yan had gone out of his way to pick her up, bought medicine, and even prepared hangover soup. It seemed unfair to make him sleep on the sofa. No need. Su Yan glanced down at his phone. Let us discuss it when I can openly sleep in your room. Wen Ning hesitated, sensing he might have misunderstood something. I meant I'll sleep on the sofa. Su Yan finally lifted his gaze. What if I sneak out at midnight to do something mischievous to you? You're not that kind of person. Not before. Su Yan couldn't help but chuckle. You can think about the latter part yourself. The same line of reasoning made Wen Ning's heart skip a beat. Ultimately, it was Su Yan who ended up sleeping on the sofa, while Wen Ning entered her room, closed the door, and lay face down in the blanket. It seemed that ever since she introduced Su Yan to her mother, their relationship had progressed rapidly. In truth, Wen Ning was not one to dwell on the whimsical thoughts of young girls. She contemplated casually, drifting back to the day they first met and then all the way to the present. She lost track of time until she finally succumbed to sleep amidst the occasional sounds of footsteps in the living room. The next morning, when Su Yan awoke, it was nearly 9 o'clock. He reached for his phone to check the time before sitting up, only to see Wen Ning sitting by the dining table, breakfast laid out before her. She made no sound, quietly engrossed in her phone. Why didn't you wake me? Su Yan ruffled his hair. I thought I set an alarm. Primarily, it was because Tong Tong had developed a habit of having breakfast with him every day. Even though his daughter was away these past few days, he had grown accustomed to it. When the alarm went off earlier, I turned it off for you. Wen Ning snapped back to reality, propping her chin on her hand as she looked at him. You've been staying up late lately, so I wanted you to sleep a bit longer. Su Yan glanced at the dining table. Did you go out to buy breakfast? Yes, it's still warm. Have you eaten? Wen Ning nodded. I was a bit hungry. I didn't wait for you since I didn't eat enough last night. All right. Su Yan finally stood up. Do you have anything planned for today? No. Wen Ning contemplated for a moment. Dad called me this morning and said he wanted to see you. During that phone call, Wen Ning and Wen Qiming exchanged many words. Ultimately, a single statement from her daughter left Wen Qiming utterly speechless. Dad, I've already taken him to meet Mom. Your dad? Su Yan pondered. Choose a time and let me know. Why are you so calm? Wen Ning couldn't help but ask. At that time, my stepmother and Wen Qiong might come as well. Perfectly fine. Su Yan stood up to wash his face. I have some questions for them as well. His reaction caused Wen Ning to hesitate for a moment, but she gradually felt reassured. Su Yan had always handled matters with composure. Since he was willing to meet, there surely wouldn't be any issues. After finishing his morning routine, Su Yan sat back down at the table, ready to begin his breakfast. He took a bite of the bun. I have a graduation banquet tonight. Wen Ning grew sensitive. Are you going to drink? Su Yan considered for a moment. Of course. For boys, barring exceptional circumstances, drinking was inevitable. Not to mention that his good friends Chun Hao and Li Yuyu would be there. It was unavoidable. I see. Wen Ning held the cup, feeling the warmth on her palm, and slowly contemplated. The graduation banquet would include his teachers and friends from high school, marking the complete conclusion of a significant phase in life. Su Yan, not thinking too much, took out the youtiao and buns from the bag, eating quietly with his head down. Wen Ning hesitated for a moment before softly calling out to him. Yan. Su Yan glanced at her. Tonight. Wen Ning pondered for a long time before cautiously stating. Can I go with you? This truly took Su Yan by surprise. You want to go? It wasn't that bringing a guest was out of the question, especially since it was booked at Yuyu's family restaurant, where she could easily arrange for an extra seat. The main issue was, aren't you the one who doesn't particularly enjoy such events? Yes. Wen Ning nodded, her voice soft and delicate. But this time I do want to go a little. Why? Well, Wen Ning touched her face. Because of Tong Tong's presence. Haven't we known each other for over a decade already? I find it hard to articulate. The future Tong Tong would live in, Wen Ning, now in her 30s, could only glimpse through graduation photos of Su Yan in high school. Thus, she felt that if she missed his graduation now, she would surely regret it in the future. I want to do all the things she couldn't do with you, to witness firsthand as you transformed from a spirited youth into a composed and mature man. Wen Ning pursed her lips. Is that not allowed? Of course it is. Su Yan set down the bun, his gaze momentarily pausing. But how will you attend? Wen Ning pondered seriously for a moment. What do you think? Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. I think that if the illustrious one, the campus belle, accompanies me to the graduation banquet, others will only believe you are my girlfriend? During the graduation banquet, although it is rather uncommon, there are indeed instances where one attends alongside a girlfriend. So anything goes. When Wen Ning's emotions fluctuate, she instinctively licks her lips with her tongue, as if attempting to conceal something. Why should you care whether others believe it or not? I am not there to observe them. Su Yan chuckled for quite a while, provoking a slight annoyance in Wen Ning, who eventually nodded. All right. He picked up his phone and sent a voice message on WeChat. Yuyu, please add an extra chair beside me tonight. Li Yuyu quickly replied. What's up? Want to bring a +1? At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Yan and Wen Ning arrived at the hotel entrance. Li Yuyu stood on the stone steps at the entrance, casually scrolling through her phone. When she saw the two of them appear together, her expression was not one of surprise. She had already anticipated this when Su Yan sent her the voice message. Just waiting for you two. Her gaze fell on Wen Ning. You look stunning today. Sorry for bothering you, Yuyu. Wen Ning had a slight fondness for this girl and smiled with her lips pressed together. The campus belle. Wen Ning, may I sit beside you today? Li Yuyu pointed at Su Yan. I am very good friends with a Yen, and in a certain sense I can also be considered a matchmaker for you too, right? Back when Su Yan and Wen Ning needed to exchange things, It was she who scurried back and forth as the errand runner. Not at all. Wen Ning quickly waved her hand. Just call me Wen Ning. The three of them ascended the stairs together. Before they even entered, the atmosphere in the private room was already quite lively. The dishes had been ordered in advance, and some of the boys had even begun to run around with bottles of alcohol. Chun Hao sat on the sofa with a group of boys. When a yen arrives, you all should go over and share a drink with him. Chun Hao lowered his voice. We cannot let him escape today, understood? Sure thing, Haozi. One of the chubby boys chuckled. Even getting your own brother drunk. So we all came alone and he brings a +1. Chun Hao raised his chin. If we don't drink with him, who will we drink with? Speaking of which, have you seen the one Su Yen brought? Indeed. He hasn't been close to any girl throughout 3 years of high school. Who knew he had secretly hidden one at home? Chun Hao chuckled. You have seen her. Who hasn't he seen the campus belle, Wen Ning? Her photo has been hanging on the honor wall for top students. The chubby boy pondered. If we get a yen drunk, what if he can't get home? Why worry about a guy with a girlfriend? Chun Hao slapped his shoulder. Getting drunk is a good thing. When they get married, you guys will sit at the main table. The boys on the sofa understood and emitted knowing sounds. So when Su Yen arrives, should we go over and drink with him? Haven't they ever drunk before? Chun Hao clicked his tongue, slightly annoyed. Wait until a yen sits down and eats something before going over. Drinking on an empty stomach is bad for the stomach. Truly worrying for a good brother. Just as they were conversing, the door swung open. When Wen Ning and Su Yen walked in, all eyes were immediately fixed upon them, including those of the girls. Everyone was gazing at Wen Ning. Despite her plain face and simple attire of a t-shirt and jeans, she still appeared as if she had stepped out of a television drama. Only Chun Hao was observing Su Yen standing beside her. Damn, these two really look good together. Facing so many gazes, while Wen Ning was not entirely overwhelmed, she still felt a tad shy. She tugged at Su Yan's arm. When everyone noticed Su Yen, who stood beside her with an indifferent smile, they suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait, Haozi, you didn't mention it was Wen Ning. Su Yen, your girlfriend is the campus belle? One of the bolder girls asked. How come we never see you two together usually? I have seen them. Class monitor Zhang Ruoxuan timidly raised her hand. A few months ago. Stop staring. Su Yen chuckled. Don't harbor any hopes in the future, all right? The boys immediately erupted in a chorus of booing, and the previously subdued private room once again became raucous. Now, some boys who initially had no intention of drinking were resolutely determined. Tonight, we must get him drunk. Wen Ning felt that the atmosphere in a regular class seemed to be even more fervent than in the honors class. Or rather, whether boys or girls, everyone was more relaxed. Su Yen led Wen Ning to sit by the table at the back, where Li Yuyu had intentionally reserved a few seats. The graduation banquet on Su Yen's side was unlike the honors class, with no distinct separation between tables for boys and girls. It was much more casual. Those who were relatively close simply gathered at the same table. Su Yen and Wen Ning sat together, while Li Yuyu sat on Wen Ning's other side. Chun Hao plopped down beside Su Yen. We brothers should drink more today. Such opportunities will be few and far between in the future. Sure. Su Yen smiled. As long as I can go home, that's good. He and Chun Hao had been classmates since elementary school, all the way to high school graduation. But in university, they might truly have to part ways. In the future, they might only meet during the New Year or holidays. After waiting a few minutes, the dishes began to arrive. Just as Su Yen had a few bites to eat, a boy carrying a beer bottle approached. Today, everyone is single, and you are the only one who brought a +1. He raised his glass. Hear us hoping that at the next class reunion, you two can come together again. Su Yen chuckled. When is the next time? It might be difficult to have another one. He laughed. Then I wish you all can stay together forever. Su Yen glanced at Wen Ning beside him. She was lowering her head, sipping juice, and said little. All right, thank you. Su Yen stood up, holding his glass. Just a little beer is enough. If she gets too drunk, she won't be able to handle it. After the two clinked their glasses and drank. Su Yen had barely sat down and taken a couple of bites when another group of boys came over. Among them were even a few girls, looking eager to join in. Wen Ning did not expect such a crowd to arrive all at once. She quickly wiped her mouth and reached out to take Su Yen's glass. Let me pour for you. You're still pouring drinks for him after coming out. Li Yuyu laughed and asked. Who usually listens to whom between you two? Wen Ning pressed her lips together. Generally, I listen to him, I suppose. The others could not help but click their tongues. A mix of envy and jealousy. Su Yen, how did you manage to win her over? Just say it, you fellow. Quietly took away the white moonlight of the boys from class 1. Seeing her demeanor friendly and her character gentle, In stark contrast to the rumored aloof Wen Ning, some classmates gradually became bolder. Su Yan turned to look at Wen Ning. He didn't pursue her. Wen Ning thought for a moment and rephrased. Well, I haven't started pursuing yet. No way, Yen. Li Yuyu looked somewhat astonished. You haven't started pursuing and you brought her to the graduation party. Are you waiting for Wen Ning to pursue you? Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I'm not that oblivious. Just as he was about to speak again, he noticed Wen Ning hesitating. Actually, she pursed her lips. I didn't say it's impossible. As soon as she uttered those words, an abrupt silence descended upon the room, leaving even Li Yuyu in a state of bewilderment. The weight of the statement coming from the illustrious campus belle, Wanda, was indeed quite profound. However, Wen Ning maintained her composure, leaning in to pour wine for Su Yan. In a hushed tone, Su Yan remarked, out here you certainly know how to uphold my dignity, don't you? Feeling pleased now? Wen Ning narrowed her eyes and whispered, but if you get drunk, do be wary of kneeling on the washboard when we return. After several rounds of drinks, Su Yan lost count of how many glasses he had consumed. Waves of guests, including even those who rarely drank, approached him to offer toasts, their words predominantly filled with blessings. Wen Ning observed that although the academic performance of the class may not have been exceptionally high, the camaraderie and warmth among them were palpable. As the clock neared 9 in the evening, many had already departed. The vibrant atmosphere dissipated abruptly, leaving only a few scattered individuals in the room, creating an unsettling silence akin to the calm after a storm. Yen, fill it up, came a voice. It was at this moment that Chun Hao once again took a seat beside Su Yan. Let us have a drink, brother. I'm not taking advantage of you. I just had 2 rounds myself. What about Yuyu? Li Yuyu appeared somewhat preoccupied, having consumed quite a bit of alcohol alone. Her cheeks were flushed, and her speech had taken on a slight stutter. Cheers. Chun Hao glanced at Wen Ning, asking, where's the family member? She can't drink. Su Yan, slightly slow in his speech due to the effects of the alcohol, remained clear-headed. I'll cover her share. All right. Chun Hao chuckled, lifting his glass towards Wen Ning. This fellow could be quite obstinate at times, yet he had a good heart. He sighed. Moreover, he enjoys gaming and tinkering with his programs, staying up late. After university, you'll need to take good care of him. Wen Ning nodded. I will. In truth, she wasn't particularly fond of Chun Hao's type, someone naturally charming with a penchant for flirtatious relationships. Su Yan had even mentioned that Chun Hao was fond of beautiful girls. However, throughout the evening, Chun Hao had scarcely glanced at Wen Ning or exchanged a word with her. Now, Wen Ning could comprehend why Su Yan remarked that Chun Hao was quite suitable as a friend. Su Yan shot him a sidelong glance. You sound just like my ex-wife. Chun Hao clicked his tongue. Ex-wife? If I were a woman, do you think Wen Ning would stand a chance? That's utterly revolting. It is a bit. Chun Hao pictured that scenario and swallowed hard. Li Yuyu held her cup, bursting into laughter. When you were little, didn't you call Lin a second mom? Wen Ning remained silent. Your mom even invited me to hang out last time, saying she wanted to introduce me to a little one. The one you met before. That's Tong Tong. Is that little girl really your cousin? I suppose. They didn't even bother with cups, merely clinking the bottles together while chatting. As the number of bottles accumulated before him, Wen Ning grew concerned, tugging at his sleeve. Take it easy. Just let them be. Today is about having fun. Li Yuyu sipped from her cup, already swaying slightly. In a bit, I'll have Dad book a room for you upstairs. Wen Ning turned to support Li Yuyu. You should drink less too. I'm not happy. Li Yuyu nearly buried her nose in her cup. I really don't want to. Why am I graduating? Isn't graduation a good thing? Yes, but it means I have to part ways with a Yen and them. Wen Ning struggled to understand the profound bond shared among the 3 of them, yet felt a twinge of envy. Growing up together from childhood must be truly wonderful. You must cherish a Yen. Li Yuyu's eyes glistened. He is a good person. When I was bullied as a child, he always stood up for me. Meanwhile, Chun Hao set the bottle down on the table. And me? Do I not hold a place in your memories? You. Li Yuyu gazed at him for a moment, her voice tinged with nasal inflection. Who are you? I'm your Chun Hao brother. Who else would I be? Chun Hao brother. Li Yuyu pondered for a while, her expression sulky. Why do you share a name with my dog? Chun Hao, unsure if it was the drink or irritation, felt his clarity fading. Fine, even drunk, you still remember that Chun Hao is a dog. Chun Hao brother. I feel like I might vomit. Li Yuyu's throat tightened as she scanned the surroundings. It's the last day of high school, and I still have to take care of you. Chun Hao stood, wobbling slightly. Let me take you. Where's the restroom? I forgot, do you know? You're asking me about your family's tavern? Can I just throw up on the floor? That's too embarrassing. I can't do that. What if I can't hold it in and throw up on you? I just bought this shirt yesterday. Chun Hao approached, grasping Li Yuyu's arm, his steps unsteady as he led the tipsy girl in search of the restroom. Although it was beer, consuming too much would still have its effects. Su Yan sat in his seat, seemingly lost in thought, methodically draining the last of his bottle. You shouldn't drink alone. Wen Ning could no longer endure and snatched the bottle from him. How can you drink so much? Since their acquaintance, he had always appeared remarkably composed and steady. This was the first time she had witnessed Su Yan in a somewhat dull and dazed state. He felt a fog settling in his mind, squinting for a long moment before muttering, I'll go to the restroom too. Seeing him struggle to rise with the aid of the table, Wen Ning felt uneasy. She quickly stood up as well. I'll help you. You can go in by yourself afterward. I'm not drunk. Su Yan stood firmly, albeit slightly disoriented. Just can't see things clearly. Wen Ning ignored his protest and moved in front of him, grasping his arm. If you truly can't stand, lean on me. What about Tong Tong? I haven't seen her in a while. Wen Ning was taken aback that he was still thinking about their daughter at this hour. Tong Tong has been at home for just 2 days. Why hasn't she come? She said Daddy is a drunkard. Su Yan's back straightened at once, turning to look at her. Then I won't drink anymore. Wen Ning found it both amusing and exasperating. Your precious Tong Tong will be back tomorrow. She'll join us for graduation photos. Su Yan gazed at her for a moment. So you were lying to me earlier. I wasn't lying. You were. Su Yan's eyes locked onto her face. You just said you wanted to pursue me. I don't believe it. Wen Ning paused for a moment, slowly tilting her head. No, you never said that? Su Yan pondered slowly, lost in thought. Then perhaps I misremembered. Wen Ning remained silent as she guided him outside. After they had walked a considerable distance, she could no longer suppress a gentle laugh, her breath escaping softly from her nose, the sound delicate and soothing. I did not deceive you. Su Yan, though slightly inebriated, was not unruly, merely a bit more loquacious than usual. After washing his hands at the sink and refreshing his face, he slowly emerged. Wen Ning was still waiting outside. She assessed Su Yan's complexion, noting it had improved significantly since earlier, which gradually eased her concerns. Upon returning to the private room, Li Yuyu and Chun Hao were already seated on the sofa, visibly intoxicated. As soon as Wen Ning had settled Su Yan onto the couch, her phone chimed. Your father has matters to attend to at the company today. Should I come to pick you up? The voice of Xiao Ziqin resonated from the other end of the line. It's quite late. Wen Ning glanced at Su Yan, whose eyes were half closed, hesitating momentarily. Though he seemed fine, a sliver of unease lingered within her. If I don't respond, then I won tea. Meddling too much only irritates you. Xiao Ziqin's tone was notably cool. I'll bring you some clothes. No need, Auntie. Don't you have graduation photos tomorrow? The uniform is still at home, and you didn't bathe yesterday. Did you? Xiao Ziqin's responses were succinct. Just give me the address. After ending the call, Wen Ning lingered with Su Yan for a while longer before making her way downstairs. A few minutes later, Xiao Ziqin parked by the roadside and approached with a backpack in hand. Thank you, Wen Ning spoke softly. Xiao Ziqin regarded her for a moment before handing over the backpack. Your father and I will take a leave tomorrow to accompany Cheong for your graduation photos and to meet that young man. All right, I'll inform him. The two stood on the steps of the restaurant, enveloped in silence for a while. Since he has already met your mother, I want to say much more. Xiao Ziqin began. But you are beautiful, and your demeanor is gentle. You must take care of yourself out there. As she spoke, her throat shifted slightly, her expression complex. Ultimately, she merely shook her head. Forget it. It's nothing. Wen Ning pressed her lips together. I understand. Xiao Ziqin arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. It was evident she wished to impart some advice. Yet in the end, the words remained unspoken. Wen Ning stood still for a moment, watching until the car's taillights vanished from view before ascending the stairs with the backpack in hand. The private room was now empty, save for Su Yan, who sat on the sofa with his eyes narrowed, appearing somewhat drowsy. Where is everyone? Auntie Fu took them upstairs, he replied, handing her a room card. I'll wait for you to go up together. Wen Ning held the card, her fingers grazing its surface as a peculiar expression crossed her face. Was it really so natural to share a room? Ultimately, she said nothing further and led him upstairs, following the room number. The room was immaculate and furnished with twin beds, 2 sets of sleepwear hanging on the wall. It was evident that Li Yuyu's mother had arranged everything with great care, perhaps owing to her wealth of life experience. Even for the closest of couples, having separate beds was a necessity. Do you want to take a shower? Su Yen settled on the bed, responding nonchalantly, I'll just sit here and rest for a bit. Shall I go first? Wen Ning inhaled the scent of her sleeves before boiling a kettle of hot water. If you'd like some to drink, help yourself to cool it down. Wen Ning cast him another worried glance before retreating to the bathroom with her backpack. She shut the door behind her, feeling inexplicably anxious. After a moment of examining her reflection in the mirror, she reached into her backpack for a white undergarment, preparing to tug it off by its hem. However, at that moment, she suddenly realized something. After a while, the bathroom door swung open again. When Ning peeked her head out, her cheeks flushed. The door isn't locked. Su Yen struggled to open his eyes. I know. I'm just reminding you, not trying to inform you of this. Observing his condition, Wen Ning slowly closed the door once more. When the sound of water began to trickle in her ears, Su Yen finally lifted his eyelids. Perhaps due to the alcohol, his throat felt parched and fiery. He moved to the table to pour himself a glass of water. After downing a cup of warm water, he began to reflect on the events of the evening. When Wen Ning emerged, even Su Yan's gaze was momentarily captivated by her visage. Having just bathed, her hair was still damp, and perhaps from the heat, her cheeks bore a distinct rosy hue. She appeared unusually languorous. Seated at the table, she was combing her hair while using a hairdryer to dry it. It was then that she noticed Su Yan's unwavering gaze upon her. What's wrong? Su Yan remained silent, lowering his head to take a large gulp of water. His mind still felt foggy, and he was on the verge of succumbing to slumber. Wen Ning instinctively licked her lips. Do you still remember what I said to you tonight? Su Yan's expression was one of confusion. What? Wen Ning felt a tinge of inexplicable frustration as she slowly dried her hair. It's nothing, you should go take a shower. She had never been in love nor had feelings for anyone, and at times, she felt a certain shyness around Su Yan, revealing herself to be quite the bashful girl. Some words were difficult for her to articulate. Regrettably, it seemed that this fellow had truly imbibed too much. Perhaps by morning, he would remember nothing. You say. Su Yan strained to think for a moment. You want to pursue me? Wen Ning's tone remained calm and natural, yet the flush on her cheeks had nearly spread to her neck. Did I really say that? You did. Su Yan's thoughts were unusually sluggish post-drinking. But I remember Tong Tong saying that in the future, it would be the father pursuing the mother, right? Wen Ning's ears suddenly grew warm, her hands fidgeting like a cat's at the edge of the table, producing a soft rustling sound. You pursue me? Su Yan squinted, contemplating for quite a while. How about we just forget it? Wen Ning's expression shifted momentarily. Her previously pursed lips gradually straightened, her voice cool. What do you mean? Su Yan did not respond, his eyelids drooping. Perhaps the effects of the alcohol were resurfacing, as he appeared drowsy. Do not fall asleep. Wen Ning felt a genuine irritation, reaching out to grasp his face and pull it apart. Don't think that just because you've been drinking you can speak carelessly. Clarify yourself. What do you mean by let's just forget it? With a firm pinch to his cheek, she added, You're just a girl with thin skin, aren't you? So what? Do you prefer someone with thicker skin? I fear you might dawdle and take no action. Su Yan struggled to keep his eyes open, speaking in fits and starts. Let me take the lead. By the time Su Yan fully regained consciousness, it was already the following morning. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, casting a tranquil stillness over the room. He slowly sat up, rubbing his head. It seemed he had indeed overindulged the previous night, drinking continuously without pause. Yet it had not reached the point of blacking out. He could still recall some details of Wen Ning bringing him back to rest. After a brief moment, he glanced towards the adjacent bed. Wen Ning remained in a state of repose, her form curled up within the blankets, which were gently rising and falling as she lay on her side. Only half of her head was exposed to the air, her long, lustrous black hair cascading over the pristine pillow, while her delicate lashes lay still. Su Yan glanced at his phone, checking the time. It could only be said that drinking had indeed led to complications. After rising, he shuffled in his slippers to awaken Wen Ning. Time to get up. We have graduation photos to take this afternoon. Wen Ning wrinkled her nose, her sleepy eyes fluttering open, as if she had not yet fully liberated herself from the grasp of slumber. Don't bother me, she mumbled, swatting Su Yan's hand away. Just 10 more minutes. She had stayed up quite late the previous night and only climbed into bed after Su Yan had finished his shower and fallen asleep. Consequently, she found it difficult to adjust to the unfamiliar bed, and, spurred by Su Yan's words, she had not succumbed to sleep until around 3 in the morning. Then you should just go by yourself this afternoon. Su Yan pondered. I'll head home to grab my school uniform. Don't miss the time. I'm so tired. I don't want to get up, Wen Ning replied dismissively. You and Tong Tong can take the graduation photos without me. Su Yan had no choice but to reach out and pull the blanket off her face. But Tong Tong will cry. Hearing this, Wen Ning finally half opened her eyes, her mind sluggishly processing the information. After a long pause, she sat up with a drowsy expression, staring at Su Yan with displeasure. I would prefer to let you sleep a little longer. Su Yan attempted to reason with her. It's not as if I'm intentionally disturbing you. You'll just have to get used to it. How was it that this typically gentle girl turned so irritable in the morning? What would happen if they were married? Would he have to coax her every morning? Wen Ning picked up her pillow and threw it forcefully into his arms. That's your fault for not letting me sleep last night. You were just a bit too tipsy, which made you rather bothersome. Wen Ning swept her hair back. You can repeat a single phrase 10 times over. Su Yan felt inexplicably embarrassed, placing the pillow back on the bed. What did I even say? Wen Ning shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent as she got out of bed, slipping her feet into her slippers and heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Su Yan paid little attention, standing beside her to brush his teeth and wash his face. Through the mirror, Wen Ning scrutinized him. You really don't remember? I talked to you a great deal yesterday. Quite a bit, he acknowledged. Care to elaborate? Wen Ning selected some trivial details, only to notice his languid expression, seemingly unmoved. She pursed her lips and suddenly declared, You said you wanted to pursue me. She then assessed his reaction. Su Yan contemplated this. What else? Why are you so calm? Well, I do recall that particular phrase. Wen Ning cleared her throat, the morning irritation caused by his disturbance dissipating in an instant. The rest doesn't seem significant. After the two finished grooming, they had a meal downstairs, and then Su Yan returned home to change into his school uniform before they set off for school together. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Tong Tong was already waiting on the grass of the playground. The little girl wore a charming white dress and matching shoes, her silky black hair cascading over her shoulders. Lin Hui and Su Minghui stood behind her, their faces adorned with gentle smiles. Su Lingling was nearby wielding a camera. Upon seeing her parents, Tong Tong's porcelain white face instantly blossomed with a radiant smile as she rushed over, holding a bouquet of flowers. These are for you, Mommy and Daddy. Wen Ning's eyes softened, and she bent down to inhale the fragrance. So sweet. Has Tong Tong gained some weight? Su Yan placed both bouquets in Wen Ning's hands before lifting their daughter into the air, spinning her around. Yes. Tong Tong scrunched her little face, pinching her soft belly. Grandma makes delicious food for me every day. Lin Hui proudly tilted her chin. A yen. Su Minghui retrieved something from his pocket. This is your graduation gift. Su Yan took it with one hand and examined it. It was the household registration booklet of the Su family, clearly inscribed with the name Su Miao Tong. Has it already been processed? Yes, it was done a few days ago. Su Minghui chuckled. Your mother and I ran all over the place to obtain a birth certificate, even seeking out many people in our hometown. He didn't elaborate further, but it was evident that it had not been a straightforward process. Su Yan glanced at it. So, Tong Tong is now my sister? Yes, as for a granddaughter, the age doesn't quite match. Lin Hui added, your father and I can only do so much. When you and Wen Ning are capable in the future, you can handle it yourselves. Thank you, Auntie and Uncle. Wen Ning studied the name Su Miao Tong for a considerable time, feeling as though a great weight had finally been lifted from her heart. Are we still being polite with each other? Lin Hui smiled. Besides, Tong Tong is also our granddaughter. Su Lingling snapped photos of the students on the playground for a while before returning. Her eyes brightened upon seeing her nephew in his school uniform alongside Wen Ning. Come on, let me take some pictures of you and Tong Tong. She excitedly fiddled with her camera. It's unbelievable that my daughter is graduating high school with her parents and even running over to present flowers. Su Yan and Wen Ning exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their laughter. Auntie, how should we pose? Just replicate the poses from Tong Tong's photos. Su Lingling made a reassuring gesture. I'll capture a youthful family portrait of you. Sounds good. Tong Tong exclaimed joyfully, nearly jumping up as she ran to stand between her parents, one hand clasped in her father's and the other in her mother's. With Su Lingling pressing the shutter, the scene was immortalized. Wen Ning and Su Yan in their blue and white uniforms, flanking Tong Tong in her little white dress, captured in a moment that could only be preserved in the prime of youth. After the photo shoot, the family huddled together to view the photographs. The soft grass of summer basked in bright sunlight. Su Yan appeared relaxed and carefree, while Tong Tong was lively and adorable. As for Wen Ning, she gazed at the photos for a while, pondering, did I really look this happy just now? Su Yan remained silent, fixated on the image of Wen Ning for an extended period. Despite her youthful, innocent uniform and a ponytail brimming with vitality. Her smile unmistakably bore the essence of a woman who was already a wife. Her upturned eyes glimmered softly, her thin lips pursed, and her expression radiated warmth and gentleness. After an indeterminate time, Su-yen suddenly spoke, "I'll check online when I get back." "What for?" "I've never pursued anyone before. This is my first time." After capturing several family portraits, Su-yen and Wen Ning returned to their respective classes to take graduation photos with their teachers and classmates. As graduation approached, everyone was busy taking pictures with friends and classmates. Numerous individuals approached Wen Ning, hoping to take her photo, but she shook her head in refusal, presenting a demeanor that was decidedly aloof to outsiders. "Cheong, let us take a photo with your sister." When Chiming had even taken a leave of absence to accompany his wife and young daughter to support their eldest daughter during the photo shoot. "It's so hot," when Cheong complained, sticking out her tongue in the shade of a tree, devoid of any girlish pretense. "Do I have to go?" "Quickly, go on." Xiao Ziqin urged her daughter. "Your sister will be going off to university. You might not see her for a year. So what if I don't see her? She doesn't want to see me anyway." Reluctantly, under her mother's insistence, when Cheong finally stood up and trudged over. "Sister, congratulations on your graduation. May your future be bright." She shielded her eyes from the glaring sun and urged, "Hurry up and finish taking the photos. I'm eager to go have some ice cream. Would you like me to treat you to one?" Wen Ning nodded, "No thank you, Cheong." After the two sisters finished their photo session, the couple also took a picture with their eldest daughter. When Chiming gazed at the elegant figure of his daughter in the photograph, feeling a wave of nostalgia. "Ning, it's rare that we all have time today. And Cheong doesn't have to attend extra classes." When the moment felt right, when Chiming smiled and suggested, "Let us invite him over for dinner tonight. Rest assured, neither Auntie nor I will make things difficult for him." Xiao Ziqin's gaze also rested upon their eldest daughter. "I'll head out to buy groceries shortly. Let us prepare a bit more." This matter had already been discussed between Wen Ning and Su-yen, so she did not hesitate to agree. It seemed Su-yen was also eager to meet his side of the family. After the afternoon passed, Su-yen escorted his parents and aunt to the car, reminding them to send the photos to his phone before taking Tong to find Wen Ning. "Let us go to your home now. Do you want to bring Tong along? It's only fair that they meet." Su-yen responded affirmatively. After all, he is her grandfather. It would be good to see how your father reacts. As for whether to inform him about Tong, that could wait until later. In truth, he had already inquired about Tong. She had some correspondence with her grandfather, but they were not particularly close. Of course, it wasn't that when Chiming and Xiao Ziqin were unkind. Perhaps it was the case that the numerous members of the Su family showered Tong with affection, always thinking of their little granddaughter first whenever something good came along. In comparison, this made Tong seem less intimate with them. Half an hour later, the three arrived at the familiar neighborhood. The one who came to open the door was Wen Chiming, and upon seeing Su-yen, his expression remained unchanged, radiating warmth. "You must be a Ning's little male classmate?" Wen Chiming smiled at him. "I remember your name, Su-yen. Is it the character for language?" He had previously asked his daughter about it. "Yes," Su-yen replied, smiling as he offered the items he had brought. "I didn't prepare much, just some tea leaves and fruit." This marked the first meeting between the two men, yet their demeanor was calm and natural, akin to the interaction between elder and younger generations. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Ziqin emerged from the kitchen, casting a somewhat scrutinizing glance at Su-yen. "Dinner will be ready shortly. You two can sit and chat for a while." She averted her gaze, nodding naturally before returning to the kitchen. It must be said, her first impression of Su-yen was quite favorable. He was tall and good-looking, and his demeanor suggested he was a well-bred individual. He appeared composed yet polite while meeting her family. To put it succinctly, he seemed to share a good rapport with Ning. As for everything else, further observation would be warranted. When Chiming's attention shifted to Tong, pausing momentarily, "And this little girl is?" Tong tilted her head up to look at him, blinking her eyes. "Daddy, she is Su-yen's sister, and we have a great relationship," Wen Ning explained. "So, I thought I would bring her along to play." "Oh, that's fine." "Ning, you've never brought anyone home to play before," Wen Chiming remarked. His expression tinged with curiosity as he studied the little girl a few more times, yet he ultimately refrained from saying more. This left Wen Ning with a tinge of disappointment in her heart. In truth, Tong resembled her quite a bit as a child, especially in her eyes. She wondered if it was wrong to think this way, but if her mother were still alive, she would have recognized Tong as her granddaughter at first glance. After changing into slippers, they led their daughter into the living room. Ning, Wen Qiming hesitated briefly, then softly said, "Father would like to have a word with you all. Is that all right?" "Yes, of course." The group settled onto the sofa, and when Qiming poured a cup of tea for Su Yan, his expression remaining gentle. Tong Tong nestled in Wen Ning's embrace, obediently silent. Actually, Ning has always been a bit withdrawn. I've never seen her get this close to anyone. When Qiming volunteered, "The last time she was at the hospital caring for you, it was indeed you, wasn't it? This child cares a lot for you and treats you well." "Yes." Su Yan nodded, "But I find her character quite delightful. She can be a bit stubborn, yet she is genuinely a wonderful girl in all aspects." When Ning pressed her lips together, listening quietly, she had always been somewhat solitary, navigating school life on her own. When Qiming seemed to reminisce, "It's been like this since her mother passed away. She always sat alone, lost in thought. Cheong was unwell as a child, frequently falling ill." A gentle sigh escaped when Qiming's lips. "Auntie Xiao and I spent many days in and out of the hospital, sometimes staying overnight. From that time on, Ning became exceptionally obedient and sensible, helping with homework at home, heating up meals, and even taking the initiative to visit her sister in the hospital after school." Su Yan paused for a moment, his expression gradually fading. At Ning's age, she was likely younger than Tong Tong, having endured such drastic changes in her family and, with the arrival of her sister, was deprived of the sole fatherly love she had known. In her childhood, a time when she desperately needed affection, she had already begun taking on responsibilities to avoid adding to the family's burdens. In contrast, at that age, Su Yan was still reveling in carefree days, only to return home for stern reprimands from his parents. In the blink of an eye, Ning had grown into a young lady. When Qiming exhaled, "If only Cheong had half of your wisdom and demeanor, Auntie and I would be at ease." His younger daughter was willful and mischievous, wanting everything she set her eyes upon. When Ning lowered her gaze, "Actually, it's not like that, father." When Qiming hesitated, "Ning, when I was little, I didn't understand anything at all." When Ning spoke softly, "I couldn't do anything right and was scared you would find out." No sooner had she finished speaking than the living room fell into an unexpected silence. Even Xiao Ziqin, who had just stepped out of the kitchen, noticeably halted. "When you and Auntie Xiao were at the hospital with Cheong, I was home alone doing my homework, often secretly locking myself in my room and crying. Once, while heating up a meal, I accidentally knocked over the pot, ruining the dinner Auntie Xiao had prepared, and I was so frightened that I burst into tears." When Ning gently stroked her daughter's head and continued, "It took me a long time to clean everything up, and when you returned, I lied and told you I had already eaten." When Qiming's lips moved, "Ning, in the first grade, my stuffed rabbit that mother gave me tore open, and all the stuffing fell out. I was crying while hugging it and went to the corner store to find the old lady. She helped me stuff the cotton back in and sewed it up little by little." When Ning's voice was slightly hoarse, "On my 10th birthday, you gifted me a crayon Shinchan hairpin. I loved it dearly, but later Cheong broke it. I told Auntie Xiao that it wasn't intentional, but when I got home, I tried to glue it back for a long time, and in the end, it didn't work out. During middle school, when I missed mother terribly, I wrote her letters. As a result, I spent an entire afternoon crying while holding the letter, not knowing where to send it." When Qiming's throat tightened, his lips trembling. These were words his daughter had never shared with him before. Yet, these memories were indelibly etched in her mind. "Father, I truly do not possess such understanding," when Ning said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she embraced her daughter a little tighter. "I merely fear that you might deem me thoughtless, that you might cast me aside." Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Ziqin had quietly taken a seat beside Wen Qiming, equally at a loss for words. She had always believed that her eldest daughter was a precocious and dutiful child. Moreover, she admitted to being rather greedy. When Ning rubbed her reddened eyes, forcing back her tears, "I cannot bear to be overlooked even a little. I yearn for someone to shower me with kindness, to indulge me endlessly, just as you and mother once did. I am but an ordinary girl, yet I desire so many things." Tong Tong's eyes quickly filled with a mist of tears, her nose turning red, and soon she was crying uncontrollably. When Ning used her sleeve to wipe her daughter's face, "Why did you cry first, Tong Tong?" Tong Tong could not stop her tears. I am sad." In truth, Tong Tong was just like Wen Ning. Their mother had also been a child who would weep uncontrollably. It was simply that she had not dared to let others know. Su Yan felt a tightness in his throat, struggling to catch his breath. If it were not for Tong Tong's arrival, he and Wen Ning might not have crossed paths for another decade. And those sentiments, she would keep buried within her heart, never to be voiced. Someone ought to treat her with greater tenderness. I must endeavor to be more considerate towards her in the future. Xiao Ziqin and Wen Qiming found themselves at a loss for words. They perpetually perceived their eldest daughter as a mature and self-sufficient child, often inadvertently directing more of their attention towards the capricious youngest daughter. Yet the reality was quite different. She, too, had once been the center of her family's universe. Much like Wen Xiong. When Wen Xiong returned home, she found several individuals seated silently on the sofa, the atmosphere palpably tense. "What is going on?" she inquired, plopping down on the couch and adopting a languid posture. "Why aren't we eating? I am starving. Where have you been?" At that moment, Xiao Ziqin shot a glare at her youngest daughter, her irritation flaring. "Did you not realize we had guests today? I am not in the mood to deal with them." When Xiong glanced at Su Yan, her expression indifferent. "If he stays, he might just annoy me further." Xiao Ziqin's frustration mounted, her countenance darkening. "Xiao Ning, let us eat first." She turned her attention back to her eldest daughter. "Do not blame your father. It is Auntie's fault. I have failed to fulfill my responsibilities." "That is not the case." Wen Ning shook her head. "It is only right for you to treat Qiong well." "Xiao Ning," Wen Qiming's lips moved. "It is I who has let you down." Compared to Xiao Ziqin, he was the one who instilled greater anxiety in their daughter. During the meal, conversation was sparse, with Wen Ning quietly serving tong vegetables. Afterward, she assisted her stepmother in washing the dishes before taking her daughter to her room to play, while Su Yan and the two parents stepped out onto the balcony to converse. "Uncle Su, Aunt Xiao, may I ask you something?" "Go ahead." She was so young at that time. Su Yan gazed down at the nightscape below before turning back. Why not employ a gentler approach to help her accept things, or perhaps wait until she matures a bit more? Wen Ning's mother had passed away not long ago, and Wen Qiming had brought Xiao Ziqin home during the most sensitive period of the little girl's life. Su Yan did not demand unwavering loyalty from others in matters of the heart. However, the duration of emotional ties should not be so fleeting. After Tong's arrival, Su Yan had also assumed the role of a father. Thus, he found it difficult to comprehend. This was a question he had long wished to pose to Wen Qiming. Xiao Ziqin sighed softly. Xiao Ning's mother had been ill for a long time, confined to the hospital. Wen Qiming remained silent for an extended period. To pay for her treatment, we sold our house, traveled to the capital for care, and I borrowed a great deal of money. Su Yan listened quietly, absorbing every word. Eventually, Xiao Ning's mother succumbed to her illness. Wen Qiming's tone grew heavy. As he slowly continued, "At that time, life was incredibly challenging. I had nothing, and I was left with a daughter. When I met Ziqin, she did not shy away from me, willingly accompanying me in repaying our debts. During our most desperate times, there was less than 200 yuan in my bank account. Even the thought of buying my daughter a new dress required me to linger at the store's entrance for a lengthy while. From that moment on, Xiao Ning had already become quite sensible, never asking for anything. This is also why, even now, when she goes to the supermarket to buy shampoo, she deliberates for quite some time. It was only after Xiao Ziqin entered their lives, and with Qiong's birth, that debts began to be repaid, and their financial situation gradually improved. Thus, he had invested a great deal of thought and care into his wife and youngest daughter. In retrospect, he felt a profound sense of guilt towards Xiao Ning. Xiao Ziqin squeezed his hand. "Let us not dwell on it. It is I who has failed Xiao Ning." After hearing this, Su Yan regarded the couple before him, remaining silent for a lengthy spell. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "Uncle Wen, if this situation were to occur to someone else, I might even be able to empathize, for adults have their own burdens. But when it happens to her, I still feel a profound discomfort within." Leaning against the railing, Su Yan sighed. He also found himself pondering whether, had it not been for Tong's arrival, she would have had to wait much longer for him. Wen Qiming's throat bobbed as he swallowed hard. The implication of Su Yan's words was clear. "I am an only child, raised in a happy family, with loving parents and healthy elders, each of my relatives treating me with kindness." Su Yan spoke slowly, his demeanor calm yet earnest as he revealed his thoughts. "Thus, I have always acted rather casually, and they have largely indulged me." Wen Qiming and Xiao Ziqin listened intently. "My father is an ordinary man who endured hardships in his youth." Su Yan paused for a long moment, then continued. "He believed that if I could lead a lighter, happier life, that would suffice. It is he who taught me the essence of fatherhood. For me personally, if I were to have a daughter." Su Yan met Wen Qiming's gaze. "I would likely find it unbearable to allow her to suffer even the slightest grievance." Wen Qiming fell into a deep silence, appearing somewhat dejected. "Uncle Wen, I do not hold much animosity towards you." Su Yan nodded. "I merely find it challenging to harbor any goodwill towards you. I also think that I must treat Wen Ning far better than you have. By the time they left the one household, it was nearing 10 o'clock at night. The distant streetlights cast a dim, golden glow as Wen Ning held her daughter's hand, and the three of them walked once more along familiar paths. Wen Ning was unaware of what had transpired between Su Yan and her parents, but upon their exit, the three of them displayed varying emotions before her. Even Xiao Ziqin and Wen Qiming urged Su Yan to visit again. However, it was evident that Su Yan's mood was somewhat askew. He kept his hands in his pockets, gazing into the distance, an unusual silence enveloping him as he pondered. Tong Tong still appeared somewhat disheartened, gripping her mother's hand tightly. What is the matter?
Wen Ning talked here.
Why the long face? Did you talk to father about something? Su Yan turned his head to assess her. Wen Ning's eyes were still slightly reddened, her expression reflecting concern. Nothing. I will take Tong Tong home now. He took his daughter's hand and walked a couple of steps, but couldn't help turning back to wave at Wen Ning, who stood still. Ning, come here. What's wrong? Wen Ning inquired as she approached. What's going on with you today? Just a bit shaken. Su Yan gazed at her for a moment before suddenly lifting his hand to ruffle her hair quite unceremoniously. In the midst of Wen Ning's bewildered expression, he tousled her hair into a delightful mess before retracting his hand. All is well. This affectionate gesture caused a flutter in Wen Ning's chest. After a moment of realization, she cradled her head, taking a while to process what had just happened. She licked her lips, her eyes involuntarily curving into a smile, her voice unusually soft and delicate. It's good. It's good that I met you now. You didn't make me wait too long. The results of the college entrance examination would be released in 2 weeks. Having already made early estimations, neither of them felt particularly anxious. They continued their daily routine of caring for their daughter. When the day of checking the scores arrived, Wen Ning made a special trip to Su Yan's house, and they nestled on the sofa, gazing at the laptop before them. They first checked Wen Ning's scores, which amounted to 698. As the final year before the reform of the college entrance examination in Jiang province, not breaking through the 700 barrier left her with a tinge of regret. However, this year's exam was relatively more challenging. Her provincial ranking was likely higher than in the mock exams, allowing her to still be eligible for the best universities in the nation. Then, it was Su Yan's turn to reveal his score. Su Yan handed her his examination admission ticket. You check for me. Wen Ning entered the numbers twice, both times incorrectly, before painstakingly deleting one character at a time and retyping. Su Yan found it somewhat amusing. Why are you even more nervous than I am? Wen Ning remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the computer screen. The final result was 640 points. Wow! Tong Tong exclaimed, clinging to the table. Although she couldn't fully comprehend the significance of the score, she still clapped enthusiastically. Wen Ning checked the score back and forth several times, even pulling up the calculator on her phone to do the math. Finally, the tension in her expression began to ease. Again, you are truly remarkable. Wen Ning said with a tone of delight tinged with mild reproach. It's quite daunting for others, you know. A 50-point increase in 4 months isn't something that can merely be explained by hard work. This fellow was indeed impressive. Next came the most crucial task of filling out the college applications. Just fill it out according to your scores, and then let me see when you're done. Su Yan smiled. At that time, let's study it thoroughly to ensure we can choose a major in the same city. Right? Wen Ning pondered for a moment. Let me think about it. Unlike Su Yan, she had not displayed any extraordinary talents in specific areas, making the choice of major a rather challenging decision. Then just choose what you like. Su Yan took a photo of their scores and sent it to his family. A few days prior, he had already added Wen Ning to the group chat, and it was now buzzing with excitement. Su Lingling and Lin Hui were discussing the children's scores. Though separated by a screen, one could feel their joy, especially since Ban Ban had also performed well. Su Minghui said nothing, merely sending a red envelope. On the envelope were the 4 characters. Set sail. Su Yan. Thank you, Dad. He opened it to find a special red envelope meant exclusively for Wen Ning. Su Yan paused for a moment. Precious daughter and son. Wen Ning couldn't help but laugh, and she clicked to see it, perhaps fearing she would feel pressured. The amount in the envelope was modest, emphasizing the sentiment of blessing more than anything else. After replying with a thank you to her uncle, Wen Ning accepted it with genuine pleasure. It wasn't that receiving the red envelope brought her immense joy, but rather that she relished the warm atmosphere of Su Yan's family. There was no pressure in their interactions. In this small group, parents would share whatever they wished without hesitation. One could often see Lin Hui posting adorable pictures of her cat, Yuan Yuan. Well, the matter of the college entrance examination had reached a temporary conclusion. Su-yen tossed his phone into his pocket and suddenly shifted the topic. However, Ning, you are too beautiful and talented. Once you go to university, you will undoubtedly be the campus belle, pursued by suitors daily. You know me well. Wen Ning instinctively wrinkled her nose. If they're not boys I'm fond of, I won't even speak to them much. That's not what I mean. It sounded almost like a confession. In any case, Wen Ning was a girl who steadfastly held onto her own views, from first love to marriage. What I mean is, Su-yen lifted Tong Tong onto his lap, playfully pinching her nose as he murmured, before going to university, Daddy has to quickly win over Mommy and make her his girlfriend. Daddy must work hard. Tong Tong felt a tickle and let out a small sneeze. Wen Ning was momentarily taken aback, her brows knitting together as her expression shifted to one of confusion. Tong Tong, how about going out to play with Daddy tomorrow? Sure. Where to? How about Wuzhen? Have you been there? Wuzhen was not far, and with travel and playtime it would only take 2 or 3 days, making it a perfect opportunity to take Tong Tong out during the summer vacation. Tong Tong pondered for a moment, her rosy cheeks tilted upward. It didn't matter where they went, as long as Mommy and Daddy were there, she would be very happy. What about Ning? Do you want to come along? Do you want to take Tong Tong out to play? Wen Ning suppressed the peculiar feelings stirring within her and replied slowly, Sure, I happen to have a few days before I start tutoring. I'll go back and pack some clothes. Su-yen studied her for a moment, his gaze subtly enigmatic. Why was she pretending to be so calm and acting as if she hadn't heard? It was about taking Tong Tong out to play, but this time felt different from before. After a significant pause, Su-yen finally spoke. What I mean is, I want to invite the girl I like to go out with me. Give me an answer. You know, it's not easy for me to say such cheesy things. The two of them suddenly fell into silence, neither speaking. Only Tong Tong gazed with her big, round eyes, looking back and forth between her mother and father. It was evident that Wen Ning's face had instantly turned crimson, a rosy hue spreading to the exposed skin of her collarbone. This was the first time she had heard those 2 words from his lips. One could also sense that Su-yen seemed a bit unaccustomed to it. It was also his first time saying such things to a girl. After a lengthy silence, Wen Ning seemed to finally come to her senses, her face still rapidly heating up. But I am Tong Tong's mother. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. If you take Tong Tong out to play, how could I not be there? What I just said was that this time is different. I haven't been to Wuzhen either. I've heard it's a lot of fun. If I don't go there, I won't be considered a Jiang province local. Wen Ning replied, her fingers tapping erratically on her phone. Furthermore, she had begun to cast aspersions on those who had never visited Wuzhen. Indeed, a good girl. So, does that mean you've agreed? Well, Wen Ning nervously licked her lips, unable to hold back a small sound. Of course, I'm definitely going. Tong Tong was filled with joy, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she dashed into her mother's embrace, playfully looping her fingers around her neck. Mom, is that Wu Town really as fun as you say? Wen Ning gazed at her daughter's innocent and adorable expression, feeling a twinge of guilt as she softly replied, What could possibly be fun there? Mom hasn't been there either. With her gaze lowered, Wen Ning took out her phone and searched for a while. There's a black awning boat, a traditional opera performance, an ancient academy, and the osmanthus cake that Tong Tong would surely adore. Tong Tong's voice was sweet and soft. What else? Wen Ning's attention was drawn to a popular check-in spot in Wu Town displayed on her screen. It featured a quaint temple adorned with countless wish plaques hanging from trees, courtyard walls, and railings, all in vibrant red, exuding a festive spirit, and the Moon Elder Temple. Thus, even though she was bringing Tong Tong along, the underlying purpose was indeed a date, wasn't it? Wen Ning cast a couple of glances in his direction, remaining silent. Su-yen, sensing the girl's nervousness might cause her to flee, began to slowly divert the topic. By the way, my mom invited you over to our house the other day. Once we return, let's find a time to go together. Wen Ning finally came back to her senses. I haven't even been to your house yet. Indeed, it was time to pay a visit to her uncle and aunt. Neither of them broached the subject of going out again, but it was already silently agreed upon. Meanwhile, Chun Hao and Li Yuyu's college entrance examination results were released. Their scores were slightly above the threshold for undergraduate admission, with a difference of less than 10 points. Was it fate or mere coincidence? From kindergarten all the way to university, their bond had endured. In the upcoming days, it was likely they would continue to spend every day together, filling out applications and selecting majors. Half an hour later, the two arrived at Su-Yan's home. Upon hearing they were planning to visit Wu Town the next day, Li Yuyu's eyes noticeably brightened. I've wanted to go there for a long time. Chun Hao, feeling the heat, skillfully walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. To his surprise, he found 2 boxes of plump strawberries, several bottles of fresh milk, and some vegetables and meats. Chun Hao clicked his tongue, unable to refrain from exclaiming, "The last time I came here, the fridge was always stuffed to the brim with cola." Realizing this was likely Wen Ning's doing, he hesitated to take anything directly and instead turned to pour himself a glass of cool boiled water. Visiting Suyan's house used to feel like returning home. Now, things had definitely changed. Having a wife made all the difference. "Yu, do you want to go to Wu Town too?" Wen Ning asked, sitting on the sofa and speaking in a gentle tone. "Yes, I want to see the Moon Elder Temple," Li Yu nodded. "I've heard it's quite effective. Many people go there to hang wish plaques for love, and some say it's the most effective Moon Elder Temple in the country, granting every wish. Though it might just be a tourist trap, she had seen countless photos of the densely packed red wish plaques online. Why don't we go together?" When Ning pondered, Tong Tong enjoys lively places. "Would that disturb you?" Li Yu hesitated, pushing her glasses up. "Maybe it's best not to." "It's fine," Wen Ning reassured her. "With your close relationship with Su Yan, wouldn't it be a pity not to go together?" Li Yu appeared visibly tempted. "Do you really believe in this?" Chun Hao emerged from the kitchen with a cup in hand. "You don't seem like the superstitious type." "Well, I would like someone to like me, and someone to pursue me. Is that a problem?" Li Yu frowned slightly, feeling that Chun Hao had never treated her as a girl. "How about I accompany you? We can find a place to have fun, so you won't be annoyed by the couple all the time." Su Yan lounged lazily on the sofa, enjoying the air conditioning. Hearing this, he couldn't help but chuckle. "You?" Li Yu scoffed. "Others go to seek love from the Moon Elder. If you go, they'd think the Erlang god has arrived. Or the celestial dog." Chun Hao rolled his eyes in annoyance, choosing not to engage further. "Su Yan, let us head to the arcade and play some games." Chun Hao placed his cup on the coffee table. "It's been ages since we played together. Now that the exams are over, let us unwind." Su Yan straightened up slightly at this, glancing at Wen Ning. "Go ahead." Wen Ning nodded, her tone gentle. "Come back early. Tong Tong and I will wait for you to have dinner together." It was evident that this fellow had been cooped up for too long. According to Tong Tong, Daddy loved playing games, yet Su Yan hadn't touched one in quite a while. At that moment, when Ning recalled the game console and discs he had sold, her gaze lingered, deep in thought for a moment. "All right." Su Yan couldn't help but smile. "I'll be back after a little while." Once the 2 boys left, when Ning took Tong Tong to her room, she coaxed her for a while, watching as her daughter gradually drifted into slumber in the afternoon light before carefully closing the door behind her. "You, would you like to stay for dinner with Chun Hao tonight?" When Ning's voice carried a hint of mirth, Li Yu stuck out her tongue. "Wen Ning, you're incredible. Beautiful, academically talented, and so gentle. I bet you cook wonderfully too. Where can one find such a girl nowadays? By the way, Yu." At this, Wen Ning paused, lowering her voice considerably. "May I ask you something?" It was a matter that had been troubling her for quite some time. "What is it?" Wen Ning felt a bit shy, touching her face as she perched beside her. "Do you know what a girl experiences when being pursued by a boy?" Li Yu looked at her fair and exquisite face, somewhat astonished. "You're the campus belle and you're asking me?" Wen Ning instinctively tugged at her sleeve. What should a girl do when being pursued? During high school, someone had confessed to her, but due to her aloof demeanor, she had never really been pursued. In fact, she had never interacted with boys much at all. Thus, while spending time with Su Yan, she occasionally felt nervous and flustered due to his actions and words. Consequently, she would subconsciously tighten her expression, deliberately keeping her tone cool, wishing to conceal her emotions tightly within her heart. That kind of behavior seems not so good. "Oh, I understand now, Ning Bao." Li Yu's expression brightened, grinning. "You mean when the boy you like is pursuing you, right?" When Ning's ears turned red, and she remained silent. Li Yu thought this was an excellent question. "So how would I know? I've never been pursued either. Why would you think to ask me?" Of course, it was possible that Wen Ning's only close female friend at the moment was her. In fact, Wen Ning had searched online for a long time but found no definitive answers. If it's Su Yan, a boy who likes you, Li Yu pondered for a long time, you don't need to deliberately learn from other girls. He likes you, not someone else. The statement seemed quite reasonable, and after contemplating for quite some time, Wen Ning gradually relaxed her furrowed brow. She continued to inquire, "How long do you think is appropriate for a boy to pursue a girl?" "What do you mean?" "Well, how long should a girl take to agree for it to be better?" Such peculiar questions. Li Yu scratched her head. "Perhaps half a month or a month. It really depends on the individual and the depth of affection." Some girls might intentionally extend the pursuit, relishing the experience, as that period might be when the boy treats her the best throughout his life. Li Yuyu, despite having never been in a relationship herself, had certainly absorbed a wealth of knowledge from her surf sessions online. Wen Ning appeared a bit bewildered, struggling to grasp the concept. So, do you mean one should let him pursue for a longer time? That doesn't seem fair to the boy. Li Yuyu shook her head. It's not right to keep someone hanging when you clearly have feelings for them. If you appear too aloof, the boy might think you are not interested, which would be unfortunate. Why does this feel more complex than a math problem? Wen Ning thought, still feeling uncertain. Li Yuyu paused, then asked, so, Ning Bao, do you want a yen to pursue you for a longer time or to expedite the process? I don't know. Wen Ning coughed lightly. I would undoubtedly feel very happy being pursued by him, but I'm also worried that if he takes too long. Li Yuyu pondered for a moment. Then perhaps you should be with him when you can no longer resist the urge to agree. When I can no longer resist. What do you mean? Well, he just told me he wants to pursue me. Wen Ning, somewhat flustered, licked her lips. I just can't help but want to agree to him right away. Bao. Ning Bao, it seems you might be a bit too generous, Li Yuyu remarked, falling into thoughtful silence. In her mind, she could almost envision the scene, akin to those Japanese role-playing games where the hero picks up a sword, ready to battle a dragon, only for the princess to run back from the dragon's castle, taking the hero's hand and saying, let's just get married. That's absurd. It's utterly ridiculous. Experiencing all the firsts with someone you adore can naturally evoke a sense of nervousness. It's a perfectly normal reaction, Li Yuyu reassured her. Just let things unfold naturally. Wen Ning contemplated for a moment. But why did you manage to hold back earlier? Li Yuyu, intrigued, replied, seeing how easily you yield. I was worried that a yen might get you so flustered you'd end up having a child with him. Well, it is my first time being pursued. Oh, do you think a yen won't treat you this well in the future? That's not the case. Wen Ning hesitated. This might be the only chance. And I don't want to miss it. Not might be, but definitely. However, Wen Ning felt too shy to voice this outright. In her view, those love letters and confessions received in high school hardly counted as pursuits. Rather, they seemed more like harassment. What's the matter, Yuyu? You seem to know quite a lot. Wen Ning observed. Li Yuyu's expression turned blank. You think I know a lot? Huh? You're experiencing your first pursuit, while I have never been pursued at all. I'm just an ordinary single dog. Why must I endure such torment? It's utterly unfair. It's truly excessive, Li Yuyu remarked, surprised by how infuriating her usually good-natured friend could be when she spoke. Li Yuyu, disregarding everything else, reached out to tickle her waist. I can't bear it any longer. I must take you away. Such a wonderful girl should not be wasted on a yen. Wen Ning, feeling ticklish and blushing, dodged slightly. Stop it. But it's really wonderful, Li Yuyu exclaimed enviously, to like someone who just so happens to like you back. Wen Ning was well aware of the situation between her and Chun Hao, and she knew that the two would eventually have a daughter named Min Min, who would be Tong Tong's best friend. Wen Ning cautiously asked, do you have someone you like right now? No, Li Yuyu replied succinctly. Wen Ning pondered, I think Chun Hao treats you quite well. She did not intend to meddle in others' relationships. It was merely that Su Yen was somewhat concerned about his childhood friend, worried that now that he was in university and away from her, they might encounter some unforeseen troubles. Yet, as a boy, he found it difficult to inquire directly. Therefore, Wen Ning thought to subtly help him understand. Li Yuyu appeared taken aback. So Chun Hao is indeed a person? Well, Wen Ning decided to act as if she hadn't asked anything. Just as Su Yen had said, the relationship between these two was not something others could easily interfere with. The two girls spent an entire afternoon chatting on the sofa, and by dinner time the two boys returned. Make sure to practice more, Chun Hao remarked, looking quite pleased. Why are you so bad at cooking now? Did your wife forbid you from playing? That's impossible, Su Yen retorted, somewhat displeased. I simply let you win. Chun Hao clearly did not believe him. Where's your PS5? You used to be much more fierce in gaming than I am. Su Yen scoffed. The kid next door is 30 and still lies around playing games and watching anime, with no girlfriend and no job. Alright, enough of that. The phrases Su Yen had picked up from Lin Hui made Chun Hao cringe a bit. However, it was true that Su Yen had not had much time to play games lately, as he had to spend his days accompanying Tong Tong and Wen Ning, and his nights coding to earn money. Once in university, expenses would multiply. Tong Tong's tuition, living expenses, and later the cost of renting a place. Although he had Lin Hui and Su Minghui's assistance, Su Yen, as a father, still hoped to manage everything himself whenever possible. He genuinely loved playing games, but he felt it was a waste of time. Back already? Wen Ning, wearing an apron, stepped out of the kitchen. Go wash your hands, then we can eat. We've been waiting for you. Tong Tong and Li Yuyu were already seated at the dining table, waiting for the meal to commence. After washing his hands, Chun Hao gazed at the bountiful spread laid out before him, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over him. Su Yen is truly fortunate. He took a seat beside Li Yuyu. Look at her. When will I ever get to eat your cooking? Li Yuyu pouted, go eat your dog food. It must be said that Wen Ning's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. Even Li Yuyu, whose family owned a restaurant, could hardly find fault with these home-cooked dishes. At this age, achieving such a level of skill was quite impressive. She truly embodied the ideal candidate to be taken home as a wife. After dinner, Li Yuyu and Chun Hao took their leave, while Wen Ning did not hesitate to stay behind, as they would eventually be living together at university and needed to adjust early. Before bedtime, the two of them sat on the sofa again, perusing travel guides for Wuzhen. However, both their gazes lingered on the various images of the Moon Elder Temple for quite some time. Whether it was mere coincidence or genuine interest remained uncertain. That night, as Wen Ning drifted off to sleep, she experienced a rather peculiar dream. She envisioned a clear, starry night, the Moon Elder Temple from the photographs, and a woman, one nearing her 30s. She donned a brown overcoat, her hair simply tied in a ponytail, her somewhat mature cheeks still porcelain white and delicate, exuding an air of coldness yet striking beauty. Standing before a quaint little temple, adorned with the plaque inscribed Eternal Union, she was surrounded by throngs of bustling people, a scene of vibrant liveliness. The trees, courtyard walls, and railings were festooned with countless wish plaques, their crimson hue radiating festivity. After a considerable pause, she lifted her foot and made her way toward the stall selling the wish plaques, intent on purchasing one. An elderly woman stood at the table, which was brimming with intricately carved red wooden plaques in various shapes. Would you like to buy a wish plaque? She inquired. Yes, the woman replied. After a moment of selection, she retrieved a plaque shaped like a jade rabbit. I'll take this one. Ah, that won't do. The elderly lady shook her head. This jade rabbit plaque is part of a designed pair. You cannot buy just one. You may look at others. The woman gazed at the jade rabbit plaque for a long while before gently touching its ear and ultimately placing it back down. However, her tone remained icy. Then I shall not take it. Oh dear, come back. Come back. The elderly woman, softened by the girl's demeanor, relented. All right, if you desire it, I shall sell it to you. The woman paused momentarily. Thank you. She paid and departed, returning beneath the tree. Then, with some effort, she tiptoed to tie the ribbon of the plaque to a drooping branch. As the wind swayed, the jade rabbit plaque, with its long ears, round eyes, and plump mouth, danced beneath the night sky. When Wen Ning awoke, the dawn was already breaking outside. Tong Tong was still sound asleep, a glimmer of drool at the corner of her mouth. She sat up, drenched in perspiration. Strangely, despite being awake, the events of her dream lingered vividly in her mind. The woman in her dream bore an uncanny resemblance to her, yet appeared significantly older. She remained undeniably beautiful, with captivating eyes, though her expression and voice were tinged with greater coldness, exuding an air of seclusion and detachment. She resembled the version of Wen Ning that had never encountered Su Yen at her age. Wen Ning ruffled her hair, suddenly feeling a desire to see Su Yen. She rose quietly, stealthily opening her door. To her surprise, she found Su Yen seated on the sofa, his expression weary, as if he had not slept well. He stifled a yawn, appearing somewhat listless. You're up quite early. Yes, Su Yen nodded. I had a dream about the Moon Elder Temple. Wen Ning couldn't help but exclaim, so did I. The two exchanged startled glances. You dreamt too? Wen Ning hesitated. Is it merely a coincidence? It was as if she observed the scene from a divine perspective. Watching the Wen Ning who hung the jade rabbit she had purchased on the treetop in Tong Tong's world, Su Yen scratched his head, puzzled. The intricacies of time eluded him. Yet, with Tong Tong's presence, they found themselves intertwined with that future. If they occasionally dreamt of events from that realm, it was not altogether absurd compared to the living Tong Tong standing before them. Indeed, there were films that depicted such phenomena. Moreover, they had both dreamt of it together. Su Yen was more inclined to believe this was a narrative from that future. However, at that moment, Wen Ning was more preoccupied with another matter. What did you dream of? The difficulty of the future union between the Su Yen and Wen Ning of that world was likely exponentially greater than that of the two in the present, of which Tong Tong was only aware of a fraction. I was playing there alone, Su Yen pondered, standing beneath the Moon Elder Temple. As Su Yen described, vivid imagery began to take shape. The man, hands in his pockets, stood before the little temple, gazing up at the wish plaques swaying and colliding in the breeze. Countless couples nestled together, making wishes at the Moon Elder Temple. After a long while, he let out a derisive chuckle. Only after the crowd had mostly dispersed did he saunter slowly to the stall selling wish plaques. He languidly perused for some time, exhibiting little enthusiasm. The elderly lady rubbed her hands together. Do you not fancy any? Let me browse a bit more. Since I'm here, a memento wouldn't hurt. Eventually, he conceded, well, it's quite cold for you. I'll just take one at random. He casually picked up a jade rabbit-shaped plaque from among the assortment. The elderly lady appeared momentarily taken aback. You wish for this jade rabbit plaque too? Why do you say two? She replied, this was originally a pair, and one was just purchased by a very lovely girl. I see, the man chuckled nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed. I simply felt pity for it being so solitary. Upon hearing this, Wen Ning connected it to her own dream, unable to suppress her reverie. Such an encounter seemed rather beautiful. Even though they had not exchanged a single word, nor even crossed paths, they were bound together by some peculiar fate. Felt destined. Compared to the future pair, her relationship with Su Yan appeared more ordinary and mundane. With Tong Tong's arrival, Su Yan sought her out, and everything seemed to flow seamlessly. They were indeed two souls destined to fall in love, regardless of the age at which they met. Well, this time let us seek out that pair of jade rabbit-shaped wish plaques. This Su Yan paused. Given the years that had already passed, the likelihood of finding them was rather slim. The greater possibility was that they might have to wait another decade to encounter those jade rabbit plaques. Wen Ning bit her lip, remaining silent. In the morning, they packed their belongings and set off together. Wuzhen, a quintessential water town in Jiangnan, is often referred to as the last abode by the water, boasting numerous scenic spots. Consequently, the influx of tourists was immense, a throng of bustling humanity. Li Yuyu quickly revealed her true nature as a little affluent lady. She had already pre-booked tickets for all the scenic spots. Su Yan and Wen Ning initially intended to calculate the money to transfer to her, but she resolutely refused, silencing them with the remark, you haven't treated me as a friend. Naturally, the happiest among them was Tong Tong, who, clad in a little white dress, hopped about, her eyes bright with joy, alternating between holding her mother's hand and begging her father for a hug. In the afternoon, the four of them took the little girl to the Wuzhen Folk Museum to experience the local customs and culture. However, their primary interest evidently lay with the Moon Elder Temple in the Shija scenic area. Thus, after dinner, when the lights began to glow, they set off together. Li Yuyu, unwilling to accompany Chun Hao to the Moon Elder Temple, went off to play near the White Lotus Pagoda with him. The so-called Moon Elder Temple was, in fact, a modest earthen structure, adorned with climbing vines, bearing no distinction from the appearance Wen Ning and Su Yan had encountered the previous night. A familiar elderly lady stood outside selling wish plaques, beaming as she watched the young couples pass by. However, her health and vitality appeared markedly improved. Su Yan and Wen Ning exchanged glances before their eyes fell upon the stall, a vibrant array of crimson signs before them. Tong Tong exclaimed with delight, how beautiful! Su Yan, smiling, engaged the elderly vendor, dear grandmother, how long have you been here? The old lady scrutinized the two young individuals, her expression tinged with confusion. I can't quite remember. A local, she had sold wish tokens in the scenic area since her youth, and now, the years seemed to blur into an indistinct haze. Wen Ning rummaged through the stall for quite some time, her gaze darting back and forth. Grandmother, she gestured, do you have any wish tokens shaped like jade rabbits? A pair of symmetrical jade rabbits, cradling two small pestles. Su Yan pulled up a photo from the internet that resembled her description. The old lady pondered for a moment and confidently replied, we don't have that style. Wen Ning's disappointment was palpable, I see. The reason behind the young couple's insistence on the jade rabbit shape eluded the old woman, yet she remained affable. Perhaps you might find something else you fancy. Look at these Pisces. Aren't they quite lovely? I'll take a look, thank you. Wen Ning, holding her daughter's hand, continued to examine the stall, but nothing particularly caught her eye. Should we consider something else? Su Yan shook his head. Let us keep searching. Though he knew the chances were slim, it felt as if they would have to wait another decade to reclaim the two jade rabbits that had been separated by fate. For the next 2 days, they lingered nearby, taking Tong Tong to various attractions, the coin museum, the wood carving hall, the ancient opera stage, and more. It was indeed a charming ancient town. As night fell, they returned to the Moon Elder Temple. Back again, even the old lady recognized them after 2 days, greeting them with a warm smile. Still searching for that pair of jade rabbits? Yes, Wen Ning replied, her gaze cast downward. They're still not here? Indeed, the same types are displayed every day. The old lady shrugged. No matter how you look, you probably won't find them. In truth, any token would suffice. The happiness of the two of you is far more significant. Wen Ning understood this sentiment, yet her fondness for the jade rabbits was undeniable. Perhaps it was merely a few blurred images from her dreams, but she had been enamored at first sight. Once more, they left empty-handed that day. On the third evening, Su Yan and Wen Ning returned to the stall with their daughter. Tong Tong eagerly leaned over the table, helping her parents search. Grandmother, do you have the little rabbit from the moon today? The old lady smiled kindly. Will you come back tomorrow? We're heading to Dongjia tomorrow. After that, we may return home. Wen Ning replied with a light laugh, though her tone betrayed her disappointment. If we can't find it today, we'll choose something else to hang up. If we can't find it now, we can always return with Tong Tong later, Su Yan said, glancing at her. I'll accompany you whenever you wish, all right? Wen Ning's eyes sparkled as she softly replied. Okay. The three of them spent a considerable amount of time deliberating over their selection at the stall but still failed to come to a decision. As the crowd gradually dissipated, Wen Ning patted Tong Tong on the head. Why don't you help us choose? If it's your choice, I'll like it too. But Tong Tong also likes the little rabbit from the moon. The old lady couldn't help but chuckle at their conversation. They had spent 4 days in the area, yet she remained puzzled as to why these young ones were so resolute. Dear girl, Zai Zai, she beckoned to them. Come over and help me tidy up. I'll have a chat with you shortly. Of course, you rest while we help you clean. Su Yan and Wen Ning agreed without hesitation, assisting in organizing the stall and loading the wish tokens into the old lady's tricycle. Why the insistence on the jade rabbit shape? The old lady inquired wearily, sitting on a stone pedestal beneath a tree. You're the first to come here for 4 or 5 consecutive days. The entrance fee is rather steep. Su Yan chuckled. We both adore them. Wen Ning added with a smile, indeed. The old woman observed them for a moment. That's wonderful. Su Yan and Wen Ning listened attentively as the old lady recounted stories. My stubborn old man crafts wish tokens, she said, tapping her leg. He has been carving wood for a lifetime. When he was young, I suggested he venture out and earn more money. Her tone turned reflective, as if lost in memories. But he preferred to stay and carve. At this, the old lady shook her head in resignation. What could I do? He has spent a lifetime doing this, and I've sold them for a lifetime. Now he is finding it hard to continue, and I'm struggling to sell them too. Soon, we might no longer find handcrafted wooden wish tokens. Machines can produce them quickly, but they lack the craftsmanship of my husband, who carves each piece painstakingly by hand. Over the years, she had encountered countless young couples. Many couples with strong bonds come to hang their tokens, while numerous girls have come crying to remove those they hung with their former boyfriends. When Ning paused beside Su Yan, her gaze faltering, do you feel regret for them? Of course, the old lady chuckled softly. When I see them throw their tokens into the trash, I can't help but wonder what I feel inside. Su Yan sincerely remarked, you truly are the moon elder. I'm not. I'm just an ordinary old lady, she replied, seemingly amused, laughing heartily for a while. But today I'd like to play that role. Su Yan and Wen Ning were taken aback, and then they watched as the old lady retrieved a bundle wrapped in red cloth from her bosom. After peeling back the layers, she unveiled 2 exquisitely polished wish tokens. I had my husband craft these based on your description. The old lady squinted with a smile. What do you think? Tong Tong gasped. So cute, right? The old lady beamed proudly. They're still a symmetrical pair, and it took my husband quite a bit of effort. If sold, they would fetch a handsome price. When Ning stood transfixed, her eyes glued to the 2 plump jade rabbits. The tokens were intricately carved into the shape of long-eared, round-eyed jade rabbits, adorably clutching 2 small pestles. Dear girl, do you like them? When Ning nodded vigorously. Could the grandmother sell them to me? Did I say I would sell them to you? The old lady tucked the 2 jade rabbits back into the cloth. Such beautiful jade rabbits. How could I bear to sell them? When Ning stood frozen, somewhat at a loss. After a moment, she tugged at Su Yan's sleeve, her tone soft and pleading. You must buy them a yen. I want this. Su Yan promptly took out his phone. Grandmother, I'll buy them no matter the price. What price? I won't sell them. The old lady chuckled at the bewildered expressions of the 2. Consider them a gift. Her smile was unceasing, the wrinkles on her face deep with age. Thus, she directly gifted the pair of wish tokens to the young couple. Perhaps she truly was just an ordinary old woman. However, for Su Yan and Wen Ning, she was indeed the one who connected them. Whether in the future or the present, this remained unchanged. If it had been someone else, this pair would have at least charged them several hundred yuan. She tapped her legs and stood up. Therefore, one must never take the old lady's goodwill for granted. Over the years, she had witnessed countless couples seeking fortune. The moment she laid eyes on this young couple, she felt an inexplicable certainty that these two would be able to walk hand in hand into the future. Although she could not articulate the reason behind her feeling, it was there nonetheless. When Ning grasped the two wish tokens in her hands, their smooth, cool texture sending a shiver through her. "Grandma, wait for me." Her cheeks flushed. Her voice softened considerably. "When I get married, I will definitely invite you and Grandpa." "Why are you shy now?" The old lady chuckled. "Youth is a wonderful thing. When the time comes, do come back to find me. If you can't, it will mean I am truly gone." Her smile was warm and gentle, as she cheerfully pedaled her tricycle away, swaying slightly. "Ever since I met you, my fortune has turned for the better." When Ning beamed, her eyes narrowing with joy, as she waved the token in her hand, "The people we encounter are all truly wonderful. What about me? What about me?" Tong Tong jumped up, a hint of discontent in her voice as she attempted to snatch the token. "Mom has forgotten all about me." It seemed that the parents had once again begun to focus solely on each other, momentarily overlooking their daughter. This had happened many times before. Indeed, Tong Tong is truly wonderful. When Ning quickly ruffled her daughter's hair, "You've given all the good luck to your mother." "Oh," Tong Tong, hands on her hips, protested, "but you are Tong Tong's mother, so I have to pamper you." Both parents couldn't help but laugh at their daughter's antics. They chose the best spot under the tree to hang the two wish tokens. Embracing the small mortar and pestle, the jade rabbit tokens danced and clinked in the night breeze, spinning and twirling. Since the moment they were carved, they had never been apart. After playing with their daughter for a while longer, the night deepened. When they returned to the hotel with Tong Tong, it was nearly 11 o'clock. As soon as they arrived, Tong Tong was overtaken by sleep, collapsing onto the bed and nearly drifting off. Reluctantly, when Ning had to pull her daughter up, Suyen sat on a chair, observing the mother-daughter duo as they washed up in the bathroom. "Yen, tell me," when Ning crouched down, helping her daughter untangle her hair, "shouldn't we rent 3 rooms?" Suyen pondered for a moment. "Why? We need to cultivate Tong Tong's independence," when Ning replied, using a towel to dry her daughter's small feet. Being too attached to mom and dad isn't ideal. She is already 8 years old. She was beginning to engage in activities akin to those of a woman in her 30s. Tong Tong was no longer a mere child. In a few years, she would blossom into a graceful young lady. Half asleep, Tong Tong suddenly jolted awake, her eyes wide. "Mom, are you starting again? You mean when you were younger, you made Tong Tong sleep alone next door?" But Tong Tong had grown accustomed to it. "When Tong Tong gets a bit older, will you let her sleep alone?" Suyen contemplated for a moment and found the logic sound. "Then let us rent 3 rooms." When Ning nodded with a smile, "Yes, occasionally letting her sleep by herself will help her adapt." Tong Tong puffed up her cheeks indignantly. "Mom and Dad are so silly. You're just wasting money."
Wen Ning paused.
"What did you say?" "2 rooms are sufficient." Tong Tong's voice was soft and sweet. "By then, you and Dad will surely be very much in love. You can let Tong Tong stay in your room. Then where will Mom sleep?" When Ning began, only to realize, Tong Tong would have 1 room, and her parents would have another. Nonsense. When Ning licked her lips and playfully tugged at her daughter's ear, "Then it's settled. We'll rent a small apartment or suite with 3 bedrooms. Mom, you will definitely regret it later." Tong Tong shook her head, her expression earnest. "Sometimes, when Dad is worn out from work and wants to sleep in the study, you won't allow it, insisting he comes to the bedroom with you." When Ning and Suyen exchanged glances, a shared understanding passing between them. Tong Tong was referring to her mother, who appeared to be around 37 or 38, the prime age for a devoted wife. As for Suyen, he was also at the age where he needed to focus on health and brew goji berries. Nonsense," Tong Tong declared. When Ning poked her daughter's forehead, her cheeks tinged with an unnatural blush. Mom would never regret it. Meanwhile, after visiting the White Lotus Pagoda, Chun Hao and Li Yuyu also arrived at the Matchmaker Temple. By now, the lively crowd had dissipated into the night. "I told you to come earlier." Chun Hao surveyed the surroundings. "Now we can't even buy a wish token. I bought one long ago." Li Yuyu pulled out a bright red token from her pocket, rubbing it against her clothing. Chun Hao raised an eyebrow. "Why didn't you get me one?" "Go buy it yourself," Li Yuyu replied nonchalantly. "Besides, what are you asking the matchmaker for? Aren't you already overwhelmed with romantic prospects?" Chun Hao pondered for a moment but said nothing. Li Yuyu approached the tree, looking for a good spot to hang her token. "Everyone else is hanging theirs up high." Chun Hao popped a mint candy into his mouth, casually pocketing his hands. "Are you going to hang yours at the bottom for the ants to see?" "What can I do if I'm short?" Li Yuyu pouted. Actually, the matchmaker must be quite biased. He only brings good fortune to beautiful girls. Just look at Ning Bao and Yen. They are perfect together. Chun Hao was taken aback. You shouldn't say that casually. Apologize quickly. Li Yuyu shot him a sidelong glance. Aren't you the one who doesn't believe in this? I don't, but you seem to believe it quite fervently. Chun Hao clapped his hands towards the wishing tree. I'm afraid if you keep talking like this. The matchmaker 1T bless you. Li Yuyu wrinkled her nose in displeasure. Having had rhinitis as a child, this was her habitual gesture when she felt a little miffed. She clasped her hands together, mimicking Chun Hao, and silently offered an apology. Afterward, she struggled to tiptoe, attempting to hang her wish token. After a considerable effort, she still couldn't succeed. Due to her height, she stumbled forward a few times after straining for too long, making her look rather silly. Chun Hao chuckled, which only served to irritate her further. Just as she was about to sulk, a tall shadow suddenly loomed over her from behind. I can see you're having a hard time. Chun Hao bit down on the mint candy. Why not ask your brother for help? I can hang it myself, she retorted. If you hang it so low, the matchmaker will think a child of 1.50 m is causing mischief. What can I do if I'm short? Chun Hao took the wish token from her hand, lazily looking up at the treetop. I'll hang it at the highest point for you. Afterward, the group spent 2 joyful days in Dongjia before finally embarking on their journey home. This trip was a rare treasure, significant for both Su Yan and Wen Ning. During the return journey, Wen Ning and Tong Tong nestled together, flipping through the photos in their album, chatting and giggling. Oh, in this picture, Dad looks so silly. It was Mother who secretly filmed Tong Tong, forbidding her to speak ill of her father. Yet, Tong Tong only mentioned that her father was quite adorable. After taking a day to rest, Wen Ning was to officially commence her tutoring duties. She had enlisted the help of a teacher who, being aware of Wen Ning's family circumstances, took great care in providing her with the finest resources available. The fees were substantial, but the students were manageable. Are you prepared to undertake 3 tutoring sessions in a day? Well, the timing seems just right. Su Yan sat on the sofa, perusing the lesson plans and materials she had handed over. From 8 to 11 in the morning, 1 to 4 in the afternoon, and 7 to 10 in the evening. She had scarcely left herself any time for rest. Nevertheless, the hourly wage was indeed quite lucrative, already reaching the threshold of a full-time tutor. Perhaps only 2 sessions would suffice. Su Yan pondered. Otherwise, it would be too exhausting. Money can be earned gradually. However, this time Wen Ning was quite insistent. She straightened her posture slightly, her tone becoming more serious. Isn't coding every night exhausting for you? I find it quite manageable. Su Yan genuinely felt that way. Wen Ning pressed her lips together, somewhat petulantly. Well, I think it's manageable too. Very well, then you may proceed to try it out. Su Yan thought that this girl, when being stubborn, resembled him remarkably. He flipped through the materials in his hands. All 3 students are girls? Yes. I specifically requested the homeroom teacher to ensure they were girls. Wen Ning nodded naturally. After all, studying requires solitude in a room. Being with boys would make me quite uncomfortable. Of course, there was consideration for Su Yan as well, fearing he might feel uneasy. Unable to resist, Su Yan reached out and playfully pinched her cheek. How could such a girl become increasingly endearing with every glance? This might also explain why they would never argue in the future. Both were always considering each other at all times. His gesture was rather rough, causing Wen Ning a slight twinge of pain. Her back stiffened slightly as she recoiled. Your audacity has been growing of late. Your mother has warned you not to be so hands-on with me. Then you may pinch me as well. I certainly won't. Su Yan contemplated allowing her to try it first. If it became too arduous, he would have her reduce the number of tutoring sessions. He would be vacating the room in due time, hence both cherished this period. Wen Ning had naturally settled in. They had agreed that Su Yan would pick her up promptly every evening. Well then, I'll be heading back. Wen Ning bid farewell at the door. Chu Chu is quite clever. Her grades will surely improve soon. Yes. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Ning. A woman in casual attire escorted her to the door. It's quite late. Would you like a ride home? No, someone is here to pick me up. Family? More or less. Oh, I see. The woman revealed a knowing smile. A boyfriend, perhaps? Yes. Wen Ning shyly smiled, more or less. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Wen Ning spotted Su Yan already waiting. He was seated on a lightweight electric scooter, leaning against a street lamp, engrossed in his phone. The screen's glow illuminated his face, lending him an air of languor. Wen Ning quickened her pace, slightly breathless from the effort. Where did this come from? It's my brother Meng's. He used to ride it when taking my aunt to school, but now that she is pregnant and at home, It's not in use. Su Yen produced a pink helmet for her. This summer, it belongs to me. Wen Ning smiled as she accepted it, fastening it securely on her head, the helmet adorned with a cartoon design, rendering her demeanor suddenly soft and cute. Su Yen scrutinized her. Why are you so cheerful today? The smile gracing Wen Ning's face was unmistakable, impossible to conceal. She was still clad in a white short-sleeve top and light blue jeans, exuding a pure and radiant charm. Her beautifully uplifted eyes were brimming with joy. I've earned some money, quite a lot, actually. Wen Ning raised her fair palm, her voice jubilant. Of course, I'm very happy. Perhaps, to those truly wealthy, this tutoring fee is trivial. Yet, Wen Ning remained elated. This was money she had earned through her own capabilities, and she was certain she would be able to earn much more in the future. How impressive. Su Yen put away his phone, caught up in her infectious joy, and genuinely smiled for a good while. So will you support me in the future? Be a bit obedient. Wen Ning lifted her chin. When the time comes, all the money I earn will be spent on you and Tong Tong. Sounds good. Su Yen patted the back seat. Let us go, I'll take you home. The summer evening breeze carried a hint of coolness, pleasantly caressing their skin. Wen Ning sat behind him, animatedly recounting the events of her day's tutoring sessions. Simple exercises that the students had struggled with even after several explanations. A warm-hearted aunt who had sliced a plate of sweet melon for her, and a studentess' adorably plump cat. She shared every little detail with Su Yen. Su Yen unconsciously eased off the throttle, slowing down. She was genuinely in high spirits today. Occasionally, a strand of hair would be lifted by the wind, playfully brushing against the nape of his neck. As they descended a slope due to a slight inertia, Wen Ning leaned forward, her soft cheek and warm body briefly pressed against his back before swiftly retreating. Su Yan's spine stiffened. Wen Ning quickly straightened herself, her voice faltering momentarily. Sorry, I didn't pay attention. Shouldn't I be the one apologizing? Then let us split it 50-50. Wen Ning didn't dwell on it, counting on her fingers. This way I can quickly earn 5,000 yuan. In the following days, Wen Ning remained remarkably cheerful, showing no signs of fatigue from the 3 tutoring sessions. She meticulously prepared lesson plans, earnestly taught, and diligently shared everything with Su Yen. It seemed she was eagerly anticipating something each day, her eyes sparkling like a young girless. It was during the weekend that Wen Ning had arranged to go out for an afternoon with Li Yuyu. Tong Tong was taken back by 2 parents eager for a granddaughter. Su Yen felt somewhat fatigued and retreated to his room to rest for a while. When he awoke, it was already evening. Exiting his room, he found the living room dimly lit. A somewhat shadowy figure sat cross-legged on the plush carpet, seemingly engrossed in something. What are you up to? Su Yen yawned sleepily. Why aren't the lights on? Startled, Wen Ning turned her head. You're awake? Su Yen switched on the light, only to discover a plethora of cardboard boxes scattered around her feet. A brand new white machine sat beneath the television, while a tangle of wires intertwined, with many unopened discs strewn across the carpet. Su Yen stood frozen in place, feeling a rare sense of bewilderment. Yen, did I buy a counterfeit? Wen Ning clutched a mess of tangled wires, her expression fraught with anxiety. Why isn't it turning on? If you wish for it to light up. Su Yen tapped his cheek with his tongue, feeling a tingling sensation on his face. First, you need to plug in the power strip. Oh! Wen Ning hurriedly plugged in the power strip, and the television sprang to life, revealing its iconic logo. Ian, you are truly remarkable, she marveled. I struggled for quite a while and it wouldn't turn on. Su Yen stood for a moment before approaching, discarding his slippers and settling on the carpet beside her. I asked Yuyu about your favorite game. Kneeling beside him, Wen Ning inquired with a hint of concern. So you bought the console and the discs, right? Did I make the right choice? This is the latest model. Su Yen glanced at the white machine at his feet, pausing for a long while before responding. What I have is an older model. There will be differences in performance. At that, Wen Ning let out a long sigh of relief. She had spent the entire afternoon shopping with Yuyu, even asking Yuyu to call Chen Hao, initially hoping to surprise Su Yen. However, upon bringing it back, she struggled for ages to get it to work, and the television refused to illuminate. She was on the verge of calling the shopkeeper to complain. Ning, how much did you spend today? Well, all the money I've earned recently, Wen Ning replied, holding up 5 fingers. That's rather expensive, Su Yen remarked, picking up the discs and examining them one by one. Having known you for so long, I've never gifted you anything. Wen Ning, hugging her knees as she sat beside him, replied softly, weren't you once the biggest fan of games? Yes, I used to adore games, Su Yen mused, lowering his gaze, catching a whiff of the fresh and delightful mint fragrance from her clothes. Now, it's my 3rd favorite. Is the first favorite Tong Tong? Su Yan absent-mindedly rubbed the disc with his fingertip. His throat felt scratchy, rendering him momentarily speechless. He freed one hand to tousle Wen Ning's hair, chuckling without saying a word. Then you still prefer playing games, right? Mimicking Su Yan's earlier gesture, Wen Ning leaned in and playfully pinched his cheek, her laughter causing her eyes to crinkle with joy. From now on, the things you cherish most will be those that I gift you. The girl's straightforwardness could be a bit overwhelming, perhaps even unbeknownst to Wen Ning herself, for it was indeed a rather flirtatious remark. Su Yan turned to gaze at her, and upon meeting her beautiful eyes, felt a tickle in his throat. What's wrong? I'm beginning to understand. Su Yan chuckled softly. Why Tong Tong says that whenever mom gets angry, dad is willing to kneel and scrub the washboard. It wasn't merely that Wen Ning was perceived as strong-willed and hard to communicate with after marriage. Rather, it was her intrinsic gentleness and benevolence, a desire to provide the best for her husband and daughter, that made Su Yan willingly entrust her with the authority in their home. Much like Lin Hui and Su Minghui. Over the years, Lin Hui had done much for her son and husband, and both had willingly placed her on the highest pedestal. Perhaps the status within a family is not something to be fought for. Wen Ning blinked, so, if you make a mistake in the future, I can make you kneel on the washboard? Su Yan chuckled. I don't think you seem like someone who would get angry with me. I would. Wen Ning nodded earnestly. If you stay up late every day and ignore my advice, then I would definitely be angry. The washboard. Su Yan pondered. The kind sold in supermarkets? You silly. Wen Ning tugged at his arm. What Tong Tong meant was actually the kind of boyfriend washboard sold online, which is just a regular pillow made to look like a washboard. At that moment, Su Yan looked somewhat taken aback. You really searched for that? Wen Ning's face flushed crimson. I specifically asked Tong Tong. She found it quite strange too. It sounded as if the Wen Ning after marriage was unreasonable at home. But after inquiring with Tong Tong, she realized it was merely a soft pillow. Moreover, what Tong Tong referred to as a washboard was actually just the mother pressing the father down on the sofa, holding the washboard pillow, angrily placing it on his lap, and then beginning to scold him with her hands on her hips. Listening to her description, Su Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, with Wen Ning's temperament, her way of admonishing her husband was gentle and mild. Alright, it's getting late. You can play for a little while longer. Only then did Wen Ning recall the time. She slapped her cheeks and tidied up the cardboard boxes on the floor. I'll go make dinner. Let us order takeout today, Su Yan said, seeing her prepare to rise, and he couldn't resist extending his hand. Stay and play with me for a bit. Feeling a flutter of excitement, Wen Ning contemplated for a moment before crossing her legs and sitting down again. Su Yan inserted a disc of It Takes Two, and the two of them sat on the carpet, controllers in hand, engrossed in the game. Wen Ning was quite inexperienced, haphazardly pressing the buttons on the controller. First, she found it utterly uninteresting, not only dying easily but also inadvertently causing Su Yan's character to perish alongside hers. Gradually, as she became more familiar with it, she began to appreciate the joy it brought. This is actually quite fun, Wen Ning exclaimed, her eyes sparkling and her cheeks flushed. These monsters look so adorable. Yes, in games like this, the hardest part is finding someone to play with you. So you've played with Chun Hao and Yu Yu then? I was just bored and played with them. Su Yan hesitated. But they do often come over to my house to play chaotic kitchen games and the like. Wen Ning blinked curiously. Is that kitchen game fun? Is it about cooking? Yes, it's enjoyable, Su Yan mused for a moment before adding, however, generally speaking, when playing that game, Yu Yu often feels like killing Chun Hao. In the following days, every evening after her tutoring sessions, Wen Ning would sit on the carpet, nestled against Su Yan as they played games together. She gradually began to grasp the joy it brought, as if it could sweep away the fatigue of the day. She started to comprehend what Su Yan meant when he said that the person accompanying you is more important than the game itself. She could truly feel it. Initially, she merely intended to gift Su Yan a gaming console, hoping it would make him happy. Yet, she now realized that sitting together with someone she cared about to play games was indeed quite delightful. On Sunday, Wen Ning had a day off. Today, Lin Hui and Su Minghui were both at home, and they had agreed to have the two children come over for a meal. After gathering a few things, they boarded the bus home together. It was Wen Ning's first visit, so she felt a bit nervous, having bought a plethora of items from the supermarket. Unable to carry the large and small bags, she huffed and puffed for a while, eventually hanging many on Su Yan. Upon opening the door, a plump ragdoll cat dashed out from another room. Spotting the unfamiliar face, it abruptly halted, sitting still and wagging its tail, its eyes wide open. Su Yan waved at it. Yuan Yuan. Come here and greet her. Yuan Yuan stared intently at Wen Ning, then lifted its rear and rubbed against her ankle. Meow meow. You must be Yuan Yuan. Wen Ning couldn't help but crouch down, scratching the cat's chin. I brought you a gift too, your favorite salmon cat food. Yuan Yuan, with its lake blue eyes, licked her palm. Wen Ning smiled, cradling Yuan Yuan in her arms, and the chubby ragdoll made no effort to escape, snugly nestling against her. Is Xiao Ning here? Lin Hui emerged from the kitchen. As Wen Ning replied softly, she discreetly surveyed the environment in which Su Yan had lived since childhood. The traces of his growth were faintly discernible, the family portrait gracing the television, the sparse array of certificates adorning the walls. Mom, could you come to my room and help me search for my summer clothes? Su Yan beckoned Lin Hui. I'll take them with me when we return. Lin Hui, though somewhat puzzled, refrained from probing further. Uncle has taken Tong Tong out to play and will be back shortly. Xiaoning, you can entertain yourself in the living room for a bit. Dinner isn't ready yet. Auntie, I'll come help you in a moment, she replied. That sounds good, Lin Hui said with a squint and a smile. Su Yan tugged his mother towards the master bedroom, gently closing the door behind them. What's the matter? Su Yan asked. Mom, I would like the jade bracelet that Grandma gave you. His tone shifted to one of gravity. You rarely take it out for Dad and me to see, but I remember you mentioning that it was meant for the daughter-in-law of the Su family, correct? Lin Hui raised an eyebrow. Are you prepared? Su Yan nodded earnestly. After studying him for a moment, Lin Hui turned to rummage through the wardrobe, eventually retrieving a wooden box. Upon opening it, a jade bracelet emerged, appearing somewhat aged, adorned with minimal embellishments, radiating an understated elegance. In the impoverished era of their grandparents, this bracelet represented nearly their entire fortune, gifted as the finest treasure to their daughter-in-law, Lin Hui. Over the years, she had cherished it deeply, seldom allowing even herself to touch it, insisting it was to be preserved for Su Yan's future wife. As Su Yan reached out to accept it, Lin Hui gently placed her hand atop the box. Ian, your father and I have indeed seldom interfered in your affairs. She spoke slowly. You must understand that this bracelet is the only one your grandmother gave me. Once given away, it cannot be reclaimed. Your father and I will only recognize this daughter-in-law moving forward. Su Yan nodded. I understand. You may regard her as half a daughter-in-law and half a daughter. How do you plan to give it to her? It's something I have contemplated for quite some time. Preparations have been in the works for ages. You little rascal. Why are you being so indecisive in your confession? Lin Hui teased. If you were to simply tell Xiaoning now, I reckon she would agree without a second thought. After all, it's rare for a girl to be pursued like this. Su Yan traced the cool surface of the bracelet with his fingers, squinting with a smile. If I don't take this seriously, wouldn't she be at a disadvantage? Indeed, Su Yan had been preparing for this moment for quite a while. He recalled when it all began, extending all the way to the present day. He understood that if he were to speak directly to Wen Ning now, she would not refuse. Moreover, it was evident that she had been waiting for a long time. Though not inherently romantic, he wished to approach this moment with the utmost sincerity. The first time, and indeed the last, when the pair emerged from the room, Wen Ning was still seated on the sofa, playing with the round cat. She sensed a peculiar gaze from both of them, although Lin Hui had initially regarded her as a daughter-in-law. Now, even Su Yan's expression seemed oddly. What's the matter? She inquired. Nothing. Lin Hui replied with a subtle smile. Ning, why not lend Auntie a hand? Approximately half an hour later, Su Minghui returned with Tong Tong, greeting Wen Ning as he entered. Tong Tong burrowed into her mother's embrace while the round cat gracefully leaped into Tong Tong's arms. They enjoyed a delightfully pleasant dinner. At the table, Su Minghui and Lin Hui chatted amiably with her, exerting no pressure on the girl who had come to visit for the first time. Wen Ning often turned her head to glance at Su Yan. After spending the night in Su Yan's guest room, the two planned to return home together with their daughter the following day. Xiaoning, next time you come over, Lin Hui hinted with a subtle smile, you needn't bring so many things. Wen Ning, not suspecting much, assumed Auntie was merely suggesting she shouldn't be so formal. She maintained her usual decorum until that evening when she awaited Su Yan's arrival to take her home. Then one evening, Su Yan did not arrive on his bicycle but stood at the community entrance with their daughter. I'm taking you and Tong Tong somewhere, he said, chuckling softly, to a very important place. At this late hour? Wen Ning asked, perplexed, where are we going? Su Yan helped her remove her backpack and carried it in his hand. He hailed a cab, and throughout the journey, while Wen Ning chatted with their daughter about the day's events, Su Yan was unusually reticent. They disembarked to find themselves in a place familiar yet somewhat alien to Wen Ning. Far from the city center, a solitary Ferris wheel stood by the riverbank, appearing desolate and dilapidated, jarringly out of place amidst the shimmering neon lights. Across the river, skyscrapers rose sharply, their neon lights flickering. How did you know about this place? When Ning paused, her lips moving, I didn't realize it had all been torn down. In her childhood, this had been a bustling amusement park, where many parents brought their children to play. Mom brought me here once, she reminisced. Tong Tong chimed in. Mommy brought Tong Tong and Daddy here, but the Ferris wheel wasn't here back then. Mommy has always regretted not daring to look at it again for all these years. When she finally mustered the courage to return with her husband and daughter, nothing remained. Back then, Mommy was even younger than Tong Tong. When Ning seemed lost in thought, Grandma brought Mommy here to play. It was Mommy's first time on the Ferris wheel. Although much time had passed, sometimes she could barely recall her mother's visage. Yet at this moment, a flood of memories surged forth. She could not remember why her father had not come that day, but every word her mother had spoken and every expression was vividly clear. At the pinnacle of the Ferris wheel, a little girl with 2 ponytails leaned against the railing, gazing at the flickering neon outside, her mouth agape in wonder. Wow, Mommy, it's beautiful. A gentle, lovely woman sat beside her, her voice soft. Be careful, Xiaoning. Mommy, the little girl turned around. The amusement park is super fun. The woman lovingly ruffled her daughter's hair. Next time, I'll bring Xiaoning back to play. Really? Yes. The woman gazed intently at her daughter, unwilling to blink, as if she could never gaze upon her enough. When Ning snapped back to reality, staring vacantly at the abandoned Ferris wheel. Ian, why did you suddenly bring me here? She asked, rubbing her eyes. It feels a bit melancholic. I promised I wouldn't shed tears anymore. This is the last time, Su Yen said, pinching her cheek. I'll take you to another place. He led Tong Tong and Wen Ning further along, drawing closer to the Ferris wheel. Beneath the soft grass, a multitude of rabbit dolls were meticulously arranged, one after another, in neat circles. Some were half a person tall, others palm-sized, in hues of white and pink with floppy ears, some clutching carrots, others adorned with bows. Wen Ning could hardly count how many there were. She stood there, dazed, her lips moving. Again, it's Tong Tong who told you about this. I senti it? Yes. A wave of overwhelming emotion surged within her chest, threatening to spill from her eyes. After descending from the Ferris wheel, the mother took her daughter to a stall where she purchased a brand new cartoon backpack. Subsequently, she acquired a plush rabbit doll, personally affixing it to her daughter's back. This moment became etched in the girl's memory as one of her most cherished images of her mother. How adorable! The little girl vigorously shook the backpack on her back, causing the rabbit doll to bob along with her movements. The woman gazed at her daughter with a heart full of tenderness and profound reluctance. Mom, will you still buy me little rabbits in the future? Of course, I will buy many, many little rabbit dolls for Xiaoning. Then let's make a pinky promise. Lying is bad. All right. The woman squatted down, solemnly linking her pinky with the little girl's. As their fingers intertwined softly in the night, she could no longer restrain herself and enveloped her daughter in a warm embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks as she choked back sobs. Xiaoning, please don't blame your mother. You must grow up healthy and happy. I'm sorry, I don't want to deceive you, but I am the greatest liar in the world. Someone, someday, will surely buy you every rabbit doll you can imagine. When Ning finally came back to her senses, she looked at Su Yen and Tong Tong, tears flooding her eyes uncontrollably. Tong Tong tugged at her mother's sleeve. Once her mother bent down, Tong Tong sniffled and raised her small hand to wipe away her tears. Grandma didn't deceive Mommy. Tong Tong and I took a long time. Su Yen leaned down, observing the pair of swollen yet still beautiful eyes, his voice unusually gentle. We have searched every toy store and shopping mall we could find. Where can you find such a declaration? When Ning continued to weep, I didn't want to cry. I had prepared for this for so long. I promised I would be very happy. She had originally intended to buy something online, but she had spent all the money she had earned during this period. He reached out, ruffling Wen Ning's hair. In the future, I will make it up to you. Su Yen was not an experienced lover and had never engaged in such matters. While a meticulously planned confession could bring joy and emotion to a girl, as noted online, he ultimately chose to prepare everything himself, piece by piece. It might not be particularly romantic or ceremonious, perhaps even a bit clumsy. Since you like rabbits, I will buy you many, many. He visited each shopping mall and toy store, personally purchasing the rabbit dolls one by one. Again, when Ning struggled to regain her composure, slowly calming herself, she rubbed her eyes vigorously, letting out a small hiccup. I don't quite understand this matter, and I might not be doing it very well. Although her words were vague, Su Yen understood her meaning. He paused for a moment. Actually, I don't know either. We will learn gradually. With Tong Tong serving as a catalyst, their interactions had become quite natural. However, they had never experienced a relationship as romantic partners and had little understanding of it. In fact, before meeting each other, they had not considered the idea of love at all. Wen Ning seemed to want to say something, but she was momentarily caught by her daughter's bright eyes. The words that had been at the tip of her tongue suddenly felt stuck. Given her personality, it was indeed challenging for her to articulate such sentiments. With the little one eavesdropping, her embarrassment only deepened. Tong Tong stood beside them, tilting her soft, plump cheeks up, listening intently. Wen Ning leaned in closer, tugging at Su Yan's arm. "Yen, I want to share a secret." "Mommy." Tong Tong looked bewildered. "I just helped you wipe your tears." Wen Ning let out a soft sigh, feeling her cheeks flush. Such matters should wait until Tong Tong grows up. "But..." Tong Tong bit her finger. "But Mommy said yesterday that Tong Tong has grown up and should sleep in a separate room from Mommy and Daddy." Su Yan then lowered his head. "What?" Wen Ning leaned in closer to his ear, whispering, "I want to gradually learn how to be a very adorable girlfriend." Her warm breath made Su Yan's ear tingle. "Aren't you already?" He gazed at Wen Ning's cheek for a long moment, his throat subtly tightening. This girl truly did not realize how alluring she could be at times. Wen Ning pinched his earlobe gently, her voice barely audible. "I also hope you like me a little more." By the time they returned home, it was already quite late. Su Yan, carrying 2 large boxes, exhaled before placing them on the ground and methodically unpacking the rabbit dolls, setting them on the sofa. When there wasn't enough space on the sofa, he placed some on the coffee table. Wen Ning first took her daughter to wash up and, after soothing her to sleep, returned to the living room. Observing the array of dolls on the sofa, she suddenly remembered some things. She picked them up one by one, sitting on the sofa and calculating expenses with Su Yan. The more she calculated, the more her heart ached, causing her previously upward curved lips to gradually flatten. "We mustn't spend money recklessly in the future." Wen Ning pinched his arm. "We are not children anymore. We still have to raise Tong Tong. Have you become the family accountant?" Su Yan was not particularly concerned. "This was bought for you. How can that be considered wasting money?" Wen Ning, feeling a bit stubborn, replied, "It is. But didn't you also buy me a game console? That's different." Wen Ning explained earnestly, "If I give you a game console, you would surely be very happy, so that wouldn't count as wasting money." Su Yan looked somewhat surprised. "Are you saying that if I give you a rabbit doll, you would not be pleased?" "No. What I mean is..." Wen Ning paused. "Even if you didn't give me anything tonight, I would still be very happy." She held up her finger. "So, doesn't this mean it's wasting money? What impeccable logic." Su Yan found himself at a loss for words. After washing up, Wen Ning donned a pair of casual shorts, kicked off her slippers, and sat on the sofa with her long, fair legs crossed. She began counting on her fingers the places they would need to spend money in the future, appearing as if she were mapping out a future for the 3 of them, her expression serious and focused. From the very beginning, she had intended to navigate this journey with care. Su Yan watched her while sipping water, unable to suppress a smile, not knowing how to be a girlfriend but very adept at being a daughter-in-law of the Su family. Wen Ning was momentarily stunned. What exactly would distinguish a girlfriend? She understood that her relationship with Su Yan was unlike that of ordinary young couples. Due to Tong Tong's presence, when they were together, they mostly assumed the roles of mother and father, leading to their interactions resembling that of an elderly married couple. However, bypassing the passionate phase of romantic love would indeed be quite regrettable. Su Yan pondered for a moment. "I don't quite understand either." He had not experienced it. Aside from Yu, he rarely interacted with girls. Wen Ning scrolled through her phone for quite some time. The internet says that girls in the throes of love tend to be more clingy. It is as if every minute spent apart from him is a torment. She longs to share every trivial matter with him, and a delayed response might even cause her a fleeting moment of sulkiness. Yet, it is also said that during the course of a romantic relationship, both parties must allow some personal space for a more relaxed interaction. Wen Ning pursed her lips. Why do people offer such varying advice? Su Yan accompanied her in contemplation for quite some time, ultimately failing to unearth any clear answers. Each person's experience is unique. Who can truly impart the wisdom of love? The hour had grown late, and Su Yan reluctantly excused himself to take a shower, then stood before the mirror to brush his teeth. Only then did Wen Ning put away her phone and shuffle over in her slippers. "Shall I rest now? I will sleep shortly." Su Yan rinsed his mouth and grabbed a towel to dry his face. Wen Ning stood in place, her demeanor suddenly a bit glum. Such conversations had become all too familiar, as if they occurred daily. "Wen Ning said softly, Is it rather dull to be in a relationship with me? She was not particularly adept at acting coy, and the notion of being clingy was entirely foreign to her. Despite the fact that they were already in a romantic relationship, it felt as though their interactions bore no difference from before. A twinge of unease crept in. Am I truly your girlfriend now? Su Yen recognized her persistent insecurity. He hung the towel back on the rack. Come here. Hesitantly, Wen Ning approached. In an instant, before she could fully comprehend, Su Yen wrapped his arms around her. She stood frozen, her surroundings fading into silence. Fresh from the shower, Su Yen carried the delightful scent of shampoo, a familiar aroma enveloping her. I feared you might lose sleep over this tonight. Su Yen cradled her, gently patting her head. Do you understand now? Wen Ning lifted her gaze to him, her lips moving but words failing to escape. Take your time, no need to rush. Su Yen thought it wise to not hold her too long on their first embrace, gradually releasing her. It's not as if we're only dating for a day. All right, go rest. Wen Ning stood dazed, her mind momentarily blank. By the time she regained her senses, Su Yen had already let go, leaving only the faint trace of his scent lingering in the air. For reasons unknown, a sudden emptiness settled in her heart. It seemed she began to understand why it was said that girls in the throes of passion yearn to cling to their boyfriends. Yen, Wen Ning murmured, it seems that if one consumes ginseng fruit too hastily, the flavor may elude them. Su Yen paused, taking a moment to grasp her meaning, before a chuckle escaped him, causing his shoulders to shake. Wen Ning's cheeks flushed a bright crimson, her eyes glistening with the remnants of her embarrassment. You laughed at me. You are not allowed to laugh. All right, your wording is quite delicate. Su Yen reached out again, encircling her waist with both arms, drawing her fully into his embrace. Wen Ning's warm and soft form nestled against him, obediently not resisting, her hands instinctively resting on his chest, her body melting in that moment, drained of all strength. She inhaled the familiar, pleasant scent of Su Yen, accompanied by his deep, melodious laughter. Who claimed they didn't know how to be a girlfriend? Are you not doing remarkably well? Due to the nature of their relationship, both felt the need to consider the long-term implications of their bond. Hence, their physical interactions had remained quite limited since they met. Yet, it was only now that Wen Ning slowly began to comprehend that it was not that she was incapable of being a girlfriend. In fact, perhaps due to her personality and past experiences, she might possess an even greater fervor than the average girl. This notion was corroborated by Tong Tong's descriptions. Even after marrying and giving birth to Tong Tong, becoming a wife and mother, she still retained the essence of a love-struck girl in Su Yan's presence. Mommy and Daddy. Tong Tong emerged from her room, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Why aren't you two asleep yet? Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Wen Ning's spine straightened instantly. She instinctively struggled. You should let go of me. Tong Tong, seeing this, was unfazed. Su Yen, however, was not overly concerned. Who was it that just now clung to me and wouldn't let go? Wen Ning forced a composed expression. I did no such thing. Tong Tong scrutinized her parents, instinctively smacking her lips. Over time, she had begun to grasp the concept of returning to her parents' youthful days, yet everything seemed remarkably unchanged. Mommy and Daddy still whispered sweet nothings together long after she had fallen asleep. When Ning finally extricated herself from his embrace, her ears still flushed. However, a sudden realization struck her. Tong Tong was now 8 years old, and soon enough, she would be heading to middle school. By that time, she and Su Yen would merely be in their early 20s, undoubtedly still in the throes of passionate love. As she caught Su Yen's eye, her gaze lingered on their daughter, her unspoken thoughts evident. He lowered his head and leaned in closer. Speak. Tong Tong can't hear you. Tong Tong blinked innocently, her voice sweet. Daddy, I can hear that. In the future, when Ning leaned in to whisper in his ear, her voice soft, we mustn't let Tong Tong see us doing such things. Su Yen nodded in agreement. They hadn't even married yet, and they were already sneaking around from their child? Although Tong Tong hadn't heard, she seemed to sense what her mother was implying. She rushed over to tug at her father's hand, shaking her head in reluctance. Daddy? Who is more important, Mommy or Tong Tong? Su Yen was taken aback. Tong Tong, stop joking. When Ning pinched her daughter's ear playfully, then her face flushed, she took Tong Tong to bed. In the following days, when Ning continued with her daily tutoring, returning home with Su Yen to assist their daughter with homework, prepare lesson plans, and then enjoy a few games together. Each day was fulfilling. She refrained from bringing up certain topics, while Su Yen remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in her mind. As the weekend approached, Lin Hui and Su Ming Hui, unable to bear the longing for their granddaughter, came to take her home for a couple of days. Before leaving, they inquired about the status of their son's relationship with Xiao Ning. Upon receiving an affirmative response, they beamed with joy as they took their granddaughter home. That evening, at precisely 5:30, when Ning returned home, she stood at the door, removing her shoes while glancing into the living room. Su Yan sat cross-legged on the sofa, the television providing background noise, with his laptop resting on his lap as he typed away. "You're home so early today?" Su Yan glanced at the time. "Aren't you having tutoring tonight?" "I asked the aunt to take a break, rearranged my schedule." When Ning set her backpack on the coffee table, kicked off her slippers, and knelt on the sofa, watching him code. "Has Tong Tong gone back?" "Yes. She returned in the afternoon. Didn't I text you about it?" Su Yan did not ponder much, casually flipping through the various statements in the document while engaging her in conversation. "Yen, are you feeling tired?" "Not particularly. You should take a break." Su Yan turned his head in mild surprise to look at her. In truth, after spending so much time together, he had gradually come to understand some of her subtle gestures. When she felt a bit anxious or embarrassed, she would discreetly lick her lips. "If you want to flirt, just say it." He closed his notebook with a half-smile, placing it aside. "Could I possibly disagree? You were the one who initiated it." When Ning, feeling somewhat bashful, offered a reluctant retort, "Then you should come over. I can't always be the one to take the initiative." When Ning fell silent, after a moment's hesitation, she slowly leaned over, carefully and gently resting her head in his embrace. Su Yan wrapped his arm around her waist, ensuring that she was more comfortable as she nestled closer. "How about we go watch a movie together tonight?" When Ning lifted her gaze to him, her eyes involuntarily curving into a smile. "I finally have a day off today. It's possible, but..." Su Yan pondered for a moment. "But doesn't that seem a bit presumptuous?" "Well, I also want to take Tong Tong along, but she isn't here today. Let's plan to bring her next time." "I think you deliberately chose today." "I did not." She had recently researched activities couples often partake in, discovering that it was said that couples in the throes of romance frequently visited the cinema together. It was rumored to be an excellent venue for deepening romantic connections. Yet, she and Su Yan had never been. "How about dining out that evening?" "Sounds good." Su Yan embraced her for a moment longer before rising to change his clothes. When Ning sat cross-legged on the sofa, waiting for him while browsing her phone. When Su Yan emerged, she was intently focused on the screen, her expression slightly puzzled. "What's wrong?" "I searched and found that if you're going to the movies with your boyfriend, you should buy gum." Her expression reflected confusion. "You need to choose your favorite flavor." "I didn't know guys like chewing gum while watching movies." Su Yan was momentarily taken aback. "I don't have that habit." When Ning thought for a moment, still perplexed. "But that's what the internet says." "What flavor do you like?" Yet she felt it seemed rather significant. Su Yan also sensed something was off. "Let me take a look." He leaned in to glance at Wen Ning's phone for a moment, gradually coming to a realization. Before watching a movie, one generally dined first. Thus, it seemed somewhat reasonable. Wen Ning appeared curious. "What is it?" "Bringing gum is likely because some couples kiss in the cinema." "Kiss?" Wen Ning was instantly flabbergasted. She was not foolish. After a moment of thought, she quickly grasped the implication. She leaped off the sofa, her cheeks flushed with urgency. Suddenly, her voice rose. "I never thought of that." Su Yan glanced at her rosy lips, then naturally diverted his gaze elsewhere. "Yes, I understand." Wen Ning tossed her phone into her pocket, silently grasping Su Yan's hand as they exited. However, her neck and earlobes were evidently still flushed. The earlier incident was something she dared not contemplate further. Chewing gum? Nonsense. It wasn't until they stood downstairs, enjoying the evening breeze for a while, that she took several deep breaths, gradually calming her racing thoughts. When Ning glanced at the sky, forcing herself to maintain a composed expression, her voice cool. "Yen, what do you want to eat tonight?" Su Yan, with his hands in his pockets, appeared lost in thought, his attention somewhat adrift. When Ning couldn't help but pinch his arm. "Quickly answer my question." Only then did Su Yan slowly return to reality. He considered seriously before replying in a leisurely manner, "I suppose I like strawberry flavor." When Ning felt a surge of frustration, wishing to smack him, she reached out to tug at his cheek. "Who told you to answer that?" Su Yan rarely visited the cinema either. His few experiences accompanying girls were from his childhood when his aunt, Su Lingling, took him to see animated films during the New Year. Naturally, his role was primarily to act as a cover for her and Menggu. They chose a shopping mall, and after having dinner together, they strolled to the cinema while chatting. "Which show do you want to see?" "Let me think." When Ning gazed at the large screen, feeling indecisive, the ticket sales attendant smiled warmly at them. If it's just the two of you, you might consider a campus romance film or a horror movie. Both have received good feedback. What a lovely young lady, Su-yen noted. He glanced around, noticing that they were predominantly domestic films. Nevertheless, they were among the few that had recently enjoyed decent attendance. When Ning examined the poster for the so-called campus romance film, searched for reviews on her phone, and found it uninteresting, spending over 2 hours watching others fall in love seemed less appealing than returning home to play games with a yen. This one. When Ning pointed to the poster depicting a pale ghost in a red dress. Will it be scary? If you haven't seen it, you might give it a try. The attendant replied succinctly, the atmosphere in domestic horror films is usually quite good. A lot of couples are coming to see it today. Wait for me a moment. When Ning hesitated for a brief moment, pulled out her phone, and scrolled through her notes, Su-yen leaned in to take a look. A dense array of meticulously typed notes, annotated with Arabic numerals, accompanied by various serious remarks. What's this? Things couples have to do. When Ning felt a bit shy, I've searched a little online, and it unintentionally kept growing. Do you have to be this serious about dating? Su-yen found it amusing. A scholar is indeed a scholar. Your notes look just like an exam preparation guide. Well, flushed from being teased. When Ning's ears turned warm, she leaned closer and whispered to Su-yen. This time I will definitely score full marks. Su-yen sensed that this girl might genuinely be oblivious. She often, in casual moments, would use an unintentionally soft tone to say things that were quite flirtatious. And for some reason, she had recently taken to pulling him close to her ear to whisper. The warmth of her breath would evoke a slight tickle in Su-yen. Found it. When Ning raised her phone, watching a horror movie with your boyfriend. Seeing her genuinely interested, Su-yen promptly took out his phone to make the payment. He considered himself fairly bold, being able to sit alone in a dark room playing escape games. After purchasing the tickets, they had half an hour before the show began, so they settled in the waiting area outside. They discussed school selection, when a voice echoed from a distance. Su-yen? He looked up, locking eyes with a tall, slender girl with fair skin. She was quite pretty with shoulder-length hair, a light touch of makeup, wearing a loose shirt and a white skirt. Her entire demeanor radiated brightness and vivacity. Chun Hao stood lazily beside her, holding 2 cups of milk tea. Upon seeing the two, his expression seemed rather unfazed. Is that really you? The young woman revealed a smile, exclaiming, long time no see. When Ning paused for a moment, instinctively tilting her head to glance at Su-yen. You don't remember me, do you? The girl maintained her radiant smile. I'm Xia Yiling, we were in the same class during middle school, and I sat 2 rows in front of you. Su-yen pondered for a moment. Is that so? In truth, he had little recollection of her. I used to have a crush on you back then. Do you recall? Oh, I don't remember that. Xia Yiling's expression faltered slightly. She smiled but remained silent. She cast a glance at the girl seated next to Su-yen, unable to suppress a heartfelt admiration. So beautiful. Are you all waiting for the next horror film? Chun Hao clicked his tongue and lifted the movie ticket in his hand. What a coincidence. It's not often we meet old classmates. Let us catch up. Xia Yiling confidently and candidly took a seat across from them. You're still so indifferent. With your temperament, it's surprising that any girl could pursue you. This girl seemed rather familiar, and Su-yen lowered his gaze to his phone, lacking the enthusiasm to engage in conversation. When Ning, however, was taken aback. Indifferent? Observing Su-yen's demeanor, she could sense that nothing had transpired between them. At most, he had merely been a past admirer. In the future that Tong Tong spoke of, Su-yen had always been solitary until he met her. Yet, Xia Yiling's words still stirred something within her. While she sometimes found Su-yen a bit stubborn, could indifferent truly be a fitting description for him? Indeed, I had quite the fondness for him during middle school. Xia Yiling rested her chin on her hand, her tone slightly accusatory, but rest assured, he was too indifferent to even acknowledge me. Su-yen's appearance and height were above average, yet he was not the type to instantly captivate and endear himself to others. Xia Yiling had also been a quite beautiful girl, with many boys in class harboring affection for her. However, for reasons unknown, she was drawn to the seemingly aloof boy, sensing that he was unlike the average young man. Nonetheless, those days were long past. Thus, recounting it so candidly now brought a sense of nostalgia. Su-yen is the most difficult boy I have ever tried to pursue, Xia Yiling sincerely remarked. You truly are impressive. When Ning subtly turned her head to observe her boyfriend, Su-yen happened to lower his gaze as well, his lips pressed together in a straight line. What's wrong? What is that reaction? Su-yen raised an eyebrow, slightly displeased. Didn't you hear what she just said? Huh? When Ning was momentarily taken aback, she didn't feel particularly bothered by it. It wasn't a matter of being magnanimous. The situation had little to do with Su Yan. He was not like Chun Hao, entangled in ambiguous relations with other girls. Moreover, with Tong Tong in the picture, and all the experiences they had shared, Wen Ning could never let such trivial matters provoke her against Su Yan. Is it really that surprising that my boyfriend is so popular with the girls? She thought. After all, they can't pursue him. Su Yan clicked his tongue, completely disregarding the two seated across from him. He grasped Wen Ning's hand, pulling her slightly closer. As my girlfriend, you must possess the awareness that comes with it. What awareness? Wen Ning blinked, her expression a bit dazed. If any girl expresses a desire to pursue me. Su Yan pinched her earlobe firmly. You must chase her away immediately. Do you understand? Wen Ning winced at the pinch, instinctively squinting her eyes. Yet, his words resonated clearly in her mind. It seemed she finally understood why her future self would transform in such a manner. Even in her 30s, she would still behave like a lovesick girl, throwing tantrums at her husband, even playfully punching him, and fiercely guarding her food, sometimes even competing with Tong Tong. Undoubtedly, all of this had been cultivated by him. Do you remember? I understand, Wen Ning replied, having received a gentle reprimand. Her eyes, filled with allure, now shimmered with a hint of moisture, tinged with pink. From now on, I will ensure that all the girls who have their eyes on you are chased away. Xia Yiling and Chun Hao exchanged glances, both falling into a prolonged silence. How can these two be so oblivious while in a romantic relationship? Xia Yiling thought to herself. Is this really Su Yan? Her face bore a look of confusion. Back in middle school, she had pursued Su Yan for quite some time, but he had never once shown her a kind expression. Su Yan released his grip, glancing at her with raised eyebrows. After a significant pause, he let out a slow chuckle. Xia Yiling's expression shifted to one of realization. Truly is Su Yan. Chun Hao, appearing indifferent, remarked, hasn't he always had this temperament? Growing up under the care of the Su family, he isn't exactly the easiest person to get along with. If he doesn't like you, he might not even bother acknowledging your presence. Ironically, Su Yan was a deeply passionate individual when it came to those he cared for. He held nothing back. Thus, it was no surprise that Xia Yiling found him aloof. Wen Ning too saw no issue with his popularity. Chun Hao, being a childhood friend, could attest to this. Indeed, Xia Yiling snapped back to reality, contemplating for a moment before nodding in agreement. He was indeed entirely different from the average boy, the kind that one grows fonder of the more one knows him. Fortunately, she had discovered this aspect before the girl sitting across from her. Regrettably, Su Yan did not share her feelings. Xia Yiling chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. After all, it had been quite some time. Instead, she smiled brightly, giving a thumbs up. This is my first time rooting for someone else's couple. Su Yan noticed the movie was about to start, pulling Wen Ning to her feet. How did you two end up together? He inquired. What about you? Weren't you two recently discussing your college applications? She went back home, Chun Hao explained. As for the applications, I'll just have her fill them out for me. Su Yan nodded, casting a glance at the lovely girl beside Chun Hao. Ultimately, he chose not to say much more. After bidding farewell to the two, they proceeded to the ticket counter and entered the designated screening room. Once seated, Wen Ning leaned in to speak again. Chun Hao, she whispered. Does he often hang out with many different girls? Yes, Su Yan placed the complimentary snacks into her hands. It has always been like that. That's not good. Wen Ning cradled the popcorn bucket with both hands, her gaze lowered, her expression momentarily faltering. I particularly dislike that. After a moment's thought, she felt that being direct about Chun Hao, as Su Yan's childhood friend, might be somewhat inappropriate. She pursed her lips. I really admire your attitude towards relationships. Just say it plainly. Su Yan shook his head. His family life isn't very harmonious. His father enjoys gambling and drinking, often arguing with his mother and throwing things. During elementary school, Chun Hao frequently didn't want to go home after school and would come to my house for dinner. Therefore, he tends to be somewhat dismissive of commitments and romantic relationships. Just as Yu expressed her desire to visit the Moon Elder Temple last time, he candidly stated his disbelief in such matters. This time, Wen Ning remained silent, perhaps able to empathize with him. However, rest assured, Su Yan gently squeezed her hand, assuring her that Chun Hao was fully aware of his own heart and would not harm Yu. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Ning gradually let go of her worries. Yu was a splendid girl and surely deserved good fortune. The two leaned against each other, donning their 3D glasses. A few minutes later, the movie commenced. Su Yan gradually realized that the quality of the film was indeed quite commendable. Although the plot was somewhat cliché, predictable from the outset, The ambience was masterfully crafted, evoking a palpable tension that tugged at the heartstrings. Wen Ning sat rigidly, her spine straight. Just then, amidst the inky darkness, a pale face streaming with blood and tears suddenly surged onto the screen, dominating the entire display, accompanied by a hauntingly sorrowful weeping sound. Even Su Yan could not help but squint, leaning back slightly. Wen Ning felt her heart race uncontrollably. She visibly trembled and instinctively clutched Su Yan's hand tightly against her chest. "Are you that frightened?" she murmured, lowering her voice. "I've never watched a horror film before, and Xiao and Dad both think it's unhealthy." She dared not look at the screen, her tongue darting out in nervousness. Moreover, she had always harbored a slight fear of the dark. Though she had matured considerably, a pitch-black environment combined with a ghastly visage was quite daunting. Su Yan, too, found the film's quality a tad overwhelming. Both the voice acting and visual effects were evidently crafted with great care. "Just close your eyes and listen to the sounds," he suggested. "No," she replied, shoving several handfuls of popcorn into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out like a hamster's, producing tiny sounds as she attempted to alleviate her inner tension and fear. "We promised to watch the horror movie together." Despite her trepidation, she stubbornly kept her eyes wide open throughout. When the credits rolled and the theater lights brightened, she finally began to relax. Su Yan held her hand, noticing that her palms were slightly damp. However, she did not behave like the girls in the back row, gasping and burrowing into their boyfriend's embrace. Upon returning home, the night was already thick and heavy. Su Yan turned on the lights one by one. After both had finished washing up, Wen Ning changed into a white pajama set and sat on the sofa, scrolling through her phone and staring at her notes. "Did you think the horror movie was not good?" "No, it was quite thrilling," she hesitated. "But I don't quite understand why watching a horror film with a boyfriend is a quintessential couples activity. Other genres should be just as enjoyable, right? If I can't help but cling to Ian's hand during horror films, wouldn't I be even more excessive during romantic ones?" The two pondered this for a while but failed to reach a conclusion. As it was already quite late, Wen Ning hugged him briefly before slipping into her slippers and heading to her bedroom. Su Yan, not thinking much of it, turned off the lights and lay down on the sofa. The entire house fell into a profound silence, broken only by the ticking of the wall clock. He was not particularly tired. The image of the blood-soaked face from the movie suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Tossing and turning, unable to sleep, he propped his head up with his elbow in the darkness and began to recall the plot of the night. It was indeed somewhat frightening, especially when recollected in the solitude of night. Just then, the bedroom door swung open. Wen Ning, barefoot and without her slippers, hurriedly dashed out. Startled by the noise she made, Su Yan sat up immediately. "What's wrong?" "Ian," she exclaimed, leaping onto the sofa, clutching a pillow tightly. "There's a strange noise under the bed when I'm alone." It seemed she had finally grasped why watching horror films with a boyfriend was essential. This was her first encounter with such experiences, and she was inherently a light sleeper. With many thoughts swirling in her mind before sleep, she would easily be awakened by minor noises. After the lights were turned off, she could not help but recall the ghostly face she had seen earlier. Su Yan, not overthinking it, advised, "Just tuck your feet under the blanket, and the ghost won't be able to reach you." Wen Ning feigned annoyance. "Am I a child?" Observing her rush out without even wearing slippers, he deduced she was genuinely unable to sleep, and thus refrained from teasing her. He retrieved a new blanket and quilt from the cupboard, preparing to lay out a makeshift bed in the bedroom. Wen Ning watched him from the side, her cheeks flushed. The thought of sleeping in her boyfriend's embrace was indeed on her list of desires, albeit tucked away towards the back. After Su Yan spread out the bedding and returned from turning off the living room lights, he found Wen Ning already kneeling on the bedding, reaching out to feel it, ready to lie down. Su Yan adjusted the air conditioning temperature with the remote. "Where do you think you're lying? Get onto the bed." Wen Ning draped the blanket over her stomach, gazing at him with utmost seriousness. "Making my boyfriend sleep on the floor is domestic abuse." "Then you sleep on the floor. It doesn't count." "But I'm voluntarily choosing to sleep there." Wen Ning urged, "Hurry and rest. It's so late." Seeing her close her eyes, feigning sleepiness, Su Yan found himself at a loss with her stubbornness and simply turned off the lights to lie down. As Wen Ning listened to the rustling sounds beside her, she couldn't resist initiating conversation. "Ian, rest early. If you don't get enough sleep, you'll be grumpy with me in the morning." Su Yan rubbed his eyes and yawned. "If there's anything, we'll talk about it after waking up." The bedroom was enveloped in silence. Listening to his steady breathing, Wen Ning gradually felt her eyelids growing heavy. It is common for one to feel drowsy in a secure and stable environment. This, after all, is a form of dependence. Wen Ning was unaware of when she drifted off to sleep. When she next opened her eyes, the dawn light was already filtering through the window. Su Yan lay on his side, his back to her, his chest gently rising and falling. She groggily sat up to pour herself a glass of warm water. Upon returning, she was engulfed by waves of drowsiness once more. As she quietly lay down, a sudden realization struck her. It seemed she had mistakenly occupied the wrong space. Struggling to open her eyes, she was immediately met with a face mere inches away. Su Yan appeared completely oblivious to the turn of events, still peacefully slumbering. Wen Ning, overwhelmed by fatigue, struggled to keep her eyes open, staring at him in a daze for quite some time. The thought of having to rise and sleep on the floor ignited an inexplicable fire of frustration within her, akin to the restless scratching of a kitten. Forget it. I'm too lazy to get up. Her thoughts sluggish, she instinctively inched closer, inhaling his scent, and then comfortably closed her eyes. When Su Yan eventually awoke, the day had fully dawned outside. As he instinctively reached for his phone on the bedside table, he unexpectedly encountered something soft and delicate curled up beside him. Su Yan's consciousness began to awaken. Why does she always insist on stealing my sleeping space? When Ning remained ensconced in her dreams, her face nestled against his arm, her breath emanating warmth. She seemed to sense some disturbance, murmuring softly, She then reached out, tugging the blanket entirely towards herself. How long have we been dating, and already sharing a bed? It was then that when Ning, somewhat bewildered, half opened her eyes. Glancing at Su Yan, who appeared not fully awake and somewhat languid, she quickly closed her eyes again. She spoke in fragmented sentences. Don't disturb me while I'm sleeping. Wasn't it you who came over? Su Yan found this amusing and playfully pinched her nose. So now it's become me disturbing you? Perhaps feeling genuinely annoyed by his presence. The corners of Wen Ning's lips drooped slowly. What's wrong with taking advantage of her boyfriend? Her words, though somewhat muddled, were undeniably laced with a hint of petulance. Eventually, he will be mine. It seemed this girl had gained a bit more audacity upon waking, even boldly voicing her cheeky remarks as if he were the one at fault. Nevertheless, her words held merit. Given that she had been under considerable academic pressure lately, Su Yan chose not to irritate her further, gently tucking her hands beneath the covers. Afterward, he quietly sat up and exited the bedroom. After spending some time on his phone while seated on the sofa, he received a call from Li Yuyu. Come over for dinner at my place tonight. Today? Yes, my father insisted on throwing me a graduation banquet. Li Yuyu's voice sounded somewhat cheerful. It's just a family gathering. I've only invited Chen Hao and you. Oh, and remember to bring Ning Ning. Have these two girls grown so close? Su Yan pondered for a moment before readily agreeing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Hao had just risen and was preparing to leave. However, as he entered the living room, he was abruptly greeted by a fierce argument that shattered the rare morning tranquility. Little Hao is about to start university. Have you inquired about his scores? The woman set the mop down heavily on the floor. Have you prepared for his tuition and living expenses? I've sent you money every month. How could I have any left? The man, still reeking of alcohol while seated on the sofa, replied, if not, just borrow a bit more from old Sue. The child needs to go to college. We already owe their family tens of thousands. Are you planning to leave that unpaid? The woman's voice rose sharply as she scrutinized his demeanor. When we first married, old Sue's situation was even worse than ours. Yet now, Lin Hui and Su Minghui appeared to be flourishing. She had recently seen Lin Hui at the market, holding a little girl, and couldn't help but marvel at how youthful Lin Hui seemed, her skin glowing and delicate. It was as if she had encountered a great fortune. Reflecting on her own circumstances and her husband only fueled her frustration. Can't you be a bit more ambitious? Her voice was piercing. Little Hao will need to buy a house and marry. Have you even considered these matters? If not, we can move to the countryside and sell this house. The man's expression darkened, clearly displeased. Let's get a small apartment in the city where Little Hao will work. It may be old, but the location is still decent. How was I so blind as to marry you? The woman pointed an accusatory finger at her husband. If it weren't for Little Hao, I would have divorced you long ago. Yes, it's not too late for you to regret it now. All you do is drink. Chen Weihua, do you even consider yourself a man? After working for decades at a factory, they suddenly laid me off. Who am I supposed to talk to? Isn't that just because you lacked the ability? Chen Hao felt a headache coming on from their bickering, his temples throbbing. All right, it's early in the morning. Can you two not settle down? He grabbed his keys, his expression turning cold. I can handle my own affairs. You don't need to meddle. Only then did the couple realize their son had been eavesdropping nearby. They fell silent, the living room abruptly engulfed in an awkward stillness. Little Hao, The woman inhaled deeply, striving to calm her emotions. Just focus on going to university. The rest is not your concern. I said I will find a way myself. Chun Hao picked up the mop from the floor and handed it back to his mother. Mind your own business. Are you husband and wife or enemies? Stop breaking things. They cost money too. Chun Weihua sat silently on the sofa, his face dark as night. Chun Hao, unwilling to linger any longer, left the house, shutting out all the noise behind him. Initially intending to seek out a yen, his mood had now soured completely. He sat on the curb for a while, his expression devoid of emotion. In truth, his parents had shared a good relationship during his childhood. However, it was during his middle school years that his father, Chun Weihua, lost a job he had held for over 20 years. He had worked there since the company's inception and had never considered changing jobs, even during the most challenging times. Yet, middle age brought with it the cruel blow of termination. This was a tremendous setback for Chun Weihua, plunging him into anxiety and self-doubt, gradually morphing into a state of negativity. He began to drift through life, spending his days either drinking or playing cards. Subsequently, his mother's attitude toward him shifted as well. Chun Hao was uncertain whether to blame them. They genuinely cared for their son, but the mundane pressures of life and various burdens had strained their marriage and everyday existence. Each time Chun Hao returned home, he would either hear them arguing or see them breaking things. The notion that most marriages revolve around the mundane aspects of life was indeed true. As he contemplated this, his phone suddenly rang. The WeChat caller ID displayed Little Potato, with an avatar resembling a cheerful character. Chun Hao stared at it for a while before answering. Where are you? Li Yuyu commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. Come over for dinner tonight. Chun Hao chuckled, his voice revealing no hint of unease, still languid. Have you returned from your hometown? Yes. Li Yuyu replied. I've been looking at various majors these past few days. What are you interested in? Anything is fine. Just choose for me. Chun Hao shrugged off the question. You're so indifferent about your own university education. Li Yuyu expressed her impatience with a click of her tongue. I looked into it. How about food science and engineering? What do you think? Why do you want me to study that? Didn't you say it was up to me to choose? Li Yuyu took a sip of water to clear her throat. Listen. Chun Hao pondered for a moment. It's as if you expect me to work for you at your house. You useless fellow. If you graduate and can't find a job, I fear you might starve. Li Yuyu haughtily snorted. If no one wants you, just apply at my family's restaurant. I'll give you a backdoor. Chun Hao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. So, you mean after I graduate, I'll still be at your service? Then you choose your own major. Li Yuyu's mood darkened slightly. I didn't force you to pick this one. Chun Hao chuckled several times. All right, go ahead and fill it out. He rose, lazily patting his trousers. What about you? What do you intend to choose? Chinese. Quite good. You do enjoy reading, and your handwriting is quite pleasing, he remarked. Am I really filling it out? Don't regret it later and blame me if you're not satisfied, he added. Fill it out. In the evening, a few individuals arrived at Li Yuyu's residence. The spacious flat in the city center, nearing 300 square meters, exuded an air of opulence, surrounded by well-developed transportation, commercial districts, hospitals, and schools. Li Yuyu's mother, Fu Xiying, bore a striking resemblance to her daughter. With single eyelids and petite eyes, she was of modest height, her hair styled in charming wine-red waves. However, her demeanor was graceful, and her complexion was impeccably maintained. This affluent matron was exceedingly warm and approachable, greeting them with a smile as she opened the door. Fu Xiying displayed none of the aloofness often associated with the wealthy, personally fetching slippers for them. You must be Xiao Ning? She inquired, her eyes twinkling as she appraised the girl. Just as lovely as our Yuyu. Wen Ning greeted her softly, standing obediently beside Su Yan. Mom, saying that in front of Ning Ning makes me shy. Li Yuyu rolled her eyes from the back. She is the belle of our high school. Fu Xiying's eyes sparkled with mirth. To a mother, Yuyu is the most beautiful. Li Yuyu welcomed them in, leading them to the sofa. Chun Hao had arrived a bit earlier, sitting on the sofa to greet the two. Uncle Li would return shortly, and the nanny was preparing dinner. Fu Xiying retrieved an orange from the coffee table for Wen Ning. Xiao Ning, have some fruit. Thank you, auntie. Then, she watched in fascination as Wen Ning peeled the orange, delicately extracting the segments, before placing it into Su Yan's hand. Fu Xiying exclaimed, what a well-behaved girl. Li Yuyu chuckled, their relationship is quite good. They have already met Aunt Lin and Uncle Su. Have they met the parents already? Fu Xiying pondered, her gaze drifting. On Wen Ning's wrist, a simple green jade bracelet caught her eye, understated yet exquisite. Wen Ning felt a flush of shyness. tugging at her sleeve as if to conceal it. Thinking of it as a keepsake from Su-Yan's grandmother, she hesitated to wear it, usually keeping it tucked away in a box. Yet today, she had succumbed to the temptation of adorning it. What was intriguing was that when the two elders selected the bracelet, it had been chosen according to Lin Hui's size. Remarkably, it fit Wen Ning perfectly, accentuating her delicate and fair wrist. Wen Ning was uncertain whether to deem it pure coincidence or fate. Upon noticing, Su-Yan insisted she keep it on, claiming it looked beautiful. Then it seems Hui Jia truly adores you, Fu Xing remarked, giving a thumbs up and beaming. No, before you leave today, Auntie must gift you a big red envelope. Just as Chun Hao finished peeling the orange, it was snatched away by Li Yuyu, who sat beside him. He turned to glance. Seeing the little potato had crammed the entire fruit into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out. She defiantly raised her chin as if to challenge him. What can you do about it? Chun Hao merely laughed. Auntie Fu, do I get a red envelope? What do you have? Fu Xing shot a glare at him. When will you bring a girlfriend over to play? I'll prepare an even bigger one for you. For some reason, every time she looked at Xiao Yan, she wished to have a son like him. Yet, Chun Hao always irked her. He bore an uncanny resemblance to her daughter, which she found exceedingly bothersome. You better sit up straight. Fu Xing smacked the back of his head. Always slouching, standing or sitting, and Uncle Li will scold you when he returns. You only know how to play games. Do you have any intention of putting some effort into researching your aspirations? Fu Xing's abrupt reprimand left Chun Hao momentarily taken aback. He moved his lips, but Yen also plays games. Do you dare to retort? Fu Xing fumed, hands on her hips, reaching to tug his ear. Others play games daily and have girlfriends. Do you? No. Then why are you talking back? Fu Xing pinched his arm, her impatience evident as she clicked her tongue. By the way, have you lost weight recently? You're all skin and bones. Girls these days prefer slim figures. What do they know about that? A little more flesh is better. You're truly going to drive me mad. Wen Ning stared in astonishment, finding it hard to reconcile the gentle, graceful woman from moments ago with this sudden transformation. Aunt Fu's attitude towards Chun Hao mirrored that of Yuyu, leading one to wonder if she was indeed a future mother-in-law. You too, Yuyu. Once you're in university, make sure to make more friends. Fu Xing turned to her daughter, her tone softening. If you meet someone you like, bring him home. That's what your father and I care about most now. Chun Hao fell silent for a moment, a slight twitch in his brow. After a while, he scratched the back of his hand and smiled easily. Don't worry, during university, I'll definitely assist you and Uncle Li in evaluating. Fu Xing shot him a sidelong glance. Evaluating what? With Yuyu's qualities, she will surely attract many suitors. Chun Hao simply smiled, his voice lowering. Only a young man who excels in every aspect and possesses a good character could barely be deemed worthy of her. Li Yuyu's expression faltered. She lowered her gaze, silently inserting a straw into her milk carton, not uttering a single word. Fu Xing stared blankly for a moment, clearly displeased. What are you talking about? This is why I find your words rather irksome. Chun Hao felt bewildered. What did I say that made you scold me? Aunt Fu, we have everything at home. When Yuyu graduates, if she truly doesn't wish to manage the restaurant, she can help us with rent. Fu Xing found him increasingly irritating. How could such a bothersome young man exist in this world? What does it matter who is deemed worthy? With another firm slap on his head, she declared, as long as Yuyu likes him and he treats her well, that is sufficient.